Chun Xuanning, a decade ago, did you ever envision that your family would be kneeling before me? At the entrance of a residential complex in Shinao Garden, Wang Yang Zhe stood with his arms crossed, gazing at the woman kneeling on the ground, clad in a long black dress, her exquisite features betraying a frigid demeanor. 10 years ago, I pursued you relentlessly, delivering flowers and snacks daily, even kneeling before the entire school to confess my feelings. But you offered not a single word of response, choosing instead to embrace Chu Pengcheng and marry him, subjecting me to relentless ridicule. A decade passed. My Wang family was but a modest clan, while your Chun family was among the elite. Yet, a mere 10 years later, my family has claimed a substantial portion of Tiannan City. Now, in my eyes, you are merely a plaything. I desire nothing less than the demise of your entire family. They must all perish. Wang Yang's fists clenched tightly, his eyes wide with fury as he fixed his gaze upon the beauty before him, seemingly hoping to find a flicker of regret within her eyes. Chun Xuanning shut her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks as she murmured, "If Peng Cheng were here, he would never allow me to be bullied. But it has been 10 years. Peng Cheng, where are you? If you do not return soon, I fear you shall never see me again. You once promised to protect me for a lifetime, to make me happy like a princess each day. Yet these past 10 years have been anything but joyful. If Wang Yangze seeks to humiliate me, then I would rather die, yet how I wish to see you once more before my end. Are you truly dead or still alive?" She clutched her chest with her right hand, sobbing uncontrollably. Chu Pengcheng had entered the Chun family at 18, subsequently enlisting, but a year later, she received only a letter from confinement, after which he seemed to vanish from existence. For a decade, she searched in vain, uncovering not a single clue. Even his records had disappeared. It was as if Chu Pengcheng had never existed. Chu Pengcheng? Do you know how he was imprisoned back then? It was my Wang family that bribed those inside to frame him for leaking secrets. Wang Yangze crouched down, patting her cheek, continuing, "I specifically instructed them not to let him die quickly. He would suffer a fate worse than death before finally passing. 10 years have passed with no news from him. I am unconcerned, but after such a length of time, he is likely dead." He clapped his hands, standing up with a smile. "I shall soon send you below to reunite with him. But before that, I will indulge in you, then send you to the nightclub to earn a fortune for my Wang family before allowing you to die. Oh, by the way, there is something you might not know. As the former school beauty, many classmates had a fondness for you back in the day. Once you were sent to the nightclub, I imagine many old friends will visit your establishment. Perhaps you could even become the star attraction there." Upon finishing, Wang Yangze waved his hand, and the surrounding Wang family security immediately stepped forward to assist Chun Xuanning and her family. Chun Xuanning's complexion was ashen, her lips biting down fiercely. Even in the face of death, she would not allow Wang Yangze to humiliate her. Her parents had already succumbed to unconsciousness from rage. "Let go of me! Let go of me! This has nothing to do with me." Her brother, Chun Yang, struggled to defend himself, but the security ignored him, forcibly shoving him into the vehicle. Suddenly, Chun Xuanning opened her eyes and declared, "I'm a member of the Chun family. Although I am but a branch, the Chun family will not abandon us." Wang Yangze, are you truly prepared to oppose the Chun family? She clung to her last thread of hope. Though the Chun family no longer wielded the power of its former glory, its foundation remained. Should the Chun family intervene, they would undoubtedly be rescued. "The Chun family?" Wang Yangze scoffed. Looking in the crowd, "Chun Xiong, are you not going to say a word?" The head of the family has decreed that they are no longer part of the Chun family, so how they are dealt with is entirely at Wang Xiao's discretion. From the crowd, a middle-aged man stepped forward. Chun Xuanning stared in disbelief at the man. Her cousin Chun He. "What do you expect from me? Blame only yourself for disregarding the family's opposition and marrying that worthless Chu Pengcheng. You have reaped what you sowed." With that, Chun He turned and left without a backward glance. Despair filled Chun Xuanning's eyes as she allowed herself to be escorted to the car. "Pengcheng, where are you?" She lifted her head, scanning the crowd outside, hoping to catch a glimpse of that familiar figure. In school, whenever she was bullied or faced danger, Chu Pengcheng would always be the first to arrive. As the song goes, My beloved is a hero of great renown. Whenever peril arises, he will appear, and one day he will come to marry me on a rainbow cloud. Meanwhile, amid the onlookers, a middle-aged man took out his phone and dialed a number. Long Shun. The lady is in trouble. Her family has been forced to kneel and has now been taken away. Their lives may be at risk. In the borderlands, Chu Peng Chung, bent over examining a sand table, straightened abruptly upon hearing those words. An aura of terrifying malice radiating from him, causing passers-by to cast wary glances. I shall return at once. Upon speaking, he gripped his phone tightly, causing it to shatter into fragments with a resounding crack. He turned to the nearby messenger and commanded, within 10 minutes, arrange for a military aircraft. I must go to Tiannan City. Inform the Tianji camp nearby to dispatch 500 men to swiftly converge and stand by in Tiannan City. The messenger clutched a small notebook, hurriedly jotting down the orders. Make haste! Chu Peng Chung suddenly roared, his left fist smashing down onto the sand table, leaving a deep imprint in the hardwood surface. He had grown up in Tiannan City, alongside Chen Xuanning, practically his childhood sweethearts. After the death of his parents, none of his classmates or friends paid him any mind. Only Chen Xuanning offered him solace, bringing him his favorite snacks daily. It was Chen Xuanning who had urged him to join the Chen family, providing him a home in his darkest hour when he needed care the most. Everyone in the command room halted their tasks, gazing in awe at the revered war god before them. They knew that even in the face of the world's mightiest force, Dark Heaven, which had claimed thousands in battle, this war god had never exhibited such fury. The elderly man who had accompanied him for a decade was now drenched in sweat. They understood that when the war god was enraged, rivers of blood would flow. Judging from the earlier words of Long Shun, it was likely that a storm of bloodshed would soon sweep across the realm. At that moment, a messenger entered, presenting a document and stating, Long Shun, the latest intelligence indicates that Dark Heaven is preparing for a large-scale offensive against our forces, possibly including assassination attempts. With a fierce tug, Chu Peng Chung tore the document apart, gritting his teeth. If you cannot protect your own family, how can you defend the nation? Before safeguarding the country, one must first protect their home. If you cannot even defend your own family, what talk is there of national defense? Henceforth, if you cannot safeguard your own family, do not speak of serving the country. However, should your family be wronged, regardless of who the perpetrator is, I shall take responsibility. With that, he slammed the fragments onto the sand table and strode out of the command room. Obey the orders of Long Shun. Everyone in the command room saluted Chu Peng Chung, each face solemn and resolute, their gazes filled with fervor and determination. As the operations room fell silent, all eyes were drawn to a framed photograph beside the sand table. The man in the photo was the dragon god of the Great Xia, Chu Peng Chung, while the woman was one named Chen Xuanning. For the past decade, the dragon god had taken a moment each day to gaze at the photograph, having looked upon it countless times over the years. Many of those who had followed Chu Peng Chung for 10 years were aware of his tragic past. The woman in the photo was his wife. The reference to safeguarding one's family must surely pertain to the woman in the photograph facing danger, compelling the dragon god to prioritize her safety over the impending assault from Dark Heaven. In the skies above the borderlands, a fighter jet ascended, heading toward Tiannan City. Simultaneously, the highest command of the Great Xia issued a no-fly order. All civilian flights were prohibited from taking off. Those already airborne were to land immediately. Instantly, a commotion erupted across the Great Xia. Have you heard? I heard from relatives in the borderlands that a fighter jet took off this morning, heading toward the Great Xia. Your news is outdated. I've heard that the Tianji camp near Tiannan City has already mobilized. So I suspect the person in the fighter jet must be our Great Xia's dragon god. Almost certainly. I've heard that the dragon god hails from Tiannan City. Something major must have transpired there. Enough. With the front lines in turmoil, it's unlikely he would return now. Besides, who would dare provoke the dragon god? Speculations flooded social media, with various theories surfacing. An hour later, a fighter jet landed at Tiannan City's civilian airport, and Chu Peng Chung disembarked to find a fully armed man awaiting him on the tarmac. Long Shun, the Tianji camp has arrived to report the entire airport has been secured. Do you have any orders? The man saluted, his eyes filled with fervent admiration as they met Chu Pengcheng's gaze. Have you uncovered any leads on Xuanning's whereabouts? Chu Pengcheng asked coldly. Information has been acquired. She is being held captive in an abandoned residence. However, according to our investigation, she is alone, with no other family members present. In addition, there are approximately 10 thugs and the heir of the Wang family. The man replied respectfully. Immediately instruct your men to surround the factory. Eliminate everyone inside, except for Wang Yangzi, commanded Chu Pengcheng. However, the man hesitated before continuing. The military and government are not synchronized. This territory belongs to Tianan City. If we act recklessly, could it not lead to unnecessary misunderstandings? Misunderstanding? Chu Pengcheng let out a cold laugh and said, what did the upper echelons of the Great Xia promise me 10 years ago? As long as I safeguarded Great Xia, my family would remain unharmed. But now, Xuanning has been kidnapped, and they have made no move to intervene. Since they choose to ignore it, I shall take matters into my own hands. Follow my orders. Should anything arise, I shall bear sole responsibility. As for the commander of Tianan City, if he does not come to seek me out, I shall go to him. If he cannot manage the safety of Tianan City citizens, then he is unworthy of his position. With that, Chu Pengcheng strode swiftly toward the airport. The man, meanwhile, took out a satellite phone and issued commands. Meanwhile, in a factory on the outskirts of Tianan City, Chen Xuanning was forced to ingest a sedative and fell into a deep slumber, left on a dilapidated bed. Wang Yangzi stood at the head of the bed, loosening his belt. Wang Xiao, after you are done, could you let the brothers have their turn as well? They have been cooped up lately, and those girls at the nightclub are nothing compared to her. One henchman, gazing at the rosy-cheeked, unconscious Chen Xuanning, could not help but swallow hard. Tell the men outside to keep a close watch. No one is allowed to enter. Once I am finished, you can line up. I shall also take a page from General Yuan's playbook in the romance of the Sui and Tang dynasties. Wang Yangzi chuckled, tossing his belt to the floor. Understood. I will relay the message immediately. The henchman touched himself and dashed out the door. Just 1 kilometer from the factory, armored tanks were racing at full speed. They traversed the city, making their way to the outskirts, drawing the attention of countless onlookers along the way. Inside the office of the Tianan City commander, furious shouts echoed. Go! Find out who permitted the Tianji camp to enter the city. They've even brought in tanks. What do they intend to do? You have 1 day to uncover the truth. If you fail, I expect you all to resign voluntarily. The commander slammed his hand on the desk, his expression contorted with rage. According to the laws of the Great Xia, the Tianji camp was not allowed to enter the city without prior notification. Without such notification, not even a military zone possesses that authority. Is this a rebellion? The high-ranking officials of Tianan City quickly nodded in agreement. At that very moment, the Tianji camp had already surrounded the factory, and the assault team had kicked down the front door. A dozen henchmen, seeing a group of intruders burst in, attempted to resist. However, when the armored vehicles crashed through the entrance, they were left dumbfounded. As bullets pierced through their foreheads, a multitude of corpses F.
Chapter 3, Leniency for Confession, Severity for Resistance. Within the confines of the room, the soldiers of the Heavenly Machine Camp aimed their weapons at Wang Yangzi, poised to fire at the mere command of the Dragon God. As one of the longest-serving units under his command, they were acutely aware of his temperament. The last time the Dragon God seethed with rage, wishing to unleash a massacre, was 4 years prior during the battle against the Dark Paradise, when his loyal guards, who had accompanied him for 6 years, perished. In a fit of fury, disregarding his own safety, he stormed into the Dark Paradise's branch, annihilating over 1,000 souls within, sustaining grave injuries in the process. That battle left the Dark Paradise reeling for a year before it could regain its strength. Upon recognizing familiar faces and hearing well-known voices, Wang Yangzi finally discerned the identity of the man before him. You were supposed to be dead 10 years ago. Why? How could you possibly still be alive? His eyes widened in terror, his pupils filled with disbelief. A decade ago, he had paid to have someone investigate. And though he had not laid eyes on Chu Pengcheng's corpse, subsequent inquiries revealed that Chu had vanished, his records obliterated. Back then, you orchestrated my wrongful accusation, seeking to bring about my demise. Yet you could not have anticipated that not only did I survive, but I also stumbled upon a fortuitous opportunity. Chu Pengcheng stepped closer. Speaking as he advanced, these past years, I have been preoccupied with the borders, leaving little time to return, nearly placing Xuening in grave danger. Fortunately, I had arranged for scouts to monitor her every move, otherwise, we might have been too late. I once vowed to protect Xuening for a lifetime, so today, no. This very moment, you must perish. As soon as Chu Pengcheng's words fell, he reached out and seized Wang Yangzi by the neck. His gaze regarded Wang Yangzi as though he were a mere corpse. Wang Yangzi grasped his wrist with both hands, struggling as he spoke. Chu Pengcheng. My Wang family is now the foremost family in Tiannan City, even the Chen family pales in comparison. Have you considered the consequences of your intent to kill me? Moreover, regardless of the fortuitous circumstances you may have encountered, you bring others to settle personal scores. Surely you have not secured the permission of the commander-in-chief for such actions? To privately lead troops into the city is a grave offense. One lacks the authority even within the war zone, only the legendary dragon god possesses such power. Should this matter be investigated, your death would be inevitable. If you release me now, I can assure your confidentiality and leverage the Wang family's connections to absolve you. Though he spoke with bravado, his heart brimmed with contempt. Should Chu Pengcheng set him free and allow his return to the Wang family, he would wield every ounce of the family's power to ensure Chu Pengcheng's suffering was profound. What did it matter if there were others in his ranks? The Wang family did not merely maintain good relations with the commander-in-chief in Tiannan City, they also had connections within the war zone. At that moment, the captain of the Tianji camp entered, softly stating, "Dragon God, allow me to handle this. Such filth does not warrant your intervention." Dragon God? Wang Yangzi's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could Chu Pengcheng be the Dragon God? He was the idol of every man in the great Xia kingdom. Ignoring the captain's words, Chu Pengcheng turned to Wang Yangzi and inquired, "The Wang family?" "Rest assured, the Wang family cannot escape, they will soon join you." With that, a firm grip was exerted. "Wait, I also know how your parents met their demise." Before Wang Yangzi could finish his words, a sharp crack echoed at his throat, and he breathed his last. Chu Pengcheng furrowed his brow. His parents? His memories of them were frozen in time 12 years ago, when they perished in a tragic car accident. It was only after the loss of his parents that he acquiesced to Qin Shuiqing's request to marry into the Qin family. And it was during that period of profound sorrow that he chose to enlist after their marriage. Now, it seemed, the circumstances surrounding his parents' death were far more complex than he had imagined. Evidently, the Wang family possessed some hidden truths. Relay to the Dragon Goddess guards to thoroughly investigate the truth behind my parents' death. Inform me immediately of any findings. Additionally, notify Qin Mu to set aside all his affairs and be ready for my summons at any moment. Chu Pengcheng promptly issued the command. Qin Mu, who had been by his side for 4 years and was the heir of the esteemed Qin family, was one of his most trusted warriors, ranking even above the Tianchi camp. Understood. The captain of the Tianchi camp responded without hesitation. At that moment, a soldier hurriedly entered, saluting as he reported, "Dragon God, Captain. We are surrounded by a multitude at the entrance, it appears to be over 100 individuals. Should we apprehend them all?" Cradling the still unconscious Chen Shuiqing in his arms, Chu Pengcheng replied softly, "I shall take a look." Upon reaching the doorway, the Tianchi camp personnel were already locked in a standoff with those at the entrance. The machine guns mounted on the armored vehicles had been readied for action. With a mere command from the Dragon God, they would not concern themselves with the identity of the adversaries. As long as they were not kin, they would fire without hesitation. Such was the unwavering discipline of the battlefield. "Lay down your weapons. I am unaware of who summoned you here, and it is of no concern to you. I seek only the ringleader. Surrender him, or we shall resort to coercive measures," a government official proclaimed, brandishing a megaphone. Yet, the members of the Tianji camp remained silent, resolutely clutching their weapons with their index fingers poised on the triggers. Chu Pengcheng regarded the individual before him and calmly replied, "Have your superior engage in dialogue with me." A middle-aged man, approximately in his 50s, stepped forward and declared, "I am from the municipal office. According to the law, armed personnel are prohibited from entering the urban and suburban areas without prior notification to the chief. You are in violation of the law. I now demand that you immediately relinquish your weapons, otherwise, your actions can be construed as rebellion. Many more from our office are en route." Upon hearing these words, Chu Pengcheng could not suppress a laugh. Law? Over the past decade, he had nearly forgotten its existence, as it seemed utterly ineffective against him. Laws are crafted by the powerful to restrain the weak, not to bind the strong. Behind him, two more individuals emerged, bearing the lifeless body of Wang Yangze, which they unceremoniously tossed onto the ground. A member of the government recognized Wang Yangze and whispered urgently to the municipal leader, "Chief, that is Wang Yangze, the eldest son of the Wang family and their heir. I am Jiang Wendong. I shall reiterate, compel your subordinates to lay down their arms at once, or we shall resort to coercive measures." The leader of the city government spoke, "Esteemed colleagues, we are all compatriots. Your unauthorized entry into the city and the heinous act of taking a life in the outskirts is a grave matter. Perhaps it does not directly concern you. But if you lay down your arms, we can still consider ourselves as one family. I shall personally advocate for you to the Commander-in-Chief. Those who confess will be treated leniently, while those who resist will face severe consequences." Chu Pengcheng placed Qin Shuiqing inside an armored vehicle and then approached Jiang Wendong. Chapter 4. When subordinates err, the leader cannot escape accountability. As Chu Pengcheng walked forward alone, all personnel at the government office raised their weapons, poised for an imminent assault. Yet, Chu Pengcheng appeared oblivious, quickening his pace instead. Behind him, the Tianji battalion stood ready, with tank turrets aimed at the opposition. The moment a shot was fired, a shell would be unleashed in an instant. In the distance, 10 Z-10Mi armed helicopters approached, encircling the area and training their machine guns downward. Witnessing this scene, not only were the individuals at the government office taken aback, but even Jiang Wendong was left in disbelief. Although the forces on both sides were evenly matched in number, the adversary boasted armored vehicles, tanks, and helicopters. Should a conflict erupt, within a minute, all present at the government office would meet their demise. What do you intend to do? Are you aware of the implications of your actions? This is an outright rebellion. Once reported to the Commander-in-Chief in Kyoto, you will all face execution. Jiang Wendong struggled to maintain his composure. He, too, hailed from a military background, and though he had witnessed such scenes during drills, it was the first time he faced armed comrades in a standoff. Rebellion? Chu Pengcheng chuckled. Yes, indeed, it is rebellion. You have slain the heir of the Wang family. Do you comprehend the significant impact they have on the economy of Tiannan City? Your selfish desires could potentially lead to a regression in Tiannan's economic stability. You must order your subordinates to lay down their arms immediately. There is still time. I can report this and advocate for leniency on your behalf. As Chu Pengcheng approached, Jiang Wending inhaled deeply, adopting a righteous demeanor. Smack. Chu Pengcheng struck Jiang Wending across the face, then proclaimed, "You dare accuse me of rebellion? In the realm of Daxia, no one has ever dared to label me a rebel. If I truly wished to rebel, who in all of Daxia could stand in my way?" Smack. He delivered another swift blow, continuing, "What are you? You presume to challenge me? Do not even speak of leading men into the city or its outskirts. Should I choose to enter the capital, none would dare intervene. As for your commander, I happen to be seeking him as well. Lead me to him. I have inquiries regarding how he manages Tiannan City. If he lacks the ability to govern, he ought to step aside and return to farming." Chu Pengcheng seized Jiang Wending's garments and began to walk back, completely disregarding the weapons aimed at him from all directions. "Who are you? This is sheer lawlessness, utterly unconscionable." Jiang Wending protested, his face a mask of defiance, yet he refrained from issuing the command to fire. He understood that once the fire was opened, matters would escalate significantly, and if pursued, he would undoubtedly bear responsibility. In such instances, the one who fires first holds the blame. "I am Chu Pengcheng." "Chu Pengcheng?" Jiang Wendong murmured. The dragon god of the Great Xia, also bearing the surname Chu, possesses the authority to mobilize the heavenly mechanism camp. Could it be the dragon god? If he truly is the dragon god, he indeed holds the qualification to enter the city without prior notification. Even if he were to face execution, no one would intervene, simply because he is the war god of the Great Xia, having safeguarded the realm for a decade. Everyone lower your weapons. Without my permission, no one is allowed to act. Whoever dares to defy this order, I shall flay their skin. Jiang Wendong immediately issued the command. He was genuinely terrified that someone might attempt to achieve merit. If a shot were fired, his life would be irrevocably ruined. Within the boundaries of Great Xia, who would dare to shoot at the dragon god? Not only did he lack the courage, but across the entire Great Xia, those who could muster such audacity would be fewer than the fingers on one hand. Jiang Wendong was ushered into an armored vehicle. All personnel of the heavenly mechanism camp gradually retreated and then boarded their vehicles to depart. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, followed by sparks erupting from the last armored vehicle, which then vanished. The convoy of the heavenly mechanism camp came to a halt, and all personnel disembarked, reloading their weapons and aiming at everyone outside the government office. A glint of cold light flickered in Chu Pengcheng's eyes, and before he could speak, he heard Jiang Wendong, wiping the sweat from his brow, exclaim, "I will handle this. I will take care of it." With his head protruding from the vehicle, he surveyed his surroundings, demanding in a sharp tone, "Who fired that shot? Who was it? Step forward. Do you wish to end my life? Stand up." A young man in his 20s stepped forward, feeling awkward, and stammered, I just lost control." Jiang Wendong felt an overwhelming urge to exit the vehicle and deliver a kick to the young man's face. "You lost control? Do you have any idea how tense I am?" However, without the permission of Chu Pengcheng, he dared not exit the car, and could only suppress his anger, commanding, "Upon your return, you will receive a serious reprimand and be dismissed." Chu Pengcheng frowned once more. A serious reprimand? Dismissal? What difference does that make? Once this incident passes, promotions and raises will continue as usual, with perhaps just a mild reprimand at most. Thus, he stated, "From this moment on, you are no longer an official. Upon your return, surrender your uniform and credentials, and leave." On the battlefield, the most dangerous factor is not the sharpshooter, but rather the one who loses control. As such individuals often harm their own. You are unworthy of being an official. The young man's face flushed crimson as he mustered the courage to ask, "On what grounds?" "You are not my superior. The fact that I am Chu Pengcheng is sufficient," he declared. "Drive." With that command from Chu Pengcheng, the convoy resumed its journey. From this moment on, you are also a leader in Tiannan City. When your subordinates err, you, as their superior, cannot escape responsibility, Chu Pengcheng remarked casually, as if discussing a trivial matter. Jiang Wendong's face turned pale. He comprehended that his political career was irrevocably terminated at that instant. As the convoy entered the city and approached the municipal administration, the guard attempted to intervene, but upon witnessing the armored vehicle crash through the barrier, he promptly closed his eyes, mentally reciting, "I did not see anything." Upon alighting from the vehicle, Chu Pengcheng grasped the disheartened Jiang Wendong and ushered him into the office building. At that moment, it was the height of the workday. Onlookers gazed in astonishment as the head of the municipal office was being dragged inside. It was known that whenever Jiang Wendong arrived, he did so with great pomp, scarcely acknowledging anyone outside of his superiors. Why, then, did he appear so frail and subdued, like a frightened chick today? As they approached the entrance of the chief's office, before even stepping inside, Chu Pengcheng overheard a voice of reprimand emanating from within. "What on earth are you all doing? Have you yet to ascertain the identity of the individual in question? Where is Jiang Wendong? Did he not take a team with him? What is the situation on the ground? Have him call me immediately, and inform him that regardless of the opponent's background or connections, the priority is to apprehend them. In Tianshan City, it is my authority that prevails. Apprehend them first, and we shall address the particulars later." Before he could finish his sentence, the office door swung open, and Jiang Wendong, with a mournful countenance, stepped into the room. Chapter 5, Dismissal inside the office, apart from the chief. Several key officials from Tianshan City were present. Upon Jiang Wendong's entrance, each face displayed a smirk of schadenfreude. The investigation into the Tianji camp's incursion into Tianshan City was Jiang Wendong's responsibility, and he bore the primary accountability. Although they were colleagues, they were not aligned in the same faction, and thus they harbored hopes of witnessing one another's missteps. Jiang Wendong, what is the situation on the ground? Have you clarified the circumstances? Have the individuals been secured? Who is leading them? The chief commenced with a barrage of inquiries. Jiang Wendong lowered his head, his eyes vacant. Remaining silent, Chu Pengcheng stepped forward and said, "He lacks the right to speak, allow me to take the floor." It seemed the director had only then noticed Chu Pengcheng's presence. Sitting in his office chair, his brow furrowed, he appeared to contemplate the identity of the young man before him. The secretary beside him reprimanded, as the chief of the Tiannan City office. "Jiang Wendong has no authority to speak. Do you believe you possess such privilege? I do not recall seeing you in Tiannan City. Who is your superior? Consider the setting, this is not a place for you to voice your opinion. Silence yourself, or not only will you err, but your superior shall also face repercussions." Chu Pengcheng found the situation amusing and casually pulled over a chair to sit down. His superior? Indeed, he had one. But that was at the highest echelon of the Dixia government, who had granted him absolute privileges. As long as his actions did not disturb the national stability of Dixia, that superior would not interfere. This had been a previously established agreement. Of course, there was another stipulation. "Did I invite you to sit?" the director said with a stern expression. "This is the director's office, not your home, vacate immediately." With a composed demeanor, Chu Pengcheng produced a green, copper cigarette case, extracted a cigarette, and leisurely placed it between his lips before lighting it. The dense smoke billowed towards the director. The director's brow knitted even tighter as he gestured for the secretary to remain still. Having ascended to the position of director, he was not foolish. The young man's calmness was not a fade, indicating that he was certainly no ordinary individual. Then, Chu Pengcheng spoke slowly, "In the Great Xia, among all my privileges, there exists one that grants me the freedom to traverse any location within the realm at my whim. Not merely the office of the Director General, but even the office of the Governor. Should I wish to enter, none would dare to impede my passage." He pointed at Jiang Wendong and continued, "His position has been revoked, and from this moment forth, he is but an ordinary man." Before he could finish his statement, the Director General interjected, "And who might you be?" It seemed he had heard of the other's privilege before, yet could not recall the specifics at that moment. "My surname is Chu, and my name is Chu Pengcheng. Chu, the Dragon God." The Director General finally remembered. Although he had never met the Dragon God, he had certainly heard the name. Moreover, he had been instructed to ensure the well-being of the Dragon God's family in Tiannan City, with a stern warning that any failure in this duty could result in his dismissal or, in severe cases, capital punishment. During his 5 years in Tiannan City, he had initially paid close attention, but as time passed without incident, he gradually became complacent. Now, suddenly recalling this, a wave of panic surged within him. Could it be that something had befallen the Dragon God's family? Chu Pengcheng continued, as the official responsible for the welfare of Tiannan City. "How can you claim to protect your citizens if you cannot safeguard your own? I have heard it said that an official who does not serve the people is better off returning home to sell sweet potatoes." The subordinate encountered a problem. "First and foremost, you, as the chief, cannot escape responsibility. From this moment forth, you shall no longer hold the title of chief. Your affairs will be managed by designated personnel." With that, Chu Pengcheng rose, casting a sweeping glance over the others in the office, and declared, "As for the rest of you, should I uncover any misconduct, you will share his fate." He added, "Furthermore, I possess a privilege. In times of emergency, I hold the authority to appoint or dismiss anyone in any locality. What constitutes an emergency is for me to determine." After speaking, he turned and exited the office, leaving the remaining individuals exchanging perplexed glances. Meanwhile, the chief slumped into his chair like a deflated balloon. The secretary, still somewhat indignant, remarked, "Chief, who is this person? He claims authority over all local appointments. It's quite laughable." Should I arrange for his immediate detention? I assure you, he will comply. The chief abruptly stood, delivering a sharp slap to the secretary's face, bellowing, "You wish to apprehend him? Are you seeking your own demise or mine? Do you have any inkling of who he is? He is the dragon god, the guardian deity of the great Xia, an entity akin to a divine being in our realm. If you attempt to seize him, do you believe he would resist? He would not, however, within the hour. Our heads would be on the chopping block. We might even be branded as traitors, facing the scorn of the entire populace of Great Xia. If you desire death, seek it alone, do not drag me into your folly." The secretary touched his face, rendered speechless for a considerable time. The commander bellowed in frustration, "Enough. I am no longer the commander, but I can offer you some advice. Investigate which imbecile has offended the dragon god. For heaven's sake. Their recklessness has now entangled me in their folly." With a resounding slap on the table, he rose in indignation and stormed out. The identity of that individual was the dragon god? In that moment, the gravity of the situation dawned upon everyone. The news of the dragon god dismissing the commander and the head of the local authority spread throughout the entirety of Tiannan City within the span of an hour. Countless men, women, and children gathered on either side of the street, waving and cheering for the Tianji camp. They were not merely guardians but also the idols they revered. Inside the armored vehicle, a captain of the Tianji camp removed his headset and addressed Chu Pengcheng. "Dragon god. We have just received word from several prominent families in Tiannan City. They are extending an invitation for you to visit. Among these elite families are the Wang, Song, and Chen clans. Your in-laws are currently imprisoned at the Wang residence. Should we depart immediately to rescue them?" After a moment of contemplation, Chu Pengcheng responded, "What about the body of Wang Yangze? It has been abandoned at the factory entrance. It is likely that the Wang family has already reclaimed it." "Very well. Inform the Wang family that I shall be visiting them tonight. They are to prepare a warm welcome for all their kin. Once I have entered, the Tianji camp will dispatch 100 men to encircle the Wang residence, while the others will withdraw from Tiannan City. Additionally, in my name, procure a villa where Xuanning can be sent in advance." With that, Chu Pengcheng issued his command. Upon returning this time, I rescued Xuanning, eliminated Wang Yangze, and dismissed the chief of the department and the top officials. However, for some families, there remains no necessity to stay. Chapter 6, The End of the Wang Family. Splendid. Truly splendid. The Wang family is poised for a remarkable resurgence. Quickly inform all members of the Wang family, by dusk, they must all gather to welcome the dragon god. Wang Jianlin, the second master of the Wang family, clapped his hands and instructed with a grin. "Humph. The Tianji camp? It is merely one of the factions under the dragon god's command. This time, with the dragon god descending upon the Wang family, we shall ensure that the dragon god advocates for us and avenges my son Yangze." Wang Jiansen, the head of the Wang family, gritted his teeth in determination. Over the years, the Wang family has established some connections within the military, yet most held lowly positions. Incapable of shaking the foundations of the Tianji camp, the entire Wang family had resigned to the belief that vengeance was a futile endeavor. Little did they expect that the dragon god would grace the Wang family with his presence. With the dragon god as their support, the Wang family was destined to ascend to the pinnacle of the Great Xia, making revenge a trivial affair. The Song family, the Chen family, all shall be trampled beneath the feet of the Wang family. Head of the family, before the young master perished, he imprisoned 3 branches of the Chen family in the dungeon. Now that the young master is no more, how shall we proceed? The steward inquired. Those 3 have enmity with my son, however, with the dragon god present, it is unwise to spill blood. Once the dragon god departs, let them be slain to accompany my son in death, Wang Jiansen replied coolly. Elder brother, with the dragon god's arrival, we must make earnest efforts to cultivate this relationship. We must be prepared to pay a substantial price. We cannot afford to be stingy at this juncture, as it concerns the future of our Wang family. Wang Jianlin sipped his tea, smiling amiably. You speak wisely. I only wonder if the entirety of the Wang family's fortune can indeed win the dragon god's favor. Indeed, Retrieve the heirloom of the Wang family and present it to the dragon god. I believe the dragon god will surely appreciate it. A faint smile graced Wang Jensen's face. The heirloom of the Wang family is a painting, Wu Daozi's Zhong Kuei capturing ghosts, which the Wang family acquired through a bidding war 10 years ago. At the cost of over 100 million, and is regarded by Wang Jensen as a treasured family legacy. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Chu Pengcheng entered the Wang residence accompanied by 2 others. Wang Jensen led the entire Wang family in a respectful greeting to the dragon god. Standing at the entrance, he was flanked by dozens of direct descendants of the Wang family, all bowing in reverence. A fleeting glint of menace flickered in Chu Pengcheng's eyes as he cast a glance at him, then proceeded into the Wang villa without hesitation. The 2 brothers, Wang Jensen and Wang Jianlin, exchanged a knowing look and promptly followed. Inside the villa's grand hall, an array of exquisite delicacies had already been laid out, with several attractive maids poised to serve. Dragon god, I am uncertain of your culinary preferences. I have arranged dishes from all 8 major cuisines. Should you find the offerings unsatisfactory, I can have them prepared anew, Wang Jensen said as he assisted Chu Pengcheng in taking a seat. He then exchanged a subtle signal with Wang Jianlin. Understanding the cue, Wang Jianlin retrieved a rectangular wooden box from the side, cradling it with both hands, and presented it before Chu Pengcheng, stating, "Esteemed dragon god, this is the heirloom of the Wang family. It is but a humble token of respect. This treasure would be wasted in our possession, only in your hands can its true value be realized." Behind Chu Pengcheng, a guard stepped forward to open the wooden box, unveiling the painting, Zhong Kuei capturing ghosts, in all its splendid glory. However, Chu Pengcheng merely glanced at it before averting his gaze, inquiring, "You have not summoned me merely to present a painting, have you?" Wang Jensen nodded and instructed someone to retrieve a bank card and a stack of documents, stating, "In addition to this painting, I offer all the funds and assets of the Wang family. I am aware that my family is unworthy of serving under the dragon god. Yet I humbly aspire to be but a mere dog to him, and that would suffice." The guards collected the bank card, asset documents, and the painting. Chu Pengcheng stood with his arms crossed, his gaze lowered, remaining silent. Wang Jensen continued, "I implore the dragon god to take heed of the Wang family's plight. Today, in the outskirts of Tiannan City, the Tianji camp has slain my son, Wang Yangzi. I am of advanced age and have but this one son. I beseech the dragon god to avenge him and bring justice to the Wang family by eliminating the one who led this atrocity." Chu Pengcheng touched his nose and inquired, "Do you know who killed your son?" Wang Jensen shook his head. He had called Jiang Wendong and the commander, but none had answered his calls. He was aware that the dragon god had dismissed the head of the yamen and the commander today. Yet he remained oblivious to the fact that the dragon god was accompanied by the Tianji camp, and even more so, that his son had been slain by the dragon god himself. Chu Pengcheng pointed to the 2 guards behind him and asked, "Do you know who they are?" Wang Jensen lifted his head to glance at them, shaking his head in confusion. "You two, introduce yourselves," commanded Chu Pengcheng. Reporting, "I am Zhao Guiqing, the captain of the first squad of the Tianji camp." Reporting, "I am Ma Shuai, the captain of the second squad of the Tianji camp." Wang Jensen was taken aback, as was Wang Jialin. Clearly, the dragon god, accompanied by the 2 captains of the Tianji camp, had not come to serve justice. Chu Pengcheng leaned forward, his gaze fixed intently on Wang Jensen's eyes, and softly inquired, "Would you be worthy of being my dog? Is your Wang family deserving? You claim I should uphold justice for your family, and indeed, I have come today for that very purpose. Your son, Wang Yangzi, has taken my wife, along with my father-in-law, mother-in-law, and brother-in-law. Shall I seek justice from your Wang family for this transgression? I have accepted all your family's assets, yet it remains insufficient. The price your family must pay is far greater." With a sudden collapse, Wang Jensen's legs buckled, and he fell to the ground. The crime of abducting the wife of the dragon god and her family was so grievous that it could very well lead to the annihilation of the Wang clan. However, he quickly regained his composure and exclaimed, "No, no, that's not right. He has taken the Chen family's people. How could they possibly be the wife of the dragon god and her kin? Surely there must be some misunderstanding, or perhaps you have mistaken the person, dragon god?" Chu Pengcheng slowly rose, declaring, "I am Chu Pengcheng. Has your son not mentioned me?" A thunderous revelation echoed in Wang Jiansen's mind. He was all too familiar with the name Chu Pengcheng, as Wang Yangzi had uttered it countless times before him, yet he had never seen the man. A decade ago, it was he who had assisted in clearing Chu Pengcheng's unjust imprisonment. Most crucially, 11 years prior, the car accident involving Chu Pengcheng's parents had also implicated the Wang family. And the Wang family had devoured the Chu family's foreign trade enterprise. This was a pivotal factor in the Wang family's meteoric rise from a minor clan to the pinnacle of power in Tiannan City within a mere 10 years. He never anticipated that the legendary dragon god was, in fact, the same individual as Chu Pengcheng. A singular thought consumed his mind: the Wang family is finished. Master, something terrible has happened. A group of individuals has surrounded the villa, each armed with a firearm. The butler rushed in, panic evident in his voice. However, he found the head of the family, Wang Jiansen, seated on the ground, his eyes devoid of life. Observing the other members of the Wang family, they too wore expressions of despair. The atmosphere was undeniably unsettling. Chapter 7, No longer departing. Isn't there a connection between my parents' demise and your Wang family? Who else, besides your family, was involved? Seeing his silence, Chu Pengcheng pressed on. Wang Jiansen managed a grim smile and replied, "I can only confess that my family had a hand in your parents' accident. However, the rest of the Wang family was unaware. As for the others involved, I cannot disclose their identities, for revealing them would invite dire consequences upon us, while remaining silent is equally perilous." With that, he closed his eyes. Chu Pengcheng clasped his hands behind him and gazed at the night sky outside the door. It appeared that his parents' death involved forces even greater than the Wang family. Regardless of who they were or what methods they employed, he was resolute in uncovering the truth and avenging his parents. He could not forget the moments spent alone in his room, gazing at photographs of his parents, his heart filled with longing after their passing. He could also never erase from memory that fateful day when his mother prepared him a plate of egg fried rice in the morning, promising to take him out for hot pot that evening. His classmates mocked him, labeling him a child without parents. "Ma Shui, come here. Execute all members of the Wang family without exception." Chu Pengcheng, hands clasped behind his back, stepped out of the villa. He had always understood the principle of eradicating the roots of a problem. A weed that is not uprooted will simply regrow. And he had consistently adhered to this approach to prevent any vengeance against his family in the future. Indeed, the resolute voice of Marshal Ma resonated behind him. Just as he exited the grand entrance, Chu Pengcheng's phone rang. "Dragon God, we have uncovered that the death of your parents was not merely an accident but rather a conspiracy, with the Wang family as one of the participants. After your parents' demise, the Wang family employed various means to acquire all shares of your parents' company, which enabled them to ascend to the pinnacle of the elite families in Tiannan City over the past decade. We will continue to trace the clues related to the Wang family, and we shall keep you informed of any developments." After hanging up, Chu Pengcheng inhaled deeply. This return was not solely about eliminating Wang Yangzi, dismissing the chief and the head of the magistracy, and obliterating the Wang family. It also involved uncovering some leads regarding his parents' death, and reclaiming their company. Members of the Wang family were being taken away, and the 3 individuals from the Chen family who had been detained were also released. Everyone from the Tianji camp had evacuated, leaving only Chu Pengcheng standing at the villa's entrance, awaiting his in-laws. Upon seeing Chu Pengcheng, the 3 initially stood in shock before quickly regaining their composure and advancing towards him. "Chu Pengcheng, it is because of you that we have incurred the wrath of the Wang family. Had my sister not married you but instead chosen Wang Yangzi, we would not be facing this predicament today. You vanished for a decade. Why have you returned? Why don't you just disappear again?" Chen Yang, the younger brother-in-law, pointed an accusatory finger at him, chastising loudly. Chu Pengcheng offered no defense, after leaving home for 10 years following their marriage and causing them suffering. He felt he owed too much to this family, and their reproach was justly deserved. "Chen Yang, he is still your brother-in-law. How can you speak to him in such a manner?" Father Chen, Chen Wenkong, glared and struck Chen Yang on the back of the head. "Brother-in-law? I spit. I have never acknowledged him as my sister's husband. Chen Yang retorted, spitting on the ground. You little rascal, you have rebelled. Do not forget. It was Chen Yang who saved us this time. Huh? He saved us? If it weren't for him, we wouldn't be targeted by the Wang family. All he did was call the police. Chen Yang turned his head away, scoffing. By the way, Peng Cheng, how did you end up here? Where have you been all these years? Chen's mother, Wang Lijuan, inquired. Zhu Pengcheng initially intended to explain that he had been stationed at the frontier, consumed by warfare, with no time to return. However, upon reflection, he realized that his true identity could not yet be revealed. The ongoing conflicts at the front meant that the Dark Paradise could strike at any moment. If word got out about the whereabouts of his wife and others, it could be used against him, placing him in a precarious position and endangering them unnecessarily. Let us not discuss this now, we must first find Xuanning. That girl has been taken by Wang Yangze, and her current situation remains uncertain. Chen Wenkong recalled his daughter and hurriedly exclaimed, Mom and Dad, there's no need for concern. Xuanning has already been taken to the villa. Zhu Pengcheng quickly clarified. What? Isn't our villa occupied by the Wang family? I heard they even changed the locks. How did you manage to get in? Wang Lijuan inquired with curiosity. Zhu Pengcheng smiled slightly and explained, I purchased another villa. Ever since Xuanning and I got married, we have been without our own marital home. Now that I have returned in success, it is time to provide her with a proper abode. Although I am the one marrying into her family, it is still my duty as her husband. As for your villa, it has been returned by the Wang family. Now, let me take you to meet Xuanning. The four of them hailed a taxi and made their way to the Longting Sihai Villa community. Upon entering the community, Chen Yang instantly perked up, gazing out the window and then grasping Wang Lijuan's hand, saying, Mom, this is a newly constructed neighborhood. Do you have any idea how much 1 square meter of a villa here costs? It's a staggering 100,000. Only the wealthiest families or film stars can afford to buy one. Moreover, I've heard that the villas here are no less than 300 square meters. It would be wonderful if my future marital home could be here. He then turned to the front seat where Zhu Pengcheng sat, astonished, and asked. Is it true that you bought a villa in this community? Your money couldn't possibly have been obtained through dubious means, could it? Zhu Pengcheng, slightly exasperated, replied. The property deed is in the villa, if you don't believe me, feel free to check for yourself. He had merely instructed his subordinates to purchase a villa in his name, and the exact amount spent was of no concern to him. Money was merely a sequence of numbers. Upon arriving at the villa, Chen Xuanning emerged from her bedroom just as Zhu Pengcheng appeared before her. Her small mouth parted slightly, her eyes widened in astonishment, as if a mere blink would cause him to vanish. You're back? A veil of mist clouded her eyes, her voice tinged with the tremor of suppressed tears. Zhu Pengcheng offered a gentle smile and nodded, affirming, I'm back. Tears cascaded down her cheeks as she suddenly rushed forward to embrace him, her sorrowful tears flowing freely. Over the past decade, she had endured a torrent of gossip and injustice. Whispers claimed that Zhu Pengcheng had perished, others suggested he had fled abroad. Yet now, with his safe return, all those rumors would shatter. He reciprocated her embrace, feeling the warmth and fragrance of her presence, instinctively tightening his hold. This time, will you leave again? Chen Xuanning loosened her grip, gazing into his fierce eyes as she softly inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Pengcheng replied, For now, I shall not depart. Chapter 8, A well-meaning best friend. Though the Dark Paradise continued to loom ominously, recent investigations revealed that they had yet to mount an offensive. Furthermore, with the circumstances surrounding her parents' demise still unclear and Chen Xuanning yet to find her footing, leaving now would weigh heavily on both their hearts. To protect the home is to safeguard the nation. Early the next morning, before dawn had broken, Zhu Pengcheng rose early to engage in physical training. A habit cultivated over the past decade. Oh. Isn't that Zhu Pengcheng? After a decade of absence, you still remember how to return? Jeered a striking woman, standing at a height of 5'7", just outside the gate. Zhu Pengcheng cast a glance at the other person, expressing his displeasure as he inquired. Are you Feng Rue? The individual rolled her eyes and coldly remarked, I never expected that after a decade of absence, you would still recognize me. How did you manage to find me? Chu Pengcheng could not possibly forget her. Even if 20 years had passed, her image remained vivid in his memory. She was the one who had accompanied him during the tumultuous period following his parents' demise, while simultaneously attempting to persuade Chen Xuening to distance herself from him. During their courtship, it was Feng Rui who whispered insidious suggestions into Chen Xuening's ear, urging her to sever ties with him. On the day of his wedding, Feng Rui brazenly proclaimed in front of the guests that Chu Pengcheng and Chen Xuening would inevitably divorce. Whenever Chu Pengcheng implored her to refrain from such remarks, Feng Rui would retort that she was merely looking out for her dear friend's happiness. Feng Rui, is that you? Just then, the door swung open, and Chen Xuening, stifling a yawn, emerged. Pengcheng, I invited her here. My company has encountered some issues recently, and Feng Rui mentioned she has a solution. So I asked her to come. Chu Pengcheng nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Feng Rui quickly stepped forward, surveying the exterior of the villa with envy, and exclaimed. Xuening, you are truly fortunate to reside in such a magnificent place. I can scarcely fathom the real estate prices here. I've heard that the smallest villas in this area exceed 300 square meters. There must be an abundance of rooms inside, right? Could you spare one for me? I'm not seeking to occupy your home, I merely wish to keep you company, so you won't feel lonely. If you agree, I can come tomorrow. No. I can move in today. Before Chen Xuening could speak, Chu Pengcheng interjected, there's no need, I will hire a nanny, and besides, with my company, Xuening will not feel lonely. Chen Xuening's expression turned slightly awkward as she responded, this house was purchased by Pengcheng. The privilege of residing here is entirely his doing. Now, the reason I called you here is that I have something to discuss, so please come inside. With that, she ushered Feng Rui and Chu Pengcheng into the villa. Once seated on the sofa, Feng Rui gazed around, still astonished. You mean this villa is his? I estimate it must be at least 500 square meters, and purchasing it would cost a minimum of 10 million. Feng Rui's disbelief was palpable as she continued. Xuening, you are far too naive. Some people haven't returned in a decade, one can know a person's face but not their heart. Please do not be deceived. I advise you to investigate thoroughly, this villa might just be rented. Jin Yang chimed in, Sister Feng Rui, your caution is duly noted. I will look into it at once. Chu Pengcheng remained unfazed. Investigate all you want. There will be no issues with the paperwork, regardless of the inquiry. The owner of this villa is undeniably me. Chen Xuening coughed lightly and said, Feng Rui. You are aware that my company has been under pressure from the Wang family, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. Without a capital infusion, we will inevitably collapse. This has been my endeavor for the last decade. Should we go bankrupt, all my efforts over these 10 years would be for naught. I have reached out to numerous investors, and without exception, they have all declined. Just a moment ago, during our phone conversation, you mentioned you had a solution. What exactly is this solution? Feng Rui straightened her posture, setting her bag aside, and said earnestly, just yesterday. The second young master of the Song family reached out to me. He is aware of your company's situation and has explicitly stated his willingness to assist you. However, you understand that such assistance cannot come without strings attached, so there are indeed certain conditions. If you can agree to these terms, the second young master of the Song family has indicated that the investment could be yours without any cost. Upon finishing her statement, she nervously glanced at Chen Xuening. Her hands clenched into fists. She had only disclosed part of the information. In reality, the second young master, Song Ziwen, also mentioned that if Chen Xuening accepted his conditions, not only would the investment be free, but she would also receive a substantial benefit, amounting to no less than 1 million. Chen Xuening quickly nodded in agreement, saying, I assume his condition must be for a share in my company? I currently hold 90% of the shares, I can allocate 50% to him. Chu Pengcheng, observing the exchange, understood that the situation was likely more complex than it appeared. What is paramount for the wealthy? Profit. Money does not equate to profit. If the Song family genuinely wished to invest, they would not be interested in a company on the brink of bankruptcy like Chen Xuaning's. As one of the top families in Tiannan City, they have a plethora of industries to choose from. In his view, this second young master of the Song family harbored ulterior motives. Indeed. Feng Rui immediately replied, that is not the condition. The second young master would be willing to forego the shares altogether. Chu Pengqing feigned astonishment, exclaiming, what? Doesn't he even want the shares? Could it be that this young master has suddenly developed a generous heart? Or perhaps it is simply that there is an abundance of wealth at home, leading to the desire to make a charitable donation? Chen Xuanning nodded, sharing the same sentiment. Silence, your words are unwelcome here. Feng Rui shot him a disapproving glance. Then spoke gently, Xuanning, you are aware that the Song family is not lacking in financial resources. Their willingness to invest is primarily due to their admiration for you as an individual. Young Master Song has stated that should you agree to divorce and marry him, he will not hold your status as a divorcee against you and will assist you in resolving matters with the Wang family. Furthermore, with the Song family as your support, you will gain access to their extensive resources, which will be immensely beneficial for both your company and yourself. I have also heard that Wang Yangze has been persistently pursuing you. With the backing of the Song family, not only will Wang Yangze think twice, but even the Wang family will address you as Mrs. Song in the future. As for the strength of the Song family, being a resident of Tiannan City, you should be well aware of it. Feng Rui spoke with fervor, seemingly treating Chu Pengqing as though he were invisible. Chu Pengqing listened quietly, not rushing to interject, eager to discern Chen Xuaning's thoughts and stance. Feng Rui, were you not informed about the significant events that transpired in Tiannan City yesterday? Chen Xuaning inquired. What events? Feng Rui replied, bewildered. Having spent the afternoon and evening at a bar, she was completely oblivious to the happenings beyond. Early this morning, she had come to seek out Chen Xuaning, unaware that no one had briefed her on the affairs concerning the Wang family. I have heard that yesterday, the dragon god descended upon Tiannan City, slaying Wang Yangze and dismissing the head of the government office and the chief officer. Last night, Pengqing went to the Wang residence and reported them to the authorities, resulting in the arrest of all the Wang family members. Chen Xuanning stated earnestly. Chu Pengqing coughed lightly beside her. The version known to Chen Xuanning was still the one he had shared the previous night. What? The dragon god appeared in Tiannan City? Goodness! How could I not be aware of this? Had I known, I would have surely expressed my admiration to the dragon god. To be the wife of the dragon god would be a dream come true. Feng Rui exclaimed, nearly beside herself with excitement. Chu Pengqing shook his head. He certainly would not be drawn to someone like Feng Rui. Although the Wang family had fallen and Wang Yangze was dead, Xuanning, consider this, without a backing in Tiannan City, it would be impossible for you to persevere. With the Song family, no one would dare to trouble you. Feng Rui continued to persuade her. Yet Chen Xuanning shook her head and replied, I have Pengqing. And that is sufficient for me. I will never divorce him, I will think of other solutions. If all else fails, I shall simply declare bankruptcy. She and Chu Pengqing had been childhood sweethearts, dedicating their hearts and souls to one another. At their wedding, they had vowed, regardless of poverty or wealth, to remain steadfastly by each other's side. A warmth filled Chu Pengqing's heart, he had indeed not misjudged her. However, Feng Rui grew agitated, standing abruptly and pointing at Chu Pengqing, exclaiming, are you still not leaving him? He has been gone for 10 years, without a trace. You have no idea what he has been up to. After a decade, who can truly know if he has changed? And what of your company? Are you really not considering it? Now, aside from the Song family, who else could possibly invest in you? What kind of society are we living in now? Stop being so infatuated with love, only wealth holds true significance. Then she turned to Chu Pengqing and said, if you genuinely wish to bring happiness to Xuanning, the wisest choice would be to part ways with her. This would be beneficial for both of you. As a close friend, I am solely considering what is best for Xuanning. Chu Pengqing replied calmly, I, too, can bring happiness to Xuanning. You? Feng Rui scoffed, her eyes brimming with disdain. What makes you think you can provide happiness for Xuanning? just because you vanished for a decade? Very well. Since you claim you can make her happy, her company is currently facing difficulties and urgently needs funds. Can you find an investor? If you succeed, I will apologize to you. But if you fail, I advise you to leave Xuening sooner rather than later. Your presence will only hinder her progress. Qin Yang leaned in and remarked, if my sister were to divorce this good-for-nothing and marry into the Song family, I would then become their brother-in-law, wouldn't I? That would mean a considerable fortune for me. I'm all for it. Enough of this. Chen Xuening stood up, her face icy. Feng Rue. I understand your intentions are for my benefit, but asking me to divorce Peng Cheng is absolutely out of the question. She continued, if this is the advice you offer, I must ask you to leave now. Feng Rue, feeling helpless, sighed and said, why must you be so foolish? What can Xu Pengcheng provide for you? He cannot offer you money, nor can he locate an investor, he will only drag you down. Initially, one would have expected Chen Xuening to readily agree. Yet she was taken aback by the unexpected arrival of Chu Pengcheng. The primary reason she could befriend Chen Xuening was her innocence, which made her a convenient source of financial support. However, should Chen Xuening's company face bankruptcy and her funds diminish, it would signify that she could no longer seek financial assistance from her. Consequently, her capacity to indulge in leisure activities would also evaporate. And finding another Navi benefactor would require considerable time and effort. Moreover, the next potential target may not be as easily deceived as Chen Xuening. At that moment, Zhu Pengqing interjected, I have assured you that I will bring happiness to Xuening. As for the challenges she currently faces, I am more than capable of resolving them. Feng Rue could only laugh in disbelief at his audacity. Resolve? By what means do you propose to do so? Xuening's company is currently unable to pay salaries, and in 3 days, the payroll deadline will arrive. If the financial issues are not rectified within this time frame, she will have no choice but to declare bankruptcy and commence asset liquidation. Tell me, can you resolve these financial issues in 3 days? Can you? In response to her inquiry, Zhu Pengqing remained composed and confidently asserted, yes. 3 days, you say? I will resolve her funding issues and secure investors within that period. Feng Rue retorted, very well, this is your assertion. Should you fail to resolve the matter, you must voluntarily divorce Xuening, so as not to impede her pursuit of happiness. With that, she gathered her belongings and stormed out in frustration. Chen Yan shook his head, his expression one of disappointment as he ascended the stairs. Pengcheng, I understand that your words may be born from frustration, but I am powerless to resolve such issues. What can you possibly do? Perhaps it is best for me to announce the company's closure. In Chen Xuening's eyes, tears continuously shimmered. In Tiannan City, she had sought assistance from nearly everyone she could find, yet to no avail. She had even been turned away at times. Among various enterprises, the condition of her company was such that infusing capital was not a matter that could be resolved swiftly. Any prudent businessman would hesitate to take the risk of investing in her venture. Consequently, she had relinquished all hope regarding investments. After the company underwent bankruptcy proceedings, there would likely remain a sum sufficient to sustain her family for a while. Zhu Pengqing reached out, gently ruffling her hair with a smile. Since I have promised to assist you, rest assured I will do so. Grant me 2 days, and I assure you, within 3 days, investors will come to us willingly. Chen Xuening pouted, still skeptical. Typically, it was she who sought out investors. It was rare for them to come knocking with offers of financial support. Yet, there was no yet to consider. After all these years, had he ever deceived her? As she contemplated this, Zhu Pengqing interjected her thoughts. She realized that he had indeed never misled her. Every promise he had made since their youth had been fulfilled. Noticing her silence, he continued with a gentle smile. You've been through a lot these past days. Go rest for now, I will handle everything. Chen Xuening hesitated momentarily but ultimately nodded and retreated to her room. Zhu Pengqing observed her departing figure and inhaled deeply. He owed his wife far too much and needed to find a way to make amends. With the uncertainty of impending conflict on the frontier, he was determined to take care of all matters concerning Chen Xuening before he left, ensuring that she would have no worries. This can be considered a form of compensation for her. Subsequently, he took out his phone and exited the villa. Chapter 10, Where are the people you called? After leaving the villa, Chu Pengcheng dialed Qin Mu's number. As the heir of the prestigious Qin family in Kyoto, which is one of the foremost families in the Great Xia, securing investments should not pose much of a challenge. Dragon God. Why are you calling me instead of enjoying the comforts of home with your wife and children? Qin Mu's teasing voice came through the phone. At just over 20 years of age, Qin Mu was only 2 or 3 years younger than Chu Pengcheng, and he regarded Chu Pengcheng as an elder brother. Speaking to him in a rather casual manner. I need you to do something. Within 3 days. Arrange for a few investors to meet with me and invest in my wife's company, Chu Pengcheng stated. For someone of your stature, how much do you need? Surely it can be arranged with a mere word. It's inconvenient. My identity cannot be revealed. If the Dark Paradise discovers my wife's existence, it would undoubtedly lead to complications. That's simple enough. I can just call the Qin family and transfer a few billion without any issue. No, if it is representatives from the Qin family, it would attract too much attention from society. Just find a few investors around Tiannan City. Alright, I will take care of it right away. However, I've noticed that the Dark Paradise seems to be stirring. I have a feeling they are planning something significant soon. Understood. Keep me updated on any developments. If the Dark Paradise makes a move, I will return at once. After hanging up, Chu Pengcheng returned to the villa. Upon entering, I immediately spotted my brother-in-law, Chen Yang, descending the staircase. Upon noticing Chu Pengcheng, he approached with fervent curiosity. Ah. I just checked, this villa is indeed registered in your name, and there's no mortgage. Where did you acquire such wealth? Chen Yang inquired, his gaze ablaze with intrigue. Hearing the commotion, Chen Wenkong and his wife, along with Chen Xuanning, emerged from their respective rooms. Indeed, we were just about to ask you. This villa must be worth at least 10 million, did you truly purchase it? Chen Wenkong expressed his curiosity. Chu Pengcheng shook his head and casually fabricated a reason, stating, no, it was allocated to me by the team. Chen Yang, wearing a knowing expression, remarked, I thought as much, how could you possibly afford such an expensive villa? So it is an allocation, but he paused. His eyes darting thoughtfully before continuing, you know, my family only possesses one villa, and our finances are rather limited. When I marry, I want to have a place to live. Could I possibly use your villa as my marital residence? Rest assured, it would merely be temporary. And I would vacate immediately after the wedding. Chu Pengcheng neither granted nor denied his request, merely responding, we shall discuss it when the time comes. He was all too aware of Chen Yang's intentions, he merely wished to leverage the pretext of marriage to move in. Once settled, it was uncertain when he would depart. This villa was intended as Chu Pengcheng's marital abode, and there was no way he would agree to it being used as Chen Yang's. Chen Yang's expression was somewhat displeased as he picked up an apple and took a vigorous bite, muttering, so stingy, unwilling to part with even a single house. My sister truly married you in vain. Chu Pengcheng pretended not to hear. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. During this time, no one had come to visit, nor had there been any calls regarding investments. Chu Pengcheng remained unperturbed, maintaining his daily routine of exercise and meals. On the 3rd day, early in the morning, a call from Qin Mu came through. I have already notified the people, they should arrive around noon, he lazily announced. All right. I shall commend you for that, Chu Pengcheng replied with a faint smile before hanging up. At 8 o'clock that morning, Feng Rui appeared outside the villa. Upon entering, she casually tossed her bag onto the sofa and reclined languidly, revealing the black stockings beneath her trousers. Yawning, she remarked, Chu Pengcheng, today marks the 3rd day. When will the people you found arrive? Don't tell me they want to come. Chu Pengcheng merely furrowed his brow at her uncouth demeanor, choosing not to comment. Upon hearing her inquiry, he replied, they will arrive by noon. Chen Xuanning expressed her concerns, my company needs to invest a substantial amount initially, at least 10 million. Who exactly have you found? If they cannot come up with such a sum, it won't resolve any issues. Chu Pengcheng remained silent, he, too, was unaware of whom Qin Mu had contacted, and could only wait until noon to find out. However, his silence, in Feng Rui's eyes, was a manifestation of guilt. Thus, she spoke in a sarcastic tone, hearing about 10 million and he remains mute. This indicates that he lacks confidence. Xuanning, your company cannot afford to wait any longer. Tomorrow is payday, and I have heard the rumors of your impending bankruptcy circulating within your firm. If the salaries are not disbursed on time, your employees may resort to legal action against you. Should matters escalate, you might even find yourself incarcerated. Yesterday, young Master Song called me again. If you proactively reach out to him today, there is still a chance. He assures me that funds will be transferred today. But there is a condition: you must spend the night with him at the Shangri-La Hotel. One night could yield 10 million, this is an incredibly advantageous deal. The more Feng Rui spoke, the more animated she became, completely disregarding the simmering anger emanating from Chu Pengcheng beside her. Enough. If you continue to spout nonsense, I will ask you to leave. My family does not welcome you here. Out of respect for your friendship with Xuanning, I will issue this warning only once. But there will be no second chance. Chu Pengcheng stated coldly. Feng Rui sat up straight, puffing out her chest defiantly, and retorted, "This is your home. But it is also Xuanning's. As long as Xuanning consents, I can come and go as I please, unless you and Xuanning divorce." Just as Chu Pengcheng was about to respond, Chen Xuanning interjected, "Pengcheng's words echo my own, Feng Rui. I invited you here as a friend. But if you continue to speak in such a manner, I will have no choice but to ask you to leave." You. Feng Rui pounded the sofa, pouting in silence. In merely 3 hours, it would be noon. She was curious to see who, apart from the Song family, might come forth to invest in Chen Xuanning. Just yesterday, the Song family had made it clear that none of their partners in Tiannan City would be investing in Chen Xuanning. To do so would mean opposing the Song family. Numerous business magnates had declared that aligning with the Song family meant a resolute refusal to invest in Chen Xuanning. As the clock on the wall indicated 11 o'clock, Feng Rui inquired, "It is almost noon, where are the investors you summoned? Are they lost? Or perhaps they rose late? Surely, they wouldn't have encountered a last-minute issue, would they? Shall I concoct an excuse for you?" Chapter 11, Observe, Such Awareness. In response to Feng Rui's sarcastic remarks, Chu Pengcheng remained unperturbed, pouring himself a cup of tea and taking a delicate sip. Feng Rui scoffed, pouring herself a cup as well and downing it in one gulp. Chen Xuanning, unable to remain silent, interjected, "Pengcheng, do you think the investors you contacted will still arrive? Perhaps you should call and inquire? If they won't be coming, I will initiate bankruptcy proceedings immediately and instruct HR to compensate everyone." Chu Pengcheng replied nonchalantly, "It is only 11, there are still 2 hours until noon. Let us wait a while longer." "Very well, we shall wait another 2 hours. If no one arrives to invest by then, I shall be most intrigued to see how you handle it," Feng Rui retorted. Chen Xuanning could only sit quietly by, toying with her fingers. She was unaware of the experiences Chu Pengcheng had endured over the past decade or the acquaintances he had made. She relied solely on her instinctive trust in him. As time progressed, the hour approached 1 in the afternoon, yet the street outside the villa remained desolate, leading to a gradual erosion of trust. Could it be that Chu Pengcheng was truly deceiving her? Was there really no investor at all? With the last drops of tea consumed, the clock struck 1. "Did you not say the investor would arrive at noon? It is now 1 o'clock, where are the individuals you spoke of?" Feng Rui was the first to rise and demand answers. Chu Pengcheng, grasping his teacup, stared into the pale yellow liquid, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Since Jinmu had assured her that someone would arrive at noon, he had believed it to be true, yet noon had come and gone without an appearance. Was it possible they would not come at all? Noticing his silence, Feng Rui raised her voice, continuing, "It has been 2 hours. And you haven't even made a single phone call. I see you are merely deceiving Xuanning." She then turned to Chen Xuanning and said, "Do you truly wish to spend your life with such a fraud? If he can deceive you once, he can easily do so again. Trust me. Call young Master Song now, it is not too late, and Chu Pengcheng will only delay you. We have known each other for over 20 years. When have I ever led you astray? Everything I do is for your benefit. Listening to her incessant chatter, Chen Xuanning felt a flicker of doubt within her. After a moment's reflection, she shook her head resolutely and replied, I will not marry into the Song family. Sister. Even if you do not marry into the Song family, you should still divorce Chu Pengcheng. This villa is considered marital property, once you secure the divorce. Selling the villa will grant you half its value, which amounts to at least 18 million. Wouldn't that resolve your predicament? Perhaps it could even alleviate the issues surrounding my own marital home. As Chen Yang spoke, he cast a provocative glance at Chu Pengcheng. As if to imply that if this villa were not to be my marital abode, he would ensure his sister divorced him. For the villa rightfully belonged to her as well, and thus to him. Chu Pengcheng gently grasped her small hand and whispered, let us wait a bit longer. Chen Xuanning hesitated momentarily but ultimately nodded in agreement. Feng Rui's frustration bubbled over as she ground her teeth. You have half a day to reflect on this. If you choose not to divorce him and instead marry into the Song family, I shall consider you no longer my dear friend, and we shall part ways completely. With that, Feng Rui rose, grabbed her bag, and feigned an intention to leave. Based on her past experiences, Chen Xuanning would invariably try to dissuade her at such moments. Yet, this time, Chen Xuanning remained silent. Standing at the threshold, Feng Rui wavered. Her mind racing, persuade me. Just a single word from you, and I will surely stay. However, Chen Xuanning continued to remain mute, leaving Feng Rui in a quandary. Unable to leave nor stay. Just then, the sudden sound of screeching brakes echoed from outside. The group turned to look. And 4 Rolls-Royces came to a halt at the entrance, from which emerged 4 middle-aged individuals, each exuding an air of authority. They have arrived. As Chu Pengcheng spoke, he rose to his feet. With the 4 individuals entering the villa, introductions commenced. I apologize for the delay, I was caught in traffic. I am the head of the Zhao family from Shuangyang, and at Mr. Chu's invitation, I have come to invest. Here is 5 million. I am the head of the Qian family from Shuangyang, and at Mr. Chu's invitation, I have also come to invest. This is 5 million. I am the head of the Sun family from Shuangyang, and at Mr. Chu's invitation, I present 5 million. I am the head of the Li family from Shuangyang. And at Mr. Chu's invitation, I bring 5 million. The 4 men produced checks from their pockets and placed them upon the coffee table. Witnessing this scene, Feng Rui stood frozen, her gaze fixed upon the 4 checks, momentarily lost in thought. Chen Xuanning, equally astonished, stared at the figures on the checks. Her desire to speak hindered by uncertainty. Having conducted business for a decade, she was well acquainted with checks and recognized the authenticity of these 4. Any bank would readily honor them. Did you truly come here at the behest of this incompetent Chu Pengcheng? Feng Rui regarded the 4 with an expression of disbelief. The leader of the Zhao family nodded affirmatively, stating, indeed, we have conducted our due diligence on Miss Chen's company. All 4 of us hold great faith in the prospects of Miss Chen's enterprise, and even more so in her character. This 20 million is but a trifling sum for us, as long as it contributes to the economic development of the Great Xia, we are willing to invest even more. Chu Pengcheng nodded in satisfaction, exclaiming, look. This is the spirit of patriotism. If every individual in the Great Xia possessed such awareness to eradicate the Dark Paradise and flatten Cherry Blossom Island, it would merely be a matter of time. So, how much equity do you desire? I currently hold 90% of the shares, and I am willing to offer you 60%. I understand that you may not find this satisfactory, but my company. Chen Xueqing swallowed hard, poised to relinquish a portion of her shares. Yet her words were abruptly interrupted. No, Miss Chen, I believe you have misunderstood our intentions, chuckled the head of the Zhao family. Misunderstood? Chen Xueqing was perplexed. Indeed, I have no desire for your shares, the head of the Zhao family waved his hand dismissively. What? You do not want the shares? Then what is it that you seek? Chen Xueqing's confusion deepened. In contrast, Feng Rui, standing nearby, wore an expression of comprehension and immediately interjected, I understand now. You must be captivated by her beauty and wish for her companionship, am I right? I knew it, none of you men are virtuous. It is impossible for you to part with your money without ulterior motives. She then turned to Chu Pengcheng, mockingly stating. I wondered why you opposed marrying Shiuqing into the Song family. It turns out you have your own preferred choice. Chapter 12, The least feared are those who threaten. Chu Pengcheng was taken aback by her line of thinking. Perhaps it was due to his prolonged service in the military, where he encountered only steadfast warriors. Individuals like Feng Rui were indeed a rarity. Chen Shiuqing's complexion paled, as she too feared that this might indeed be their intention. The head of the Zhao family let out a bitter smile and clarified, "You have misunderstood our intentions. We do not seek shares. The entirety of the investment is a gift." Reflecting on the individual who had made the call, it was evident that not only would each person be unable to contribute 5 million, but even if they were to offer their entire fortunes, they would still have no choice but to comply. As for shares, the mere thought was beyond their imagination. If that powerful figure were to express dissatisfaction, the four of them would be unable to bear the repercussions. "Are you suggesting that this 20 million is given to me without any expectations?" Chen Xuening still found it hard to believe and quietly inquired. Upon receiving affirmative nods from the head of the Zhao family and others, her face flushed crimson as she gazed at Chu Pengcheng, her eyes ablaze with fervor. This man had indeed spoken the truth. Were it not for the presence of others, she would have leapt forward to leave her lipstick mark upon his cheek. "Since you have traveled from afar and do not wish for shares, allow my wife to treat you to a meal as a token of gratitude," Chu Pengcheng suggested with a smile. The four exchanged glances, remaining silent. Without the notification from that individual, they truly did not know whether to accept the invitation or not. Sensing their hesitation, Chu Pengcheng reassured them, "I will explain the situation to Qin Mu." At his words, the four finally relaxed and nodded in agreement. "Are you out of your minds? 20 million. You can simply refuse it? Or perhaps you would like to consider my proposition? I, too, can engage in business. You could invest in me, and I would only require 10 million. Which is far more reasonable." Feng Rui hastily put forth her own proposal, believing she had stumbled upon yet another unsuspecting benefactor. "If I could ensnare these four Na'vi individuals, my financial resources would undoubtedly flow ceaselessly henceforth." Yet, the four of them regarded her as though she were but air. Feng Rui's expression turned awkward as she stood aside, feeling increasingly ill at ease. At that moment, an Audi A6 came to a halt at the entrance, and a man in his 30s alighted, striding directly into the villa. Upon seeing him, Feng Rui's eyes brightened, and she hurried over. Her voice laced with a feigned sweetness, "Young Master Song, you have arrived." Song Ziwen nodded, and as he entered, he did not neglect to give a playful slap on Feng Rui's pert posterior. His gaze then swept over the others, ultimately resting on the quartet from Shuangyang City. He had previously received word from Feng Rui that the individual investing in Chen Xuening had arrived, which prompted his visit. Chu Pengcheng discerned at a glance that this young Master Song was not here with benign intentions. He was keen to observe what sort of mischief this young Master Song might conjure today. "Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Song, and I am the second son of the foremost family in Tiannan City, the Song clan. I am aware that you four have come today to invest in Chen Xuening. However, I must advise you, Tiannan City is the domain of the Song family, and it is not a place for you to intrude upon." Song Ziwen withdrew a cigar, placed it between his lips, ignited it, and took a puff before continuing, "Nevertheless, the Song family is fond of forming alliances. Should you relinquish your investment in Chen Xuening, you shall henceforth be regarded as friends of the Song family, and you would be most welcome to visit Tiannan City at any time. The Song family operates across various industries. Perhaps there are avenues for collaboration that could prove far more advantageous than your current investment in Chen Xuening." Feng Rui raised an eyebrow, her expression brimming with pride. She could hardly believe that anyone would reject the olive branch extended by the Song family for the sake of Chen Xuening. After all, within the vast families of Tiannan City, such a refusal was inconceivable. Chen Xuening's face flushed with indignation, alternating between shades of crimson and pallor. Chu Pengcheng draped an arm around her shoulders and softly remarked, "It's not worth getting upset over a mere pest." However, Chen Xuening bit her lip. For she too felt that with the Song family's declaration and the benefits they offered, it was indeed possible that these four would align themselves with the Song family. The glimmer of hope she had finally glimpsed had once again succumbed to darkness. The four exchanged glances, and the head of the Zhao family stated, "We have all heard of the illustrious Song family, yet our purpose in coming here is solely for Miss Chen. Our decision is resolute, and we shall not waver." Song Ziwen narrowed his eyes, his tone significantly colder as he retorted, "So, you four intend to make enemies of me and the four families? Do you truly believe that with a single word from me, regardless of the investment you make in Chen Xuanning, I can render her utterly ineffectual?" He pulled a cigar from his mouth and forcefully hurled it to the ground, then pointed at the four, continuing, "I am aware that you hail from Xuanyang City. But remember, this is Tiannan City. Here, the tiger must remain crouched, and the dragon must coil. Xuanyang City lies adjacent to Tiannan City. I do not believe you will forever abstain from developing here. The stakes have been made clear, and I am willing to offer you another chance to reconsider. Withdraw your investment, and the relationship between you and the Song family shall remain amicable." The head of the Zhao family chuckled softly and remarked, "We comprehend your intentions, as well as those of the Song family. However, certain individuals are beyond the reach of the Song clan. We may choose not to develop in Tiannan City, yet. Young Master Song, it would be prudent for you to adopt a broader perspective." He bowed slightly to Chu Pengcheng and continued, "We have matters within our family to attend to and will not linger for a meal. On another occasion, when we visit Xuanyang City, I shall treat you all to dinner. Rest assured, our four prominent families shall never bully others on our own turf, nor will we use our influence to intimidate." With a fleeting glance at Song Ziwen, he departed with the other three, not looking back. "You." Song Ziwen's chest heaved with indignation as he pointed at the retreating figures, his words left unspoken. "Next time, we shall definitely meet," Chu Pengcheng called out. Song Ziwen's gaze shifted to Chu Pengcheng, delivering a warning, "So, you are Chu Pengcheng? You managed to secure an investment for Chen Xuanning once. But I wonder if you can do so a second time. Be aware that in Tiannan City, the Song family possesses ample means to exert control over you. If you are wise, you should consider divorcing Chen Xuanning sooner rather than later. It would be beneficial for both you and her." Chu Pengcheng narrowed his eyes, meeting Song Ziwen's gaze. Was that a threat? He had no fear of threats. With a smile erased from his face, he inquired, "Do you know how Wang Yangzi met his demise? How the Wang family fell from grace? If the Song family wishes to avoid following in the footsteps of the Wang family, it would be prudent to exercise some restraint." His words trailed off, but it was evident that Song Ziwen understood the implication. Chapter 13, Is Sister Crying? Song Ziwen was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. "You cannot be suggesting that you were the one who killed Wang Yangzi and annihilated the Wang family, can you? As far as I am aware, it was the dragon god who took Wang Yangzi's life, and the Wang family is currently detained within the Tiangong camp. According to our family's conjectures, there is a significant connection between them and the dragon god. Are you insinuating that you are the dragon god of the Great Xia? Our Great Xia's war god?" Even Feng Rui and Chen Yang could not suppress their laughter. The war god of Great Xia, a hero in the hearts of countless citizens, an idol, was certainly not the man before them, a figure who had vanished for a decade, reduced to a mere shadow of his former self, Chu Pengcheng. If he truly were the dragon god of Great Xia, she mused, then he could easily overpower her in bed. Feng Rui chuckled gleefully, unfazed by their mockery. Chu Pengcheng remained steadfast, for he spoke nothing but the truth, whether they chose to believe it was of no concern to him. Perhaps wearied by their laughter, Song Ziwen casually reached for a cup of tea, only to have it deftly flicked from his grasp by Chu Pengcheng, shattering upon the floor. "The tea here is reserved for people, not for dogs. If you have no further business, you may take your leave," Chu Pengcheng declared, issuing an unequivocal dismissal. He included not only Song Ziwen but Feng Rui as well. "Very well, calling me a dog, are you? I observe how long you can boast. But it won't be long before I reveal who the true sovereign is in Tiannan City." Song Ziwen flicked his hand dismissively and turned to leave. Feng Rui glanced at Qin Shiuqing, hoping she would speak on her behalf, but Qin Shiuqing appeared oblivious to her gaze, or perhaps she simply chose to disregard it altogether. "Ah, Qin Shiuqing, how disappointing. I have considered your welfare, yet you refuse to advocate for me. When the Song family turns against you and you find yourself financially destitute, When you come to me seeking assistance, I shall relish the moment you kneel before me like a dog, pleading for my forgiveness. As for Chu Pengcheng, I will ensure that you and Qin Shuiqing are divorced. All that belongs to her will rightfully be mine. Within Feng Rui's heart, a tempest of rage brewed. And she harbored resentment towards both individuals. Qin Shuiqing had previously served as her personal cash machine, always at her beck and call. But now that she had been cast aside, Feng Rui felt that her source of wealth had vanished. She blamed Chu Pengcheng for this turn of events. Had he not appeared, perhaps Qin Shuiqing would have married into the Song family, bestowing upon her a substantial fortune. After their departure, Qin Yang pretended to take a nap and ascended the stairs. In the living room, only Chu Pengcheng and Qin Shuiqing remained, enveloped in silence. Did you doubt me before? Chu Pengcheng eventually broke the stillness, posing the question. Ah? You noticed? Qin Shuiqing's cheeks flushed deeper. She quickly clarified, it's not that I truly doubted you, it's just. I lacked confidence, considering the substantial investment at stake. You don't hold that against me, do you? Her large eyes furtively glanced at Chu Pengcheng seated nearby. Her heart fluttering like a startled fawn. Chu Pengcheng gently patted her head and said, silly girl, I have owed you so much over the years. It is perfectly normal for you to harbor doubts, I could never hold that against you. I only hope that, regardless of the challenges you face, you will confide in me. I will do everything in my power to assist you. Qin Shuiqing lowered her gaze, yet was profoundly touched, whispering, but, I don't know how to express my gratitude. Chu Pengcheng leaned closer to her ear, similarly speaking in hushed tones, isn't that quite simple? The villa is spacious. The sun shines beautifully, and with no one to disturb us, why not retreat to our room? Perhaps it is time to consider having a little one. Qin Shuiqing playfully pushed him away, feigning indignation, who said anything about wanting a child with you? However, to show my appreciation, I could give you a kiss. With that, she closed her eyes and, like a dragonfly skimming the water's surface, planted a gentle kiss on Chu Pengcheng's cheek. Is that all? You think it would be so easy to dismiss me? Chu Pengcheng exclaimed, his voice laced with mischief. If I can get you out of bed today, then I am no man. Before the words fully left his mouth, he swept Qin Shuiqing into his arms and headed towards the bedroom. No. This is an act of daylight. Her sentence trailed off, replaced by soft whimpers. In the adjoining room, Qin Yang heard the muffled sounds and muttered. Is my sister crying? That shouldn't be the case, she just received 20 million. She should be overjoyed. Chu Pengcheng raised his head, a smile gracing his lips as he beamed with delight. On this occasion, he secured a sum of 20 million. Simultaneously revealing to Qin Shuiqing the true nature of Feng Rui, and preventing her from falling into the clutches of the Song family. Additionally, he procured an investment of 20 million for Qin Shuiqing, but most significantly, he earned her gratitude. Although this expression of appreciation was coerced, it nonetheless constituted a form of reward for his efforts. Thank you, were it not for you, my company might have faced collapse. Qin Shuiqing murmured as she embraced Chu Pengcheng, her breath slightly labored. Her gratitude was not merely verbal but manifested in her actions. Chu Pengcheng grinned mischievously, ready to embark on his next endeavor. However, upon returning to the Song family, Song Ziwen was filled with uncontainable rage. It was evident that securing Qin Shuiqing should have been a certainty, yet the unexpected emergence of Chu Pengcheng thwarted his plans, leaving him unable to swallow his indignation. He promptly retrieved his phone and dialed the number of the Song group. I demand that you immediately and decisively undermine all enterprises associated with Qin Shuiqing's company. Furthermore, make it known that anyone who dares to assist her will be considered an enemy of the Song family. Those who refrain from aiding her shall be regarded as allies of ours. Upon the utterance of Song Ziwen's decree, a tempest erupted in Tiannan City. Qin Shuiqing's company faced overwhelming adversity. Every partner, unwilling to breach their contracts, hastily withdrew their collaboration. Others resorted to vandalism, spray painting the office building, posting slogans, and littering the premises. In an instant, numerous employees demanded to resign, plunging the company's operations into disarray, and the freshly acquired 20 million was rapidly dissipating. As reports of chaos flooded in, a sinister smile crept across Song Ziwen's face, signifying the success of his scheming. To contend with him? To contend with the Song family? One might as well say that even with Chen Xuening, her principal family, the Chen clan, would not be worthy enough. As for Chu Pengqing, he is merely an individual who has recently emerged from the ranks. Within the Song family's enterprise, there is no shortage of retired military personnel, all of whom can only serve as gatekeepers within his company. He does not believe that Chu Pengqing is capable of stirring any significant turmoil. For many years, the Song family has executed their operations in this very manner, systematically dismantling individuals or companies. The following day, as the sun rose, Chen Xuening unlocked her phone and was met with a barrage of bankruptcy notifications and a multitude of employee resignations. She was taken aback. Chapter 14, A Series of Betrayals. The 2 million she had recently invested had evaporated due to the onslaught from the Song family. If she wished to keep the company afloat, she not only needed to stabilize her employees but also had to infuse millions more into the enterprise. Yet, at this moment, she could not muster even 100,000, let alone 1 million. Without further financial investment, the company would not only face collapse, but her 2 million would also be irretrievable. The relentless pursuit of the Song family overwhelmed her, and Chen Xuening could not suppress her tears. That 2 million had been painstakingly secured by Chu Pengqing. Losing it would leave her with a profound sense of guilt towards him. After finishing his workout, Chu Pengqing returned to his room and sensed her distress, prompting him to inquire, "You seem unwell, what troubles you?" Chen Xuening forced a smile that was more grotesque than tears, responding, "It's nothing, just a minor issue at the company that I need to attend to." With that, she donned her attire and prepared to head to the office. Chu Pengqing grasped her arm, perplexed, and inquired, "You have just invested 20 million into the company. Logically, all preliminary issues should have been resolved, how could there still be problems?" He fixed his gaze upon Chen Xuening's eyes and pressed, "Please tell me. What exactly is wrong with the company?" Chen Xuening's gaze wavered, hesitating momentarily before she finally confessed. "I have just received news that the company's interests have come under attack from the Song family. The 20 million we previously invested has vanished entirely. All our partners have terminated their contracts within a single day, and the majority of our employees are clamoring for resignation. It is fair to say that the company is now in a state of paralysis. We cannot contend with the Song family. The only way to escape their grasp is to shut down the company." As she spoke, a tear trickled down her cheek. This was a company she had built over a decade, pouring her heart and soul into it. How could she bear to see it collapse? After arduous efforts to secure the 2 million investment, she had glimpsed a flicker of hope for the company's survival. Yet barely a day had passed before despair loomed before her. However, to rid herself of the Song family's harassment, she was left with no option but to close the company. The Song family. A cold glint flashed in Chu Pengqing's eyes. At that moment, Chen Xuening's phone rang. "Chairwoman, we all demand to resign, and we will not return tomorrow. The Song family has extended an invitation to us, offering remarkably high benefits. If you have time, please come to the office and settle our salaries," a man's voice echoed through the phone. "Chung Fong, you were nurtured by me. Last year, when your father was hospitalized, I provided you with considerable financial assistance during the most challenging times for the company, and yet you still wish to leave?" Chen Xuening was taken aback, feeling a pang of disappointment. "Those events belong to a distant past. While I shall always remember your past kindness, it does not bind me to you. I have better opportunities awaiting, and I shall undoubtedly depart. Your company bears no relevance to me. If you insist on bringing up the financial aid I received during my father's hospitalization, I must say you are quite foolish. I never begged for your help. You offered it willingly, did you not?" Chung Fong's derisive laughter echoed clearly. Chu Pengqing seized the phone, declaring, "Have all employees wait at the company. Xuening and I shall be there shortly." With that, he abruptly hung up. He then took Chen Xuening's hand and hailed a taxi, heading straight for the company. As they traveled, he contemplated potential solutions. Addressing the current predicament would necessitate a significant influx of capital, which posed no dilemma for him. However, Extracting funds without a plausible justification was a challenge. Should Chen Xuanning become suspicious, she might deduce his true identity. Moreover, seeking assistance from the 4 individuals from Shuangyang City once more and procuring an additional 20 million would not suffice. Even the wealthiest cannot provide without expectation indefinitely. Chen Xuanning may be innocent, yet she is far from foolish. Once was manageable, but a second instance might arouse her suspicions. For a moment, Chu Pengqing found himself at a loss for solutions. Upon arriving at the company, a throng of employees had already gathered at the entrance, led by none other than the man named Qing Feng. Upon the arrival of Chen Xuanning, a crowd immediately surrounded her. Chairwoman, no. We now address you as Chen Xuanning. You cannot hold it against us, you must blame yourself for offending the Song family. Please sign our resignation letters promptly. So as not to impede our futures, Chen Feng stated as he presented the resignation letter. Before Chen Xuanning could respond, Chu Pengqing stepped forward, took the resignation letter, and surveyed the faces of those before him. He then proclaimed, I can offer you an opportunity. Those willing to stay should return to work immediately. Those who wish to depart shall have my consent for their resignation. However, know this, should you choose to leave, the chance of returning will be eternally lost. Abandoning ship during the company's most challenging times is an act we cannot tolerate. I shall grant you time to ponder your decision. Many among the crowd bowed their heads in shame upon hearing his words. Most were long-time employees who had followed Chen Xuanning for years, witnessing the company's gradual rise. To say they felt no attachment would be utterly implausible. They had merely been swayed by Qing Feng's persuasion to step away. There is no need for contemplation. Do not think you can delay, the financial situation of the company has already been disclosed to us by the Song family. Please settle our wages post-haste. Qing Feng interjected without hesitation. Without further ado, Chu Pengqing inscribed Chen Xuanning's name on the resignation letter and affixed the company seal. Witnessing this, several individuals stepped forward, submitting their resignation letters as well, seeking to depart alongside their peers. Zhao Cheng, Feng Ying, Zhang Hua, do you also wish to leave? Chen Xuanning questioned, her composure suddenly shaken. These individuals are the sales champions of the company, consistently achieving monthly revenues exceeding several 100,000. Should they depart, the company's operations would falter by over 70%. Consequently, she annually bestows additional bonuses upon these individuals and readily offers assistance during their times of hardship. Under the impression that she treats them fairly, she believed they would at least contemplate their departure. However, they resigned without hesitation. Indeed, Chairman Chen, people aspire to ascend, while water flows downward. The conditions offered by the Song family are far more lucrative. Naturally, we must accept, Zhao Cheng elucidated. Chu Pengqing affixed his signature and seal to the resignation letters of these individuals. He then cast a glance at the others, silently inquiring. If these individuals also chose to resign, the company would be left devoid of personnel. Yet, Chu Pengqing remained unfazed, individuals could be replaced. And should these individuals wish to leave, he would promptly sign and seal their departures. What are you still hesitating for? While Chairman Chen has yet to abscond, make sure she settles your wages, Qing Feng interjected. Chapter 15, Someone will come looking for you. The Song family had issued a directive to him to ensure that all or a substantial majority of the company's personnel were persuaded to depart. Upon fulfilling the Song family's requirements, he would receive a reward of 1 million, and those departing would be offered positions within the Song family's enterprises. After a moment of contemplation, one of them spoke up, Chairman Chen, we have discussed amongst ourselves, and we do not consider ourselves the backbone of the company. In comparison to others, we view ourselves as rather inept. This year, we have surpassed our 40s. In the beginning, we struggled to find employment as most companies rejected applicants over the age of 35. It was you who took us in and provided us with sustenance. This kindness has remained etched in our hearts, prompting us to resolve not to leave the company. Should the day of its demise arrive, only then shall we depart. The others nodded in agreement. Are you all fools? The Song family has already promised to take you in, yet you still refuse to leave? When the company collapses, I shall see where you will find work, Qing Feng retorted, exasperated. We are not ungrateful wretches, unlike some, who believe that milk is all that matters, the leader scoffed. Chung Fong's face paled as he replied, fine, fine, fine. When the company does fall, I shall relish the sight of you begging me. Chu Pengcheng surveyed the group and stated, since you have chosen to stay, return to your duties. As for the company's predicament, I shall find a way to resolve it. The group nodded and returned to their positions. Oh. You think you can find a solution? What could you possibly conceive? Are you planning to solicit investments from the four families of Xuanyang? Though they are wealthy, I doubt they are fools who will aid you every time, Feng Rui interjected. Having seemingly materialized behind them, linking her arm with Song Ziwen's, her tone laced with mockery. You all. Chen Xuening observed their intimate interaction. As if she had begun to comprehend something. Last night, we indulged in a tempestuous encounter in bed. I must admit, Chen Xuening. Your friend possesses an enticing allure and considerable experience. However, I remain curious about your own essence. Song Ziwen extended his tongue, savoring his lips. Seemingly lost in the reminiscence of our passionate night. Now, I am firmly in the grasp of Master Song, Chen Xuening. In my eyes, you have become inconsequential. Once your company collapses and your source of livelihood vanishes, what recourse will you have aside from yielding to Master Song? Feng Ruijiao chuckled softly. Outwardly, she and Chen Xuening appeared to be the best of friends, yet privately, she often compared herself to Chen, realizing that in terms of physique, beauty, and personal capability, she fell short. This realization had long fostered her jealousy. Now, with a newfound sense of superiority over Chen Xuening, she felt a sense of vindication. You are merely a woman of easy virtue, no different from a roadside trash bin, Chu Pengcheng remarked coolly. You are indeed sharp-tongued, yet I remain unfazed. Say what you will, after all, you are currently weathering the storm brought forth by the Song family. Our calculations suggest that within 2 days, your company will face bankruptcy. And then it will be you seeking my assistance. Feng Ruijiao maintained her smile. By the way, allow me to remind you that the Song family has made it clear, no one in Tiannan City will come to your aid, not even your own clan. The Qin family, which has explicitly stated it will not assist you. I truly cannot fathom what means you have left to turn the tides. Song Ziwen continued, tonight. I will be staying in room 1203 at the Shangri-La Hotel, Qin Xuening. Should you reconsider, feel free to join me this evening. Remember, I particularly enjoy seeing you in silk trousers. After tonight, opportunities shall be scarce. He winked at Qin Xuening, smiled, and gently caressed Feng Rui's small hand before departing. Young Master Song, wait for us. Chung Fong hurriedly followed. You performed admirably, and I am quite pleased. The 1 million will be transferred to your account shortly. As my subordinate, you shall receive additional rewards. Song Ziwen patted Chung Fong's shoulder, beaming with satisfaction. Thank you, young Master Song. I will comply with your every command. Should you bid me to go east, I shall not venture west, Chung Fong replied, bowing and scraping like a devoted sycophant. As he was leaving, Song Ziwen turned back to Qin Xuening, whistling, I'll be waiting for you in room 1203 tonight. Chu Pengcheng draped his arm over Qin Xuening's shoulder and addressed Song Ziwen, you may wait comfortably in your room, someone will certainly come to find you. As he watched Song Ziwen's retreating figure, the coldness in Chu Pengcheng's eyes became increasingly apparent, though his smile remained intact. It seemed that this Song Ziwen, who dared to harbor feelings for his woman, had no place in Tiannan City. Pengcheng, I find myself in an insurmountable predicament. Perhaps it would be wiser to shutter the company, allowing us to secure a sum of money. We could sell the 2 villas at home and relocate to another city. No matter how formidable the Song family may be, their influence is confined to Tiannan City. I refuse to believe that they could wield the same power elsewhere. Chen Xuening exhaled deeply, seemingly feeling a weight lift off her shoulders. After all, he is merely the second young master of the Song family. His presence does not warrant our relocation. I shall devise a solution for this matter. With my involvement, nothing is insurmountable. Chu Pengcheng offered a faint smile, providing reassurance. Ah? You have a plan? Could it be that you have secured investment? Over the past decade, who exactly have you befriended? I find myself unable to discern you fully. Qin Xuening remarked, her gaze fixed on his face as if searching for hidden truths. Chu Pengcheng remained silent, contemplating strategies in his mind. noticing his reticence. Chen Xuening continued, I understand your desire to assist me and that you are attempting to comfort me. However, I do not require such reassurances at this moment. Your return is all I need. I yearn for a stable life with you, even if it means leaving Tiannan City. Furthermore, our departure would only be temporary. One day, when we possess inexhaustible wealth or connections that rival the Song family, we could return. I shall commence the process of liquidating our assets and provide legal compensation to those loyal employees willing to stay. In consideration of their future well-being, I intend to offer them a generous sum to ensure they can transition smoothly to their next employment. Chu Pengcheng couldn't help but chuckle as he gently pinched her small nose, saying, Since I have mentioned that there is a solution, rest assured that there is indeed one. As for shutting down the company, it is unnecessary at this moment. When the time comes that there truly is no way forward, I will inform you. No sooner had he finished speaking than his phone rang, displaying the name Qin Mu. Chapter 16, The arrival of Qin Mu. Qin Mu, being one of his trusted generals, typically handled minor matters independently, only reaching out for significant issues. Xuening, please head to the office and comfort the long-standing employees. Additionally, provide them with guidance and a plan for their work while I take this call, Chu Pengcheng instructed. Understood. Chen Xuening nodded and proceeded into the company. Chu Pengcheng then pressed the answer button. Dragon God, I am on my way to meet you and should arrive in about 10 minutes. I have something intriguing to share that I believe will pique your interest, Qin Mu's voice resonated from the phone. I am at the entrance of my wife's company. Next to a Luckin coffee, I will be waiting for you inside, Chu Pengcheng replied softly. Alright, we shall discuss it when we meet, Qin Mu concluded before hanging up. 10 minutes later, a second-hand Santana pulled up in front of Luckin Coffee, and Qin Mu stepped out, making his way into the CAF. It was hard to fathom that a general under the illustrious dragon god of the Great Xia, standing just below him in authority, would choose to drive a used Santana. Dressed in a crisp white suit, with his hands in his pockets, Qin Mu took a seat opposite Chu Pengcheng. What has transpired? Chu Pengcheng inquired with curiosity. You instructed Commander Ma to execute the members of the Wang family. I heard from Commander Ma that the Wang family was aware of the circumstances surrounding your parents' demise. I attempted to intercept Commander Ma with the intention of conducting an interrogation, however, just last night, all direct descendants of the Wang family perished within the Tianji camp. Qin Mu took a sip of coffee and smiled. Chu Pengcheng's eyes flickered as he pondered for a moment before articulating. Are you suggesting that there is a traitor within the Tianji camp? Qin Mu nodded and replied, I have the distinct impression that the treachery extends beyond the Tianji camp. I suspect that other major war zones are similarly compromised. Yet, it does not seem to bear the hallmark of the Dark Paradise. Having dealt with those individuals for several years, I am quite familiar with their methods. This situation is intriguing. It appears that there exists a formidable force, one of which we are unaware, lurking in the shadows. The ability to infiltrate the Tianji camp and eliminate the Wang family without detection must be closely tied to the circumstances of your parents' deaths. I have arranged for my associates to conduct covert investigations within the Tianji camp. Should I uncover the identity of the traitor, I assure you. Qin Mu abruptly slammed his coffee cup onto the table, his voice cold as ice, let him wish for death. Despite Qin Mu's seemingly benign and affable demeanor, anyone under Chu Pengcheng's command is acutely aware of the cruelty with which he can inflict torment. In a previous confrontation with the Dark Paradise, a traitor had leaked vital information, nearly costing Qin Mu his life. It was only due to Chu Pengcheng's timely intervention that he was saved. Thus, it is the traitor that Qin Mu despises most fervently. Regarding the matter of investigating the mole, I entrust it to you. However, there is another pressing issue at hand. My wife's company has encountered some difficulties and requires financial investment. It is inconvenient for me to provide funds directly, and since you are here, as an investor, I would like you to invest in her company, instructed Chu Pengcheng. Qin Mu snapped his fingers and replied, no problem. Are there any further instructions? Chu Pengcheng continued, additionally, leverage your family's connections to seek out a group of partners to collaborate with my wife. Furthermore, employ your family's influence to suppress the Song family in Tiannan City. Lastly, I need you to dispatch a team from the Tianji camp to accompany me tonight to room 1203 at the Shangri-La Hotel to apprehend someone. Qin Mu gestured an okay sign and stood up, saying, I will arrange everything immediately. I shall appear at your villa's doorstep tonight, do not forget to treat me to dinner. Get lost. Chu Pengcheng nearly hurled the teacup he held at Qin Mu. This brat never missed an opportunity to boast. I have yet to meet my sister-in-law. It seems I must prepare a suitable gift for our first encounter. With a cheerful demeanor, Qin Mu departed. Chu Pengcheng set down his teacup and entered Chen Xuanning's company. Chen Xuanning was addressing the remaining employees, and upon noticing Chu Pengcheng's arrival, she promptly approached him. I just reviewed the financial statements, and there are only a few 100,000 left, which is insufficient to cover the salaries of Chung Fong and the others, she explained. Chung Fong called, demanding that I pay their salaries today, or else he will take legal action against me. What should we do, Pengcheng? Now it is too late to secure a loan. The Song family has already informed the bank that they will not extend us any financial assistance. This leaves us with no choice but to resort to usury. As far as I know, the usury in Tiannan City is predominantly under the control of the Song family, making this avenue unfeasible as well. The financial officer approached, articulating the dire straits the company faces. Let's not dwell on this for now. I will return home and perhaps a solution will present itself by evening. Chu Pengcheng gently caressed her cheek, offering words of comfort. Sir, the company's predicament is pressing. The only viable solution lies in appeasing the Song family rather than retreating home. Your actions will only mislead Chairman Chen. The financial officer, unfamiliar with Chu Pengcheng, did not regard him favorably. Please return home, I shall contemplate further options. There are also matters within the company demanding my attention. Once I attend to those, I will return. With a furrowed brow, Chen Xuanning replied, very well. I will prepare dinner. Come home early this evening, a guest will be visiting, and perhaps they can provide a resolution to your troubles. Chu Pengcheng chose not to elaborate further, intending to surprise Chen Xuanning later that night. To his remarks, Chen Xuanning merely smiled, dismissing them as inconsequential. A solution? How could one be found? The company's current plight seems to offer only two alternatives, submission to the Song family or departing Tiannan City altogether. Beyond that, she could conceive no other options. She perceived Chu Pengcheng's reassurances as mere self-soothing, lacking any substantial remedy. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Chen Xuanning wearily entered her home, carelessly tossing her coat and bag onto the sofa before collapsing against it, closing her eyes in exhaustion. For an entire day, she made countless phone calls, yet under the pressure exerted by the Song family, not a single person was willing to assist her. By the time she stepped outside, she had already instructed the finance department to conduct an asset liquidation, intending to announce the company's closure early the following morning. Chen Wenkong and his wife, along with Chen Yang, had already departed. Only Chu Pengcheng and Qin Shuijing remained in the villa. Sister-in-law, you've just returned. Lying on the sofa isn't beneficial for your health. I suggest you take a bath, it will greatly alleviate your fatigue. I have also brewed 15-year-old Xinhui dried tangerine peel. After your bath, enjoy a cup. It will refresh you. Qin Mu appeared behind the sofa, hands resting on it, a broad smile illuminating his face as he gazed at Qin Shuijing, who was reclining on the couch. Chu Pengcheng was preparing a meal and, upon witnessing this scene, promptly approached them. Chapter 17, Frightening encounters the notion of being scared by someone. At this moment, Qin Shuijing had lowered her guard, caught in a liminal state between wakefulness and slumber. Suddenly, a stranger's voice pierced the air, jolting her into alertness. Turning her head, she was confronted by Qin Mu's strikingly handsome face and let out a piercing scream, "Oh my!" Qin Mu, puzzled, turned to Chu Pengcheng and inquired, "Sister-in-law, are you looking for your mother-in-law?" Chu Pengcheng, slightly irritated, gave him a light tap on the back of his head, then turned to Qin Shuijing to clarify, "He is a friend of mine. I didn't have the chance to introduce you. At the company, I mentioned that a guest would be coming today, and it is indeed him." Seeing Chu Pengcheng's presence, Qin Shuijing's anxieties finally subsided. "Sister-in-law, I apologize, it was my oversight, I forgot you hadn't met me, though I have seen you before." Qin Mu rubbed the back of his head, offering an awkward smile. "Ah? You've seen me? Where?" Chen Xuanning inquired, her curiosity piqued. Qin Mu initially intended to mention having seen her in the Dragon Goddess office and the war room, but recalling the Dragon Goddess warning to maintain his anonymity, he swiftly altered his response. I've seen your photograph. Chen Xuanning nodded in understanding. Chu Pengqing let out a sigh of relief, grateful that the lad had reacted quickly and avoided revealing anything. As a gesture of goodwill and an apology, I present you with a gift. With that, Qin Mu retrieved a jewelry box from his pocket and placed it on the coffee table, opening it to reveal a pendant before their eyes. The necklace, delicately strung with red thread, cradled a serene figure of a laughing Buddha within the box. Though Chen Xuanning was unfamiliar with its specific type, the richness of its hue indicated its considerable value. This is merely a trinket I picked up along the way, nothing more than a street vendor's item. If you don't mind, allow my brother to place it around your neck. If it doesn't suit your taste, feel free to discard it. I can procure another later. Qin Mu rubbed his hands together, appearing somewhat anxious. Chen Xuanning glanced at Chu Pengqing, unsure whether to accept. You needn't feel obliged to be courteous to this fellow, his family is quite affluent. If I'm not mistaken, this is a top-quality glass Maitreya Buddha. It's customary for men to wear guanyin and women to wear Buddha, making it perfectly fitting for you. Chu Pengqing took the pendant and draped it around Chen Xuanning's neck. Upon hearing it was a top-quality piece, her mouth fell slightly agape, leaving her momentarily speechless. Apart from cosmetics and handbags, women are also fond of various pieces of jewelry. In luxury boutiques, he had encountered jadeite on multiple occasions, each piece priced at over 10 million. Chu Pengqing took a couple of steps back to assess the effect of the pendant on Chen Xueqing, nodding in approval as he noted the added aura of elegance she exuded. Qin Mu then pulled a check from his pocket and said, Sister-in-law, here is 50 million for your company's investment. Ah? Chen Xueqing gazed at the check on the coffee table, her mind momentarily blank. The total value of her company did not even amount to 50 million. What do you want? Shares in my company? She inquired, regaining her composure. I desire nothing in return. This 50 million is a gift to you, sister-in-law. Assess if it suffices, and if not, feel free to write a different amount. Qin Mu replied, casually tossing his checkbook onto the table. Chen Xueqing's mind short-circuited again. Not only was 50 million being handed out so nonchalantly, but it was also being given away for free? And if it wasn't enough, she could fill in any amount she wished? Who was this friend of Chu Pengqing's? Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, Pengqing, what is his relation to you? Chu Pengqing explained. I once saved his life during my time in the force, so he regards me as an elder brother. This fellow may lack in many respects, but he possesses an abundance of wealth. He happened to come to me today for a matter and, upon hearing about your company's struggles, insisted on offering assistance. And I couldn't dissuade him. Qin Mu nodded in agreement, adding, indeed, I can't be dissuaded, I have a propensity for being generous. With a swift kick, Chu Pengqing sent him stumbling. Chen Xuanning couldn't help but chuckle. That is excessive, I cannot accept such a sum. Instead, I propose to grant you 80% of the shares, while I retain a modest 10% to manage the company. Of course, you may appoint someone to oversee the operations as well. Chen Xuanning pondered for a moment before articulating her thoughts. No, dear sister-in-law, you are far too gracious. Qin Mu quickly declined. He had no desire to oversee the Qin family business, let alone any other enterprises. His initial enlistment in the military was precisely to escape the burdens of managing the Qin affairs, which ultimately led him to become subordinate to Chu Pengqing. This is non-negotiable. If you refuse, I shall be uneasy holding on to this money, Chen Xuanning asserted with unusual firmness. Qin Mu was about to protest again when Chu Pengqing interjected. Since Xuanning has spoken, you should accept. As a shareholder, you must lend your support in the future. Chu Pengqing's words carried a weighty implication, leaving Qin Mu with no choice but to acquiesce with a resigned expression. He then retrieved his phone and dialed a number, stating, you may enter now. Outside, a cacophony of footsteps heralded the arrival of a throng. Good day, Miss Chen. I trust you remember me? I am the head of the Zhao family from Shuangyang. I am the patriarch of the Qian family. I represent the Sun family. I lead the Li family. I am the head of the Zhang family from Jinling. I am the patriarch of the Xiong family from Tianma. A dozen individuals clamored to introduce themselves. Among them, a few were familiar to Chen Xuanning. They were all titans of wealth in their respective cities, holding a status that rivaled that of the Song family. However, today, why does it seem as though one is resembling a subordinate? Qin Mu remarked from the side, since I am now a shareholder in the company. It is only natural that I contribute my efforts. These individuals were recruited by me to collaborate with the company. What projects does the company currently have? They can all engage in partnership. Chen Xueqing furrowed her brow, contemplating for a moment before responding, but the company is essentially paralyzed at present. All operations must be restarted. And there are no active businesses. Zhu Pengcheng chuckled, lacking existing business does not preclude the potential for development. They are all talented individuals from various fields. Perhaps some of the endeavors they possess could be pursued by your company as well? The 10 or so individuals nodded eagerly, casting furtive glances at Qin Mu. They were unfamiliar with Zhu Pengcheng but recognized Qin Mu, and even more so, the Qin family. Thus, they were curious about the nature of their relationship. Wondering what connection could prompt Qin Mu to personally intervene. Could it be that he is a relative of the Qin family? Upon this thought, the smiles on several faces broadened. If they could establish a favorable rapport with the Qin family, they would undoubtedly reap benefits in the future. Indeed, today is too late. Let us defer to tomorrow. You should personally visit the company and discuss with my sister-in-law any profitable projects from your family or business. Remember, it is imperative to ensure her satisfaction. If she is dissatisfied, then I too shall be displeased, Qin Mu affirmed from the side. Chapter 18, Directly Taking Away. What? Sister-in-law? The sister-in-law of the eldest son of the Qin family? Upon hearing this, the 10 or so individuals hastily nodded in agreement. Not only were they willing to present their most lucrative projects for collaboration, but they would also gladly accept any financial contributions, even if offered without expectation. Throughout the vast expanse of the Great Xia, countless individuals and families yearn to forge connections with the Qin family, yet their wealth remains unspent. As a dozen or so guests departed, a serene silence enveloped the living room. Chen Xuening exhaled in relief. The issues plaguing the company had been entirely resolved. And a substantial sum of funding had been secured, potentially allowing the company to flourish further on its existing foundation. Once the meal concluded, Zhu Pengcheng wiped his hands and stood up from the table, declaring, I have finished eating, I'll accompany Qin Mu for a stroll. Chen Xuening nodded in acknowledgement, opting for silence. In contrast, Qin Mu continued to devour his food, bowl in hand. With a playful slap to the back of his head, Zhu Pengcheng remarked, Are you possessed by the spirit of a starving ghost? Have you never eaten before? Hurry up. Qin Mu rolled his eyes, reluctantly placing down his bowl and chopsticks, muttering, Did you truly prepare this dish? It tastes just like something from a restaurant. I distinctly remember the meals you cooked on the battlefield, and they were utterly dreadful. Zhu Pengcheng shot him a fierce glare, prompting Qin Mu to immediately silence himself, fearful of further reprimand. Indeed, this sumptuous meal had been ordered from a restaurant, merely heated in the kitchen to feign his culinary prowess. The two then stepped outside, boarding Qin Mu's second-hand Santana, and made their way to the Shangri-La Hotel. Outside, 5 military trucks were already occupied by dozens of personnel from the Tianji camp. Following Qin Mu's orders, they swiftly infiltrated the Shangri-La Hotel, seizing control of the entire first floor. Zhu Pengcheng approached the front desk directly and inquired, Please check if room 1203 is occupied. The front desk attendant, trembling, navigated the computer and responded, Yes, there is a guest, Master Song. From this moment forth, no one is permitted to enter or exit. No one is allowed to notify room 1203. Qin Mu, accompany me upstairs. With Zhu Pengcheng's command, the personnel of the Tianji camp sealed off all exits and restricted movement. They ascended to the 12th floor, standing at the threshold of room 1203, and knocked on the door. Inside, Song Ziwen was alone in the room, watching television and enjoying some fruit. The sudden sound of knocking prompted a knowing smile to emerge at the corners of his lips. His phone was switched off. And he had informed everyone not to disturb him this evening. Feng Rui and Chung Feng were arranged in the adjacent room, currently engaged in an intense battle, making it impossible for anyone to seek him out. Therefore, the visitor was undoubtedly Chen Shuiqing, which indicated that the girl had capitulated. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in his eyes. Initially, he had contemplated marrying Chen Shuiqing, but now his intentions had shifted. He no longer desired her to divorce, but rather wished for her to become his mistress. Having recently immersed himself in the tales of the Three Kingdoms, he found himself envious of Cao Cao's spirit. The young girl was merely a diversion, the true love lay with a married woman. Regardless of life's bitter trials, he remained joyful, drifting through the throngs of people, humming a little love song. With a tune on his lips, Song Ziwen briskly approached the door and opened it. At first glance, he was met by Chu Pengcheng. Then, a member of the Tianji camp stepped forward, their firearm pressed against Song Ziwen's head, accompanied by a dozen red lasers aimed at his brow. Song Ziwen was taken aback. What was happening? Shouldn't Chen Shuiqing be standing before him in her silk pants? Why had a fully armed group arrived instead? Before he could react, Qin Mu delivered a swift kick to his abdomen. You wish to lay a hand on my sister-in-law? With someone of your caliber? How absurd. Spitting disdainfully, Qin Mu let a glob of saliva land on his face. Ladies and gentlemen, surely, there must be some misunderstanding here. Do not allow Chu Pengcheng to deceive you, this is nothing more than a personal vendetta. I am a member of the Song family. I am unaware of what benefits he has promised you, but whatever it may be, the Song family can offer you double. Song Ziwen, lying on the ground, waved his hand in urgency. Qin Mu fetched a chair, allowing Chu Pengcheng to sit before he spoke slowly. Benefits? They are all my subordinates. What favors do I need to bestow upon them? Do you recall what I told you about the demise of Wang Yangzi? About the annihilation of the Wang family? Song Ziwen's lips trembled, but he could not utter a word. My elder brother is inquiring, Qin Mu pressed, delivering another kick. Remember, it's the dragon god. Even Song Ziwen, in his ignorance, grasped the implication. He may not have known the dragon god's name, but he was aware that Wang Yangzi had been slain by the dragon god, a fact gathered by the Song family's intelligence, undoubtedly accurate. Now, with Chu Pengcheng's inquiry, there was but one answer. Wang Yangzi was killed by Chu Pengcheng, and the Wang family was extinguished by him as well. Thus, Chu Pengcheng must indeed be the dragon god of the Great Xia. I was wrong. I was wrong. I did not know you were the dragon god of the Great Xia. Had I known, I would never have dared. From this moment forth, I will inform the Song family not only to cease the oppression of Chen Xuaning's company but also to seek collaboration to rectify this loss. I am even willing to provide compensation, whatever the sum may be. Song Ziwen immediately knelt down, articulating a solution. If I were not the dragon god of the Great Xia, merely an ordinary individual, would you still act in this manner? Chu Pengcheng inquired coldly. Song Ziwen opened his mouth, yet no words emerged. As an ordinary person, he would undoubtedly be unable to escape the oppression of the Song family. He had witnessed countless companies succumb to bankruptcy under such pressure. Chu Pengcheng continued, your regret does not stem from the downfall of a company, but rather from offending the dragon god of the Great Xia. Therefore, it is not regret you feel, but fear. He turned to Qin Mu and commanded, first, apprehend him and confine him within the Tianji camp. It seems your methods of tormenting others have been in use for quite some time, he shall serve as a fitting trial. With that, he rose and strode towards the door. The guards of the Tianji camp immediately parted, standing at attention, solemn and imposing. Chu Pengcheng, I have acknowledged my wrongdoing. What more do you wish? I merely harbored feelings for Chen Xuaning, yet it ultimately bore no fruit. Is your response not somewhat excessive? You are the dragon god of the Great Xia, the protector of our realm, should your duty not be to safeguard us? My Song family pays taxes annually. Is this how you choose to treat us? Song Ziwen was on the verge of collapse. Chu Pengcheng halted, not turning back as he replied. How much of your family's wealth is legitimate, and how much is tainted? Should an investigation ensue, it is likely that your family would meet a similar fate. I have not spoken of your demise, that is the height of mercy. However, This is contingent upon your ability to endure the torment inflicted by that individual without resorting to suicide. With those words, he exited the room. Take him away. With a wave of his hand, Qin Mu summoned 2 members of the Tianji camp to restrain Song Ziwen and escort him out of the room. Chapter 19, Have the oaths been fulfilled? In the adjacent room 1202, Chu Pengcheng was engulfed by the sounds of a fierce battle, accompanied by Feng Rui's stirring cries. It was evident that more than 2 individuals were present within the confines of that room. By the time Chu Pengcheng returned home, the clock had struck 10 in the evening. Chen Xueqing, clad in a pink nightgown, was absorbed in a book in the study. Upon noticing Chu Pengcheng's arrival, she promptly set her book aside and approached him, inquiring, "Where is your friend?" With a smile, Chu Pengcheng replied, "He has already left." "Oh dear. He hasn't signed the share transfer agreement yet." Chen Xueqing bit her lip, feeling a touch of embarrassment. "Pengcheng, you've assisted me once again, resolving a significant problem. I am at a loss as to how to express my gratitude." Chu Pengcheng chuckled softly, drawing her closer by the shoulders. "Oh, that's quite simple. Allow me to experience the thrill of dual extremes once more. The last time was simply exhilarating." "You are incorrigible. I refuse to entertain that notion." Chen Xueqing turned her face away, her cheeks flushed like ripe apples, ripe for the picking. Without hesitation, Chu Pengcheng swept her off her feet, and amid her startled exclamations, he carried her back to the room. As the skirmish unfolded, we shall not dwell on it further. Meanwhile, the Song family was ablaze with light. Their direct descendants gathered in unison. The eldest son, Song Xiaojia, sat in a chair, his expression dark and foreboding, while the family head, Song Qingshu, was incessantly making phone calls. "Xiaojia, you must find out who has offended the Qin family. This group of incompetent fools is leading our Song family into an abyss from which we may never return." Song Qingshu seized a teacup and shattered it upon the floor with great force. Throughout the course of this day, the entirety of the Song family's enterprises had been shaken, with conservative estimates indicating losses of no less than 1 billion. "An investigation has already been initiated, yet no information has emerged thus far," replied Song Xiaojia. "Where is your brother?" "Where is he?" "At the Shangri-La Hotel. I have heard from my subordinates that he is not to be disturbed today. And his phone is turned off. This reckless fool. With such a significant upheaval in the family, he still has the audacity to indulge in frivolities outside?" Song Qingshu commanded. "Immediately arrange for someone to bring him back." No sooner had Song Qingshu's words fallen than Song Xiaojia's phone rang. As he listened to the news on the line, his countenance grew increasingly grim. The latest news is that, just moments ago, Shaowen was taken from the hotel by members of the Tianji camp. And there appears to be a certain connection with Chu Pengcheng, the son-in-law of the Chen family. A cold glint flickered in Song Xiaojia's eyes. "What do you mean? Is this Chu Pengcheng affiliated with the Tianji camp? Perhaps even a leader among them?" Song Qingshu inquired. "It is difficult to say. I have heard that he served a decade in the military but was wronged by the Wang family. By all accounts, he should not be with the Tianji camp. I speculate that he may have sought refuge there, knowing that our family has connections within the government of Tianan City. After all, those who have returned from the battlefield possess a strong sense of justice." Song Xiaojia articulated his thoughts. "For the time being, we need not concern ourselves with Shaowen's matters. This evening, we must stabilize the situation within the Song family. Subsequently, arrange for someone to locate Chu Pengcheng. Although Shaowen has been apprehended, he must still pay the price for his actions." Song Qingshu closed his eyes, pinching the area between his brows. The Song family's troubles seemed to be relentless, leaving even him, the head of the family, feeling somewhat weary. "I have heard that his wife, Chen Xueqing, owns a company, thus, I shall ensure that her business falters. The Song family has refrained from taking action for over a decade, and it appears some have forgotten the foundation upon which we built our legacy." Song Xiaojia let out a cold snort. The Song family, 3 generations ago, were mere farmers, yet under Song Qingshu's leadership, they transformed into a formidable family within a few short years. Initially, Song Qingshu amassed wealth through usury and debt collection, and now, most of the loan sharks in Tianan City are connected to the Song family. The Song family commands respect in the underworld of Tiannan City, often referred to in hushed tones as the underground emperors. Even the prestigious Qin family, another leading clan in Tiannan City, must consider the Song family's influence. As dawn broke the following day, Zhu Pengcheng stretched wearily and glanced back at the peacefully slumbering Qin Shiuqing. With the issues surrounding her company resolved and an influx of 50 million in funding along with new partners, they had also managed to capture Song Ziwen. He was certain that under Qin Mu's watch, Song Ziwen would face a fate worse than death. Additionally, the Song family was feeling the repercussions of the Qin family's aggression. While dismantling the Song family would not be a simple task, inflicting damage upon them remained entirely feasible. Primarily, he had received a reward from Chen Xuanning. And if this continued, having children would pose no issue, perhaps he would soon find himself unexpectedly embracing fatherhood. Next, he intended to investigate the cause of his parents' demise and subsequently empower Chen Xuanning's company to flourish, thereby allowing him to return to the border and address the complications of the underworld. Moreover, Feng Rue, that wretched individual, remained a ticking time bomb in Chen Xuanning's vicinity. In his absence, Feng Rue might very well instigate some calamity. Chen Xuanning was still too naive. As he pondered, Chen Xuanning's phone rang. He lazily opened his eyes, groping around the bed for a moment before hazily grasping his phone and answering the call. Upon hearing the news on the other end, his eyes flew open in disbelief. What? Are you telling me the truth? Even after hanging up, Chen Xuanning remained in a daze. What happened? Zhu Pengcheng inquired with a furrowed brow. Feng Rue is in trouble, this morning. She was killed at the Shangri-La Hotel, brutally murdered by Qing Feng and others. Chen Xuanning lamented. After all, she had been his close friend since childhood. Although he felt some aversion towards Feng Rue's recent actions, a bond had formed over the years. Zhu Pengcheng was even more astonished. Just last time, Feng Rue had remarked that if he were the dragon god of Great Xia, then she would meet her end at the hands of others. At that time, her words were taken as mere banter. Now, it seemed as though her vow had come to fruition. Thus, it is wise to refrain from making hasty oaths, for they may indeed manifest. Perhaps Feng Rue's numerous misdeeds had finally drawn the ire of the heavens. Simultaneously, Zhu Pengcheng also received news from Qin Mu. This time, the Qin family's suppression of the Song family resulted in a loss of at least 3 billion yuan for the latter. Zhu Pengcheng was exceedingly pleased with this outcome. The 50 million yuan invested by Qin Mu had also been transferred to the company account by Chen Xuanning the night before. Early in the morning, several family heads called Chen Xuanning to discuss collaborative ventures. Perhaps aware of the Song family's predicament and the recovery of Chen Xuanning's company, former partners and resigned employees returned, gathering at the company entrance demanding to see Chen Xuanning. Chapter 20, No exceptions upon arriving at the company entrance. They found it already crowded with people. The remaining employees and security worked together to keep this group at bay. Upon spotting Chen Xuanning and Zhu Pengcheng, the crowd instantly surrounded them, each voice vying for attention. Mr. Chen, we were previously blinded by ignorance, swayed by that scoundrel Qing Feng, in truth. None of us wanted to leave. Now that Qing Feng has been captured and Song Ziwen has vanished, the Song family refuses to acknowledge the commitments made earlier by Song Ziwen. Indeed, the current climate is unfavorable, and finding work is arduous. I have an elderly mother to care for and a child, with my wife bedridden. If I cannot secure a job soon, our family will face dire straits. In light of our past relations, please allow us to return to work. Mr. Chen, we have collaborated before, maintaining a good rapport. We were also coerced by the Song family, and I hope that our partnership can continue. We assure you that this collaboration will not be interrupted again. If you harbor doubts, we can draft a new contract, stipulating that in the event of a breach, we shall compensate with a substantial penalty. At that moment, Chen Shiuqing gazed at the individuals before her, her heart wavering. She felt a sense of attachment to these long-serving employees, as they were well-versed in the company's operations, and could readily contribute upon joining. Furthermore, the partnership with these collaborators had spanned several years, fostering a certain familiarity. Continuing this collaboration would undoubtedly yield profits, stirring Chen Shiuqing's interest. Suddenly, Zhu Pengcheng stepped forward and declared with conviction, I have previously stated that any employee who resigns shall not be re-employed by the company. As for you, our partners, we shall not pursue further collaboration. To those who had betrayed, there might be personal reasons. Yet the fact remains that if one can betray once, they can do so again. He believed firmly in the principle that once disloyal, forever unworthy. What are you? We are conversing with Director Chen, and you presume to interject? Do you comprehend the financial gains our collaboration has brought? Without us, who in Tiannan City would choose to partner with you? I am aware that you have invested 50 million, but without our alliance, that sum will not sustain you for long. The former partner's expression shifted dramatically at these words. Meanwhile, the resigned employees remarked, if you refuse to rehire us and choose to recruit new staff, how can they compare to the seasoned experience we bring? Mr. Chen, we are aware that this young man is your husband, however, from my perspective, he appears to lack understanding in many areas. Do not allow yourself to be deceived by him. Should we be granted employment, we assure you that we can expedite the company's operations. The surrounding employees, who had remained silent, all nodded in agreement. I, Feng Ying, and Zhang Hua were previously the top sales champions of the company. If you refuse to reinstate them, you should at least allow us to return, right? Zhao Cheng confidently stepped forward and declared. As champions, they are the backbone of the company. And he is utterly convinced that Chen Xuanning will consent to the return of the three of them. Naturally, they could seek opportunities elsewhere. Yet they still prefer the sweet-natured Chen Xuanning. Are you suffering from a hearing impairment or a lack of understanding? I suggest you visit a hospital. I have already stated that anyone who has resigned is not permitted to return. Do you not comprehend? Zhu Pengcheng regarded them with an expression akin to that of observing fools. You are not part of this company, your words hold no weight. We shall heed Mr. Chen's instructions. Zhao Cheng lifted his chin, remaining proud. He is my husband, without him, my company would not have weathered the storm. Therefore, his words are as good as mine. You may leave, from this moment forth, my company does not welcome you. Chen Xuanning gritted her teeth, resolutely deciding to sever ties with these individuals. Not to mention them, even the company itself pales in comparison to Zhu Pengcheng in her heart. These individuals do not deserve to be compared to her husband. You all heard that, you may take your leave. Zhu Pengcheng's voice rose in intensity once more. Very well. Without us, I wonder how your business will continue to thrive, someone scoffed. You needn't concern yourselves with that. Even if our company were to collapse, we would never collaborate with you, especially since we have already secured a partner. Zhu Pengcheng remarked with a faint smile, his demeanor unperturbed. Secured a partner? That is impossible. In Tiannan City, those in our line of work are all acquainted, how could there be no whispers of such news? The incredulous individual persisted. What he says is true, you have not heard the news because we are not from Tiannan City. A resonant voice emerged from the outskirts of the crowd. All heads turned, parting to make way for a group of over 10 individuals. At the forefront stood the head of the Zhao family from Shuangyang City. Mr. Chen. My apologies for our tardiness. Here is our contract, please review it for any discrepancies. If you find the profit distribution unsatisfactory, we can certainly amend it. Should you find no issues, we can proceed to sign, the Zhao family head stated as he extended the contract forward. Chen Xuanning glanced at the document. It detailed a profit-sharing arrangement of 20 to 80, with Zhao receiving 20 and she, 80. Moreover, all financial investments were to be made by the Zhao family, leaving her with the responsibility of merely overseeing a few individuals. Effectively, the Zhao family was merely receiving principal, akin to a direct monetary transaction. The contract's contents were visible to others present, prompting one to inquire, are you certain this is the contract's content? Do you not feel at a disadvantage? The Zhao family had retorted, whether it is a disadvantage or not is for me to discern. How we proceed is solely the Zhao family's affair. There is no need for your unsolicited advice. Had it not been for Qin Mu's intervention, the contract would have remained a mere formality. And he would have preferred to bestow the entire profit directly upon Chen Xuanning. This is our contract. And mine as well. Do take a look at the profit distribution above. If it does not meet your satisfaction, we can certainly make amendments. A dozen or so family heads appeared rather subservient. All in agreement, exclaiming, "I concur. I shall sign and seal it immediately, though there are certain projects I am quite knowledgeable about. And I will require your assistance in the future." Chen Xuaning's face flushed with excitement as she clutched the numerous contracts tightly in her hands. With these contracts in place, not only were all the company's issues resolved, but it also breathed new life into the enterprise. Within 2 years, there would be no operational problems, and the technical staff were arranged by these families, requiring nothing further from her than to collect the payments as stipulated in the contracts. As you can see, even without your collaboration, there are others willing to engage. Now, may I suggest you take your leave? Chu Pengqing remarked coldly to his former partners, who departed in disarray. The remaining veteran employees raised their thumbs in approval, expressing to Chu Pengqing, "You truly are formidable. We spent the whole morning trying to persuade them to leave, but they refused until you arrived, and now the issue is resolved." The resigned employees shot a venomous glare at those who remained, their expressions toward Chu Pengqing filled with resentment. They had realized that Chen Xuaning was wavering in her decision to return, and had it not been for Chu Pengqing, they might have succeeded in their endeavor. In this moment, they have developed a deep-seated hatred for Chu Pengqing. Just as they were about to depart, a convoy led by a Bentley halted at the entrance, followed by several autos. A bespectacled man, possessing an air of refinement, emerged from the vehicle. Those who were about to leave immediately froze in their tracks. It was Song Xiaojia, the eldest son of the Song family. What was he doing here? Need it be said? Last night, the second son, Song Shaoan, went missing from the hotel, and I've heard whispers that he was captured. Perhaps this is linked to the esteemed son-in-law of Chairman Chen. It seems the Song family is not here with good intentions. Huh. I consider myself fortunate. Had Qin Shiuqing offered me a position earlier, perhaps the Song family would not have sent anyone. I believe this is all a form of retribution from Qin Shiuqing for insisting on heeding her husband's counsel. Chu Pengqing, of course, overheard their words but remained unfazed. The Song family? If they could capture Song Shaoan, they could seize many more. Song Xiaojia approached him and scrutinized him from head to toe before speaking. Chu Pengqing? Was it you who sought out my brother last night? Chu Pengqing nodded, acknowledging, indeed. It was I. Song Xiaojia nodded in response, saying, you possess some skill to have located the Tianji camp. But I surmise that you merely sought their aid and do not have any actual ties with them, correct? Chu Pengqing neither confirmed nor denied this. Instead posing a question, what does my connection to the Tianji camp have to do with you? Song Xiaojia clapped his hands and smirked. In all of Tiannan City, among all the youth, no one has dared to speak to me in such a manner until now. I must say, you are the first. I have just received news that you have found a partner, and the issues concerning Chen Xuaning's company have been entirely resolved. He gestured towards the dozen or so investors, continuing, I care not for their identities or backgrounds. Having offended the Song family, you shall undoubtedly pay the price. I do not know if you are acquainted with the Song family, but if not, I suggest you inquire how we came to prominence. I assure you that within 3 days, Chen Xuaning's company will cease operations, and within a month, you shall depart from Tiannan City. Of course, you may choose to remain, but the only fate that awaits you is death. He then pointed to the group led by the Zhao family and said, upon your arrival in Tiannan City, you must have heard of the Song family. Should you continue your collaboration with her, you will be declaring enmity against us. I advise you to think carefully, do not embark on a futile endeavor. The head of the Zhao family chuckled in response. Let me offer you a word of advice. Before undertaking any venture, ensure you are well informed about your opponent. Some individuals are not to be trifled with, even by the likes of the Song family. He then addressed Chu Pengqing and Chen Xuaning. There are matters within our family that require our attention. We shall take our leave for now, and once the contract is finalized, we will arrange for someone to collect it. Chu Pengqing nodded in acknowledgement. As the Zhao family head and his companions departed, they wore knowing smirks. Surely, those under Qin Mu's protection could not be ordinary individuals. And it would be foolish to assume they would come willingly to part with their wealth. What they truly coveted was nothing less than Qin Mu's status and the formidable influence of the Qin family behind him. In comparison to the Song family, the Qin family is akin to the disparity between an ant and an adult. To extinguish the Song family would require little effort from the Qin family. Perhaps a mere utterance would suffice. This young master of the Song family is likely oblivious to the existence of Qin Mu. You Song family are going too far. Do you believe I will report you to the authorities? Chen Xuanning exclaimed indignantly. Report us? Song Xiaojie chuckled, responding. The officials of Tiannan City are intertwined with my Song family. If you doubt this, feel free to test it. You. Chen Xuanning found herself at a loss for words. At that moment, Chu Pengqing interjected, we live in a society governed by law. I do not care what connections your Song family possesses, but I advise you to refrain from provoking me. Otherwise, let us see whether the authorities of Tiannan City heed your command or mine. Song Xiaojie nodded, remarking, your confidence is merely derived from the Tianji camp. However, I do not believe they will come to your aid a second time. I genuinely wish to test this, we shall see. With that, Song Xiaojie waved his hand and departed with his entourage. Yet, 2 Audi vehicles remained at the entrance, refusing to leave. Chairman Chen. Even if you were to invite us back now, we would not dare to return. Our recent investment of 50 million cannot go to waste. The company may have had potential buyers after its collapse, but now, even if you offered it for free, I fear no one would be interested. Zhao Chong mocked. Truly unaware of the gravity of the situation, daring to oppose the Song family, how amusing. Zhang Hua added with a laugh. Let us depart. We shall return home. This place does not hold me, there are other places that will. I shall first rest at home and then awaken to the news of Chairman Chen's company going bankrupt. Feng Ying waved her hand, signaling everyone to leave. The faces of the departing employees were marked by a sense of schadenfreude, while those who remained wore expressions of distress. Song Shaowen and Song Xiaojie are not alike. Song Shaowen is merely the young master of the Song family, while Song Xiaojie is the designated heir, managing the majority of the family's enterprises and wielding significant influence. Pengcheng, last night, you and Qin Mu contacted the personnel from the Tianji camp and captured Song Shaowen? Why did you not inform me? Chen Xueqing inquired, tilting her head. It is of no great consequence. As you know, I have served in the military for 11 years and have made some acquaintances. Fortunately, I had a friend in the Tianji camp who offered a small assist. He is indifferent to the identity of the Song family. Chu Pengcheng offered a casual excuse. Chen Xueqing nodded, though she did not press further, the weight of her thoughts evident on her face. Let us sign the contract and then return home to rest. When adversities arise, I shall be here to confront them. Chu Pengcheng reassured her. Chen Xueqing nodded, took the contract, and together with Chu Pengcheng, they boarded a taxi to depart. That very evening, Chen Xueqing's company was vandalized, resembling little more than a shell of its former self. The walls were defaced with red paint, serving as a menacing threat. All product samples and a small amount of cash were looted completely. Chapter 22, A Deadlock with No Solutions. Meanwhile, in the dead of night, all employees were threatened by strangers who warned them that they were not permitted to come to work the following day, otherwise, their families would be in jeopardy. The next morning, upon turning on her phone, Chen Xuanning was inundated with calls from her employees. Chairman Chen, I must request a leave of absence. My son has just entered the 2nd grade, and I am bewildered as to how they discovered this, even knowing which class he is in. For the sake of my son's safety, I cannot go to work. Another voice chimed in, my mother-in-law is pregnant, and I must care for her. I cannot attend work for the time being. It depends on whether she gives birth to a 3rd child. A third added, my wife is unwell. And I need to take her to the hospital today, I cannot come in for a while. Whether it's a sick leave or personal leave, Chairman Chen. You can decide, I am even willing to pay if necessary. The company faced vandalism, and all employees requested leave, plunging the business into paralysis. Observing Chu Pengcheng exercising in the courtyard, she contemplated reaching out but quickly reconsidered, she could not burden him with every issue. As the chairperson of the company, she must rely on her own abilities to address certain matters. Fortunately, only a small portion of cash was lost, which was not significant, the account still held several million. Ample for renovations and business operations. This time, she resolved to humble herself before the Song family, intending to refurbish the company and swallow her pride. She also decided to withhold this information from Chu Pengcheng for the moment, planning to share it only once the company had regained stability. After making her decision, she promptly contacted the renovation company to proceed with the original layout for the renovations. As Chu Pengcheng ascended the stairs, he noticed her pallid complexion and inquired, "What troubles you? Has something occurred at the company? Could it be that the Song family has taken action?" Chen Xiuqing forced a smile, shaking her head as she replied, "You are overthinking it. The company's operations have finally stabilized, and all issues have been resolved. I believe the Song family was merely trying to intimidate us. I must attend to company matters shortly. We have just finalized a contract and I will be quite busy." Chu Pengcheng nodded, signaling his understanding. Upon arriving at the office, Chen Xiuqing was nearly brought to tears by the sight of the destruction. Various documents lay charred, and chairs and tables were haphazardly strewn about the office. Additionally, several unsightly messes marred the floor, emitting a noxious odor. In her private office, a torn black stocking lay discarded upon her desk. Just as she prepared to tidy up, her phone rang. "Miss Chen, how do you find your company's masterpiece? I am aware that you have summoned a construction crew to renovate the premises. But for every renovation you undertake, I shall cause destruction, until your company is no more," came the voice of Song Xiaojia from the other end of the line. "Surely, there is no deep-seated enmity between our families, is there? Moreover, I have the Chen family standing behind me. Although the Chen family may not match the Song family in strength, I trust you would prefer to avoid any conflict between our two clans." Taking a deep breath, Chen Xiuqing continued, "I, too, wish to resolve this matter. My husband has sought to capture Song Ziwen, that was our misstep. You may stipulate your conditions. And I am willing to offer compensation." She understood that she was no match for the Song family, and the 50 million she possessed might not even suffice to satisfy their demands. She was acutely aware that should a confrontation arise, the Chen family would not come to her aid. After all, she was merely a distant branch of the clan. Beyond the prospect of compensation, she held no leverage in negotiations with the Song family. It was evident that Miss Chen was earnest in her intentions. "My terms are quite straightforward," articulated Song Xiaojia. "First, release my brother. Second, compel Chu Pengcheng to kneel at the entrance of my Song family residence for a day and a night. Third, I am aware of my brother's affections for you, so upon his release, you shall accompany him for as long as he desires. Fourth, you are to compensate my family with the entirety of your company's funds. Fifth, you must divorce Chu Pengcheng. If you can acquiesce to all these demands, I assure you that I shall no longer impose difficulties upon you." Song Xiaojia enumerated his conditions in one breath. The first demand seemed feasible. The second could be substituted with my own kneeling, and compensation was acceptable. However, the request for a divorce was utterly out of the question. Chen Xuening furrowed her brow, gripping her phone tightly. "Then we have nothing further to discuss. Whenever you are prepared to accept all my terms, feel free to call me," she concluded before hanging up the phone. As the busy tone echoed in her ears, Chen Xuening sank helplessly to the ground, tears streaming down her face. She found herself ensnared in an impasse, one devoid of any viable resolution. Time and again, the thought of seeking out Chu Pengcheng crossed her mind. Yet she could not fathom how he might remedy the situation. Perhaps the only glimmer of hope lay with the Chen family, if they could agree to mediate. The Song family might relent. Resolute, she dialed Chen He's number without hesitation. "Xuening, I am aware of the reason behind your call. Young Master Song is right beside me. The family will not extend any assistance to you, and I advise you to acquiesce to all his demands. For the sake of both yourself and the Chen family." Before Chen Xuening could utter a word, Chen He extinguished all her hopes. "Cousin, I am also a member of the Chen family. My grandfather and your grandfather were blood brothers. Can you truly bear to witness my mistreatment at the hands of the Song family?" Chen Xuening, undeterred, made one last attempt. "When you offended the Wang family, I declared that you were no longer one of us, and all matters henceforth were for you to resolve on your own, unrelated to me. As for the two esteemed elders you mentioned, they have long since passed, that bond of kinship has naturally faded. After Chen He spoke, he hung up the phone. Holding her mobile device, Chen Xuanning scrolled through her contacts, realizing her options had dwindled. At 6 o'clock in the evening, as Chen Xuanning returned home, she appeared even more haggard than she had in the morning. Peering through the window, she observed Xu Pengcheng bustling in the living room. Rubbing her face, she forced a smile before stepping inside. "You're back? Wash your face, I prepared dinner. Come and taste it. Today, we have your favorites. Sweet and sour pork and braised lioness head." Xu Pengcheng merely glanced at her, offering little attention. Chen Xuanning felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, prompting her to hasten to the restroom to splash some water on her face, striving to regain clarity. Yet, upon reaching the dining table and seeing the spread of sweet and sour pork, braised lioness head, 3 shredded salad, and fish-flavored shredded pork, an overwhelming sense of guilt surged within her. Xu Pengcheng had assisted her on 2 occasions, effectively resolving all her dilemmas. Yet, she felt inadequate, having squandered his goodwill. If she were to reveal the truth to him, would he be disillusioned? The more she pondered, the heavier her guilt weighed upon her, and her head grew increasingly dizzy. When Xu Pengcheng placed the dishes on the dining table, she swayed slightly, darkness enveloping her vision, and she collapsed onto the floor. Chapter 23, Strictly Speaking. "You are not mine." Xu Pengcheng was startled and hurriedly helped her to the sofa, administering basic first aid. Simultaneously, he came to the realization that Chen Xuanning was undoubtedly concealing something from him. As the chairman, she should not have been so fatigued as to faint. She was not elderly. Based on his experience, it was highly probable that her troubles were linked to the Song family. The Song family. He grasped his phone, poised to call Qin Mu to mobilize the Tianji camp, intent on surrounding the entire Song family. However, before he could dial, Chen Xuanning awakened. "I'm just so exhausted," she whispered weakly. "I signed over 10 contracts at once, there's too much business, and I've been overwhelmed. I'm sorry to have worried you." Xu Pengcheng felt a flicker of self-doubt. Could it be that he was mistaken? Was it unrelated to the Song family? "If there are too many contracts, we can cancel some projects. Your health comes first." "I'll call them," he asserted, reaching for his phone once more. "Don't!" Chen Xuanning exclaimed, her expression anxious as she snatched the phone from his grasp. "These are hard-won projects, how can we simply cancel them? Rest assured, I can manage the company's affairs." Her heart raced, almost lodged in her throat. If only Xu Pengcheng would make that call, the truth would be revealed. Throughout the day, she had been preoccupied with the company's renovations, entirely neglecting the project handover. Xu Pengcheng furrowed his brow and inquired, "Tell me honestly. What on earth has happened at the company?" "I've reviewed those contracts, you wouldn't need to sacrifice anything, merely arrange for a few individuals to oversee matters." "How could this possibly wear you out so much?" A flicker of panic crossed Chen Xuanning's face, but she steeled herself and feigned composure, replying, "You're overthinking it. I'm simply overwhelmed with work. Once these next few days pass, everything will be all right." This time, however, Xu Pengcheng did not buy her words. He retorted, "It doesn't matter if you don't speak, I can certainly find out on my own." Taking a deep breath, he continued, "I just want you to know that you can confide in me about anything. No matter the challenges you face, I am here to support you. We are a couple. There is no need for you to bear everything alone. If the company is too burdensome, we can close it down. Your health is of utmost importance." As she listened to this heartfelt declaration, Chen Xuanning's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Biting her lip, she struggled to suppress the urge to cry. Yet, as a wave of emotion overcame her, tears cascaded down her cheeks, and she burst into inconsolable sobs. Xu Pengcheng remained silent, watching her quietly, perhaps understanding that the release of her pent-up stress was necessary. At the same time, a fierce glint of determination flashed in his eyes. After a while, Chen Xuanning dried her tears, revealing her swollen eyes. "Tell me, what transpired at the company?" Xu Pengcheng poured a cup of tea and handed it to her. Speaking gently, "Just last night, the Song family sent people to destroy the company and threatened all my employees, forbidding them from coming to work. Now the company is completely paralyzed. This morning, Song Xiaojia called and presented 5 conditions. Qin Xuanning poured out all her worries and grievances. Upon hearing this, Zhu Pengqing suddenly stood up, fists clenched in anger, but after a moment, he sat back down on the sofa, offering a slight smile. First, let's have a meal, then get a good night's sleep. I assure you, we will resolve this matter thoroughly. Qin Xuanning nodded, feeling considerably better with Zhu Pengqing's understanding. After dinner, he escorted Qin Xuanning to her room, and once he saw her asleep, he took her phone to the living room and dialed Song Xiaojia's number. Have you given it some thought? Have you agreed to my conditions? Song Xiaojia inquired. This is Zhu Pengqing. Song Xiaojia, do you believe your family can act with impunity in Tiannan City? Do you think you can disregard the laws of Tiannan City and even the entirety of Desia? Zhu Pengqing managed to suppress his anger and asked in a low voice. You are not wrong. My Song family is the law in Tiannan City. I do not believe you can still seek the Tianji camp, or you may report to the authorities. However, the local government in Tiannan City has intricate ties with my Song family, rendering such actions futile. I advise you to acquiesce to my 5 conditions, otherwise Qin Xuanning's company will falter, and you shall find no refuge in Tiannan City. Song Xiaojia spoke with an air of confidence, having reiterated this statement on numerous occasions without failure thus far. The Song family possesses connections within the war zone, though they seldom resort to them. When they do, the outcome is often unexpected. As for Zhu Pengqing's background, the Song family is well aware. He is an orphan with no significant connections in Tiannan City. How could he hope to contend with the Song family? Are you suggesting that the local authorities in Tiannan City would dare to challenge the Song family? Zhu Pengqing sought clarification. What else could it be? Very well, let us arrange a meeting tomorrow morning at the factory where Wang Yangzhe met his demise. I shall await your arrival. You are free to decline, but your absence will echo throughout Tiannan City. The recent setback to your family's finances, coupled with the spread of unfavorable news, would undoubtedly affect the Song family, would it not? With that, Zhu Pengqing abruptly ended the call. He retrieved his phone and dialed Qin Mu, stating plainly, bring the Tianji camp to the outskirts of Tiannan City tomorrow morning. I intend to take a life. Understood, was Qin Mu's succinct reply before he hung up. Zhu Pengqing stepped outside, gazing up at the starry night sky, feeling a sense of exhilaration wash over him. He chose not to directly confront the Song family, fearing the exposure of his identity and the potential fallout that could ensue, especially with Qin Xuanning and others becoming aware of the situation. On the other hand, Song Xiaojia had put down his phone, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Initially, he had no intention of going. What was Zhu Pengqing to him? Just because he was summoned, should he comply? However, the latter part of Zhu Pengqing's remark struck a chord within him. In recent days, the Song family had not only suffered economically but had also seen their reputation tarnished. Perhaps, through Zhu Pengqing, he could restore the family's standing. Xiaojia, just to be safe, take more people with you tomorrow, advised Song Qingshu, who felt an unsettling weight in his heart. I know what I am doing. They are merely a branch of the Qin family. The Qin family themselves aren't even concerned. In the entire Tiannan City, who else could they find? Tianji camp? Father, I recall that we have connections there too, do we not? Song Xiaojia scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. Silence. Song Qingshu rose with a stern expression, insisting, you must remember, the fact that our family has ties in Tianji camp is a secret known only to us. No one else must be informed. With a sigh, he added, strictly speaking, they aren't truly our people. Chapter 24, Rules are ineffective against the powerful. At the break of dawn the next day, Zhu Pengqing placed the breakfast he had prepared on the bedside table. Glancing at the still sleeping Qin Xuanning, he tucked her in gently before donning his coat and stepping out of the villa. Outside, a rugged vehicle was parked by the roadside, where Qin Mu sat in the driver's seat, his eyes still heavy with sleep. Last night, he scarcely slept a wink. Remaining in the interrogation room, captivated by the exquisite, haunting cries of Song Shaoan, which exhilarated him immensely. Upon entering the vehicle, Zhu Pengqing inquired, where is everyone? I sent them to the suburbs, they are likely en route, Qin Mu replied with a hint of exasperation. Brother, could you not have rescheduled to the afternoon? Rising early in the morning is quite unaccustomed for me. Chu Pengcheng admonished, have everyone find a place nearby to dine, but remember. We must avoid drawing attention and refrain from passing through the city. If 100 armed individuals traverse the city at this hour and are spotted, it might lead people to believe that war has broken out at the border, which would be detrimental. Qin Mu took out his phone and relayed the orders. The vehicle roared to life, speeding towards the outskirts. How is the investigation into the traitors within the Tianji camp progressing? Chu Pengcheng queried once more. There are no leads. I have scrutinized all suspicious individuals and surveillance footage, yet I cannot uncover any valuable information. Ironically, a segment of the surveillance video is missing, suggesting that the people behind this truly possess remarkable capabilities, Qin Mu remarked, his right index finger rhythmically tapping on the steering wheel, his demeanor turning serious. We must locate these individuals, leaving them unchecked is akin to harboring a ticking time bomb. Chu Pengcheng, seated in the passenger seat, closed his eyes. Qin Mu remained silent, tightening his grip on the steering wheel. Arriving in the suburbs, it was already 8 in the morning. The members of the Tianji camp were gathered in the open field, preparing a fire for their meal. Upon noticing the off-road vehicle's arrival, Captain Ma Shuai promptly set down his bun and jogged over. Dragon God. When shall we depart? Ma Shuai saluted, inquiring earnestly. Let everyone finish their meal and rest on the spot. Dispatch scouts, once you see the Song family's convoy approaching, surround them immediately. Allowing not a single person to escape, commanded Chu Pengcheng. Understood, replied Ma Shuai with a salute before turning to leave. Thus, Chu Pengcheng and Qin Mu drove ahead to the factory entrance. Shortly after, approximately 10 vehicles arrived, leading with a Bentley followed by 9 Audi A6 LS. The convoy halted 10 meters from Chu Pengcheng, and the door swung open as Song Xiaojia stepped out first. As the convoy approached, Chu Pengcheng took out his phone and dialed the police. He wanted to ascertain whether the laws of the Great Xia still held sway in Tiannan City. In the face of the Song family, should the officials truly conspire with the Song family, he would not hesitate to dismiss a few more individuals. With all the vehicle doors opening, dozens of people emerged and quickly surrounded Chu Pengcheng and Qin Mu. Qin Mu licked his lips, feeling not fear but a surge of excitement. Several thugs pushed Chen Wenkong and his wife, along with Chen Yang, to the forefront. Surely you recognize these three? Your father-in-law, mother-in-law, and brother-in-law. I offer you a chance, kneel down now, or I will kill one of them first. Song Xiaojia pulled a handgun from his waist and disengaged the safety. Brother, Chu Pengcheng has provoked you, this has nothing to do with us. If you seek vengeance, let it be upon him. Please, spare us. Jin Yang trembled uncontrollably, his face brimming with tears. Silence. Song Xiaojia snapped impatiently. Chu Pengcheng, I command you to kneel. Do so immediately. I am your brother-in-law, my parents are your father-in-law and mother-in-law. If we were to meet an untimely demise, and my sister were to learn of it, you would be the one to blame. My sister would never forgive you. I implore you, kneel down. Qin Yang was on the verge of losing his mind. Chen Wenkong remained silent, while Wang Lijuan sighed deeply. Caught between her own son and her daughter's husband, she was at a loss as to whom to side with. Chu Pengcheng disregarded Qin Yang and addressed Song Xiaojia, stating, Your actions constitute kidnapping. Do you truly believe that the laws of the Great Xia are non-existent? Song Xiaojia chuckled mockingly, replying, The laws of the Great Xia? Do they hold any weight for my Song family? My family has kidnapped countless individuals, these few are nothing. Even affluent individuals have fallen prey to us. So what? Here I stand, perfectly fine. The Song family has ascended to become a premier family in Tiannan City. Our society, composed of the elite, operates differently from yours at the bottom. Certain rules are established for your kind, yet they can be altered by us. Some matters are dictated by us, and the ultimate interpretation lies in our hands. Do you understand? Chu Pengcheng found amusement in his words, as did Qin Mu, who also perceived a semblance of truth in his claims. Did you not hear Master Song's words? Hurry and kneel, Do you truly wish to witness our demise? Chen Yang continued to shout fervently. Song Xiaojia, growing impatient, commanded, "Knock them all unconscious, his incessant barking is unbearable." A thug forcefully struck the back of the heads of Chen Wenkong, his wife, and Chen Yang, causing all three to lose consciousness and collapse to the ground. Song Xiaojia crouched down, pressing the handgun against Chen Yang's forehead, and inquired, "Kneel? Or not? To compel me to kneel, you are unworthy. Soon you will realize that your actions are akin to playing with fire. There is a truth in what you say, rules are of no consequence to the strong. To them, you may appear powerful, but in my eyes, you are the weak one," Chu Pengcheng replied coolly. Weak? Very well. Today we shall see who the true weakling is, Song Xiaojia retorted, ready to pull the trigger. Just then, dozens of military vehicles surrounded them from all directions, followed by the sound of marching footsteps. A contingent of armed personnel from the Tianji camp encircled the Song family members. Song Xiaojia's complexion turned ashen. He had not anticipated that Chu Pengcheng would once again summon the Tianji camp. Although the Song family had connections within the camp, he was unaware of who they were. Furthermore, possessing a firearm in the Great Xiao was absolutely forbidden. If he were to be seen by the 100-strong Tianji camp personnel, even with allies within, it was unlikely that anyone would be able to protect him. The military and political spheres did not intermingle, once apprehended. The influence of the Song family in Tianan City would hold no sway over the higher echelons of the Tianji camp. Having initially perceived himself as the hunter and Chu Pengcheng as the prey, the arrival of the Tianji camp had reversed their roles. Just as he was about to resign himself to fate, the blare of sirens echoed, and a glimmer of hope appeared on his face. His actions fell under the jurisdiction of the Tianan City authorities. Once he returned there, no one would be able to hold him accountable. Releasing him would be a matter easily resolved with a word from the Song family. Chapter 25. Take the initiative to address issues. Lin Tao, the second-in-command of the Tianan City government, observed with a simmering fury as he encountered a formidable assembly of armed individuals. With a forceful slam of the car door, he advanced towards the gathering. Just days prior, he had arrived alongside Jiang Wendong, the head of the office, but at that time, they had been confronted by the illustrious Longshan of the Daxia. Yet today, military personnel had inexplicably brought individuals to the outskirts of Tianan City without any prior notification. What were their intentions? What was going on? Was it possible that every leader was now akin to Longshan, or possessed privileges akin to his? He was determined to ascertain the identity of these individuals. Provided they were not Longshan, he would ensure that the leader was apprehended and dealt with severely. As he navigated through the crowd, the first face that caught his eye was that of Song Xiaojia, accompanied by a group of unruly companions. Simultaneously, Song Xiaojia noticed him and broke into a broad smile. This second-in-command had a unique relationship with the Song family and had often benefited from their influence. Lin Tao scanned the throng, but the sheer number of people prevented him from spotting Chu Pengcheng. Straightening his posture, he demanded in a commanding voice, "Who is responsible for bringing you into the outskirts of Tianan City? Are you aware of the implications of your actions without prior notification? Who is your leader?" The smile on Song Xiaojia's face widened as he eagerly replied, "Tao Ge, it's him." He pointed towards Chu Pengcheng, continuing, "This fellow invited members of the Tianji camp. Last time in the city, he sought the Tianji camp to capture my brother. You've arrived just in time to apprehend him. He is indeed the one leading this group." Lin Tao followed the direction of his finger, his gaze landing upon Chu Pengcheng. Coincidentally, Chu Pengcheng was also smiling back at him. A sudden jolt coursed through Lin Tao, and he swallowed hard. "It was I who made the call to the police. He has kidnapped my father-in-law, mother-in-law, and younger brother-in-law. What do you intend to do about it?" Chu Pengcheng spoke as well. "Arrest him. Seize him immediately." Lin Tao's lips twitched in agitation. A group of officials, who had not attended previously, assumed they were to apprehend Chu Pengcheng and promptly advanced toward him. Observing this, Chu Pengcheng's eyes narrowed. "The law? The Song family is the law. I have already informed you that the authorities in Tianan City are intricately connected to my family. What does it matter if you seek refuge with the Tianji camp? This is Tianan City, under the jurisdiction of its government." Song Xiaojia wore a triumphant expression. Before Chu Pengcheng could respond, Lin Tao kicked the backside of each approaching official, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Have you lost your minds? Who told you to apprehend him? The person I want you to arrest is him. Lin Tao pointed at Song Xiaojia. At this, Song Xiaojia was left dumbfounded. What is happening? Is this Lin Tao's second-in-command out of his mind? His relationship with the Song family is extraordinary. How could they want to arrest him now? Tao Ge. Have you made a mistake? I am Xiaojia, Song Xiaojia. We dined together just last week, have you forgotten? Song Xiaojia leaned in, whispering. Get lost, who dined with you? Last week, I toiled away in the office, working late into the night without indulging in a single drink. Are you sure you have the right person? Hurry and capture him, silencing his mouth, for I suspect this individual has lost his wits. Lin Tao waved his hand, though internally he was in a state of panic. A few officials quickly apprehended Song Xiaojia. Tao Ge. Tao Ge. Song Xiaojia continued to struggle. In cases of citizen abduction and non-compliance with arrest, how do you typically handle such situations? Chu Pengcheng inquired softly. Dragon god. The suspect has been subdued, Lin Tao replied, lowering his head. I am asking you a question, Chu Pengcheng raised his tone slightly. Execute him on the spot. Lin Tao wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Meanwhile, Song Xiaojia ceased his struggles, staring blankly at Chu Pengcheng. You are the dragon god? Song Xiaojia's voice turned hoarse. Chu Pengcheng nodded, stating, Indeed. I am the dragon god of Daxia. I recall you previously mentioned that the rules of Daxia allow the strong to alter them to control the weak. I wholeheartedly concur with your sentiments. Now, I am the strong, and you are the weak, hence the law is designed for you. Furthermore, you claim that the laws of Tiannan City do not apply to you, that you are the sky of Tiannan City. Allow me to inform you that as of today, there is no sky in Tiannan City. With that, he beckoned with his finger. Ma Shuai understood and handed over the micro-submachine gun in his possession. Rat-tat-tat-tat. Flames erupted, bullets instantly piercing through Song Xiaojia's body, and blood began to flow forth in the next moment. However, the gunfire did not cease. Chu Pengcheng redirected the muzzle, and the bullets pierced through the bodies of those ruffians. Several officials had been so terrified that they sat on the ground. Lin Tao closed his eyes, attempting to conceal his inner trepidation. After a moment, he opened his eyes and said, This. Chu Pengcheng tossed a submachine gun to Ma Shuai and remarked. This is as you instructed. The kidnappers resisted arrest and were shot on the spot. Is there anything wrong with my actions? Lin Tao shook his head. Issues? Absurd. If he were to acknowledge any problems, he would inevitably become the root of all troubles. Chu Pengcheng approached him and whispered, Your own issues must be addressed by you. Do not wait for the day I uncover them, it will not bode well for you. Lin Tao's complexion was as pale as parchment, yet he nodded in agreement. He had allowed that bunch from the Song family to lead him to ruin. Qin Mu. Drive this Bentley and the other 9 Audi A6 LS to Tianji camp and leave one behind. I shall take the rest, Chu Pengcheng commanded. Qin Mu waved his hand. And immediately, individuals stepped forward to begin handling the bodies and vehicles. Chu Pengcheng settled into the car, relishing the comfort of the Audi A6L, nodding in satisfaction. These vehicles would serve as compensation from the Song family. All things considered, today's gains were substantial. Not only would a deputy from the officialdom willingly confess, but Tiannan City was also rid of the tyrant Song Xiaojia, and he had acquired 10 vehicles. These luxury cars, despite being second-hand, were produced in their prime and would fetch at least 10 million if placed on the market. He would regard them as compensation for the refurbishment costs of Qin Shuiqing's company, as well as for emotional damages. After the members of the Tianji camp had departed, Lin Tao slumped onto the ground. Are you all right? Inquired an official from the local authorities. Help me up immediately, I must return and report the issues. I have been estranged from the masses for too long, and I must take the initiative to address this, Lin Tao replied, suppressing his anger as he hurried back. Though the sweat on his brow refused to cease. Simultaneously, the news of Song Xiaojia's demise spread throughout the city of Tiannan and reached the ears of Song Qingshu. Chapter 26, Compensation from the Song family. At that moment, the hall of the Song family was in utter disarray, with priceless antique vases shattered across the floor, while several maids busied themselves with the cleanup. Patriarch, I have inquired, and although the eldest son was killed by Long Shen, there is a connection to Chu Pengcheng. We cannot confront Long Shen, yet we cannot act against Chu Pengcheng? A member of the Song family rose to speak. Song Qingshu closed his eyes, taking a moment to collect his thoughts. He realized that the situation was perhaps more complex than it appeared. Attaining the position of patriarch and elevating the Song family to one of the top families in Tiannan, surpassing the Chen family, indicated he was certainly no fool. This Chu Pengcheng, capable of summoning Long Shen, likely possessed an extraordinary background. He retrieved his phone and dialed the number of Lin Tao, the deputy of the local authorities. My son has been murdered. I do not hold you responsible, but I wish to know how Xiaojia met his end. Who is this Chu Pengcheng? What is his background? If you provide me with this information, I assure you that I will clear all accounts between you and the Song family from these past years. Song Qingshu proposed his terms. Regarding the information about Chu Pengcheng, I cannot divulge any details, and I advise you not to inquire further. For the sake of our long-standing friendship, I can only convey that some individuals are not to be trifled with. You would do well to heed this warning. With that, Lin Tao abruptly ended the call. Song Qingshu clenched his phone tightly in his right hand, keeping it pressed to his ear. Patriarch, after all these years, has our Song family ever cowered before anyone? The rumors circulating outside suggest that our family is on the verge of decline, and many of our enterprises have already suffered significant blows. The losses we have incurred in recent days are incalculable. If we do not take decisive action soon, the Song family may truly face its demise. One of his subordinates continued, indeed. Just in recent days, we have been unable to collect on certain debts. Those who once feared the Song family no longer do so. If we do not assert our authority soon, it will be the end for us. Listening to the murmurs of concern from those around him, Song Qingshu finally resolved to make another call. He had 3 sons. His youngest was abroad working as a mercenary. His eldest, Song Xiaojia, was deceased, and his second son, Song Shaoan, had been captured, leaving his fate uncertain. If he did not take action now, the Song family would likely face utter ruin. The call was quickly answered. Did I not instruct you to refrain from calling me again? Came a frail voice from the other end. Our family is in peril. My eldest son is dead. If I do not seek your assistance, the Song family will be finished. You must help me, or the events of the past may resurface. Song Qingshu spoke softly. Very well. Please explain the entire situation to me, and I shall see how I can assist you. His voice, marked by age, conveyed a sense of helplessness. He recounted the events of the past few days, emphasizing the figures of Chu Pengcheng and the Dragon God. In conclusion, he stated, I am aware that you have connections within the Tianji camp. First, release Shaoan. Then, assist me in eliminating Chu Pengcheng. I care not for his background, but I am confident you possess the means to accomplish this. A profound silence enveloped the call. Song Qingshu remained patient, awaiting a response. After what felt like an eternity, the voice on the other end inquired, Do you know who Chu Pengcheng is? Are you aware of who the Dragon God is? I do not, Song Qingshu replied candidly. Nevertheless, it matters not that you are unaware. Since you seek my assistance, I shall oblige, for this shall be the final time. Challenge Chu Pengcheng to a duel. I will ensure that my contact within the Tianji camp intervenes. However, I cannot guarantee the release of your son. Thank you. After this matter, I shall not contact you again. I fear that after this encounter, you may no longer have the opportunity to reach out to me. The aged voice chuckled coldly before abruptly terminating the call. Song Qingshu did not dwell on it further. He set down his phone and commanded, Utilize all available channels to announce to the residents of Tiannan City that the Song family will await Chu Pengcheng at the Xiling Mountain Cemetery in 3 days. Furthermore, for these 3 days, secure all exits to prevent Chu Pengcheng from escaping. He seized the teacup that a maid had just brought and forcefully smashed it to the ground. His temper flaring as he declared, I must avenge my son Xiaojia's death. A chorus of nods emerged from the assembled members of the Song family. Meanwhile, After escorting his unconscious in-laws and brother-in-law back home, Zhu Pengcheng returned to his residence, where Qin Shuiqing lay in bed, engrossed in her phone. Upon seeing him enter, she immediately sat up and asked, "Pengcheng, where have you been? Do you know that something significant just occurred in Tiannan City? Young Master Song Xiaojie has been murdered." Zhu Pengcheng smiled slightly and replied, "Of course, I am aware, for I was present at the scene." "What? You were there too? But I saw online that Longshan was involved, as well as the authorities in Tianji camp." "Indeed, I was the one who summoned Tianji camp." "You? Do you know Longshan?" Qin Shuiqing pondered, resting her chin on her hands. "It makes sense, you've been in the military for 11 years. Perhaps you have met him or are acquainted with him?" Zhu Pengcheng shook his head, saying, "I do not know him, but I am familiar with Tianji camp. When I arrived, Longshan happened to be there as well. Upon hearing about your situation, he was quite furious and decided to join. He still refrained from admitting anything further. Should Qin Shuiqing delve deeper, he would be at a loss for words." Then, the narrative continued. In an attempt to divert the conversation, Zhu Pengcheng hastily shifted topics, producing the car keys and stating, "This is the compensation from the Song family, it's a brand new model. Freshly acquired this year. Why don't you go down and see if you like it?" He then revealed a bank card, continuing, "This card is also a part of your compensation from the Song family, containing approximately 10 million. The funds on this card indeed belong to the Song family, but they were merely liquidated from the value of 9 other vehicles. As for those cars, let it be assumed that they were purchased by the Tianji camp." "Wait, what? Song Xiaojie is dead, and the Song family can still offer compensation? Would they really be so benevolent?" Yet, she had been eyeing this Audi A6L online for quite some time, having long desired it. However, due to the company's downturn, she had never made the purchase. "But since you brought this car back, you should be the one to drive it." Qin Shuiqing's eyes sparkled with excitement, but she still waved her hand in refusal. "This is compensation for you, not for me. You should keep it and be my chauffeur whenever I wish to go somewhere." Zhu Pengcheng tossed the keys over to her. Qin Shuiqing held the car keys, captivated by them, and ceased her objections. However, when her peripheral vision caught sight of her phone, her expression abruptly changed. And the key slipped from her grasp, falling onto the bed. Chapter 27, The War on Trending Topics in Tiannan City. A piece of news surged to the top of the trending topics. The eldest son of the Song family, Song Xiaojie, had passed away. The head of the Song family, Song Qingshu, extended an invitation to Zhu Pengcheng, requesting his presence at the Xiling Mountain Cemetery 3 days hence, where the Song family had procured an exquisite burial plot and coffin, personally arranging for Zhu Pengcheng's interment. Qin Shuiqing's complexion turned ashen as she stared blankly at the information on the screen. Upon observing her pallor, Zhu Pengcheng felt a surge of curiosity. He picked up his phone and, upon glancing at the notifications, discovered a deluge of comments, over 10,000. Who is this touching layer? Why have I never heard of him before? Could he possibly be the scion of some clandestine family? He is a son-in-law of the Chen family's collateral branch, who has recently returned. The recent series of events involving the Song and Wang families are intricately linked to him, particularly the Tianji camp, which has a significant connection to him. His decade-long military service has afforded him a network of connections. Connections? In Tiannan City. Who can rival the influence of the Song family? It seems to me that the Song family initially underestimated him, which is why they are now facing repercussions. Now that the Song family is taking things seriously, having chosen Xiling Mountain as the battleground, I suspect they intend to bury him alive. I concur. It appears they are preparing a living sacrifice for Song Xiaojie. Zhu Pengcheng has only himself to blame for offending the Song family. Indeed. Once the Song family is resolute and unleashes their full network, it is unlikely that the Tianji camp can contend, unless a formidable figure intervenes. Zhu Pengcheng scanned the comments briefly. Overall, the sentiment favored the Song family, with only a handful supporting him. After all, with the Tianji camp backing him, he is not entirely without the means to confront the Song family. The Song family dares not take on the dragon god directly, instead, they are targeting you. Heed my advice, leave Tiannan City without delay. As long as the Song family remains intact, you cannot return. I still have tens of millions in my company account. Take it all, sufficient for a lifetime of comfort. Chen Xuanning opened her wardrobe, busily sorting through her clothes while she spoke. I am leaving, what will you do? Besides, I have no intention of departing. Chu Pengqing stopped her, pressing her down onto the bed. I cannot leave, even if our family were to depart. The Chen family still remains. After all, we are a family. If we leave, the Song family will certainly not spare the Chen family. Over the years, the Chen family has been declining, unable to compete with the Song family. Chen Xuanning shook her head and replied. Do you think that since the Song family has made their intentions clear, I could still exit Tiannan City? I believe they have sealed off the city's exits. Chu Pengqing saw through everything at a glance. There must be a way. If you do not leave, you will undoubtedly perish. However, if you do leave, there may still be a glimmer of hope. Suddenly, Chen Xuanning slapped her forehead, recalling something. Oh, right. We can contact the Zhao family in Shuangyang City. They will surely assist us. Once we leave Tiannan City, the Song family cannot do anything. She picked up her phone, ready to make a call. Chu Pengqing snatched the phone from her, shaking his head. I will not leave. Since the Song family has summoned me in 3 days, I will pay them a visit and see what they can do. He had faced countless adversities on the battlefield, unafraid of mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. How could he fear a mere Song family? If there was something he truly feared, it was that the Song family might learn of his identity and not arrive in 3 days. Initially, he thought that whoever provoked him would meet their end, with no intention of exterminating the Song family. However, it now seemed that the Song family sought vengeance. Given this, they could not be allowed to remain. Just as he pondered this, a commotion suddenly erupted at the door. Chu Pengqing, come out! Chen Yang shouted in the living room. Chen Wenkong and Wang Lijuan sat silently on the sofa. They had just been brought home and were regaining consciousness. Chen Yang picked up his phone and saw the headline from Tiannan City, immediately urging his parents to come over. Mom and Dad, why aren't you resting at home? What brings you here? Chu Pengqing inquired. How dare you ask? Isn't it all because of you? Chen Yang retorted, hands on his hips, brimming with indignation. I understand what you're referring to, but this is not his fault, it's mine. Besides, I saw the headlines, he saved you. How can you speak of him like that? Before Chu Pengqing could respond, Chen Xuanning stepped in front of him, defending him fiercely. Isn't he the one who saved us? If it weren't for him, would my parents and I have been captured by the Song family? Chen Yang interjected. Sister, you didn't see it. At that moment, Song Xiaojia ordered him to kneel, threatening to kill us if he didn't, yet he refused to kneel. Isn't that a blatant desire to see us perish? Chen Yang remained relentless. Then how is it that you stand here so well? Chu Pengqing asked lightly. Chen Yang's face flushed crimson, leaving him speechless. Regardless, I don't care. The Song family is now after Chu Pengqing, as long as he divorces my sister. The Chen family will no longer be involved. Chen Yang swiftly changed the subject. Divorce? Absolutely not. All of this is because of me. He went through this because of me, and no matter what happens, I will always stand by his side. Chen Xuanning declared with unwavering determination. A flicker of appreciation crossed Chu Pengqing's eyes. He knew he had not misjudged her. Sister, has your mind been clouded? If you seek to perish, could you refrain from dragging us along? My brother has yet to marry, our family is but a branch. And can you truly bear to witness the extinguishing of our lineage? Chen Yang spread his hands and rolled his eyes. Chen Xuanning bit her lip, falling silent. The Chen family has always placed paramount importance on the continuation of their lineage. After her birth, her parents yearned for a son to carry on the family name, which led to the arrival of Chen Yang. Ahem. Chen Wenkong cleared his throat and spoke. Your mother and I harbor no objections to your relationship with Pengqing. We have recognized from a young age that he is a fine young man. Even when we faced adversity from the Wang family, we never spoke ill of him. However, the situation is different now. Your brother has yet to establish his own family, and our lineage must not be severed. Pengqing is an incoming son-in-law. And I am still alive, I retain authority in this household. I simply wish to ask, Pengqing, can you lend me an ear? Chu Pengqing stood tall and replied earnestly, Father, please speak, I am listening. Throughout the years, my father-in-law has treated me well. And I have always shown him the utmost respect. It is imperative to heed the counsel of elders, a principle instilled in me since childhood. You are aware that I am the sole male heir in our branch. It is crucial that nothing befalls Chen Yang, lest our lineage be extinguished. Here, I implore you. Please consider divorcing Xuanning. I hope you can comprehend that had there been any other recourse, I would not resort to this. Chen Wenkang lowered his head, tears glistening in his eyes. Chapter 28, The Song Family Strikes Back, No Way Out. Wang Lijuan remained silent, discreetly wiping away her tears, tacitly acknowledging Chen Wenkang's words. Chen Yang turned his head away, a smug smile spreading across his face. On the way here, he had been indoctrinating his parents, and now it seemed quite successful. Dad. Regardless of what you say, I will never agree to divorce Chu Pengqing. If you fear being implicated, then I. Chen Xuanning hesitated for a moment, seemingly resolute, and said, I can sever ties with you. This way, the Song family will surely not trouble you. Chen Yang's eyes widened in disbelief as he pushed her forward, exclaiming, Have you lost your mind? Are you out of your wits? You would cut ties with us for him? Chu Pengqing steadied her, speaking softly, Mom, Dad, it is absolutely impossible for me to divorce Xuanning. However, I assure you, I will not allow you to suffer any harm. I can handle the matters with the Song family myself. The Song family stated that 3 days later, I must go alone to Xiling Mountain, indicating that the person they seek is indeed me. As long as I go, they will not trouble you. Chen Xuanning shook her head vehemently, saying, No, you cannot go. Chu Pengqing smiled gently and replied, Do you remember what I said during our wedding ceremony? I promised to take responsibility for you for a lifetime. A man of honor follows through on his word. After a moment of reflection, Chen Xuanning said, If you wish to go, then I will accompany you. No, when the time comes, I shall accompany Qin Mu. Chu Pengqing picked up a hairband from the coffee table, gathering her disheveled hair at the back. Remember your words, for these 3 days, you are to remain at home, going nowhere, especially not leaving Tiannan City. After 3 days, we shall watch you ascend. Chen Yang concurred and continued, Moreover, do not claim that you saved us, we are well aware of the events. It was Longshan who rescued us, not you, so do not shamelessly appropriate the credit. At that moment, Chen Wenkang also rose, nodding in agreement, I share your sentiments. If you refuse to divorce, your mother and I are powerless to intervene. However, do not let your affairs entangle others. Additionally, you might consider contacting the Chen family. Yesterday, Chen He reached out to me. In a week's time, it will be Chen Wenxiang's grand birthday celebration. Although we are a branch family, we are still part of the Chen clan, and he has invited us to attend. This indicates that the main branch of the Chen family still values our relationship. You should give him a call, there may be a turning point. With that, he trembled slightly as he exited the villa, You better not run off. I will arrange for someone to keep an eye on you these days. If you dare to elope with my sister, then I. Chen Yang paused and added, I can only run away with you. Chen Xuanning reassured, Do not worry. I will not abandon our parents to leave on my own. Chen Yang nodded and then departed. Once Chen Wenkang had left, Chen Xuanning immediately dialed Chen He's number. I anticipated your call, however, I must express my regrets. This matter is beyond my control, and even my esteemed elder cannot intervene. Yet, I can assure you of one thing, the Song family will only seek out Chu Pengqing, and will not consider you. As the call connected, Chen He spoke first. Cousin. I am willing to offer my entire company and all my assets in compensation, provided the Song family can be placated. I understand that you have always harbored dissatisfaction towards me, deeming our branch unworthy of association with the Chen family. Nevertheless, we share a bloodline. And for the sake of our shared surname, I implore your assistance. Chen Xuanning made one final plea. You are correct, had this been your affair, I might have been inclined to assist, given our familial ties. However, do not forget that Chu Pengqing is not of the Chen lineage. He must change his surname to Chen for any consideration of aid. Chen, he made his stance unequivocally clear. Chen Xuanning turned her gaze towards Chu Pengcheng. If he were to adopt the Chen surname, Chen he would surely intercede on their behalf, and she might need only to bear a trivial cost to quell the turmoil. Chu Pengcheng took the phone and remarked, "Do not even suggest that I would change my surname. Even if I did, knowing your disposition, you would likely refuse to assist on the grounds of my lacking Chen bloodline, would you not?" A series of applause resonated through the line, followed by Chen He's voice, "You are absolutely correct, thus I shall not extend my assistance. Furthermore, let me make it abundantly clear, you are now ensnared in Tiannan City. Many eyes are already upon your doorstep, and the moment you step outside, your every move will be made public online. Furthermore, do you know why the Song family has chosen to summon you 3 days hence? I have heard that they intend for you to endure torment during this interim. After 3 days, the vicinity of Xiling Mountain will be sealed off by the Song family. Though our Qin family may not be able to enter, we shall wait on the periphery for your lifeless body to be brought forth. Oh. Perhaps it will not be a body at all, but rather your ashes." With that, Chen He abruptly ended the call. Chen Xuanning clenched her fists, beads of sweat forming in her palms. The path for the Chen family had now been severed. In the entirety of Tiannan City, no allies could be found. Yet, if no assistance could be procured within Tiannan City, perhaps we might seek help from beyond its borders. Did Qin Mu not provide me with a dozen partners previously? I shall contact them, relinquishing all claims to cooperative benefits in exchange for their aid. A dozen families, surely they cannot be less formidable than the Song family. Chen Xuanning's eyes brightened as she snapped her fingers. She was resolute in her intent, but after several attempts to call, she discovered that the lines were utterly unreachable. Chu Pengcheng immediately discerned the issue. Someone must have installed a signal jammer around the villa, once one exceeds the confines of Tiannan City. The mobile signals become futile. He had witnessed such tactics on the battlefield, a crucial method in the realm of information warfare during special operations. Why can't I get through? Do they know that the Song family has targeted us and have chosen to abandon our plight? Chen Xuanning's expression soured, and she sank onto the sofa, staring blankly at her phone, lost in contemplation. Now, both the people within and outside Tiannan City have been sought. Yet no one has come to their aid. She truly feels utterly helpless at this moment. You should rest well at home, I will find a solution. Do not worry. Whatever the issue may be, it is not a problem in my eyes, Chu Pengcheng reassured her, gently patting her shoulder. Chen Xuanning grasped his hand, feeling the warmth emanating from his palm, and expressed her concern, "You have just returned, I truly fear you might vanish suddenly. Promise me, if that day ever comes, you will take me with you." Chu Pengcheng nodded, lightly kissing her forehead before stepping out of the villa and into the courtyard. Chapter 29, The Dragon God Mobilizes. Assembly at Xiling Mountain. In everyone's life, there exists someone they must protect. This person could be a parent, a spouse, or perhaps a cherished promise. It is only upon growing up that one realizes this protection is known as responsibility. Chu Pengcheng dialed Qin Mu's number. "Dragon God. I am aware of the matter that the Song family has made public online. With just a word from you, I can bring the Tianji camp over right now. A mere Song family would take less than half an hour for me to obliterate." Qin Mu stated directly. The issue with the traitors within the Tianji camp remains unresolved, posing a danger that could erupt at any moment. Therefore, relay my command to have the 4 camps, Qinglong, Zhuke, Baihu, and Xuanwu, depart immediately and gather at the Xiling Mountain Cemetery in 3 days, Chu Pengcheng spoke softly. "Are you certain you wish to mobilize all 4 camps? The defenses at the border will weaken. In my opinion, deploying just 1 camp would suffice," Qin Mu advised. The 4th Battalion, known in the borderlands as the Celestial 4 Battalions, comprises merely 300 men in each unit, yet possesses the formidable capability to engage 10 adversaries at once. In a past confrontation against the Dark Paradise, all 4 battalions were deployed, suffering an astonishing 80% casualty rate. However, the Dark Paradise incurred losses exceeding 10,000 elite warriors. 3 years prior, Chu Pengcheng issued a decree designating the 4th Battalion for permanent stationing at the borders. stipulating that no individual may mobilize them without his express command. This underscores the significance of the 4th Battalion. Did you not hear my words clearly? Or have you forgotten the duties of a soldier? Must I repeat myself? Chu Pengcheng's voice had grown notably colder. Yes. I understand. I will relay the message immediately. Qin Mu stated, standing rigidly within the Heavenly Mechanism Battalion, his demeanor grave. In ordinary circumstances, he could jest with Chu Pengcheng, but when orders were issued, regardless of their nature, even if it meant facing death, he was bound to comply. Such is the ironclad discipline. What has transpired? Do you require me to lead the Heavenly Mechanism Battalion? Major Ma approached, inquiring. What is the matter with you? Do not ask unnecessary questions. Are you unaware? Just get lost. Qin Mu retorted, delivering a swift kick to Major Ma's backside. The news of the mobilization of the Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise battalions swiftly spread throughout the entirety of Great Xia, igniting fervent discussions across the internet. These 4 battalions, reputed as the Dragon God's elite guard, rarely mobilize unless under dire circumstances, and without the Dragon God's command, no one else possesses the authority to do so. It goes without saying that it was undoubtedly the Dragon God who orchestrated this. However, I find myself intrigued. According to the news, the 4 battalions are advancing towards the heart of Daxia, specifically towards Tiannan City. I have heard that the Dragon God had recently made an appearance in Tiannan City, even going so far as to slay the eldest son of the Song family. Could it be that these 4 battalions are marching for the sake of the Song family? Oh. I believe you are overthinking this, it is merely the Song family. Is it truly necessary for 4 battalions to intervene? I recall that the Tianji battalion is stationed nearby, their presence alone would suffice. You are correct, I surmise they are merely passing through, as Daxia's borders encompass several regions. And troop redeployments are indeed plausible. Speaking of Tiannan City, there is one named Chu Pengcheng, who has recently attracted the ire of the Song family. It seems he is destined for misfortune. In response to the online commentary, Song Qingshu remains utterly unperturbed. He has not offended the Dragon God, his target is Chu Pengcheng, not the Dragon God. Therefore, the mobilization of these 4 battalions should not pertain to him or the Song family. Meanwhile, within Tiannan City, various rumors have already gone viral. Today, I visited Xiling Mountain to pay homage to my ancestors and spotted a vehicle from the Song family, accompanied by a large red coffin. Upon inquiring, I learned that it was intended for Chu Pengcheng. Pfft, what significance does your information hold? My uncle works at the funeral home, and he informed me that the Song family has even reserved the corpse refining furnace, prohibiting anyone from using it from the day before until the day itself. It appears that the Song family intends to use Chu Pengcheng to instill fear within Tiannan City. If it were not for the Song family's intervention, I might have almost forgotten that such a family exists. In recent news, the Song family has gathered over 500 individuals in the past 3 days, and it is rumored that they have prepared a considerable arsenal. Throughout this period, Chen Xuanning has been relentlessly monitoring any developments in Tiannan City, particularly those emanating from the Song family. With each passing day, her complexion grows increasingly haggard. Pengcheng, perhaps we should consider contacting the authorities. It might prove to be somewhat effective. As long as it ensures your departure from Tiannan City, that would suffice, Chen Xuanning suggested, sitting cross-legged on the sofa, her phone in hand. Chu Pengcheng gently caressed her somewhat pallid face and reassured her, "Did I not mention that I have everything under control?" To further alleviate her anxiety, he continued, "Do not forget, I have yet to be discharged from service. I am acquainted with numerous individuals, and I have even met the Dragon God. Given the current uproar online, it is quite possible that he may arrive tomorrow." Chen Xuanning remained apprehensive. "But you also mentioned that is merely a possibility. What if the Dragon God does not show up? He has so many responsibilities daily. Will he even concern himself with your plight?" "No, you must leave Tiannan City, or I shall accompany you tomorrow." Chu Pengcheng nodded in agreement, "Very well. Then you shall accompany me tomorrow." That evening, Chen Xuanning retrieved a new outfit. Faced with the impending confrontation with the Song family, both she and Chu Pengqing were resigned to a fatal outcome. Since they were embarking on this journey, she wished to do so in new attire. Meanwhile, Chu Pengqing received a phone call from Qin Mu. The 4th Battalion has assembled and is currently stationed nearby. I have informed them to maintain a low profile. Should they be discovered by passers-by, they are to claim to be part of the Heavenly Mechanism Battalion to prevent news of the 4th Battalion's arrival in Tiannan City from leaking. Chu Pengqing nodded. The mobilization of the 4th Battalion will undoubtedly attract the attention of the Dark Paradise. Until it is confirmed whether this is a genuine mobilization or a ruse, Dark Paradise will refrain from taking action. Tomorrow, after we annihilate the Song family, the 4th Battalion will return swiftly, even if Dark Paradise wishes to intervene. It will be too late. Early tomorrow morning, you will drive to pick me up. The Song family has prepared a coffin for me. I wonder if it will fit Song Qingshu's body, Chu Pengqing said coldly. If you ask me, you are superfluous. With just the Song family. Even if I were to lead a team, or merely utter a word, the Qin family could easily obliterate them. Do they truly warrant a personal visit from the Dragon God? Qin Mu replied with a hint of disdain. Xue Ning is the most important person to me. I absolutely cannot allow her to be in any danger. Only by witnessing the Song family being captured and destroyed will I find peace. If even one escapes, it will pose a future threat, Chu Pengqing exhaled and explained. You still doubt my capabilities? Enough of this, it's getting late. You and your wife should rest early. If you happen to have a son, I want to be the godfather. No more talking, I need to check on Song Ziwen as well. Qin Mu muttered a few words before hanging up the phone. Chapter 30, Good Brothers, Good Things Must Be Shared. 3 days later, early in the morning, Qin Mu drove up to the entrance. Chu Pengqing glanced at Qin Shuijing, who was soundly asleep after taking sleeping pills the previous night. He gently kissed her forehead and tucked her in before heading downstairs. In his second-hand Santana, he drove towards Xiling Mountain, trailed by hundreds of soldiers from the Tianji camp. The moment Chu Pengqing stepped out of his home, he was spotted by lurking paparazzi at the entrance, who promptly broadcasted the news online. Chu Pengqing had emerged. Accompanied by the Tianji camp, this time, it seemed that the Song family was doomed. However, you are mistaken, in truth. The Song family had been aware the moment the Tianji camp entered Tiannan City. Just now, I noticed that the Song family's convoy had also set out, indicating that they were unafraid. Indeed, the Song family possesses connections, a mere Tianji camp may not suffice to challenge them. The vicinity of the Xiling Mountain Cemetery had been entirely sealed off by the Song family. No family or individual was permitted entry without the Song family's consent. Even those who were to conduct cremations today could only park their vehicles on the outskirts, waiting for the Song family to conclude their affairs before entering. Several internet celebrities spotted Chen He, affixing their phones to their foreheads as they approached him. Mr. Chen, what is your opinion on Chu Pengqing and the Song family? One influencer inquired. Quite simple, Chen He replied, Chu Pengqing is overestimating his capabilities. Although he has enlisted the help of the Tianji camp, the true strength of the Song family is beyond that of a mere Tianji camp. He then shifted his tone, continuing, nonetheless, Chu Pengqing is, after all, my Chen family's son-in-law. Once he passes, my family will ensure that his remains are gathered, allowing him to rest in peace. Immediately, someone around raised their thumb and remarked, Young Master Chen is merciful. It is only you, were it me, I would not even claim the corpse. Chen He sighed and said, alas, I find myself quite helpless. I advised him not to offend the Song family, yet he would not listen. It is indeed a challenge to counsel a fool destined for calamity. The first to arrive was a Santana, followed by a procession of over a dozen trucks and several tanks. Chu Pengqing and the Tianji camp had come. Upon disembarking, Chu Pengqing led his men up Xiling Mountain, standing midway to gaze down the slope, where figures appeared as diminutive as ants. Qin Mu yawned, tapped his head, and said, Dragon God, there is something I neglected to mention. Last night, I received intelligence indicating that the demise of your parents years ago bears the shadow of the Song family. The Wang family seized your parents' company, yet it was the Song family that absorbed the overseas data within that enterprise. Your parents were engaged in foreign trade, and those overseas figures were of utmost significance. Such data has enabled the Song family to augment their revenue by over 30% in the past decade. Moreover, the truck driver responsible for the fateful accident had intricate ties to the Song family. With his hands clasped behind his back, a glint of murderous intent flickered in Chu Pengcheng's eyes. The Song family. Perhaps he should have considered this sooner. As the preeminent family in Tiannan City, they overshadowed the Chen family. Given that the Wang family was backed by a mysterious force, could it not be the Song family? In other words, was the true puppeteer the Song family? Chu Pengcheng, with an impassive expression, inquired as the gentle breeze played with his long robe. Qin Mu shook his head and remarked, "It remains unclear, we are currently investigating. However, based on my intuition, the Song family is not the mastermind behind this. Given their capabilities, they lack the means to infiltrate the Tianji camp, let alone eliminate the entire Wang family within it discreetly. I speculate that there exists an even more formidable force backing both the Song and Wang families, though they are shrouded in secrecy. And I have yet to uncover any clues. Rest assured, once we apprehend individuals from the Song family, I will conduct interrogations immediately. We are bound to extract valuable information." Chu Pengcheng nodded, his gaze drifting into the distance where a convoy was rapidly approaching, its hazard lights flashing. The procession resembled a great dragon, counting at least 100 vehicles. The Song family truly wields considerable influence, judging by the scale of this assembly. At least 500 individuals have arrived. This must represent the full extent of the Song family's power. As Qin Mu spoke, he retrieved his phone and captured 2 photographs. The convoy halted at the foot of the mountain, and almost simultaneously, all the doors swung open, revealing a throng of people who, under the leadership of 3 individuals, began their ascent up the mountain. Ma Shuai, standing behind Chu Pengcheng, witnessed this scene and promptly disengaged the safety on his submachine gun. As hundreds of people reached the midslope, a palpable sense of intimidation filled the air. Yet, Chu Pengcheng appeared unfazed. He stepped forward, fixating his gaze on the foremost figure. Song Qingshu. With his hands clasped behind his back, Song Qingshu stood erect and returned the gaze, clapping his hands. A large crimson coffin was then hoisted up, placed meticulously between the 2 men. "Chu Pengcheng, the grave of my son Xiaojia lies upon this mountain. This coffin has been meticulously crafted to your stature, as I specifically arranged," Song Qingshu stated with a calm demeanor. Chu Pengcheng merely cast a fleeting glance before retracting his gaze and responded, "I believe it suits you better. Since you have arrived, there is no need for you to depart. From this day forth, the Song family shall cease to exist in Tiannan City." Song Qingshu smiled faintly, seemingly unperturbed and unhurried, and remarked, "Others may not know who you are, but I do. In fact, I am aware of your identity, and today, I have come here. Would you like me to publicly reveal your true nature? The members of the Song family remain oblivious to your identity." Chu Pengcheng remained silent. Song Qingshu continued, "The illustrious dragon god, targeting my Song family, truly elevates our status. You are the guardian deity of the great Xia, feared by all its inhabitants. Yet I am not afraid. Do you know why?" Once more, Chu Pengcheng did not respond, quietly observing him. However, the other members of the Song family erupted in a frenzy. "Head of the family, are you speaking the truth? Is he truly the dragon god of the great Xia? Opposing the dragon god means a certain demise for us. The entire great Xia will not forgive us. I am merely a small-time thug, aligned with the Song family only to make a living. I have not returned home in 3 years. My wife is giving birth to our second child today. And I must see my newborn son, as well as my wife whom I have not seen in 3 years." "What? You haven't seen your wife in 3 years? And she is giving birth to your second child? How old is your first child?" 2 years old. "What of it? And what of it? You have not seen your wife for 3 years, your first child is 2 years old, and your second has just been born? My brother. Let me be candid with you, the children your wife bears are mine. Strike me if you will, then take me to the hospital. I shall not demand your medical expenses. How dare you? I do not want your financial aid, I seek your life instead. Conveniently, we are at a funeral home. I could have you cremated on the spot." I sensed the peculiar glances from the neighbors around me. Alas, we are brothers. And we once promised in our youth to share the good things in life. Chapter 31, The Traitor Emerges. Gunpoint at the Dragon God. Hundreds of individuals from the Song family found themselves engulfed in chaos. Among them, a significant number of Song family members were steeped in profound fear. If they were facing any other family in the Great Xia, even the most prominent ones, they might muster the courage to engage in battle. Yet, before them stood the illustrious Dragon God of the Great Xia. Even if they were endowed with 100-fold courage, they would not dare to strike. As they gazed upon the hundreds of armed soldiers of the heavenly machine camp, they understood that at a mere command from the Dragon God, they would be consigned to burial on the spot, with not even the customary rituals of feng shui spared. They would return to the embrace of Mount Xiling in an instant. They even speculated whether Song Qingshu had purposefully chosen Mount Xiling as a trap for them. A bunch of inept fools. Why do they not ponder? If I was already aware of his identity as the Dragon God of the Great Xia, why would I dare to approach without a surefire plan? The living are called the Dragon God of the Great Xia, while the dead are merely lifeless corpses. With a cold snort, Song Qingshu declared loudly. The chaos within the Song family gradually subsided, yet the expressions on their faces remained marked by panic and disarray. Chu Pengcheng holds a distinguished status, and my Song family too possesses a notable background. The essence of our Song family's influence is such that even if he were to be killed, the higher echelons of the Great Xia would not dare to retaliate against us. Song Qingshu continued, stating that, in truth, should Chu Pengcheng perish here, the authorities would undoubtedly be incensed. However, those backing him had assured that if the Dragon God were to fall, surrendering the hundreds behind him would safeguard the Song family from harm. Chu Pengcheng, resembling a cat observing a mouse's performance, clapped his hands and inquired, I am genuinely curious. What gives you the audacity? Song Qingshu bowed in his direction and replied, why do you not strike? What are you waiting for? Chu Pengcheng remained still. Behind him stood hundreds of soldiers from the Tianji camp, along with countless gravestones. He could not fathom who would come to the Song family's aid. Suddenly, a submachine gun was pressed against his lower back. The visage of Ma Shuai came into view. You are the traitor of the Tianji camp? Chu Pengcheng furrowed his brow. Lord Dragon God, I did not wish for this, but I have my reasons. I must act thusly, and I hope you can comprehend. Ma Shuai gritted his teeth, still not lowering the submachine gun in his grasp. Comprehend? How am I to understand? How many years have you been with me? How many times have we faced battle together? The Tianji camp has fought alongside me on numerous occasions, and you, too, have been by my side. Now you expect me to understand? Qin Mu. Chu Pengcheng bellowed. Here. Qin Mu jolted, finally realizing. I recall that Ma Shuai was recommended to the Tianji camp by you. You assured me with unwavering confidence that he posed no threat. How do you explain this now? Are you suggesting that you, too, are among the traitors? Chu Pengcheng slightly turned his head, his piercing gaze, sharp as a blade, fixated on Qin Mu. I. Qin Mu found himself at a loss for words. He had been investigating in the Tianji camp for several days, harboring suspicions about many individuals. Yet he had never once doubted Ma Shuai. Years ago, when he first encountered Ma Shuai on a desolate mountain at the border, the latter was on the brink of starvation. At that time, Qin Mu, on a mission with the Tianji camp, rescued him and subsequently incorporated him into the ranks. In hindsight, he realized he had unwittingly welcomed a traitor or a spy into their midst, and over the years, he had failed to perceive this grave oversight. This was his dereliction of duty. Taking a deep breath, Chu Pengcheng closed his eyes, forcibly calming himself. After a moment, he opened his eyes, patted his chest, and spoke in a low voice, to have one of my own subordinates point a submachine gun at me, this is a first. You possess remarkable audacity. Go ahead and pull the trigger. Ma Shuai took a step back, his throat constricting as he replied, You've always been my idol, do not push me. I command you to pull the trigger. Chu Pengcheng stepped forward, meeting his gaze unwaveringly. At that moment, Qin Mu suddenly stepped in front of him, delivering a resounding slap across Ma Shuai's face, exclaiming, You insolent wretch, have you been granted permission? Who dares to aim a gun at the Dragon God? Ma Shui fell to the ground, his finger resting on the trigger but hesitating to squeeze it. Who instructed you to do this? Who is the force behind you? Qin Mu crouched down, disregarding the gun's muzzle, gripping Ma Shui's neck as he demanded answers. Kill me if you must, I said, it's a death either way. My family will be implicated, and silence will lead to their demise as well. At least if I speak, they might be spared. Ma Shui cast aside the gun, closed his eyes, and resigned himself to fate. In Qin Mu's eyes, a murderous intent began to swell, and he tightened his grip. Bring him back to the Heavenly Mechanism camp for thorough interrogation. I must uncover the forces behind him. Chu Pengcheng placed a hand on Qin Mu's shoulder, giving it a reassuring pat. Only then did Qin Mu release his hold. Two members of the Heavenly Mechanism camp stepped forward, restraining Ma Shui. Chu Pengcheng turned to face the opposite direction, where Song Qingshu's figure had long since vanished. Chu Pengcheng, there are hundreds of lives at stake here. Should you dare to act, it could shatter countless families. I trust that the upper echelons of the Great Xia will not let you escape unscathed. My Song family may be finished, yet I can seek my fortune abroad. One day, I shall return. I am also aware that the border conflicts in Great Xia are unrelenting. My family still possesses some financial resources. If I were to provide funds to those mercenaries overseas, could I not create some difficulties for you? Song Qingshu's voice echoed from the crowd, laced with a subtle air of triumph. Chu Pengcheng's expression darkened. He recognized the truth in Song Qingshu's words. He could not allow his subordinates to open fire indiscriminately. In this age of connectivity, a massacre of hundreds would invite global scrutiny upon the highest authorities of Great Xia. Even as the guardian of Great Xia, he would face repercussions. This scenario was precisely what his enemies desired. Within the ranks of Great Xia's elite, there was no monolithic unity. Various factions had emerged, with many of his own plotting for his downfall in a bid to seize his power. You are the dragon god of the Great Xia, while my Song family is merely a small clan within this vast realm. In comparison to your esteemed presence, we are indeed insignificant. Yet, it is quite amusing that, as the formidable dragon god, you are unable to take any action against me, ha ha ha. Song Qingshu laughed heartily. I shall immediately have them encircled. Any who dare attempt to flee will face ruthless consequences. I refuse to believe that they are truly unafraid of death. This group of scoundrels has been coddled for far too long. Qin Mu's eyes burned with fury. No. Should a conflict arise and chaos ensue, the situation would spiral beyond control. Chu Pengcheng firmly declined. What shall we do then? Shall we simply watch as this old rascal escapes? I cannot accept that. I will bear any responsibility. Qin Mu had already drawn his pistol. Just then, four black dragons surged from distinct directions, swiftly approaching the base of Xiling Mountain's mausoleum. Chapter 32, The Arrival of the Four Camps. A turn of events. The Azure Dragon Camp has arrived. The White Tiger Camp has arrived. The Vermilion Bird Camp has arrived. The Black Tortoise Camp has arrived. The four black dragons dispersed the crowd, surrounding Xiling Mountain, their voices ringing out in succession. Relay my orders, apprehend all members of the Song family who are mingling within the crowd. Chu Pengcheng commanded loudly. Understood. The four voices echoed in unison. The four camps ascended the mountain, charging into the throng to commence their capture. Song Qingshu shook his head in despair, sighing deeply. He had anticipated that Chu Pengcheng would summon the Tianji camp, but he had not foreseen the arrival of these four camps from the frontier. As he was forcibly extracted from the crowd, Qin Mu approached, delivering a swift kick before seizing him by the collar, demanding, "Old biting, who is the force behind you?" Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Song Qingshu surprisingly smiled. Chu Pengcheng intercepted the impetuous Qin Mu and quietly inquired. The Song family has perished by your hand, hasn't it? Coughing violently, Song Qingshu expelled a mouthful of blood, yet the smile upon his face grew even more pronounced. I concede defeat. It is not that my strategy was insufficient, but rather that the heavens did not favor me. Had that person fired a moment earlier, it would have been you lying dead instead. Alas. Chu Pengcheng crouched down, fixing his gaze upon Song Qingshu's eyes. Allow me to pose a question. Should you provide an honest answer, I may spare the children of the Song family, granting your lineage a chance at survival. Song Qingshu's eyes brightened as he nodded in agreement. Pose your question, I shall divulge all that I know. 11 years ago, my parents perished in a car accident. Initially, I believed it to be a mere misfortune, but it appears otherwise. The Wang family was involved, and your Song family played a part as well. I seek to uncover the true force behind your family. With clenched fists, Chu Pengcheng felt a tremor of anxiety within him. He was on the brink of discovering the truth concerning his parents' demise. An unshakable intuition suggested that the power backing the Song family would astonish him. Song Qingshu paused momentarily before shaking his head. I can share many things, but not this. In the face of that power, my Song family stands on par with the Wang family, perhaps even inferior to an ant. An ant might scurry away, we lack even that opportunity. If I withhold this knowledge, there remains a flicker of hope for my family. Once revealed, we shall be left with nothing. However, I can tell you that you may inquire with the Chen family about this matter. The mere thought of that formidable force sends a chill down Song Qingshu's spine. He had long been aware of the Wang family's demise at the hands of the Tianji camp, having even viewed the video that was delivered by that very force. The last time he dared to threaten them, it was not due to any hidden trump card, rather, he was wagering. Betting on the notion that the Song family still held some value. As it turns out, he was right in his gamble. Yet he also came to realize the folly of his wager. It was only when he found himself in dire straits that everything became clear. The reason that Force chose to assist him was not out of admiration for the Song family, but rather to utilize him as a means to eliminate Chu Pengcheng. And subsequently extinguish the Song family through him, an endeavor that would serve dual purposes. However, the opposing party likely did not anticipate that Ma Shuai would refrain from firing and would instead be subdued. Chu Pengcheng closed his eyes, dissatisfied with the answer he had received. 11 years ago, in that car accident, did you also bear the surname Chu? I understand now, the deceased were your parents. What a splendid drama this is, a confrontation between the dragon god of the Great Xia and that formidable force promises to be captivating. I can only wonder if I shall live to witness it. Song Qingshu wore a smile, yet tears streamed down his face. Hand him over to me, I assure you. Within 3 days, I will uncover the answers you seek, Qin Mu stated from the side. Chu Pengcheng nodded, rising to his feet and descending the mountain. For the sake of a glimmer of hope for the Song family, I shall utter not a word. In this life, I have lost. Should there be a next life, I shall surely triumph over you. Suddenly, Song Qingshu leapt to his feet, shouting loudly as he charged towards Chu Pengcheng. Rat-a-tat-tat. A sudden gunshot rang out, and Song Qingshu collapsed to the ground. Chu Pengcheng halted his steps, glaring at the fallen Song Qingshu, and exclaimed, "Who ordered you to fire?" The captain of the Qinglong camp stepped forward, explaining, "Dragon God, he posed a threat to you, for your safety, he must perish." Chu Pengcheng took a deep breath to quell the turmoil within him. Regarding the information about the forces lurking behind, it seemed that only Song Qingshu of the Song family was privy to it. With his demise, that lead from the Song family was severed, but fortunately, there was still the Chen family that might possess some knowledge. How should we deal with these individuals? Qin Mu inquired. Confine the Song family in the Tianji camp. You will interrogate them one by one to see if any useful information can be extracted. As for the others, let the local authorities handle them. The Great Xia does not harbor idle men, they should be tasked with something. Chu Pengcheng waved his hand, appearing somewhat fatigued. After a pause, he continued. As for the assets of the Song family, conduct a thorough investigation to ascertain how much belongs to the common folk, and distribute that among the local populace. The remainder shall be confiscated for use in border expenses, to improve the rations for our comrades. I shall attend to it immediately, Qin Mu nodded. Beginning to arrange for their confinement. Chu Pengcheng pinched the bridge of his nose and settled onto a nearby long bench. This time, he had obliterated the Song family and acquired all their assets, while also gleaning a fragment of information regarding the mysterious forces behind his parents' deaths, though scant. It was not entirely lost. The crisis involving Chen Shuiqing in Tiannan City had also been largely resolved, granting him a measure of peace. The most significant revelation is that the traitor within the Tianji camp has been unmasked, akin to disarming a ticking time bomb. The weight on his heart has finally been lifted. Allowing a bomb to remain in the Tianji camp, uncertain of when it might explode, would inevitably lead to disaster. Qin Mu, seated nearby, remarked, "From the information we have gathered, that mysterious force is formidable, at least comparable to my Qin family. However, upon further reflection, there are only a few top-tier powers in the Great Xia, none seem to match up, and no one dares to confront you, the Dragon God. Could it be an obscure hidden force?" Chu Pengcheng lifted his gaze toward the sun suspended overhead, remaining silent. The 5,000 years of culture in the Great Xia harbor countless unknowns. On the surface, it appears that there are merely a handful of elite families. Yet, upon reaching the status of the Dragon God, he realized that the intricacies of the Great Xia run far deeper than they seem. Several concealed families he knew of were far more terrifying than the Qin family. Suddenly, a phone rang. A soldier retrieved a mobile phone from Song Qingshu's pocket and handed it over. "Touching layer, I am the youngest son of the Song family, Song Xiaozong. I am currently overseas, but remember this, I will one day avenge my family's grievances." With that, the call ended. Chapter 33, a new expression of gratitude. Qin Mu crossed his arms and leaned forward, stating, "I have investigated the Song family and discovered that Song Qingshu has a younger brother who appears to be the leader of a mercenary group. I will promptly send the Qinglong camp to eliminate him overseas." Chu Pengcheng shook his head and remarked, "At present, we find ourselves in a stalemate with the Dark Paradise, with numerous overseas forces rallying in support of him. Should we dispatch the Qinglong camp, we would undoubtedly face assaults from various factions. The prospect of war with Dark Paradise looms over us, making it imperative that we utilize our personnel judiciously. Inform the 4th camp that they must return to the frontier today. If the 4th camp suddenly mobilizes, Dark Paradise may harbor doubts. Should they learn that the 4th camp is in Tiannan City, they might launch an offensive. Therefore, it is prudent to have the 4th camp return post-haste. Dark Paradise, as a conglomerate of diverse overseas forces, wields considerable power, otherwise, they would not have maintained a stalemate with the Great Xia for a decade. Should conflict arise, the loss of territory would be a burden Chu Pengcheng cannot bear. I shall notify them immediately." Qin Mu also recognized the gravity of the situation and hurried off. At the periphery of Xiling Mountain, a considerable crowd had gathered, eagerly observing the unfolding events. Whispers circulated as they witnessed the fall of the Song family. Had the Song family truly been defeated? I could have sworn I glimpsed the lifeless form of Song Qingshu. The arrival of the 4th camp indicated that the Dragon God was also present on the mountain. Chu Pengcheng must possess extraordinary capabilities to summon the Dragon God. Without such assistance, he would be nothing. Ha ha ha, with the Wang family annihilated and the Song family captured, the only top family remaining in Tiannan City is my Qin family. The dawn of my family's ascendance is imminent. The most elated among them was Qin He. As the most venerable top family in Tiannan City, the Qin family had initially been surpassed by the Song family, followed by the Wang family entering the ranks of the elite. Meanwhile, the Qin family's fortunes had dwindled. Now, the Song and Wang families have been eradicated, leaving the Qin family in a position of unrivaled dominance. However, one cannot help but acknowledge the remarkable fortune of Chu Pengcheng. During several crises, he fortuitously found himself in Tiannan City at the same time as the Dragon God. Chen He scoffed, his gaze brimming with disdain. Yet, many expressed their gratitude towards Chu Pengcheng. Splendid. The Song family, notorious for their usury, has inflicted grievous harm upon my son. Their downfall is truly a source of relief. And what of your troubles? A relative of mine borrowed 10,000 from the Song family, only to be demanded to repay 100,000 a month later. After much struggle, he managed to settle the debt, yet they claimed additional fees for service, demanding another 20,000. If he failed to comply, the debt would increase by 10,000 each day. My relative's family was ultimately driven to despair, resorting to such tragic measures. Chu Pengcheng is indeed a savior sent by the heavens. Song Ziwen had also engaged in campus loans and various scams, leaving many in Tiannan City destitute, earning him the notorious title of the local tyrant. His arrest has brought immense satisfaction to the populace. I must create a banner of gratitude for Chu Pengcheng and find an opportunity to present it to the Dragon God. as Chu Pengcheng descended from the mountain. Numerous individuals raised their thumbs in approval, genuinely appreciative of his role in ridding Tiannan City of a menace. Simultaneously, he received a call from the highest echelons of the Great Xia, from number 1. You, young man, what are your intentions? Is it not sufficient that Tiangong camp has been dispatched to Tiannan City? Now you have also relocated the 4th camp. Do you comprehend the potential consequences should Dark Paradise launch an assault? The voice on the other end resonated with the sound of a fist striking the table. Please, do not lose your temper just yet. When I agreed to take on the mantle of the Dragon God, my foremost condition was the safety of my family. Yet, what has transpired? My wife was nearly violated, and I am not to blame for that, Chu Pengcheng stated innocently. The matters concerning your family were not adequately considered by those beneath me. You have dismissed those who needed to be dismissed, and I have not raised any objections. At this juncture, your only fear is that of being dismissed yourself, yet you dare to act with impunity. Many high-ranking officials have expressed their discontent. And the materials for your indictment have already landed on my desk. I caution you, this is your only warning, should there be a next time. I cannot guarantee your safety. With that, the voice on the other end hung up abruptly. A faint smile graced Chu Pengcheng's lips. No next time? Whether there will be a next time depends not on him, but rather on whether anyone dares to provoke him. If provoked, he shall not show leniency. As for dismissal, should it arise again, he would act similarly. He is not a politician, burdened by excessive considerations, he simply does what he believes is right for the people. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, as he was about to get into his vehicle, an Audi A6L sped towards him and came to a halt. Chen Xuening stepped out of the car. You promised to bring me along, why did you not? She scrutinized him from head to toe, then rushed over and embraced him, asking, Are you all right? A warmth spread through Chu Pengcheng's heart as he shook his head. I am fine. The issue with the Song family has been resolved. Henceforth, in Tiannan City, no one shall harbor ill intentions towards you. Chen Xuening tilted her head in surprise. What did you just say? The problem with the Song family has been resolved? Is that true? As a resident of Tiannan City, she comprehended the influence of the Song family and thus held a skeptical view towards Chu Pengcheng's words. Of course, it is indeed true. If you do not believe it, you may go there and see for yourself. The body of Song Qingshu remains, and all members of the Song family have been apprehended, their assets confiscated. The future of Tiannan City will see no presence of the Song family. Chu Pengcheng gestured towards the location where Song Qingshu's body was stored. The corpse was placed in a grand red coffin and transported to the funeral home. According to regulations, if no relatives claim it, the body will be cremated after 3 days, and the ashes will be scattered into the sea. Without a deposit or storage fee, they will not hold on to the ashes. The fact that they would even proceed with cremation is already a significant act of mercy on their part. As for the relatives, the entire Song family has been captured. And the youngest son remains abroad, undoubtedly too fearful to return. It is likely that Song Qingshu never anticipated that the coffin prepared for Chu Pengcheng would ultimately be used for himself, fitting him perfectly as if it had been custom-made for him. Chen Xuening hurriedly ran off to confirm, and upon verification, she returned. I heard them say that it was the Dragon God who intervened, and the 4 battalions from the border have arrived, otherwise you would have undoubtedly faced dire consequences this time. Chen Xuening lightly teased him on the nose. However, on the other hand, ever since your return, my luck seems to have improved remarkably. As long as you are around, it appears that all problems dissipate. You truly are my lucky star. Chen Xuening proclaimed with pride. With a mischievous grin, Chu Pengcheng replied with a hint of malice, Since I have resolved your issues, how do you intend to express your gratitude? A forewarning, the previous methods are undoubtedly inadequate, I seek a new expression of gratitude. Chapter 34, The Generosity of the Father-in-Law. The notion of a new form of appreciation was not lost on Chen Xuening. Fortunately, she had gleaned much from the latest animated series, though she had yet to apply her newfound knowledge. This occasion presented a perfect opportunity to experiment alongside Chu Pengcheng. Having resolved the troubles plaguing the Song family, Her company was poised for rapid expansion in Tiannan City. Coupled with the contracts previously signed, amassing over 100 million within a year appeared entirely feasible. Chen Wenkong and his wife, along with Chen Yang, arrived by car. From a young age, I recognized your potential, and now fortune has favored you. You and Xuanning shall lead a prosperous life henceforth. As Chen Wenkong observed Xu Pengqing, his fondness grew. Come, come. I have prepared a feast at home. Let us dine together. Wang Liwan wore a beaming smile. We even have 2 bottles of Feitian Mitai, let us celebrate in style. With a grand gesture, Chen Wenkong turned and entered the vehicle. Chen Yang scoffed, muttering disdainfully, it's not as if he's particularly impressive, without the dragon god. He would have been utterly dismantled by the Song family long ago. Upon arriving at the father-in-law's residence, Wang Liwan brought forth the meticulously prepared dishes. Although it was still midday, it was not an impediment to indulging in spirits. Even Chen Xuanning, who typically abstained from alcohol, partook of half a glass. After several rounds of drinks and a delightful array of dishes, a phone call interrupted the merriment. Chen Wenkong, his face flushed from the drink, answered the call without hesitation. Dear uncle, next Monday marks my father's grand birthday celebration. Initially, as you are aware, my father had extended an invitation for your family to attend. However, he has since changed his mind. And I am here to inform you to avoid any awkwardness on the day itself. With the speakerphone activated, Chen He's voice resonated. Regarding your father's birthday gift. I have already prepared something special, a treasure, indeed. It is a 10-year-old dried tangerine peel. Chen Wenkong declared with pride. Yet, Xu Pengqing discerned the underlying implication in Chen He's words. If it were merely a 10-year-old dried tangerine peel, I would advise your family to refrain from attending. It would be quite embarrassing, do you not realize this? What do you mean? Chen Wenkong inquired, somewhat bewildered. The Wang family has been obliterated. The Song family has also perished. Now, the foremost family in Tiannan City is solely my Chen family. Before long, the majority of the city's enterprises will belong to us. On my father's birthday, many will come to pay their respects, including numerous dignitaries. Presenting only dried tangerine peel would be rather shabby and would diminish our family's stature. Chen He spoke candidly. Cough, cough. Chen Wenkong cleared his throat, his face reddening further. 30 years prior, he had amassed some wealth alongside the Chen family and purchased this villa. Now, however, he found himself lacking in funds. Moreover, Chen Xuanning's company had recently encountered difficulties, with funds tied up in labor and projects, leaving no surplus. The purchase of the 10-year-old dried tangerine peel had nearly depleted their finances, and acquiring another gift was simply out of the question. Furthermore, what did Chen He's remarks imply? It was an evident display of disdain towards their family. Uncle, please do not be agitated. I am quite straightforward, I speak my mind. Do you know what gift I have prepared for the occasion? A 3-inch tall jade guanyin, a relic from the Qing dynasty, valued at over 10 million. We are all family, and you are my elder. Although you and my father are of the same generation, you belong to a different branch. The gift you prepare cannot be inferior to mine, can it? Chen He continued. Get lost. Just leave. In a fit of rage, Chen Wenkong hurled his phone to the ground. Uncle, do not be upset. I reiterate, if you cannot present a worthy gift, it is better not to come. Lest you bring shame upon yourself. The sound of Chen He's voice echoed from the shattered Nokia on the floor. With that, he ended the call. Chen Wenkong's chest heaved with indignation as he pointed shakily at the phone, stammering, throw that phone away. Nokia phones are too durable, get me one that is more fragile. Jin Yang tossed his chopsticks onto the table and remarked, what good will changing phones do? What is urgent now is to replace the gift with something far more impressive. Did you not hear? The Chen family in Tiannan City is the most influential. If we prepare a gift that pleases them, perhaps uncle will be so delighted that he might arrange a position for me, ensuring I will never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of my life. Chen Xuanning also set down her chopsticks, frowning. But we currently lack sufficient funds, it is too late to prepare an extravagant gift. Moreover, regarding the jade guanyin that Chen He mentioned, I believe I have seen it in the news. It is indeed from the Qing dynasty and valued at over 10 million. I do have some money in my company account, but it amounts to only a few million. Wang Lijuan nodded in agreement. Unless the villa were sold, there appeared to be no better alternative at present. They could choose not to attend. Yet as members of the Chen family, albeit distant relatives, there remained a bond of blood that rendered their absence undesirable. However, should they decide to go, presenting only 10-year-old dried tangerine peel would certainly tarnish the family's reputation before the assembled guests. A pall of worry clouded each face in the room. At that moment, Chu Pengcheng inquired, "Does uncle have any particular fondness for certain items?" Chen Xiuqing promptly replied, "Indeed, he has a penchant for antiques, fine spirits, and tea. I have heard he possesses a collection room brimming with various antiques and an extensive assortment of spirits, cigars, and teas aged over a decade." With a snap of his fingers, Chu Pengcheng declared, "That simplifies matters. I shall take responsibility for this. By next Monday, I will ensure the old gentleman is thoroughly pleased." However, Chen Xiuqing interjected with concern, "Though uncle does enjoy such items, he has lost interest in ordinary spirits and antiques. I have been informed that he is in search of rare spirits and antiques, yet those are exceedingly precious. What course of action do you propose?" Chen Xiuqing remained apprehensive and skeptical. Any spirit aged over a decade invariably commands a higher price, and certain bottles are unattainable even for those with ample wealth. As for antiques, their value is often nebulous. What one may cherish could be priceless, while another may deem it worthless. In this age of information, the worth of virtually any antique can be readily discerned online. Should one present a counterfeit, the humiliation of discovery among esteemed guests would be unbearable. What remedy do you possess? Are you capable of conjuring something from thin air? How amusing. Qin Yang lowered his head, fiddling with his nails. Do not force yourself. Perhaps it would be best to let it go. After all, Chen He looks down upon us. We shall refrain from attending and simply arrange for someone to deliver the gift, regardless of its value. At the very least, it will convey our heartfelt intentions. After contemplating for a moment, Qin Xuening offered her thoughts. Rest assured, leave it to me. By next Monday, I will ensure your satisfaction. Chu Pengcheng remarked mysteriously. Chapter 35, The Grand Birthday Celebration. Chu Pengcheng stepped outside and called Qin Mu, saying, "Please bring me some of the stock that is nearing expiration from the warehouse next Monday. Perhaps 3 trucks should suffice, deliver them directly to the Chen residence." "All right. Trust me to handle it," Qin Mu replied with a chuckle. Later that evening, Chu Pengcheng and Chen Xuening returned home. Noticing the time, which was already 9 o'clock, he declared, "It is time for bed." He removed his coat and hung it on the rack. Chen Xuening's face flushed as she retorted, "You rogue. Who said anything about sleeping with you? You sleep in your own space, and I shall sleep in mine." With that, she dashed toward the bedroom, intending to lock the door behind her. However, before she could close it, Chu Pengcheng pushed it open, asking, "Why the rush to the bedroom if you are not eager to sleep? Your face is still quite flushed. Are you perhaps harboring some indecent thoughts?" "Absolutely not." Chen Xuening quickly turned away. "If you do, it is only natural. After all, you promised me that you would express your gratitude properly today. Seeing you so hastily retreat to your room, could it be that you are a tad too eager?" Chu Pengcheng embraced her from behind, his breath caressing her ear, sending a tingling sensation through her. "Not today, it still hurts. Please allow me a couple of days to recuperate," Chen Xiuqing implored, her tone laced with desperation. "I do not care. All I know is that there are overworked oxen, but no ruined fields. Since you have acquiesced today, you must follow through," Chu Pengcheng asserted, lifting her effortlessly and tossing her onto the bed. The thud echoed as the door swung shut. "No." Outside the room, Chen Xiuqing's pleas were faintly discernible. Time swiftly transitioned to Monday, the day of the esteemed Chen family patriarch Chen Wenxiang's grand birthday celebration. On this occasion, the elite of Tiannan City flocked to the Chen family estate, each guest bearing gifts of congratulations, their faces alight with joy. As Chu Pengcheng arrived in his Audi A6L, Chen He stood at the entrance, welcoming the arriving guests. Upon spotting Chu Pengcheng alight from his vehicle, Chen He's expression soured, and he coldly remarked, cousin-in-law. Second uncle, what gifts have you brought for the celebration? Chen Wenkong, Wang Lijuan, along with Chen Shuiqing and Chen Yang, remained silent. Though they were aware that Chu Pengcheng had prepared a gift, they were oblivious to its nature. Chu Pengcheng furrowed his brow and retorted. Is it customary for the Chen family to inquire about the gifts of each guest upon their arrival? What a remarkable tradition you uphold, such politeness. Is this how your uncle has instructed you to conduct yourself? Chen He's countenance darkened, and he replied, I certainly do not inquire of every guest, but merely of you. Chu Pengcheng nodded, a look of sudden realization crossing his face. So you mean to say that you, the young master of the Chen family, are specifically targeting us? My father-in-law is your second uncle, and Xuening is your cousin. Our family shares a blood connection with your main household, yet you choose to oppose your own kin? I must inquire what that signifies. The guests present, witnessing the confrontation between the two, began to gather around in curiosity. I felt it imperative to emphasize the significance of my father's birthday celebration. It was not an occasion for just anyone to attend. The moment of our Chen family's rise is approaching, and many distinguished guests have graced us with their presence today. I cannot allow any discord to tarnish our reputation. And if your gifts are lacking, it would reflect poorly on the Chen family. Chen He raised his voice, clarifying for all to hear. I cannot claim that my gift surpasses all others, but I can assure you it will be superior to yours. Chu Pengcheng replied coolly. Clap, clap, clap. Chen He applauded, nodding in agreement. I shall indeed await with bated breath. Ignoring him, Chu Pengcheng led a few individuals into the courtyard. Chen Xiao, why engage in conflict with them? What is your standing compared to theirs? Although they are all members of the Chen family, their version of Chen pales in comparison to yours. Indeed. I am well aware of their circumstances, they are financially strained. Only Chen Xuening possesses some funds, but they are likely tied up in the company accounts. And I suspect she wouldn't dare to touch them. Without money, how could they possibly present a respectable gift? It is quite absurd. We all know that Master Chen's birthday gift is a pristine jade guanyin from the Qing dynasty. Could it be that he possesses a gift of even greater value? In my opinion, it is the dragon god who has vanquished the Wang and Song families, leading this Chu Pengcheng to feel inflated with false confidence. Believing he has the dragon god at his back. Yet, he remains oblivious to the fact that the dragon god cannot linger eternally in Tiannan City. Ultimately, Tiannan City will remain the domain of the Chen family. Listening to the flattery that surrounded him, Chen He felt considerably better. Clasping his hands in a gesture of respect and responding, I comprehend your words, truly I do. My intention was merely to prevent their family from attending. However, whether out of genuine foolishness or feigned ignorance, they still came. I surmise they seek to establish connections during this occasion. As more guests arrived, the banquet in honor of Chen Wenxiang commenced. At the forefront of the courtyard, a platform was erected, where Chen Wenxiang, clad in a crimson ceremonial robe, greeted those gathered below with enthusiasm. Cousin, our family has come to see you, Chen Wenkong announced with a smile as he approached. They had grown up together, often engaging in mischief such as fishing and brawling, fostering a bond that remained strong despite the passage of time. However, after Chen Wenxiang ascended as the head of the Chen family, their communication dwindled, and aside from holiday greetings, they rarely crossed paths. Wenkong, I have heard about your family's situation. Alas, it is the inadequacy of the Chen family's strength that we could not contend with the Song and Wang families. Fortunately, your family has managed to turn misfortune into fortune. Regarding the prior incidents, please do not blame Chen He acted with the interests of the Chen family in mind. Chen Wenxiang gently patted one of his hands, and I understood completely. This child, Chen He, possesses the demeanor of a family head, surely. The Chen family will thrive under his stewardship. By the way, since today is your grand birthday celebration, isn't Chen Wei returning as well? Chen Wenkong inquired. Chen Wenxiang has two sons, the elder, Chen He, and the younger, Chen Wei. Chen Wei enlisted 3 years ago and returns only once a year. Indeed. He is currently preoccupied with some matters and cannot return immediately. However, he mentioned that he would send his birthday gift ahead of him, arriving a little later. It has been nearly a year since I last laid eyes on him, Chen Wenxiang reflected, filled with emotion. Jin Wei has always been dutiful and respectful towards you, surely. Upon his return, he will present a birthday gift that will delight you. Pray, do share what it is, Chen Wenkong asked curiously. Chen Xuanning and Chu Pengcheng also perked up their ears, listening intently. Chapter 36, Deliberate Humiliation, Lack of Upbringing. Chen Wenxiang waved his hand, and the housekeeper promptly understood. Retrieving a prestigious cigar and handing it over, igniting it for him. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and wore an expression of sheer ecstasy. After a moment, he opened his eyes and proudly proclaimed, as for the specifics, that lad did not disclose them, merely stating that the gift would be unexpected and thoroughly satisfying. Chu Pengcheng was taken aback. What is there to be proud of when you know nothing of the gift? Regardless of what it is. It symbolizes the child's heartfelt respect. Chen Wenkong chuckled. Father, the guests are nearly all here, we can commence the birthday banquet, Chen He approached to remind him. Chen Wenxiang nodded and said, Wenkong, today Chen He has an announcement to make, one that is advantageous for our Chen family. You must surely lend your support. As long as it is for the benefit of the Chen family, I will undoubtedly support it, replied Chen Wenkong. Chen He ascended the platform, grasped the microphone, cleared his throat a couple of times, and once the audience quieted down, he began, I am extremely pleased to welcome everyone here today to celebrate my father's birthday. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you for attending. This birthday celebration is divided into 3 segments. First, I invite all guests to present their birthday gifts. My father has stated that whoever offers a gift that pleases him the most will receive a promise from him. Second, I will outline the future plans for the Chen family's development in Tiannan City. Lastly, we will commence the birthday banquet. May I inquire if anyone has any objections? The crowd exchanged glances. They were all here to partake in the celebration. The Chen family could arrange the event as they saw fit. And the guests would simply follow the prescribed protocols. Very well, since there are no objections, let us proceed with the first segment, the presentation of birthday gifts. Starting with our Chen family, followed by our esteemed guests. Chen He descended from the platform and waved his hand. A model approached, carrying a small tray covered with a red cloth. He took the tray and, facing Chen Wenxiang, knelt on one knee, as the eldest son of the Chen family. I present to my father a Qing dynasty jade guanyin statue, wishing him blessings as boundless as the East Sea and longevity surpassing the ancient pines of the South Mountain. The red cloth was unveiled, revealing a meticulously crafted 3-inch jade guanyin, captivating the audience's attention. Chen Wenxiang patted the armrest, his face aglow, and exclaimed, Excellent, splendid. My son is truly thoughtful. He had a well-known passion for antiques throughout the city of Tiannan, yet few were aware of his profound admiration for jade and paintings. In particular, he cherished old jade, which not only signified the material's rarity but also embodied the cultural heritage of an era. Jade was not a possession of the common family, it was typically reserved for nobility. Every carving and the shape of the artifact conveyed the rich cultural legacy of a dynasty. Although he had never mentioned this to Chen He, his son had presented him with a Qing dynasty jade guanyin statue, a gesture of true thoughtfulness. Congratulations, Mr. Chen. The first gift at your birthday banquet is the guanyin statue, symbolizing blessings from guanyin. You are destined for longevity. This statue I had previously seen on television news at an auction, reportedly purchased by a mysterious buyer. Little did I expect it to be young Master Chen. This guanyin statue is likely the most precious gift at today's celebration, making our own offerings seem somewhat inadequate, haha. Listening to the flattery from those around him, Chen Wenxiang could hardly contain his joy. His son had bestowed the most treasured gift upon him, and amidst the accolades, his pride shone brightly. No wonder Chen He had previously told him that his birthday gift would be the most valuable. The 3-inch jade guanyin statue was carried away by a model. Dad. My brother Chen Wei's gift has yet to arrive. Perhaps we should allow the guests to present their gifts first, and when my brother's gift arrives, we can present it then, Chen He declared robustly. He made no mention of Chen Wenkong's family beside him. Chen Wenkong attempted to confront him, but was halted by Chu Pengcheng, who remarked, the most precious treasures often make their entrance last. Please, calm down, there is no need for haste. Is it not true that you lack impressive gifts? If you truly possessed something valuable, how could Chen He disregard us? No matter how we compare, we cannot rival Chen He's statue of Guanyin. Chen Yang scoffed. As for my longevity gift, whether it truly pales in comparison to his, will only be revealed in due time, Chu Pengcheng replied, unperturbed. Huh? Who are you trying to fool? Chen Yang retorted, turning his head away. Old master, I present to you a pair of golden longevity peaches. Though my gift may not match that of young Master Chen, it represents my heartfelt wishes for your long and prosperous life. I offer a Qing Dynasty Guangxu official kiln plum vase, adorned with the depiction of the 8 immortals crossing the sea, symbolizing your abundant fortune, dear elder. I bestow upon you a jadeite cabbage, inspired by the famed jade cabbage of Empress Dowager Cixi. Although it is a modern creation, it holds aesthetic value and would grace any bedroom beautifully. I present a string of 5 emperor's coins. While ordinary coins may hold little worth, this particular string comprises mother coins, which the elder can hang in his study to ensure that malevolent spirits dare not approach. As one exquisite gift after another was presented, the smile on Chen Wenxiang's face remained unwavering, while Chen Wenkong's expression betrayed a hint of envy. Let every individual hold themselves in esteem, and may their celebrations on the occasion of their longevity be graced with a multitude of guests. This is the cherished dream of every elder. It symbolizes honor and prestige, making the moment of closing one's eyes worthwhile. As an hour and a half passed, the guests had offered their tributes, and the atmosphere gradually quieted. At this juncture, Chen He seemed to realize that he had neglected the Chen Wenkong family. With a slap to his forehead, he chuckled and said, "Second uncle, I apologize. There have been so many matters at hand that my mind couldn't keep track. I seem to have overlooked your family, allowing you to present your tribute after all the other guests. I hope you don't mind?" Chen Wenkong let out a cold snort, his face darkening, choosing to ignore him. To utter such words in front of all the guests was a deliberate affront to their family. Chu Pengcheng stepped forward with a smile and remarked, "We bear no ill will. Young Master Chen, with his myriad responsibilities, understandably may forget us, his less affluent relatives. However, I am rather skeptical whether this was a mere oversight or a deliberate slight. If it was indeed an oversight, it is forgivable. Yet I would advise you to consult a physician to ensure you do not suffer from amnesia. If it was intentional, it only reflects poorly on your upbringing. While your lack of manners may be inconsequential, today is your uncle's birthday, and your actions could render my family the subject of ridicule among the other guests." Chapter 37, You are awaited with anticipation. Chu Pengcheng's words, regardless of whether Chen He was in the right, rendered him decidedly in the wrong. Furthermore, everyone present was acutely aware that Chen He had acted with intent. Any further rebuttal would only cast him in the role of a fool in the eyes of the assembly. As the son-in-law, you certainly possess a sharp tongue. However, I am curious as to what you have prepared for my father's birthday gift today. Should the gift be subpar, do not blame me for having security escort you out." Chen He wore a smile, one that concealed a hint of malice. "Chen Xiao, it seems your intellect is rather questionable. I suggest you consult a physician." Chu Pengcheng remarked with a calm smile. "What do you mean? Have you forgotten that upon entering, I mentioned my gift may not surpass others? Yet it certainly will not fall short of yours? Very well, I shall await your offering with anticipation." Chen Xuening shook her head, adding, "Cousin, wearing glasses does not merely mean you await with eagerness, it implies you are gazing with both eyes wide open." Chen He's fingers twitched momentarily, feigning ignorance. Chen Wenkong stepped forward, approaching the center of the carpet. He retrieved a square wooden box from the model's tray and stated, "Wenxiang and I are peers. I present this gift not only because he is my cousin but also as the head of the Chen family. As we grow older, our health may diminish, thus, I offer a box of 10-year-old dried tangerine peel." The smile on Chen Wenxiang's face gradually faded, and he nodded, yet remained silent. "Uncle, I previously advised you against presenting such worthless items. 10-year-old dried tangerine peel? The Chen family possesses dozens of pounds." Chen He immediately mocked. "Oh dear. It is said that a little dried tangerine peel is worth its weight in gold. Dried tangerine peel aged over 7 years is indeed a treasure. I am astonished to hear the Chen family has dozens of pounds, murmured the crowd in hushed tones. Upon hearing the remarks of those around him, Chen He spoke up, "This 10-year-old dried tangerine peel is not a precious item for my family, we have all grown weary of it. If anyone is fond of it, after the birthday banquet, I shall have my servants package some for each of you to take home." Laughter ensued. "Thank you, young Master Chen. You are indeed a remarkable young man, I look forward to a closer relationship with your family." Chen He nodded, seemingly regarding this as a trifling matter. Meanwhile, Chen Wenkong stood rooted in place, his face alternating between crimson and pallor, profoundly embarrassed. Chen He's actions were a public humiliation, suggesting that the birthday gift he offered was nothing more than rubbish, unworthy of consumption even by the Chen family, and that everyone would receive some only after the banquet concluded. "Wenkong, Chen He speaks the truth, I have no longer partaken of 10-year-old dried tangerine peel, as I now indulge in the 15-year variety. I understand that your family may not possess great wealth, and procuring 10-year-old dried tangerine peel might have depleted your resources. I appreciate your intentions, but you should take your gift back, returning it now might still be feasible." Chen Wenxiang also chimed in. Chu Pengcheng furrowed his brow. While others may not have discerned the underlying implications of these remarks, he understood them well. This was a clear insinuation that the Wenkong family was impoverished and that the gift he presented was deemed unworthy, suggesting it would be better not to embarrass themselves by offering it. "Uncle, although my father-in-law's birthday gift may not be particularly valuable, it represents his sincere intentions. You have not returned any gifts from other guests today, so is it not excessive to return my father-in-law's?" Chu Pengcheng interjected. "This is outrageous. Chu Pengcheng, you are merely the son-in-law of the Chen family, you have no place to speak here," Chen He said sternly. Chu Pengcheng chose to disregard his words, his piercing gaze resembling that of an eagle, as he turned his attention to Chen Wenxiang. The expansive courtyard fell into a profound silence. After a moment, Chen Wenxiang let out a hearty laugh and remarked, "You make a valid point. Since it has been brought here, I cannot refuse it. Regardless, it is a gesture of goodwill, so I shall accept it." Chen Wenkong exhaled deeply, placing the wooden box onto the tray, and then cast a grateful glance at Chu Pengcheng. Without his intervention, he would have truly been at a loss today. Chen He had gone too far. "I owe you one for today," Chen Xuening murmured softly. Chu Pengcheng grasped her hand and led her to the center of the red carpet. With a wave of his hand, a model approached, cradling a tray. He picked up the wooden box and declared, "Uncle, within this box lies a painting. The Zhong Kuei capturing ghosts, hanging it in your room will ward off evil more effectively than anything else." Upon finishing, he opened the box, revealing a rolled-up painting. Chen Wenxiang abruptly rose to his feet, and the others instinctively stepped forward, all eyes fixated on the artwork. Chen He chuckled lightly and said, "Throughout history, many have attempted to replicate Wu Daizi's Zhong Kuei capturing ghosts. The authentic painting once appeared at an auction, but it was claimed by someone else. Such a precious item. I suspect the original is unlikely to resurface. I wonder from which dynasty your piece originates." Chen Wenxiang felt a sense of relief wash over him. It would indeed be a pity if it were not the original. Throughout history, imitation has been prevalent, although the passage of time often enhances value. It cannot rival the original masterpiece. The works of Wu Daozi are indeed divine, they transcend mere artistry, imbued with an ethereal spirit that eludes replication by other artists. For centuries, countless masters have attempted to replicate his form, yet none have captured the essence. Chen Xuening gazed curiously at her partner, pondering the origins of this painting. Chu Pengcheng replied slowly, "This is an original by Wu Daozi, depicting Zhong Kuei capturing ghosts from the Tang dynasty." "What? The Tang dynasty?" Chen Wenxiang's voice trembled, laced with skepticism. If this painting were genuine, it would undoubtedly be a priceless treasure, a most significant birthday gift for today. Chu Pengcheng placed the wooden box on the tray, gesturing for the model to present the painting. On the long table, all the pastries and longevity peaches had been cleared away, and Chen Wenxiang carefully unfolded the artwork. A formidable Zhong Kuei emerged vividly on the paper, seemingly alive, as if poised to capture a ghost. Chen He approached, scrutinizing the details closely. "Where are my reading glasses? And the magnifying glass?" Bring them to me, quickly. Chen Wenxiang urged impatiently. The maid hurried to retrieve them. Meanwhile, others in attendance craned their necks, eager to discern the contents of the painting. Chen Wenxiang, with magnifying glass in hand, examined it meticulously. If this painting were indeed authentic, it would be an invaluable treasure. What are you thinking? Surely, it cannot be genuine. I suspect it is merely a replica, perhaps even a copy from the Tang dynasty. The others nodded in agreement. For there were indeed quite a number of renowned artists in the Tang dynasty who emulated Wu Daozi. At that moment, Chen Wenxiang set down his magnifying glass and slowly straightened his posture. Chapter 38, Desiring Nothing But One Question. All eyes turned to Chen Wenxiang, their hearts unwittingly tightening. If this were indeed an authentic piece of Wu Daozi's Zhong Kuei capturing ghosts, it would undoubtedly create a significant stir in the antique world of Tiannan City. It is worth noting that authentic artworks from the Tang dynasty to modern times are exceedingly rare. The greatest challenge lies in their preservation. Many have perished through the ravages of war, some have been lost to the public domain, while others were taken to tombs by emperors, with only a scant few remaining to be passed down. Wu Daozi, revered as the sage of painting, uniquely captured the essence of Zhong Kuei and Yang Guifei with unparalleled grace. The most anxious among them was Chen He. Should this painting be confirmed as genuine, it would undoubtedly serve as the most cherished birthday gift for the elder, ensuring that he would grant Chu Pengcheng a request. He had originally hoped to seize this opportunity to ascend to the position of family head, believing that the elder would not refuse in front of everyone. However, Chu Pengcheng's appearance thwarted his plans. It is indeed a source of shame. My age has limited my exposure to Tang dynasty paintings, and I truly cannot ascertain their authenticity. Chen Wenxiang lamented. Father, why not simply accept this painting for now, excluding it from the selection for this birthday gift, and consider it a token of goodwill? Chen He immediately suggested. Chen Wenxiang nodded in agreement. Since it is a birthday gift, it is indeed a token of goodwill. However, at the outset, you mentioned that as long as the esteemed elder is satisfied with the gift, he would grant that individual a favor. Thus, I would like to inquire whether the elder is pleased with this gift? Chu Pengcheng stepped forward and asked. As a birthday present, my father is certainly pleased, however, he cannot be said to be thoroughly satisfied, as the authenticity of this painting remains uncertain. Unless one of the guests present possesses expertise in Tang dynasty calligraphy and painting, we can only accept it for now and study it further after the banquet concludes, Chen He proclaimed grandly. Chu Pengcheng's gaze swept across the faces of the guests. At that moment, a middle-aged man stepped forward and said, Esteemed elder, my surname is Ma. I own a museum in Daxia and have studied antiques for several decades. I consider myself somewhat knowledgeable in this field. May I take a closer look? Chen Wenxiang's eyes brightened, and he nodded. Ah, Master Ma. I have long heard of your esteemed name but have never had the fortune to meet you. Please, come forth and examine it. Master Ma ascended the stage, holding a magnifying glass to scrutinize the painting meticulously. After quite some time, he finally lifted his head. What do you think? Is this painting a high-quality imitation? Chen He inquired hastily. Master Ma shook his head. Could it possibly be a counterfeit? A modern print? Chen He pressed further. Neither, Master Ma replied. Based on my experience, this is undoubtedly an authentic work from the Tang dynasty by Wu Daozi, depicting Zhong Kuei capturing ghosts. It is truly remarkable that this painting has been preserved in such pristine condition for centuries. It is a priceless treasure, indeed. For the esteemed elder to acquire such a gem in his later years is truly a stroke of good fortune. Master Ma gazed at the painting, a tinge of reluctance evident in his demeanor. Chen Wenxiang remarked, if it were anyone else claiming the authenticity of this artwork, I might harbor doubts, however. If Master Ma asserts it to be genuine, it must indeed be so. Among all the gifts presented today, this painting brings me the greatest satisfaction, does it not, Pengcheng? I have heard of you and am aware that you are the son-in-law of the Chen family. I honor my word and shall grant you one request. What would you desire? Just as Chu Pengcheng was about to respond, Chen He interjected, Uncle, I hope the head of the Chen family can lead us to prosperity and wealth. Chen He scoffed, his eyes betraying a clear disdain. He knew all too well that this family had little ambition, merely seeking to rely on their main branch for financial gain. Chen Wenxiang appeared oblivious to the exchange. His gaze still fixed on Chu Pengcheng. Uncle, this painting is merely one of the gifts. There is another item I wish to present on behalf of my parents-in-law. As soon as Chu Pengcheng's words fell, the main door swung open, revealing a contingent of Tianji camp members, led by Qin Mu, who entered the courtyard carrying several boxes. Chu Pengcheng approached and opened 3 of the boxes, revealing cigarettes, liquor, and tea. However, the packaging was unremarkable, green metal tins devoid of any labels, appearing rather ordinary. Uncle. You are aware that I enlisted a decade ago. These items were distributed from above. Lacking a personal preference for them, I thought you might enjoy them. Chu Pengcheng stated with an air of indifference. These items are all distributed internally, and their quality varies with rank, they cannot be found outside. Excellent. You have truly made an effort. Chen Wenxiang nodded in satisfaction. In his youth, he had served in the military and had a fondness for the internally distributed tobacco, alcohol, and tea. However, lacking connections within the army, he had always wished to procure some, yet it remained an unattainable desire due to the unavailability in the market. I have transported 3 truckloads in total, sufficient for Uncle to use for a while. If it proves insufficient, feel free to inform me. And I shall arrange for more to be brought over, Chu Pengcheng remarked with a slight smile. These items are nearly overflowing the warehouse, serving no purpose for sustenance. And some are approaching expiration. Rather than discarding them, it is better to share. While these items appear valuable and are coveted by outsiders, for a warrior of his stature, they are merely superfluous. Excellent. Truly, Wen Kong, you have chosen a remarkable son-in-law. Chen Wenxiang exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Haha, cousin, what do you mean by that? I am also a member of the Chen family, and Pengcheng is likewise a son-in-law of the Chen family. We are all one family. His respect for you is only natural, Chen Wenkong said, his face flushed with pride, the earlier discomfort dissipating in an instant. He straightened his posture, wearing a look of triumph. Look. Everyone, look. This is my son-in-law. This is my esteemed son-in-law. Isn't this simply outrageous? Whether it be the paintings or the 3 truckloads of birthday gifts, they could fetch a fortune outside, yet he has chosen to gift them all away. Chen Yang muttered through gritted teeth. Little rascal, be quiet and learn from your brother-in-law, Chen Wenkong said with a glare. At that moment, the son-in-law appeared far more pleasing to his eyes than his own son. Qin Mu led his companions out. Old sir, your Chen family has a remarkable son-in-law. This signifies that the Chen family is destined to rise in the Great Xia. Such fortune is enviable, one ought to ensure their daughter also finds an exceptional son-in-law. I wish I could, but I lack the old sir's blessings. Listening to the praises below, Chen Wenxiang could hardly contain his laughter. At that moment, Chu Pengcheng spoke up, Uncle, you just mentioned that I could make a request. I desire nothing but to pose a single question. Chapter 39, then let us try any question, as long as I know the answer, feel free to ask. I shall certainly inform you, Chen Wenkong replied, settling back into his chair with a smile. 11 years ago, my father, Chu Tianzong, and my mother, Cheng Wan'er, perished in a car accident. I wish to know who else was involved behind the scenes along with the Song and Wang families. Gradually, the smile faded from Chen Wenxiang's face, replaced by a sigh. Today is my birthday banquet. Once the festivities conclude, I will speak with you further, if that is agreeable. Chu Pengcheng nodded. The banquet would last at most another 2 hours, and he was willing to wait. Are you out of your mind? This is our family's opportunity to prosper. Even if you asked for 100 million, Uncle would give it to you without hesitation, yet you only request a single question? Have you lost your senses? Qin Yang stepped forward and tugged at Chu Pengcheng's clothing, speaking with urgency. Chu Pengcheng glanced at him, dismissing him without a word. Are you implying that the car accident involving my uncle and aunt was not merely an unfortunate event, but rather a deliberate conspiracy? Chen Xuanning suddenly grasped the implication. Chu Pengcheng nodded, affirming, indeed, it appears to be a conspiracy. Moreover, they are not merely your uncle and aunt, they are your in-laws. Chen Xuanning's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she nodded in acknowledgement. When she married Chu Pengcheng, the accident had occurred several years prior. Having been accustomed to addressing them as uncle and aunt, the sudden shift to in-laws left her feeling somewhat disoriented. Now, we move on to the second phase. Concerning the future development of the Chen family. Chen He, microphone in hand, descended the stage slowly, continuing, as everyone knows. The Song and Wang families are no longer present in Tiannan City. Currently, the foremost family in Tiannan City is the Chen family. And we have acquired a significant portion of the enterprises. My father and I have deliberated and decided to consolidate all of the Chen family's assets to establish a corporate group for unified management. He then turned to Chen Xuanning and stated, as a member of the Chen family, your company will also be included in this consolidation, and from this day forth, it will become an integral part of the Chen family's overall structure. In the future, I shall assign you the position of vice president within the company. As a woman, your place is at home, nurturing the family and raising children. All the business affairs of the company will be entrusted to you, and annually, I shall provide you with a fixed dividend of 1 million, sufficient for your family's sustenance. Chen Xuanning gasped in astonishment, what? The gravity of Chen He's decision left her mind in a haze. No one had forewarned her of this. The situation had unfolded so abruptly. Was 1 million in annual dividends not too meager? Currently, our company is managing over a dozen projects, requiring no significant investment. We merely await their completion to reap the rewards, with returns expected to be no less than 100 million. Realizing the implications, Chen Xuanning became increasingly indignant. Perhaps if the annual dividend were 50 million, she might entertain the notion. Chu Pengcheng also voiced his thoughts. When Chen Xuanning was targeted by the Wang and Song families, Chen He offered no assistance. Now that all issues are resolved, and the company is on a profitable trajectory, Chen He emerges with this proposition. Is he treating their family as fools? You must understand, this is not a discussion, it is a notification. As a member of the Chen family, you are to comply with the directives, unless you declare to everyone that you are no longer part of the Chen lineage. Chen He proclaimed loudly. Chen Xuanning found herself at a loss for words, feeling a profound sense of injustice. After dedicating a decade of her life to the company, Chen He's mere word could strip her of it all? To be told that if she did not comply, she would no longer be considered a member of the Chen family? Isn't this an egregious bullying of the virtuous? If the Chen family does not wish to acknowledge Xuanning, they may express it directly. We shall take our leave now, there is no need for threats. For we are most unafraid of them. If you can only offer 100 each year, the company will never be entrusted to you. Chu Pengcheng spoke in a cold tone. I am aware that your projects do not reside in Tiannan City, however, your company is situated there. You must be cognizant of the Chen family standing in Tiannan City. With a mere word from me, I can render her company unable to continue. Do you believe it? Chen He approached, whispering a veiled threat. Chu Pengcheng merely replied with indifference, you may attempt it. Do you know how the Wang family and the Song family met their demise? Chen He scoffed and remarked, of course, I know. If it were not for the assistance of the dragon god, could you have toppled the Song and Wang families? Initially, it was the Song and Wang families that struck against you, prompting the Tianji camp to intervene. However, I can entirely employ economic means to incapacitate her company. And I do not believe the Tianji camp will respond again. Suddenly, Chu Pengcheng laughed, saying, you are correct, economic means would indeed not provoke the Tianji camp. But how can you be certain that other methods will not be employed against you? Shall we test it? Very well, let us test it. Chu Pengcheng nodded. Economic means? It is true that the Chen family currently reigns supreme in Tiannan City. Yet, that dominance holds little weight before the Qin family, they remain but a minor player. Alas! Chen He, your words are far too forceful. We are all family, what matters cannot be discussed amicably. Wen Kong, I too wish to assist your family. Xuanning is merely a young woman, she cannot bear the weight of an entire company alone, Chen Wenxiang sighed softly. The company belongs to Xuanning. The child has grown, and I can no longer intervene. Let them discuss it amongst themselves. At my age, I simply wish to enjoy a tranquil retirement. Chen Wenkong waved his hand dismissively, adopting a demeanor of indifference. Uncle, I merely hope that if my cousin Xuanning suffers any losses, you refrain from causing a scene. As you mentioned, my father is also quite advanced in years and cannot endure any turmoil, Chen He interjected promptly. Rest assured. As long as you do not create a commotion, all will be well, Zhu Pengcheng remarked with a faint smile. Create a disturbance? Ask the others present if they would believe that, Chen He retorted, a smile of disbelief crossing his face. Zhu Pengcheng chose to remain silent. Whether he would cause a scene would be revealed in due time. Ah. $1 million each year, for doing nothing, and yet receiving 100%. Even if you offered me just 500,000 annually, I would be content. Sister, perhaps we should just agree to this, Jin Yang pleaded. Clutching Chen Xuanning's arm and shaking it gently. Chen Xuanning felt exasperated and speechless. Her younger brother truly lacked ambition. Well then, the second item is concluded. I hereby announce that the birthday banquet has commenced. I hope everyone enjoys the food and drink, and I apologize for any shortcomings. Chen He stated as he stood in the center of the red carpet, bowing respectfully. Wen Kong, your family, please follow me. I shall address Peng Cheng's question. Chen Wenxiang stood up and beckoned. Chapter 40, The cause of parents' death. The family entered the main house and took their seats. Chen He produced a pot of tea, pouring for everyone before settling beside Chen Wenxiang. Reflecting on the car accident from 11 years ago, I recollect that just days prior, an elderly man had approached me, urging the Chen family to orchestrate an accident. At the time, I sensed something amiss and declined his request. Chen Wenxiang reminisced. That old man even offered the Chen family a significant advantage, promising that if we assisted him, our family would ascend to the foremost position in Tiannan City within the next decade. However, Wen Kong was aware of my cautious nature. Had I been otherwise, the Chen family's financial decline over the years would not have been so severe. Wen Kong nodded in agreement. Initially, Chen Wenxiang was not particularly cautious. It was an incident in his youth, where he had been ambushed during a fight and struck on the head, that instilled such wariness. For decades, he had lived in fear of being outmaneuvered, a shadow cast by that traumatic experience. Continuing, Chen Wenxiang said, a few days later, I learned of a tragic accident resulting in the deaths of a couple, with ties to the Song and Wang families. At that moment, I knew this incident was far from ordinary. Zhu Pengcheng inquired, do you know who that elderly man was? Did he ever return to the Chen family after the accident? I do not know his identity, but during his visit, he received a phone call, and I vaguely overheard a mention of the Jing family. Subsequently, he returned to caution me against speaking out, threatening that doing so could bring ruin upon the Chen family. Chen Wenxiang took a sip of tea and continued. At that time I was indeed afraid and never spoke to anyone about it. However, after a decade has passed, I believe there is little to fear. Which is why I am now confiding in you. Zhu Pengcheng's right index finger tapped rhythmically against the armrest. The vastness of the Great Xia and the multitude of families named Xing rendered a thorough search impractical, and such endeavors risked alarming the quarry. Nevertheless, to secure the Song family's cooperation and to provide benefits to the Chen family, it must indeed be a prominent clan. While lost in thought, Chen Wenxiang spoke again. I later discreetly inquired about the Jing family and surmised that it is likely the Jing family of Guangzhou. Guangzhou is renowned for its martial arts. And I have heard that the Jing family is a martial lineage, operating numerous martial arts academies there. In terms of both economic power and martial prowess, not only does my Chen family stand no chance alone, but even combined with the Song and Wang families, we would still be outmatched. I am aware of your desire for vengeance, yet you are merely an ordinary person. I advise you to relinquish such thoughts and focus on living a good life with Xuanning. Chen Xuanning added. I believe that my parents-in-law are watching over us from above and would not wish for you to take risks. Our family has just begun to enjoy a better life. And I do not wish for any misfortune to befall you. Zhu Pengcheng nodded, smiled at her, and replied, I understand, I have my own plans. Chen Xuanning ceased her words. How many times had it been? Whenever Zhu Pengcheng said such things, one could be certain he harbored his own intentions, an unwavering resolve. Thank you, uncle, Zhu Pengcheng expressed. We are all family, there is no need for formalities. Just as Chen Wenxiang was saying this, his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Chen Wei, and he guessed he was almost at the door. He chuckled and answered the call. Dad. I have a bit of a matter to attend to. Please have someone return the birthday gifts. There are 3 vehicles in total, filled with cigarettes, liquor, and tea. All sent from above. I have been saving them for you, knowing your fondness for them. I estimate they will arrive at the doorstep shortly, so please receive them. After saying this, Chen Wei hurriedly hung up. Chen He's pupils constricted as he suddenly recalled the birthday gifts presented by Chu Pengcheng. Weren't they also 3 vehicles worth of items? Identical in nature, cigarettes, liquor, and tea. Could it be mere coincidence? Chu Pengcheng must not have anticipated that the gifts would overlap. I initially thought that was your offering, but it turns out it was from Chen Wei. And you mistakenly claimed it as your own? How shameless. Chen He scoffed. You speak nonsense. Pengcheng would never do such a thing. Chen Xuanning sprang to her feet, her face flushed with indignation. Just now, my father was on speakerphone, and we all heard what was said. Are you implying that Chen Wei is lying? Chen He retorted directly. I don't care what you say, I simply refuse to believe that Pengcheng would lie. Chen Xuanning asserted firmly. Well, regardless of who sent the gifts, I appreciate them all. However, Pengcheng, I had high hopes for you. Yet your actions have left me somewhat disappointed. There are some flaws that you ought to rectify, Chen Wenxiang remarked, waving his hand dismissively. The items previously mentioned were indeed sent by me. If you choose not to believe it, that is beyond my control. I have no obligation to provide you with an explanation, nor do I feel the need to. Chu Pengcheng spoke with a calm demeanor. The items rightfully belong to him. Why should he need to prove anything? If the Chen family seeks answers, it is their responsibility to conduct their own investigation. He has neither the obligation nor the desire to clarify anything further. You are indeed quite defiant, Chen Wei retorted, but now that the items have arrived. Once he exposes your deception, I shall see how you respond. Chen He scoffed disdainfully, leaving Chu Pengcheng disinclined to engage in further dialogue. At that moment, a maid hurried in. Sir, young master, the birthday gifts from young master Chen Wei have arrived. Since the guests are present, shall we showcase them again? What? The birthday gifts from Chen Wei? Did they not arrive earlier? How can there be more gifts? Chen Wenxiang was taken aback. Father, it goes without saying. My guess is that the 3 truckloads of gifts delivered earlier belonged to Chen Wei, and what has just arrived should be from Chu Pengcheng. How much is there this time? Chen He speculated. There are also 3 trucks this time, containing 3 boxes of tea, 3 boxes of wine, and 3 boxes of cigarettes. The people are still waiting outside. They mentioned that these gifts are from young master Chen Wei, but did not reference anything pertaining to Chu, the maid reported candidly. Let us go outside and see for ourselves, Chu Pengcheng finally interjected. Let us proceed, Chen He declared, taking the lead as Chu Pengcheng and the others followed closely behind. They traversed the courtyard and emerged at the entrance. Before them, on the left stood 3 trucks, and on the right, 3 jeeps. The contrasting cargo creating a striking visual tableau. The nanny pointed to the 3 jeep vehicles and said, These are the birthday gifts sent by young master Chen Wei. Totaling 9 boxes. I absolutely cannot be mistaken. If you do not believe me, you may inquire for yourself. Chen He remained unconvinced and approached to verify. Indeed, they were sent by Chen Wei. Humph. Some individuals, without understanding the matter at hand, unjustly accuse others, and afterward, they do not even offer an apology. Chen Xuanning remarked with subtle implication. Chen He feigned ignorance, lowering his head in silence. All right, it is time for us to return. Chu Pengcheng said with a faint smile, having not taken it to heart. As he watched their family depart, Chen He called out, Cousin. Remember what I told you about the merger of the Chen family, otherwise, your company in Tiannan City will not be able to sustain itself. Chapter 41, The Unnecessary Thoughts of the Chen Family. Chu Pengcheng and Chen Xuanning did not heed Chen He's words. With the Song and Wang families, who once stood above the Chen family, having been eradicated, they felt little fear of any disturbances from the Chen family. Should they dare to act again? There was still the Tianji camp to contend with. Upon returning home, Chu Pengqing settled onto the sofa, brewed a pot of tea, and poured himself a cup. Although they had presented a painting and 3 truckloads of gifts during their visit to the Chen family, it had granted his parents-in-law ample face at the banquet. Moreover, he had gleaned additional information regarding his parents' car accident. The Jing family. He had heard of them, a second-tier family beneath the top-tier families of the Great Xia. Despite their classification, their strength was nearing that of the foremost families, and even those esteemed families would treat them with respect, perhaps even seek to ally with them. However, whoever orchestrated his parents' accident would face dire consequences. However, what Qin Wenxiang stated is merely his one-sided perspective. It remains uncertain whether the Jing family in Guangzhou is truly involved. Just as he sank into contemplation, Qin Xueqing's phone rang. She answered the call and activated the speakerphone. "Cousin, did you call me for a specific reason?" Qin Xueqing inquired, casting a meaningful glance at Chu Pengcheng. It was undoubtedly regarding the matter of the company merger. Chu Pengcheng understood and set down his teacup, listening intently. "Xueqing. At the banquet earlier, there were too many guests for me to elaborate. I plan to initiate the company merger starting tomorrow, so please make the necessary preparations. Particularly concerning your company," Chen he stated. "I stand by my previous position. I refuse to merge the companies. My company has thrived for 10 years. From the beginning until now, you have offered me no assistance. Now that my company is flourishing, you come to demand it, offering merely 1 million annually. To put it bluntly, who knows how long that will last? What if, 3 years from now, you claim the company is in deficit and refuse to pay me?" Qin Xueqing articulated her stance directly. "Then I can offer you a contract, within 10 years, regardless of any issues the company may face. Even if it were to close down, you would still receive a minimum of 10 million, Chen he continued. "Cousin, I advise you to consider this carefully. Collaborating with me would only bring you benefits, not drawbacks. I am aware that your company has recently secured over a dozen projects, each of which is profitable. To be candid, my interest in merging with your company stems from the value of these projects. Certainly, you may choose to refuse, however. You are well aware that the Song and Wang families have ceased to exist in Tiannan City. It is now the Chen family that holds sway. The future of your company in Tiannan City is determined by my decree." Chu Pengcheng inquired nonchalantly. "Are you suggesting that you will resort to the tactics employed by the Song and Wang families, sending people to create disturbances?" No, you are overthinking it. The Qin family would never resort to such despicable methods. Moreover, such actions would become known to others in Tiannan City. It would be an affront to our own kin, and I would surely face condemnation. My approach will not invite any reproach, Chen he replied with a light chuckle. "I am quite curious, then. What other methods do you possess? I await your response. I am granting you this day to contemplate. By tomorrow morning, should you fail to provide an answer, you will come to understand the consequences. At that point, it will be you who seeks my favor. And I may alter the terms," he continued. Chu Pengcheng fell silent and promptly ended the call. "Let them come, I shall withstand any challenge the Chen family presents," he mused. To seek his assistance? A mere fantasy. It would be the Chen family that would find themselves in need. As for the conditions then, they would be dictated by him alone. Chen Xuening remained somewhat apprehensive, stating, "The Chen family does possess some degree of power. Yet they are not akin to the Song and Wang families. I truly cannot fathom what tactics they might employ, leaving us uncertain on how to guard against them." With a faint smile, Chu Pengcheng remarked, "Do not overthink it. Since the matter is to occur tomorrow, let us discuss it then. What you must focus on now is to live in the present. Worrying excessively about the uncertainties of the future bears no fruit and only invites unwarranted distress." Qin Xuening nodded in agreement, replying, "I acknowledge the wisdom in your words, yet I find it difficult to practice. Whenever I quiet my mind, those worries resurface. And I cannot help but dwell upon them." Chu Pengcheng smiled mysteriously and said, "The solution is simple, just keep yourself occupied. The key is to remain active." "Ah? Occupied? How so?" "The company has now settled into a routine, and all affairs are being managed without my intervention. The only outstanding issue is the office renovation, which has rendered remote work necessary for the staff, causing some inconvenience. Chen Xuening tilted her head in contemplation but could not conjure a suitable idea. Chu Pengcheng chuckled and continued, to keep yourself busy involves more than just work. You merely need to engage your body. For instance, your stomach has yet to make a sound, and given that I have helped our parents save face at today's banquet, should you not express your gratitude towards me? With a knowing glint in his eye, he added, a simple thank you would hardly suffice for such a significant favor. Perhaps a more primal method of gratitude is in order? For example, you understand. Chen Xuening's cheeks flushed with color as she playfully scoffed and stood up, declaring, what are you talking about? I do not comprehend. However, speaking of keeping busy, there is indeed something I need to attend to. My company has yet to complete its renovations. The transition from refurbishment to occupation will require at least a month. I intend to rent an office space elsewhere in the meantime, and I would like you to accompany me to explore our options. Chu Pengcheng pouted, feigning indignation, and said, what about tonight? Oh dear. Is it too much to promise you a night out? Chen Xueqing stamped her foot, playfully scolding him. Only then did Chu Pengcheng smile contentedly, now that's more like it. I didn't quite get the last position right, let us give it another try tonight. Furthermore, I've unlocked quite a few features in the animation as well. Alright, enough of that. It's mortifying. Let us hurry. Chen Xueqing exclaimed as she hurriedly left. Chu Pengcheng quickly followed her. Upon reaching the entrance, Chen Xueqing pointed at her phone and remarked, I have two potential locations in mind. One is in the suburbs, albeit quite distant, while the other is on the 6th floor of the central trading building in the downtown area, conveniently located above Chen's office on the 5th floor. I am more inclined towards the central trading building, but the prospect of encountering Chen He daily gives me some trepidation, and the rent is exorbitant, 1 million for a month. Chu Pengcheng glanced at the details. In terms of geographical location and accessibility, the central trading building is undoubtedly superior. Let us proceed with the central trading building, he declared decisively. Chapter 42, Are you giving me face? The central trading building consists of 23 stories and is owned by the Qin family. Since its completion, it has been open for leasing, with nearly every floor occupied, save for the 6th, which remains vacant. Chu Pengcheng and Chen Xueqing stood outside, awaiting the landlord's arrival. The management of this building is not in the hands of the Qin family, but rather entrusted to professionals they have hired. Miss Chen has just been attending to a client. I apologize for the wait, said Supervisor Zhou, adjusting his glasses and smiling as he extended his hand. Chen Xuening promptly stepped forward to shake hands with him. We have just arrived, let us take a look. If I find it satisfactory. A monthly rental of 1 million is quite reasonable, Chen Xuening remarked. Certainly, I understand you are from the Chen family. The 5th floor has been leased by your relatives, and our relationship is quite amiable. Given the Chen family's reputation, I can offer you a discount. Supervisor Zhou responded with a slight smile, leading the way. They entered the elevator and pressed the button for the 6th floor. As they passed the 5th floor, the elevator suddenly halted, and Chen He appeared at the door. Upon seeing Chen Xuening, Chen He paused for a moment before quickly regaining his composure and stepping into the elevator. Xuening, are you here at the Jimao building to inquire about renting the 6th floor? Chen He inquired. Chen Xuening turned her head away, remaining silent. Chen Xiao, I have inquired and learned about your familial connection. If Miss Chen truly has an interest, I would be willing to offer her a discount, considering your standing. Supervisor Zhou interjected from the side. No need. Chen He waved his hand dismissively. This is the Qin family's property, the price is fixed. And I must remind you that while Xuening is my cousin, our relationship is rather ordinary. Hence, there is no need for you to extend any favors on my behalf. My dear cousin would certainly not require my assistance, would she? Chen He said with a smile, his hands tucked into his pockets. Chen Xuening turned her head away, ignoring him. He was right, although they were all members of the Chen family, their relationship was rather strained. Chu Pengcheng acknowledged this. Supervisor Zhou glanced at Chen Xiuening, then at Chen He, ultimately nodding. The elevator halted on the 6th floor. And the group exited, with Chen He trailing behind. Why are you following me? Chen Xiuening frowned. This person irked her, especially after Chen He's recent remarks, which only fueled her disdain. I merely wished to take a look. The office space on the 5th floor has become insufficient, and should the 6th floor meet my expectations, I intend to lease it as well, Chen He replied nonchalantly. You. Chen Xiuening pointed at him, then indignantly departed. The group inspected all the offices, which were well decorated and equipped with all necessary office supplies. Moreover, the trade center offered complimentary office supplies monthly during the rental period, which greatly pleased Chen Xiuening. Supervisor Zhou. I find this place quite satisfactory, however, I would like to lease it for only 1 month. I would accept the rental of 1 million. And we can sign the contract now, Chen Xiuening stated. Chu Pengcheng had no objections. Miss Chen, the previous monthly rate was 1 million, but the price has now changed. Mr. Chen intends to lease it for 120,000 per month. Should his offer exceed yours, I shall prioritize him. Of course, you may also increase your bid. With a minimum of this amount, Supervisor Zhou indicated with a raised finger. 10 million? Are you out of your mind? It was 1 million before. And now it has suddenly skyrocketed to 10 million. This is utterly ridiculous. Chen Xiuening exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. If you disagree, you may choose not to rent and leave. I must caution you, this is the Qin family's investment trade building. Please refrain from shouting, or I shall summon security. Supervisor Zhou remarked coldly. Chu Pengcheng discerned the underlying intent. It was clearly a personal affront. Moments ago, he had observed Chen He whispering with Supervisor Zhou, their hushed tones undoubtedly conspiring against him. The trade building belonged to the Qin family, and Supervisor Zhou was employed by them. Had Qin Mu been present, he would have confronted Supervisor Zhou without hesitation. Are the Qin family aware of your words? Such malicious price inflation or collusion, if discovered by them, how would it be dealt with? Chu Pengcheng inquired, his demeanor calm. That is a matter for the Qin family, it bears no relation to you. I shall reiterate. You are free to leave at once. Supervisor Zhou leaned against the wall, clearing a path. Chen He had previously assured him that as long as they obstructed Chen Xiuening from renting the 6th floor, he would receive 500,000. Zhou's monthly salary from the Qin family was merely 300,000. 500,000 was a sum exceeding his monthly earnings. And denying the rental of the 6th floor was a task far too simple for him. We are renting this entire floor for 1 million a month, Chu Pengcheng declared. Arms crossed, fixing his gaze upon Supervisor Zhou. Did you not hear me clearly? I instructed you to leave immediately, or I shall call security. Zhou's tone was laced with impatience. Chen Xiuening tugged at his sleeve and whispered, since he doesn't wish to rent, then we shall not rent. Chen He leaned against the wall, relishing the misfortune. Opposing him meant that Chen Xiuening would achieve nothing, everything unfolded according to his design. Chu Pengcheng shook his head. Leave? He would not depart. Such unscrupulous behavior demanded correction. If you wish to summon security, you may do so now. But know that the guards here are no match for me. To avoid unnecessary injury, and for the sake of the Qin family's reputation, I advise you to think carefully before you speak. Chu Pengcheng stepped forward, now merely a meter away from Supervisor Zhou. Feeling the oppressive aura emanating from his adversary, Supervisor Zhou could not help but swallow hard, taking a step back. Yet, he found himself pressed against the wall, with no further retreat available. What do you intend to do? I warn you, this is the Qin family's territory. Should you dare to act here, you will be opposing the Qin family. Furthermore, the family steward is within the building. Should he witness your actions, no one will be able to save you. Step back immediately. Supervisor Zhou proclaimed loudly, attempting to bolster his courage. The steward of the Qin family is here, we should leave. We cannot afford to offend the Qin family, Chen Xiuening voiced her concern. Offending the Qin family would not just bring trouble in Tiannan City, but anywhere in the Great Xia. One would not escape the Qin family's retribution. Chu Pengcheng did not retreat. Instead, he delivered a resounding slap to Supervisor Zhou's face. You were given a chance. The sharp crack echoed throughout the entire sixth floor. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed, and a middle-aged man, accompanied by several staff members, hurriedly approached. Qin Butler, they are causing a disturbance in our building. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, Supervisor Zhou felt as if he had found a lifeline and quickly ran over to report the incident. Chapter 43 Uncle Qin? What is happening? Qin Butler inquired coldly. It's him. Supervisor Zhou pointed at Chu Pengcheng, embellishing the tale. He is dissatisfied with the rental price set by the Qin family and is causing a ruckus in the building. I tried to stop him and explain that this is the property of the Qin family, yet he refused to listen and even struck me. He is fully aware that I am affiliated with the Qin family. And his actions are not merely an affront to me but a direct insult to the Qin family's reputation. Uncle Qin, I implore you to take my side. Chen He interjected, I am the eldest son of the Chen family, and I can attest to this matter. What Supervisor Zhou states is indeed true. Although they are associated with my family, I shall not shield them. He cast a glance at Chen Xuanning, internally scoffing. Offending the Qin family will undoubtedly result in repercussions. I am curious to see how you will navigate this situation. Chen Xuanning, flustered, waved her hands in denial. No. That is not the case. It was Supervisor Zhou who overstepped. We had initially agreed on a rental fee of 1 million per month. But it suddenly escalated to 10 million, a tenfold increase. We only sought clarification with him. Qin Butler's eyes flickered as he finally fixed his gaze on Chu Pengcheng. Uncle Qin. Chu Pengcheng chuckled lightly and stepped forward to greet him. You rascal, you actually remember to greet me? Qin Butler chuckled in response. Supervisor Zhou was left bewildered. Uncle Qin? Why does this person seem so familiar with the Qin family? Moreover, observing the expression on Butler Qin's face, there was no hint of reproach. Chen He was equally taken aback. The way he addressed him as Uncle Qin was excessively familiar, wasn't it? Uncle Qin. You are fully aware that my family resides in Tiannan City, yet you did not bother to call me upon your arrival, Chu Pengcheng retorted. I came here on short notice and did not have the opportunity to inform you, Butler Qin replied, turning to Chen Xuanning and inquiring, is this your wife? Chu Pengcheng gently nudged the still-dazed Chen Xuanning, introducing her. This is Uncle Qin, the butler of the Qin family. Oh. Hello, Uncle Qin. Chen Xuanning hurriedly greeted. Though her mind was a chaotic whirlwind. It was their first meeting, and she had not prepared any gifts for the occasion. Since you have taken a liking to the sixth floor, I shall not rent it to you but gift it to you instead, Butler Qin remarked with a chuckle. Clearly pleased with his decision. Ah? Gift it to me? Chen Xuanning was utterly bewildered. The Qin family had previously stated that all floors of the Jimao building would only be available for rent, never for sale. Yet now, one was being given away? It is important to note that the monthly rent for the sixth floor was 1 million, amounting to 12 million a year. Despite the exorbitant price, numerous entrepreneurs were eager to establish their presence there. If it were to be sold, the starting price would be at least 100 million. How could this Butler Qin so casually bestow such a gift upon her? Chen Xuanning felt as though she were ensnared in a dream. Steward Qin. This is indeed the property of the Qin family. To casually give it away is rather. Before Supervisor Zhou could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Steward Qin. You have no place to speak here. Regarding your earlier remarks, I express my skepticism. You are to proceed to the confinement room immediately and reflect upon the situation before reporting to me the events that transpired. All properties of the Qin family are equipped with surveillance cameras, and your recent statements have been recorded. Should you fail to speak the truth, once I uncover the facts, you shall no longer be associated with the Qin family. I manage a portion of the family's assets, and I possess the authority to dismiss you as a supervisor. Do you comprehend? Supervisor Zhou nodded hastily and, as he passed by Chu Pengcheng, bowed in apology. The previous incident was a misunderstanding. It was entirely my fault. I hope you will not take offense. After speaking, he shot a glare at Chen He and quickly exited. Chen He rubbed his nose, not being foolish. He understood that Steward Qin was a senior member of the Qin family. He stepped forward and said, "Greetings, I am from the 5th floor." "I am aware." Steward Chin interjected coldly, "But let me give you a warning, this is the Chin family's building. Since you are on the 5th floor, you must not come to the 6th floor. If I catch you here again, the Chin family will revoke your leasing rights on the 5th floor. Do you understand?" "Understood. I shall leave immediately," Chen He replied with a forced smile, nodding quickly as he made his exit. Only then did Butler Chin direct all his attention towards Chu Pengcheng, saying, "Since you have come, do not rush to leave. It has been quite some time since we last met. Join me for a meal and a chat. Invite that rascal Chin Mu as well, he has not returned to the family in a year. Has he forgotten about the Chin clan?" Chu Pengcheng declined, stating, "Chin Mu cannot make it at the moment, he is quite busy. Moreover, it is getting late, and we must take our leave. Once you are free, Uncle Chin, please give me a call, and I shall make arrangements." Butler Chin nodded in agreement. "Very well then. I, too, have matters to attend to. I will have my subordinates bring you the contract, the 6th floor will be yours thereafter." Chu Pengcheng expressed his gratitude and departed with Chen Xuanning. Upon reaching the ground floor, a gust of wind cleared Chen Xuanning's mind considerably. Was that the butler of the Chin family? How do you know him? By the way, is Chin Mu's status particularly significant? Chen Xuanning asked, tilting her head like an inquisitive child. Chu Pengcheng pondered for a moment before responding. "I have known him for about a decade. As for Chin Mu's status, it is not exceptionally high, he is merely my younger brother." He refrained from elaborating further. To explain would only lead to complications, potentially alerting Chen Xuanning to certain truths. After all, the Chin family is among the premier families of the Great Xia, standing at the pinnacle of society, a reality that Chen Xuanning has yet to grasp fully. Expounding on the Chin family might inadvertently expose his own identity as a dragon god, which would bring about detrimental consequences for Chen Xuanning. Thus, this outing could be deemed a success. Without spending a single penny, I acquired ownership of the 6th floor of the market building, simultaneously putting Chen He in an awkward position. Furthermore, I introduced Butler Chin to Chen Xuanning, ensuring that any future dealings involving the Chin family would be devoid of misunderstandings with Butler Chin present. Chen Xuanning, though somewhat skeptical and harboring questions, refrained from voicing her doubts. Suddenly, Chu Pengcheng leaned in and inquired, "Look, I've assisted you once again, how shall you express your gratitude?" "Bah!" Chen Xuanning retorted lightly, her cheeks flushed. "Isn't it only natural for you to help me? Besides, it wasn't you who aided me, it was Butler Chin. If gratitude is to be expressed, it should be directed at him." Feigning indignation, Chu Pengcheng protested, "Hey, can we talk reason here? Without me, would Butler Chin have come to your aid? The crux of the matter lies with me." Chen Xuanning scoffed softly and replied, "Talk reason? When have you ever seen a woman reason?" However, considering the commendable behavior he had displayed over the past couple of days, she conceded, "You do deserve a reward. But do take it easy, don't be so rough." With a mischievous grin, Chu Pengcheng replied, "Understood. Let us head home." Chapter 44. Chin Mu is a major shareholder. That evening, the villa was filled with tumultuous activity, a matter that requires no further elaboration. When dawn broke the following day, Chen Xuanning received a phone call from the company's finance department. "This morning, Chairman Chen, our company's stock has been severely impacted, and it is rapidly declining, with the possibility of a crash looming. The only solution is to inject funds. However, I estimate that even investing tens of millions from our account may not suffice." "Have you offended someone recently?" "Ah, understood. I will find a way." Chen Xuanning hurriedly hung up the phone. Chu Pengcheng, seated nearby, had not exercised this morning, primarily due to an excessive workout the night before. The stock market's turmoil, what significant effect could it have on the company? Chu Pengcheng poured himself a glass of water, took a sip, and inquired. "As a joint stock company, we do possess shares, but our company is relatively small, thus our presence in the stock market is not pronounced. However, should we face a downturn that leads to a stock crash, the repercussions would be substantial, particularly affecting future project collaborations." Chen Xuening elucidated, when companies collaborate, they must conduct thorough investigations, assessing qualifications, evaluating the number of cases, and, importantly, examining stock performance. It must be Chen He's doing. The finance department indicated that even an injection of tens of millions might not be adequate. His intent is clearly to annihilate us. Zhu Pengqing furrowed his brow and asked, "Is it truly that severe?" He had never engaged in business and lacked understanding of such matters. In Tiannan City, the Chen family holds a dominant position. Nearly all entrepreneurs must heed Chen He's influence. It is implausible for Chen He alone to create such significant turmoil. Undoubtedly, other business figures have also intervened. Chen Xuening continued to elucidate, once the stock market crashes, the Chen family might very well acquire all the shares I hold, thereby rendering my company theirs. Of course, I could opt not to sell, but their relentless pressure would be unbearable for the shareholders. The only viable solution is to strike at the Chen family stock or inject substantial capital into my own shares to stabilize the market. However, the required funds are not a trivial amount. The tens of millions I possess are utterly insufficient. There was one thing she had yet to voice. As the current leader of Tiannan City, Chen He had only just begun to respond to her actions, with many still observing and hesitant to act. Yet, once someone perceives the underlying benefits and seeks to acquire a stake in her company, they might very well engage, potentially spiraling the situation beyond her control. Zhu Pengqing held a teacup, sipping water leisurely. "Hey, do you have any solutions? Can you find a few more investors? If we could secure a few more million, we might just withstand the storm." Chen Xuening, noticing his calm demeanor, felt a surge of frustration and pushed him. Zhu Pengqing smiled faintly and nodded. "I certainly have solutions, but I cannot be by your side at all times. In truth, you could devise a plan yourself, think it through. If you truly cannot find a way, I can offer you some hints, but the condition is that you must kiss me." "Humph." Chen Xuening pouted and fell silent, while her mind incessantly replayed all possible scenarios. However, she had contemplated every possible person she could reach out to, yet could not recall anyone capable of assisting her with this pressing dilemma. Suddenly, her phone rang once more. "Cousin, you must be aware of the developments in the stock market, right? This mere probe has already cost you a significant sum. If you persist in your stubbornness, you will only incur greater losses. Your capital cannot rival mine, not to mention that there are many in Tiannan City who are willing to assist me." Chen He's triumphant voice resonated through the phone. Chen Xuening took a deep breath, striving to compose her emotions, and replied, "We are all members of the Chen family, sharing the same blood. Is your ruthless approach not excessive?" "Excessive?" Chen He chuckled. "Have you not heard the saying? In business, there are no familial ties. Asking you to relinquish the company is a sign of respect. After all, I still offer you $1 million each year. Should I successfully acquire your company, you will be left with nothing. While there is still time for you to shift your course, consider your options. By noon, I shall initiate the next phase of my plan, and at that point, should you wish to retract your decision, it will be too late." With that, he abruptly ended the call. Frustrated, Chen Xuening flung her phone onto the bed. "Are you upset? There's no need for that. Here is a hint, you need not seek assistance solely from individuals in Tiannan City, you could also approach the shareholders within your own company for help," Zhu Pengqing suggested. This was tantamount to a clear indication, just shy of naming names. "Oh, come on. Stop keeping me in suspense and just tell me who can assist me," Chen Xuening pleaded, clutching his arm and shaking it vigorously, adopting a tone of playful insistence. Zhu Pengqing slapped his forehead in exasperation and remarked, "Qin Mu is also a shareholder in your company." Qin Shuiqing was momentarily taken aback, inquiring, "But can Qin Mu really come up with several million?" It was true that he did not typically keep large sums of money, but his family was affluent. "Have you forgotten? The Jimao building belongs to his family. Just yesterday, you met his steward. Do you recall Chen He's expression before Qin's steward? Dealing with Chen He is merely a matter of his word." Zhu Pengqing had to clarify the situation. "Indeed, how could I have overlooked that?" Yet, he lamented, "I don't have his phone number, please share it with me." Chen Xiuqing clapped her hands, her eyes sparkling with realization. Of course. I granted Qin Mu shares last time, although the share transfer agreement hasn't been signed yet. I consider him one of the company's shareholders in spirit. Even a major shareholder, surpassing my own stake. If Qin Mu disregards this, then who else would take charge? I can provide you this phone number. But shouldn't you express your gratitude first? Zhu Pengcheng leaned in expectantly. Oh, fine. With no other recourse, Chen Xiuqing gave him a swift kiss on the cheek. Only then did Zhu Pengcheng retrieve his phone and send her Qin Mu's contact information. Chen Xiuqing composed herself and dialed Qin Mu's number. After 2 attempts, he disconnected the call. On the third try, Qin Mu answered, but before Chen Xiuqing could speak, he impatiently exclaimed, "Are you done yet? Even after I downloaded the anti-fraud app, I still can't stop you." Chen Xuening hastily clarified, "I am your sister-in-law. Get lost. I am the only child in my family, and I have no sister-in-law. Remember this, next time you attempt to deceive, at least choose a more plausible excuse." With that, Qin Mu abruptly terminated the call once more. Chapter 45, the Chen family could no longer remain idle within the confines of the Tianji camp. Qin Mu slammed his phone forcefully onto the table. Sister-in-law? Since the day I was born, I have been an only child. Not even a brother, let alone siblings. The notion of a sister-in-law is utterly absurd. Yet, one must admit, that individual was quite persistent, having dialed 3 times. Is scamming now so sophisticated? Meanwhile, Chen Xuening, still in a state of bewilderment, pondered, wait. At least let me finish my sentence. I never claimed you were my biological brother-in-law. Why did you hang up so abruptly? I feel as though I were a fraudster, which is wholly excessive. Sitting nearby, Zhu Pengcheng nearly burst into laughter. You too. At least allow her to complete her thoughts. However, he conceded, these days, with the sheer volume of scam calls, an instinctive reaction to an unfamiliar number is to hang up. I'll call him back. Zhu Pengcheng could no longer contain his amusement and quickly retrieved his phone to dial Qin Mu. I was just about to call you. You wouldn't believe it. Scammers have become so dedicated. If they call once and go unanswered, they will persistently ring 3 times, claiming to be my sister-in-law. In the Qin household, I am an only child, sister-in-law, indeed. This is utterly ridiculous. I ought to inform the authorities. They should investigate what these people are up to. As soon as the call connected, Qin Mu began to vent his frustrations. The person who just called you was indeed your sister-in-law. She has something to discuss with you. Zhu Pengcheng stifled a laugh as he handed his phone to Chen Xiuqing. With an irritated glance, Chen Xiuqing took the phone, exclaiming, "Hello." Her tone was unmistakably anger-laden. Qin Mu quickly interjected, "Sister-in-law, I apologize. I had no idea it was you, and I didn't have your number. I thought it was a scam." Chen Xiuqing reassured him. "It's all right, I called you for a reason. I need your assistance." She then proceeded to explain the situation regarding Chen He and the company. Upon hearing this, Qin Mu slammed his hand on the table, springing to his feet with wide eyes, startling the others in the Tianji camp. "Leave this matter to me, sister-in-law. I'll call Uncle Qin immediately. This is a trivial issue. I won't even need to inform the family. Uncle Qin can handle it. Didn't he say he'd be available at noon? Just watch, by noon, I'll ensure the Chen family's empire crumbles. Thank you for your help, after all. We are dealing with the Chen family. Just don't go too far, let us teach him a lesson," Chen Xiuqing instructed. "Rest assured, I know what I'm doing." Qin Mu replied. He placed the phone down and promptly called the steward Qin, delivering a terse command, "Before noon, let the stocks of the Chen family's conglomerate collapse." In a mere 3 hours, a substantial influx of capital surged into the stock market, launching an assault on the Chen family's shares. Concurrently, the Qin family initiated a campaign to suppress and acquire the Chen family's subsidiary enterprises. Initially, Chen He assumed that Chen Xiuqing was retaliating, paying little heed to the unfolding events. Just 3 hours had passed when he could no longer sit still. Chen Wenxiang incessantly dialed dozens of calls and even personally visited his residence. "You ungrateful wretch, whom have you offended? I had intended to entrust the Chen family to your care, but if this continues, the Chen family will meet its demise at your hands. The sound of Chen Wenxiang's cane striking the ground echoed with a resounding thud. Cold sweat trickled down Chen He's forehead as he lowered his head and murmured. I haven't offended anyone. If anyone, it would only be Chen Xuanning. But we all know the situation with her family, they lack the strength to act. Father. Have you perhaps offended someone? With a sharp glare, Chen Wenxiang struck Chen He on the head with his cane, exclaiming in exasperation, I have been home every day. Not even stepping outside, let alone making calls. How could I have offended anyone? Am I to believe I have offended someone in my dreams? According to my investigation, it appears the Qin family has taken action, and they are among the top families in the Great Xia. To them, our Qin family is no more significant than an ant. Based on my experience, the Qin family merely seeks to teach us a lesson. If they truly intended to eliminate us, the Qin family would no longer exist. Now tell me, how exactly have you offended the Qin family? Chen He held his head and pondered for a moment, suddenly recalling the scene from yesterday at the market building, where Chu Pengcheng was familiar with the Qin steward. He immediately exclaimed, I understand now, it must be Chu Pengcheng. Let me recount what happened yesterday in detail. After listening, Chen Wenxiang pondered for a moment and remarked. In that case, it is imperative that you promptly seek out Chu Pengcheng and offer your apologies. It is essential to secure his forgiveness. While Xuanning's company may indeed yield greater profits for our Chen family, it is not an absolute necessity. Our family has already established itself as the foremost lineage in Tiannan City, and pursuing further development is a straightforward endeavor. Given that we are aware of Chu Pengcheng's connections with the Qin family, it is crucial to cultivate a favorable relationship. One never knows what unforeseen advantages may arise in the future. Ultimately, they are also members of the Chen family, and should we find ourselves in dire straits, it would not be out of the question to seek assistance from the Qin family. Having managed the Chen family for many years, he has maintained a cautious approach while also gaining insight into many matters, otherwise, he would not have survived amidst the rivalries of the Song and Wang families. There exists no perpetual kinship, only enduring interests. If only Chen Xuanning's family can bring him benefits, then they are the ones worthy of fostering amicable relations with. Dad. Are you asking me to apologize? I am the head of the family, she is merely a branch. Is it not too humiliating for me to offer an apology? How will I be able to converse with him in the future? Chen He expressed his discomfort. As the heir to the future leadership of the Chen family, relinquishing such pride feels burdensome. It should rightly be Chen Xuanning who comes to him to apologize, thus providing him with an opportunity to save face, allowing the matter to be put to rest. For him to be the one to apologize feels truly disheartening. This is precisely why I have refrained from entrusting the Chen family to you. A man of honor must possess the ability to endure and adapt. Opposing the Qin family offers no advantages. It is imperative that you apologize for the benefit of our family. As the head of the family, I command you to act promptly. Should you choose to disobey, consider yourself no longer my son. Chen Wenxiang struck the ground with his cane, letting out a cold snort before turning to leave. Fine, I shall go, is that not sufficient? I truly cannot fathom where Chu Pengcheng finds his luck. To be associated with the Qin family, Chen He muttered reluctantly as he made his way towards the door. At that moment, his younger brother, Chen Wei, approached. Having overheard the exchange between father and son, he interjected, Father, elder brother. I believe what elder brother says is correct. We are the true masters here. Why should elder brother apologize? His actions are in the best interest of the Chen family, it is merely a matter concerning the Chen name. I shall accompany you to meet Chu Pengcheng. Chen Wei stated with a steady demeanor, his voice unwavering. Chapter 46, Utterly Embarrassing. The Great Xia is divided into 5 military districts, the southeast, southern, northern, southwestern, and western districts. Chen Wei has served for several years in the southeast district, attaining the rank of captain, with prospects for further advancement. The southeast district falls under the jurisdiction of Qin Mu. While it is also a border area, Chen Wei remains in reserve status. He has yet to see combat and has only glimpsed Chu Pengcheng from afar on 2 occasions. Qin Mu, a figure he admires greatly, is a young general. one of the elite warriors serving under the Dragon God. This also led to a situation where, in the entire Southeast War Zone, Chen Wei regarded only a select few, such as Qin Mu, with any semblance of respect, believing that his future accomplishments would place him among the ranks of the Dragon God warriors. He had acquaintances in the Tianji camp through Chu Pengcheng, but my connections in the Southeast War Zone were rather limited. Necessitating the reassignment of personnel from the Southeast War Zone, Chen Wei reiterated. Chen Wenxiang waved his hand dismissively and said, "The future of the Chen family belongs to you brothers. I am growing old and weary. If you believe you can manage, then do as you see fit." Chen He's expression brightened as he replied, "Ah Wei, in the future Chen family, I shall be the head, and you will be my stalwart support." Chen Wei nodded in agreement. The brothers then boarded a vehicle, heading straight for Chu Pengcheng's villa. At that moment, Qin Mu had also arrived. Determined to express his apologies to Chen Xuening by taking to the kitchen himself, Chen Xuening acquiesced. However, upon entering the kitchen, Qin Mu found himself utterly bewildered. He had never learned to cook. As the young master of the Qin family, he had been accustomed to a life of ease, rarely stepping foot in a kitchen apart from his time in the war zone. After enlisting, his sustenance had primarily consisted of ration bars. Thus, he pulled out his phone and ordered takeout, specifically instructing that it be delivered through the kitchen window, otherwise, he would leave a negative review. While he busied himself in the kitchen, Chen Wei and Chen He arrived. Upon entering the villa, Chen Wei scanned the surroundings before his gaze settled on Chu Pengcheng. The two exchanged a momentary glance, and then Chen He took a seat on the sofa. "I am aware that you sought assistance from the Qin family. My company has indeed faced some setbacks, but do not presume that you have triumphed," Chen He declared with a sense of pride. Chen Xuening stood beside, speaking in a low voice, "We are relatives, and I do not wish to escalate this matter too much, as it would be detrimental to both families. However, my company is the fruit of my labor, and I cannot relinquish it." Chu Pengcheng nodded, his gaze fixed on Chen Wei. From the moment the two had entered, he discerned that Chen Wei emanated an aura distinctly different from ordinary individuals, suggesting he hailed from a higher echelon. Yet, given the circumstances, he must be at the very bottom. "Chen Xuening, I hope you can grasp one vital truth. Within the Chen family, we are the principal lineage. You are merely a branch. My father is the head of the family, and any commands must be heeded. Every decision made by my elder brother is for the benefit of the Chen clan, hence your company must be surrendered," Chen Wei asserted. "Surrender the company? To you? Where were you when Xuening was being bullied by the Wang and Song families?" Chu Pengcheng retorted defiantly. "Now that all issues are resolved, you emerge? Let me be clear, the company will never be handed over to you." Chen Wei cast another glance at Chu Pengcheng and remarked, "So, you are Chu Pengcheng, the son-in-law of the Chen family. Do you truly believe you have a say here? I am aware that you are acquainted with Tianji camp and could summon their assistance. Yet I am from the Southeast War Zone and can also call upon my own forces. My team is not inferior to Tianji camp." Chu Pengcheng furrowed his brow. "Southeast War Zone? Isn't that under the jurisdiction of that young Qin Mu? Recent conflicts with the Dark Paradise have primarily concentrated in the Southern War Zone, while the Southeast War Zone is mainly engaged in rest and training, awaiting orders for rotation. In the Southeast Theater, what is your position?" Chu Pengcheng inquired. "Captain." Chen Wei leaned back, crossed his legs, and regarded him with a dismissive gaze. "If my memory serves me correctly, the Southeast Theater is currently in a state of rest, ever ready for action, with all leave or vote. Any special circumstances require approval. Your request to return home for your birthday is unlikely to be sanctioned, is it not?" Chu Pengcheng directly challenged him. "Military orders are paramount. If one could return home at will, the front line would struggle to assemble personnel in the event of an outbreak of hostilities, which could lead to catastrophic consequences." Chu Pengcheng had once issued a stringent decree regarding such matters, even executing several individuals to uphold military discipline. "You, a mere member of the Tianji camp, believe you have the right to dictate terms to me? It would be more appropriate for your captain to engage in discourse with me," Chen Wei retorted defiantly. Chu Pengcheng chuckled, nodding, "I may not hold authority over you, but there are those here who do." Chen Wei scoffed, utterly unconvinced. Go to the kitchen and summon that Qin Mu fellow for me, Chu Pingcheng instructed quietly. Chen Xuening nodded and swiftly made her way to the kitchen. Just in time to see a delivery man passing food through the window. While exchanging the order, he conversed, "I say, brother. Why don't you let me deliver it through the front door? Your window is too high, it's quite a hassle." The delivery man grimaced. "Ah. You simply don't understand. I ordered takeout, and once I heat it in a pot, it transforms into my own cooking. In the end, my elder brother and sister-in-law will praise me for my culinary skills," Qin Mu chuckled. "Your method is brilliant, how did you conceive of it? This is not my approach. And I feel somewhat ashamed to admit it. The last time I was here, I observed my elder brother doing the same. I must confess, I am not particularly skilled in many areas, but I possess a keen ability to learn. I noticed, dear brother, what are you cooking in that pot? It seems to be drying out, I can already smell the burnt aroma. Young lady behind you, do open it and take a look." As Qin Mu turned around, he was startled to find Chen Xuening standing behind him, giving him goosebumps all over. "Brother, I truly did not intend to betray you. It was just that sister-in-law appeared so unexpectedly." Upon glancing at the pot on the stove, he saw black smoke billowing out. "Oh no. My dry pot duck heads have truly become overcooked." Qin Mu hurriedly rushed over, clumsily removing the pot from the heat. Chen Xuening was so exasperated that she nearly laughed. She resolved to confront Chu Pengqing later. Feeling deceived as she had previously believed those dishes were prepared by him. "Men, are there any good ones among them? Pengqing is calling for you." "You should go first, I will handle this," Chen Xuening said, casting him a sidelong glance. "Hee hee. Sister-in-law, I didn't say anything. It must be a figment of your imagination. If you need anything, consult my brother, I shall take my leave now." With that, Qin Mu bolted out, utterly mortified. It was entirely his fault for not locking the kitchen door. Had he done so, sister-in-law would have had to knock before entering. Chapter 47, Oh no. Are you really going to hit me? Qin Mu jogged into the living room and immediately spotted the Chen brothers, Chen He and Chen Wei. As soon as Chen Wei noticed him, he stiffened up, his body tense. Although he had seen Qin Mu speaking from a distance in the southeast war zone, it had not been clear. Nevertheless, he had seen photographs of Qin Mu before. Currently, Qin Mu bears some discrepancies from his photograph. Yet he is still able to recognize him at a glance. At that moment, he held his breath, though internally, he was in a state of considerable anxiety. "What brings you here?" Qin Mu inquired. He found Chen Wei somewhat familiar but dismissed it, attributing it to having encountered too many people with similar appearances. Chu Pengcheng gestured towards Chen Wei and remarked, "He is from the Southeast War Zone. I recall that the Southeast War Zone is currently in a state of rest, with all leaves cancelled and personnel on standby, unless there is a significant matter that warrants a leave of absence." "Is celebrating a birthday considered a significant matter?" Qin Mu turned his gaze and asked, "You are from the Southeast War Zone? Who permitted your departure? Who is your superior? Which battalion do you belong to?" Cold sweat began to beat on Chen Wei's forehead as he stood up, hands clenched into fists, oblivious to the perspiration pooling in his palms. Who could have anticipated that a clandestine outing would lead to an encounter with a high-ranking official from the Southeast War Zone? He had come unprepared and was at a loss for words. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to speak candidly, "I slipped out while I was out shopping." Qin Mu's brow furrowed, and his expression instantly turned frosty as he intoned, "Your casual departure constitutes an act no different from desertion. Return and await your punishment." Chen Wei nodded in acknowledgement. He realized that his position as battalion leader was irrevocably lost. If he escaped judgment, it would be a stroke of good fortune. Serving as a mere soldier was now a source of satisfaction for him. At the very least, he still retained the opportunity to climb the ranks anew. It seems that the Southeast War Zone requires a thorough reorganization. When subordinates err, it is the leaders like you who flee first. Chu Pengcheng spoke with a hint of irritation, "Hee hee. Brother, there are too many people below, and I haven't been around lately. I'm just here to assist you, aren't I? Once I return, I shall handle everything properly." Qin Mu chuckled. Chen Wei cast a glance at Chu Pengcheng, his mind racing with 1,000 thoughts. How could Qin Mu refer to him as brother? Who is this celestial being? What kind of offense has our Qin family committed? With a mere utterance from Qin Mu, the Qin family could be obliterated. What of the most profound lineage in Tiannan City or the leading family? Such titles mean little when compared to these two individuals. They truly pale in comparison. Hey, how dare you speak to my brother like that? Do you even know who he is? He is the captain of the Southeast War Zone, and who do you think you are? You think you have the right to bark orders? Chen He interjected, unable to contain himself. Are you also from the Southeast War Zone? Qin Mu's eyes narrowed. I am not, I am the eldest son of the Chen family. Chen He tossed his head back, believing himself quite dashing. Oh. Qin Mu settled into the sofa. Since he was not from the Southeast War Zone, he naturally had no obligation to involve himself. Brother, let us not linger. There are matters at home that require our attention. We should leave. Chen Wei, with trembling legs, grasped Chen He's arm, urging him to depart. Have you forgotten why we came? You need to stand up for me. Chen He's face was a mask of confusion. They had arrived with a clear purpose. He was to inherit the Chen family, and his brother was to be his support. Yet now, what had become of that? Unbeknownst to him, Chen Wei felt a profound urge to kneel before the man. He repeated in his mind countless times, brother. No, ancestor. You have no idea who that person is. If this continues, not only will you be unable to leave, but I too shall be trapped. I beseech you, please depart. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. If my companion must perish, then so be it for me. Chen Wei relinquished his hold and moved towards the exit. Upon witnessing this, Chen He had no choice but to follow suit. However, at that moment, Chu Pengcheng spoke up, do you believe our household permits your comings and goings at will? Chen He halted in his tracks and turned to inquire, what do you mean? Are you implying I cannot leave? Let me remind you that Chen Xuening is a member of the Chen family, while you are merely an incoming son-in-law. Do you grasp the significance of those words? I am to become the future head of the Chen family, and in my presence, you have no authority to speak. A son-in-law of this sort, thinking himself worthy to voice an opinion, is truly laughable. In our family, I may come and go as I please. Do not think that your status can dictate this. Even if my second uncle were here, he would have no authority over me. Once I ascend to the position of head of the Chen family, even my second uncle will have to heed my words. Do you comprehend? Chu Pengcheng nodded slowly. Rising to his feet, he raised his right hand, beckoning with a gesture, and commanded, bring me a stick. Qin Mu promptly dashed to the corner, seized a mop, broke it into two segments, and handed one to him. Observing this, Chen Wei returned once more, positioning himself before Chen He, offering a conciliatory smile. My brother is simply lacking in understanding, I shall have a word with him later. After all, we are all members of the Chen family. And there is no need for such conflict. Chu Pengcheng smiled and remarked, is it unnecessary? The Chen family? He has never regarded us as part of the Chen family. Time and again, he has targeted us. I disdain you, hence I do not wish to resort to violence against you. However, incessant provocation from ants becomes irksome. If I do not punish you today, do you truly believe I am easy to bully? He continued, and you, standing in my way, are you also seeking punishment? Chen Wei hesitated, only to be shoved aside by Chen He, who glared with wide eyes and provocatively said, with a mere broken stick, whom do you think you intimidate? What's the matter? Are you displeased with being called an outsider? Come on, strike me if you dare. I do not believe you will actually lay a hand on me. Though the Chen family may lack the strength of the Song family, we are not something you, as an outsider, can manipulate. Do you truly consider yourself significant enough to raise a hand against me? Go ask Chen Wenkong if he dares to make a move on me. Chen Wei sighed deeply. It is indeed difficult to advise a fool. His elder brother's intentions were so apparent, yet he failed to see it. Chen Wei began to doubt whether his brother possessed the qualities to lead the Chen family. From what appears now, his elder brother is akin to a helpless fool. Should the Chen family fall into his hands, it would surely face annihilation. It seems that upon returning home, he must discuss with his father about contending for the position of Chen family leader. Once he forges a good relationship with Chu Pengcheng, it would also mean aligning with Qin Mu, elevating the Chen family's status beyond mere Tiannan City, extending throughout the entire Great Xia. Without further ado, Chu Pengcheng raised his right hand and struck Chen He's leg with his stick. "Hey! You really hit me?" In the living room, a wail of agony echoed. Chapter 48, The Chen Family's Fury. 1 blow, 2 blows, 3 blows, 4. Chen He's legs had been shattered, he sat helplessly on the ground. Tears and snot streaming down his face, his hands clutching his legs as he screamed in despair. Chen Wei stood nearby, eyes closed, silent. To have preserved his life was already a stroke of fortune. As for his legs, if they were lost, so be it, after all. The Chen family would support him for the rest of his days. Chen Xuanning, hearing the screams from the kitchen, hurried out to investigate. Upon witnessing Chen He's tragic state, her expression shifted dramatically, and she scolded, "Peng Qing, you have caused a disaster." As the heir of the Chen family, Chen He represented their dignity. Moreover, he was our cousin. As an incoming son-in-law, how could you strike him? Uncle will surely not let this go lightly. And my father will be at a loss for words. She rushed to assist Chen He, apologizing, "It is all our fault. I will take you to the hospital immediately. If it is merely superficial injuries, it is not a grave matter, let us keep this from Uncle for now." Chen He forcefully pushed her away, roaring, "Superficial injuries? My legs are undoubtedly broken. Chen Xuanning, if you are still a member of the Chen family, you must strike him." "I." Chen Xuanning turned to look at Chu Pengcheng, who stood rooted in place, unyielding. "Have my wife strike me? No way." Chen Xuanning shook her head and replied, "I will not hit him." "Very well, Chen Xuanning, remember your words." Chen He struck the ground with his fist. Seething with rage, he, the esteemed heir of the Chen family, now lay in a pitiful state, battered and humiliated, resembling a lifeless dog. Should word of this incident spread, the Chen family would become a subject of ridicule, and he, Chen He, would be the embodiment of their mockery. Throughout his life, he had never even faced reprimand from his father. How could he endure being bested by an unworthy interloper? Sensing the depth of his resentment, Chu Pengcheng remarked coolly, "I understand your hatred towards me, and I await your retaliation. The Chen family, if not for Xuanning, would hardly command my attention. As for you, the illustrious heir, in my eyes, you are no better than Refuse. No, that would be an injustice to Refuse, you are even beneath that. Depart. And ensure I do not lay eyes upon you again." With that, he took Chen Xuanning by the hand and returned to the sofa, pouring 2 cups of tea, one for himself and one for her. Chen Xuanning, however, lacked the inclination to indulge in tea, her gaze fixed on Chen He. Words unspoken lingering on her lips. Chen Wei lifted him and carried him out of the villa. "Pengcheng, you have truly stirred up trouble this time." Although Uncle has always exercised caution, he holds Chen He in high regard. I recall an incident from our school days when a parent assaulted Chen He. Uncle rallied over 100 men, not only avenging him but also wreaking havoc upon the classroom and the office, with no one daring to utter a word of protest. Chen Xuanning pressed her forehead, feeling a throbbing headache. Truly, it was a case of one wave not yet settled before another arose. What was there to fear? If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. However, should they provoke me, I will certainly retaliate. If my uncle could handle matters impartially, all would be well, but should he show bias, I would not mind taking action. Chu Pengcheng left his words unfinished. Yet the implication was clear to those present. Qin Mu interjected, shaking his wrist, and said, "Brother, sister-in-law, when the time comes, do give me a call." If it were me, he would have knocked out all my front teeth. Qin Shuiqing was at a loss for words. This pair of brothers was indeed a comical duo. Suddenly, she recalled the matter in the kitchen and turned to Chu Pengcheng, inquiring, "The dishes you prepared for me before, were they all takeout?" Chu Pengcheng was taken aback, immediately glancing at Qin Mu. Sensing his elder brother's murderous glare, Qin Mu hastily grabbed his coat, feigning ignorance, and waved his hand, saying, "Brother, sister-in-law, I have matters to attend to. I know nothing about this." With that, he swiftly fled the villa. "Shuiqing, let me explain." Chu Pengcheng turned back, grinning. "Explain what?" why you did this. You men, none of you are worth a dime, except for the readers. From today onward, you sleep your way, and I'll sleep mine. Let this be a lesson for you. Chen Shuiqing pouted and turned away. Chu Pengcheng could only smile wryly. He truly had made a mess of things. Originally intending to order takeout and pretend he had cooked to lift his wife's spirits, now it seemed he would face separation instead. I am in the wrong. I am guilty. My dear wife, please show mercy and forgive me. Chu Pengcheng embraced her from behind, playfully murmuring. Should the people of the frontier witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be taken aback. Here stands the formidable dragon god, a figure historically perceived as a paragon of ironclad masculinity, who could have anticipated such a tender display. I could be persuaded to forgive you, but on one condition: you shall prepare dinner this evening, and the flavors must delight my palate. Should I discover any semblance of insincerity in your efforts, prepare to find yourself sleeping on the streets. Chen Xuening scoffed lightly, sipping her tea, a hint of mirth gracing her lips. Since Chu Pengcheng's return home, this was her first moment of advantage. Chu Pengcheng, with a rueful expression, could only acquiesce for the sake of his own happiness. Meanwhile, Chen Wei hastily transported Chen He to the hospital and promptly informed Chen Wenxiang. Upon learning that Chen He had been hospitalized due to an altercation, Chen Wenxiang nearly succumbed to shock and rushed to the hospital in a frenzy. How is he? Chen Wenxiang inquired, his face a pallid shade of fury. The news of Chen He's hospitalization had spread throughout the entirety of Tiannan City. A familial dispute had escalated to such a degree that the heir had been harmed, leaving the Chen family's reputation in tatters. Your elder brother's legs are broken. The doctor says they may not be salvageable. He will likely spend the remainder of his days confined to a wheelchair, Chen Wei lamented. Ultimately, it was his elder brother's excessive pride and inability to temper his arrogance, believing himself above all as the heir of the Chen family, that led to this dire consequence. What? Say that again. Chen Wenxiang's body swayed, nearly choking on his breath, collapsing to the ground. Chen Wei hurriedly stepped forward to support him, saying, Brother, it seems you will spend the latter half of your life in a wheelchair. The doctor has stated that this is no longer merely a comminuted fracture, but rather one that is nearly pulverized. Unless you undergo a prosthetic replacement, recovery appears bleak. Chen Wenxiang's hands trembled incessantly as he inquired, Did you not go together? Were you not stationed in the Southeast War Zone? How could such a calamity occur? Why? Did you simply stand by while that wretched Chu Pengcheng assaulted your brother? Chen Wei opened his mouth, hesitating before responding, Father, it pains me to say this, but there are certain individuals whom our Chen family cannot afford to offend. My suggestion is to maintain amicable relations with him. There is only benefit to be gained, and no detriment. Chapter 49, Chen Wenxiang's Revenge. What Chen Wei articulated was in the interest of the Chen family. The Southeast War Zone is governed by confidentiality regulations. Divulging Qin Mu's identity without authorization is strictly prohibited, and should this become known, he would be permanently exiled from the Southeast War Zone. However, to Chen Wenxiang's ears, his words were as sharp as daggers. What are you saying? That is your brother. Do you intend to let this go unchallenged? Chen Wenxiang exclaimed, his expression one of frustration and disappointment. Why did I send you to enlist in the first place? It was to cultivate our family's own influence. Now that your brother has been attacked, you counsel against seeking vengeance? Instead, you suggest we befriend him? Chen Wei clenched his teeth, asserting, Father, everything I say is for the benefit of our family. Consider this, if there were any possibility of revenge, would I simply stand by and watch my brother be assaulted? Chen Wenxiang waved his hand dismissively, expressing his impatience. Enough, do not speak further. You have ascended to the position of captain, overseeing hundreds under your command. Perhaps you no longer regard the Chen family with the same esteem. You may leave. Though I am advanced in age, avenging Chen He is still within my capabilities. Dad. I. Leave. Chen Wei, feeling helpless, departed slowly. Qin Mu had issued a clear command for him to return to the Southeast War Zone and accept his punishment. He knew he must comply. As for the Chen family, he felt no concern. They were all family, and after a bit of commotion, matters would settle. Upon entering the hospital room, Chen Wenxiang's eyes reddened at the sight of the bandages wrapped around Chen He's legs. Throughout the years, Chen He had spent the most time by his side, forging a deep emotional bond. Every matter concerning the family, including the business, was managed by Chen He. Whenever Chen Wenxiang found himself in a quandary, it was Chen He who stepped forward to offer counsel and strategy. Gazing at his son, now confined to a hospital bed, facing a life of disability, how could he not feel anguish? Dad, I am filled with rage. It is all because of that Chu Pengcheng, who disregards the Chen family's dignity and seeks to destroy me. Fortunately, I have survived this ordeal. Seeing Chen Wenxiang, Chen He could no longer contain his tears. Chen Wenxiang gently patted his back, whispering, "My son, rest assured, in Tiannan City, no one stands as a rival to the Chen family. He is merely a distant branch, an outsider despite being my son-in-law. Fear not, I will certainly avenge you." Chen He gritted his teeth and declared, "I believe that in times of necessity, I can unleash the full strength of the Chen family. Father, I am aware that there exists another force within our lineage." Chen Wenxiang's pupils constricted, yet he remained silent. Another force? That must have been over a decade ago, right? He had not intended to resort to it again. But it seems that with Chu Pengcheng backed by the Tianji camp, it is unavoidable. I am not yet married, nor do I have children. And I have become a mere shadow of myself. Death seems a more appealing option. Observing his father's silence, Chen He lamented once more. "Very well, I understand. My child. Rest assured, I shall risk my very life to avenge you." Chen Wenxiang's gaze suddenly grew resolute as he nodded. He exited the hospital room and dialed Chen Wenkong's number. Upon learning of the situation, Chen Wenkong immediately took Wang Lijuan and Chen Yang to Chu Pengcheng's residence. "Your uncle called me, demanding an explanation. He stated that if we still consider ourselves members of the Chen family, we must subdue Pengcheng and leave his fate to him, otherwise we shall no longer be recognized as Chen family members, and our names will be expunged from the family lineage." Chen Wenkong sighed as he sat on the sofa. For the elderly, the notion of returning to one's roots holds great significance. Once removed from the family tree, although he may still bear the surname Chen, he would no longer be regarded as a member of the Chen family, and after death, he would be denied the company of his ancestors. "Father, I await his response. Initially, I believed that my uncle would act with fairness, but it seems he has chosen to favor one side. If that is the case, let him do as he pleases." Chu Pengcheng scoffed. "Do as you will? You speak so lightly of it, yet how much turmoil has your presence wrought upon my family? This time, you have gone too far, reducing Chen He to a state of disability. As a member of the Chen family, your actions are utterly excessive." Chen Yang immediately stepped forward to voice his condemnation. Chen Wenkong remained silent, evidently acquiescing to the situation. "This matter does not concern him, it primarily revolves around me." Chen Xuanning spoke up. "Sister, have you lost your mind? Can you not comprehend the situation? Your surname is Chen, not Chu. The issue at hand is not about whose responsibility it is, but rather that our uncle has made it clear that he wishes to find him." Chen Yang gestured towards Chu Pengcheng. With a sardonic smile, Chu Pengcheng retorted, "It is merely a Chen family affair, what is there to fear? In my opinion, you have been under the thumb of the main family for far too long. Why is he considered the head of the family? As the family head, he should prioritize the greater good, yet he can only show favoritism towards his own son. What sort of family head is that? The title of family head is nothing but self-bestowed. Once Xuanning's company flourishes, she shall become the true head of the family." Chen Xuanning nodded in agreement. "Indeed. If our uncle can assume the role of family head, why can we not? If fairness cannot be achieved, then it is time for a change." However, her expression soon turned somber as she added, "Yet in every regard, we are no match for our uncle." She contemplated seeking Qin Mu's assistance. But she knew she could not rely on him for every matter, he was not their family's servant. Once or twice is manageable, but after repeated requests, it becomes a nuisance. "Father, trust me, regardless of how our uncle acts, let him come to me, I will bear the burden alone," declared Chu Pengcheng. "You will bear the burden? What do you have to offer? Unless you divorce Xuanning, our matters will remain entangled, you are a couple. And we shall inevitably be affected. Even Wang Lijuan, who usually refrains from speaking, voiced her thoughts at this moment. Chen Yang's eyes brightened as he exclaimed, "Indeed. If you divorce, won't that free us from the situation? What a splendid solution." Chen Xuanning shook her head, her tone resolute, "Impossible, I will not divorce." "You fool." Chen Yang struck the table with his fist. At that moment, Chen Wenkong's phone rang, the screen displaying the name Chen Wenxiang. Chen Wenkong's expression darkened. Yet he answered the call, forcing a smile as he said, "How is that child Chen He?" "I was just planning to buy something to visit." Wang Lijuan chimed in. "Yes, yes." On the other end of the line, a cold snort was heard, followed by Chen Wenxiang's voice, "Chen Wenkong, I warn you and your family. You must deliver that little bastard Chu Pengcheng to the hospital by 5 this afternoon. After 5, I shall publicly declare that from this day forth, your family will no longer be part of the Chen lineage, nor shall you be included in the family genealogy. Furthermore, I will seek my own form of retribution." Chu Pengcheng picked up his phone and declared loudly, "I await your arrival." With that, he hung up the call. In the expansive living room, silence fell like a heavy shroud. Chen Wenkong's face was marked by the faint outline of bulging veins. What was Chu Pengcheng doing? This was no mere provocation. It was an overt declaration of war. This is about to plunge their entire family into an abyss of unfathomable depths. Do you have any idea what you are doing? Your words reflect only your own sentiments, not ours, do you understand? What you say could lead us all to our demise. If you desire death, that is your choice. Please do not drag us down with you." Jin Yang abruptly stood, pointing at him as he shouted. Chen Wenkong calmly interjected. "Though your uncle is the head of the family, he is also an elder. How can you speak to an elder in such a manner? In a moment, I will procure some nutritional supplements and accompany you to the hospital to visit Chen He. I will be there, all you need to do is offer an apology. And this matter will be laid to rest. Your uncle will not make things difficult for you." Chu Pengcheng chuckled softly, then shook his head, saying, "Apologize? I have never uttered an apology in my life. My parents raised me to respect the elderly and cherish the young. At the birthday celebration, I extended ample respect to my uncle's family. Yet, what did I receive in return? A disregard from Chen He's family. And my uncle's bias without seeking the truth. Why should I hold him in esteem? I have come to understand a fundamental truth: the benevolent are often taken advantage of, and the gentle are often ridden upon." Cough, cough. Chen Wenkong clutched his chest, coughing violently. He had known Chu Pengcheng since childhood and recognized him as a good boy, which was why he had initially consented to his daughter marrying him. However, today marked the first time Chu Pengcheng had defied him. He gazed at his son-in-law, who seemed unchanged from 11 years ago. Yet the demeanor and words he had just displayed were markedly different. She is well aware that it was her cousin who erred, yet he is, after all, the head of the family. In any clan, regardless of the circumstance, one must resolutely obey the decisions of the family head. This is essential for fostering unity within the family. He found it impossible to accept Chu Pengcheng's words. "Xuanning, Pengcheng is being rather hasty, you should counsel him properly. We are all family, and there is no need for such discord," Wang Lijuan advised from the side. Traditionally obedient to her parents, Chen Xuanning shook her head this time and remarked, "Mom and Dad, I believe Pengcheng is right in this instance. Over the years, have we not endured enough from Uncle's family? If it were merely a matter of being bullied, we might have tolerated it, at worst. We could choose not to associate with them. However, yesterday, Chen He audaciously set his sights on my company, which is tantamount to attempting to annihilate our family. From childhood, Chen He has never regarded our family with any respect, so this time I support Pengcheng's decision. If Uncle chooses to be unjust, then he may be a father but not a family head. If he is unworthy, it is better for us to lead our separate lives. Yet, I believe Uncle spoke in anger. He would not truly harm us, though he will likely disregard us moving forward." Chu Pengcheng nodded in satisfaction. "Look. This is indeed my wife, always aligned with me, walking in step with my path. One marries a chicken, follows the chicken, one marries a dog, follows the dog." Chen Yang's face flushed with anger as he exclaimed, "What nonsense! Without the assistance of Uncle's family, how could we possibly survive in Tiannan City? How could we rely on the Chen family's name to earn a living? Whether you believe it or not, with just a word from my uncle, our family's future in Tiannan City has been irrevocably altered." Chen Wenkong and Wang Lijuan nodded in agreement with his sentiments. After a brief contemplation, Chen Wenkong remarked, "I also believe that Xuanning has a point. The blood of the Chen family flows through our veins, and despite my uncle's anger, he would not seek retribution against us. However, from this moment forth, our two families will only interact during ancestral rites." With a heavy sigh, he concluded. After all, he had grown up alongside this cousin, and feelings of kinship still lingered, yet, for the sake of his own family, he felt compelled to make sacrifices. As for the threat of being removed from the family lineage, upon reflection, it seemed more like Chen Wenxiang's momentary rage. A mere intimidation rather than a genuine intention to act. With this realization, aside from Chen Yang's anxiety and Chu Pengcheng's indifference, the others felt a notable sense of relief. At 3 in the afternoon, while Wang Lijuan busied herself in the kitchen preparing dinner, Chen Yang received a phone call and stepped outside. Upon his return, a smile was evident upon his face. The hours passed quietly until 5 o'clock, with no incidents occurring in between. Chu Pengcheng sipped his tea while Chen Xuanning perused the local forums and headlines on her phone. Suddenly, she sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "Come quickly. My uncle has posted an announcement online stating that, effective immediately, our family is no longer part of the Chen family lineage. He has truly expelled us from the family tree." The sound of dishes clattering to the floor echoed from the kitchen as Chen Wenkong and Wang Lijuan rushed out, snatching the phone to scrutinize the message displayed. Chu Pengcheng leaned in as well, casting a glance at the information. The content, a combination of text and images, conveyed the grim message that their family would no longer be members of the Chen clan. The accompanying image was a photograph of the family tree, where several names were conspicuously marked with crosses. Beside these names was a note that read, "Chen family branch, engaged in fratricide, disregarding the bonds of blood and kinship, neglecting the family's dignity and collective interests. The current head of the Chen family, Chen Wenxiang, has struck out these names, removing them from the family tree. Henceforth, they shall no longer be considered members of the Chen family, and upon their death, they shall not enter the ancestral grave of the Chen clan." With a sudden clatter, Chen Wenkong dropped his phone, his body rigidly falling backward. "Dad, are you all right?" Chen Xuanning swiftly caught him, her concern evident. "Chen Wenxiang. Chen Wenxiang. He is unworthy. He is unworthy to strike my name from the records." Tears streamed down Chen Wenkong's face as he lamented. "In my old age, I may pass away at any moment. And once I am gone, I cannot be laid to rest in the ancestral grave. I shall die with unfulfilled wishes. In the context of the family, he would become a wandering spirit. This is all Chu Pengcheng's doing," he thought bitterly, as Chen Yang fanned the flames of discontent. Chu Pengcheng gently pressed on Chen Wenkong's chest to help him regain composure, reassuring him, "Father, fret not, you shall not become a wandering spirit." Chen Wenkong looked at him in confusion. Chu Pengcheng continued, "As long as we take charge of the Chen family, you will become the head of the clan. If you wish not to return, that can also be arranged. By simply initiating a new family tree, you shall become the ancestor of a new branch of the Chen family. He is unwilling to grant entry, and we also hold no desire to enter." Chapter 51, Chen Xuanning's Abduction and the Wrath of the Dragon God. Chen Wenkong was somewhat agitated, who has not harbored grand ambitions in their youth. In his younger days, he contemplated establishing a separate family lineage, yet the obstacles were formidable. Not only would the family be opposed, but there were also stringent prerequisites. Firstly, one must have rendered significant service to the family, drawing a life and death lottery. Secondly, in times of conflict, one must have achieved first-class or exceptional merit. Thirdly, one must have brought honor to the ancestors, having held positions as a prime minister or governor. Meeting any one of these criteria would grant the ability to establish a separate family lineage for future ancestral worship. However, fulfilling any of these conditions is akin to reaching for the heavens. It is exceedingly rare for a family to produce a powerful figure. This explains why Chen Wenxiang sent Chen Wei into the military. Even though he is now aged, he still yearns to establish a separate lineage, yet without formidable backing. It remains utterly unattainable. Meanwhile, the entire Tiannan city was in an uproar. Have you seen the news online? Chen Wenxiang has expelled Chen Wenkang's family from the Chen clan and has rendered Chen He incapacitated. It appears that Chen Wenxiang has begun his revenge. Is Chen Wenkang's family truly oblivious? They are merely a branch of the family and have offended the main branch. Moreover, they have crossed the leading family of Tiannan City, which is decidedly unwise. What do you understand? With Zhu Pengqing present, he is connected to the Tianji camp, having eradicated the Song and Wang families. Do you truly believe he is easy to provoke? Huh. Whom is he trying to intimidate? The dragon god may assist him once or twice, but does he expect continual support for every misstep? Do you regard the dragon god as his father? Moreover, I have heard that the situation at the front is dire. The dragon god cannot remain at the Tianji camp indefinitely. Simultaneously, Chen Wenkang received a call from Chen Wenxiang. Have you seen the news? This is merely the first step. Subsequently, your entire family will live in fear. After delivering his message, Chen Wenxiang abruptly ended the call. Zhu Pengqing paid no heed, he continued with his meals and sleep. During this time, Chen Yang stealthily left the room twice, each time appearing anxious as if fearing eavesdroppers. Yet, upon his return, a joyful smile adorned his face, seemingly diminishing any animosity towards Zhu Pengqing. The following morning, Zhu Pengqing awoke to the sight of the sun hanging high in the sky, relieved to find that the night had passed without incident. Observing Chen Shiuqing, who yawned and stretched as she rose, it was evident that she had endured quite the tumult the previous night. Wang Lijuan and her husband were also up, preparing breakfast. Chen Shiuqing hastily consumed a few bites, grabbed her bag, and announced, "The finance department just called, there seems to be a minor issue with the account, and I need to check it out." Zhu Pengqing furrowed his brow and inquired, "Isn't it rather coincidental for a problem to arise at this time? Could it be the doing of the Chen Wenxiang family?" Unfazed, Chen Shiuqing replied, "No, it's just that salaries are about to be issued. Every month around this time, the company account experiences some discrepancies, and I always go to investigate. Rest assured, I should be back early this afternoon." As he was about to leave, he patted him on the shoulder and said, "I shall return with some groceries. This evening, I will take to the kitchen and allow you to savor my culinary skills." Zhu Pengqing chuckled and replied, "Last night, I had the pleasure of sampling your flavor. I must say, it was quite delightful. I eagerly anticipate your craftsmanship today." "Oh, be quiet." Chen Shiuqing's cheeks flushed, and casting a furtive glance at her parents, she fled as if she had committed a transgression. Zhu Pengqing observed her retreating figure, inexplicably unsettled, as though an ominous event loomed on the horizon. He shook his head, dismissing the negative thoughts. With him around, what could possibly go awry? Should the Chen family dare to act against him, he would not hesitate to retaliate. For now, he was merely safeguarding his father-in-law's sentiments, refraining from taking action against the Chen family. However, should they provoke him further, he would show no mercy. At 10 in the morning, an unexpected call from an unfamiliar number pierced the silence of Zhu Pengqing's phone. His number was an internal one, known only to those within the circle and Chen Shiuqing. Ordinary calls could not penetrate this barrier, with the exception of satellite phones. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to answer. "Zhu Pengqing, Shiuqing is in my possession." Upon hearing this, "Are you not anxious?" "However, I shall not divulge her exact whereabouts. As I have stated, I will ensure your family endures this period of dread. Only after a few days will I reveal her condition to you," came the ominous voice of Chen Wenxiang through the receiver. Zhu Pengqing was initially reclining on the sofa, but upon hearing those words, he abruptly sat up, exuding a terrifying aura of menace. He exclaimed, "She is your niece." Chen Wenxiang laughed heartily and retorted, "Niece? You are my niece's husband. When you assaulted my son, did you ever consider that? Now that Xuanning has been captured by me, you suddenly recognize her as my niece? Let me assure you, it is too late. I am aware that you are acquainted with members of the Tianji camp, capable of infiltrating my Chen family, but let me tell you, it will be futile. You may kill me or obliterate my clan. But I guarantee that Chen Xuanning will accompany me to the grave. With that, he ended the call. Zhu Pengcheng immediately attempted to call back. But the phone was switched off. Chen Wenkong, curious, inquired, "What happened?" Zhu Pengcheng forced a smile and replied, "It's nothing, just stepping out to resolve an issue. I shall return shortly." Observing this, Jin Yang sneered, "What else could it be? It is undoubtedly my sister who has been captured. I overheard everything on the phone. Zhu Pengcheng, I advise you to obediently go to the Chen family and confess, to secure my sister's release." Upon hearing this, Chen Wenkong panicked, nearly collapsing to the ground. "Is it true?" he stuttered. Zhu Pengcheng nodded affirmatively. "I am going now. I will kneel before him and plead for the release of my daughter." Chen Wenkong frantically began to gather his coat. Zhu Pengcheng stopped him, forcing himself to remain calm, and then said, "Father, leave Xuanning's matters to me. I assure you, I will bring her back." Chen Wenkong fixed his gaze upon him for a considerable time before finally nodding in agreement. Subsequently, he deflated like a punctured balloon, collapsing onto the sofa. Chen Yang, seated nearby, sneered incessantly. However, Zhu Pengcheng was not preoccupied with him. Instead, he hastily exited the house and dialed Qin Mu's number. "Gather all members of the Tianji camp at the entrance of my villa. I grant you 20 minutes. Additionally, relay my orders. The Qingtong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu camps must swiftly proceed to Tiannan City. Inform the local authorities to exert their utmost efforts in locating Xuanning. It is imperative that we find her in the shortest possible time. I do not care what methods or tactics are employed, if she is not located. Consider all responsible personnel dismissed. The Great Xia does not harbor the useless, nor will I protect the inept." Zhu Pengcheng could no longer restrain his fury, his eyes turning red as he issued command after command. Chapter 52, A Grand Mobilization of the Four Camps. Understood. Qin Mu replied, shedding his previously nonchalant demeanor and responding with unwavering determination. He understood that this was not the tone of his older brother, the Dragon God. Unless a grave matter was at hand. The last time he had spoken in such a manner was during the confrontation with the Dark Paradise. Furthermore, he comprehended the seriousness of the situation. Chen Xuanning was in peril. Who in Tiannan City dared to provoke his sister-in-law? This was tantamount to courting death. The dragon has its reverse scales. To touch them is to invite death. Without a doubt, those around him were the dragon god's reverse scales. The sky over Tiannan City was about to change. Upon receiving Qin Mu's call, chaos erupted within the local authorities of Tiannan City. The newly appointed leaders issued an unequivocal directive: the missing individuals must be located, or else those beneath them would face unemployment before their own departure. Consequently, the streets of Tiannan City became inundated with official vehicles, as door-to-door investigations commenced. Even the governor dispatched experts to oversee the operations, forming specialized teams for investigation and supervision. Most notably, the recent troop movements in the border regions instilled a sense of trepidation among the populace. Previously, when Zhu Pengcheng mobilized the 4th Battalion, he kept the purpose shrouded in secrecy, causing the Dark Paradise to suspect deception and refrain from launching an assault. This time, however, the 4th Battalion acted with conspicuous intent, making it clear that their target was Tiannan City. Yet, the Dark Paradise remained hesitant to attack, fearing a ruse devised by Zhu Pengcheng. In warfare, deception reigns supreme. Qin Mu drove to the entrance of the villa and subsequently arrived at Qin Xuanning's company. Earlier that morning, she mentioned that she received a call from the finance department regarding issues with the company's accounts, prompting her to leave, which ultimately led to her predicament. This indicated a collusion between the finance department and Chen Wenxiang. As the finance officer opened the door, they were confronted by a squad of fully armed soldiers from the Heavenly Mechanism camp, with a submachine gun aimed at their forehead, leaving them utterly stunned. With a stoic expression, Zhu Pengcheng demanded, "Tell me how you are connected to Chen Wenxiang. What benefits did he promise you? Speak in detail, and I may spare your life." The finance officer, resigned, replied with a forced smile, "I do not comprehend your words. This morning, I did indeed call Director Chen about the issues with the company's accounts, but he was apprehended on his way here. I have no ties to the Chen family. She pointed at the computer and said, if you don't believe me, you can have someone investigate, what I say is true. Yet, among those present, no one moved to do so. Chu Pengcheng drew a Desert Eagle and, with a deafening bang, shot her in the left leg. I do not wish to repeat myself. Nor do I desire to hear any excuses. You may choose to remain silent, but the next shot will be aimed at your head, Chu Pengcheng stated coldly. I'll speak. Last night, Chen Wenxiang came to my home, threatened me, and instructed me to comply with his demands. He even prepared false accounts for me, giving me 5 million and assuring me that the fraud would go undetected. If anything arises, I can always seek Chen Wenxiang's assistance, he will not abandon me. The accountant sobbed, clutching her thigh, on the verge of tears. She had initially believed her scheme to be flawless, certain that an audit would uncover nothing. All she had to do was deny any inquiries. However, she had not anticipated that Chu Pengcheng would forego an investigation and instead resort to violence immediately. If she did not confess, her life would be forfeit. Taking a deep breath to quell his simmering rage, Chu Pengcheng inquired, where is Xuening hidden? The accountant wept. I truly don't know anything else. I was also threatened, this is not my doing. Brother, I have served Chairman Chen for 8 years, I beg you. For the sake of Chairman Chen, please let me go to the hospital. Bang! Chu Pengcheng fired again, this time hitting her right leg, causing the accountant to collapse to the ground. Your assertions fail to satisfy me, I require more clues. You must provide me with the information, or else you shall go nowhere. Qing Mu interjected, given the rate at which you are bleeding, without immediate bandaging and cessation of blood flow, you will likely succumb to unconsciousness within 2 hours due to excessive blood loss. This is a penetrating injury at close range, making it exceedingly difficult for the bleeding to cease on its own. The accountant nodded, I understand. By the way, among those who accompanied Chen Wenxiang last night, there was someone I recognized. Perhaps he knows where Chairman Chen is hiding. Chu Pengcheng abruptly stepped forward, gripping her neck as he inquired, who is it? It is Chairman Chen's brother, I believe his name is Chen Yang, I am certain I did not mistake him. That is him. Chu Pengcheng recalled. Last night, he had indeed seen Chen Yang exit with his phone while he was in the restroom. At the time, he had thought little of it, assuming Chen Yang was merely stepping out to make a call or perhaps whisper sweet nothings, wishing to keep their conversation private. Little did he know that Chen Yang was involved. Reflecting on Chen Yang's furtive behavior throughout the day, it seemed he must have been in contact with Chen Wenxiang. An insider had infiltrated his own household, and he had failed to notice. Clearly, he had placed too much trust in those around him. I have said all that I need to, can you take me to the hospital now? The accountant wept. Arrange for someone to escort her to the hospital. Once her gunshot wound is treated, send her to the authorities, and inform them to deal with her severely as I have instructed. Chu Pengcheng declared as he briskly exited the accountant's office. He needed to rush back to find Chen Yang and inquire about the whereabouts of Chen Xuening. The clock had struck 11, and it had already been an hour since Chen Xuening had vanished. The longer time elapsed, the greater the peril she encountered, and simultaneously, his anxiety intensified. On the road, Chu Pengcheng received a call from number 1. You rascal, you've mobilized the 4th Battalion, and with great fanfare at that. Everyone knows the 4th Battalion has left the border and gone to Tiannan City. I've heard even the authorities in Tiannan and the Tianji Battalion have been activated. What on earth are you planning? Number 1 exclaimed angrily, slamming his hand on the table. I will not recall the 4th Battalion until my wife is found, Chu Pengcheng asserted with unwavering determination. Have you lost your mind? Are you waiting for someone to impeach you before you feel satisfied? Do you understand the current situation? The front line is on the brink of battle at any moment. Have you considered the sentiments of the people of Xia in bringing the 4th Battalion back? Number 1 continued to implore. I care not for anyone's sentiments but my own. And my wife is not part of the people of Xia? She is missing, should she not be protected? As for those who wish to impeach me, let them come, I await their arrival. With that, Chu Pengcheng hung up the phone just as the car came to a halt at the entrance of the villa. Chapter 53, The gradually unraveling Xia dragon god throughout Xia, not a single leader dared to answer number one's call, let alone speak to him in a defiant tone. Chu Pengqing was the first to do so. There was little that could be done about the individual known as the dragon god of the Great Xia, especially given the tense situation at the front lines, which necessitated his involvement to resolve certain predicaments. Chu Pengqing alighted from his vehicle and, accompanied by his men, entered the villa. Chen Wenkong and Wang Lijuan, unable to shake off their concerns, also ventured out in search of him, leaving only Chen Yang alone within the villa. At that moment, he was engaged in a phone call, and upon noticing Chu Pengqing's arrival, he hastily set his phone aside. Qin Mu raised his right hand and beckoned with his fingers, prompting 2 soldiers from the Tianji camp to advance and pin Chen Yang against the wall. Shortly thereafter, several others followed suit, pressing their rifles against his head. Chu Pengqing, what do you intend to do? Have you lost your mind? I am your brother-in-law and the younger brother of Chen Xuanning. Instead of seeking out my sister, you turn your aggression toward me? Chen Yang shouted defiantly, unperturbed. Chu Pengqing withdrew a desert eagle, disengaged the safety, and spoke in a calm yet chilling tone, reveal your sister's whereabouts. You may choose to remain silent, but the bullet will find its mark upon you. Pa. Chen Yang spat on the wall, mocking him, who do you think you are frightening? If you have the guts, kill me. If you do you think my sister will ever forgive you? He continued, to be frank. It was indeed I who informed my uncle of my sister's outing. He assured me that he would not harm her, his sole objective is you. Aren't you fond of my sister? Why then do you lack the courage to confront my uncle alone? Are you perhaps afraid? As he spoke, a sudden laugh escaped Chen Yang's lips. Bang! Responding to his taunts, the first sound was that of a gunshot. As he gazed upon Chen Yang, who was clutching his thigh in anguish, Chu Pengqing declared, reveal the whereabouts of your sister, or else the next time, it shall be your other leg. If you wish to end up like Chen He, then you may choose to remain silent. I grant you one final opportunity, remember, this is your last chance. By the end of his statement, his teeth were clenched in fury. No matter what, he was determined to locate Chen Xuanning today. Each passing minute felt like an agonizing torment to him. He recalled how, when Chen Xuanning left, she had promised to return in the afternoon with groceries and to personally cook a meal for the family, even assuring him he would savor her culinary skills that evening. All of this replayed incessantly in his mind. Since his return, aside from uncovering the truth behind his parents' demise, he had been tirelessly resolving one matter after another concerning Chen Xuanning. He believed he had rectified all issues in Tiannan City. Yet he had never anticipated that the fatal blow would come from within his own family. He would not allow Chen Xuanning to suffer any harm, absolutely not. Chu Pengqing aimed the gun at Chen Yang's other thigh. Chen Yang's pupils constricted. In that moment, he realized that if he remained silent, Chu Pengqing would undoubtedly pull the trigger, perhaps even aiming for his head. I'll talk. Chen Yang ultimately succumbed to the pressure. Chu Pengqing fixed his gaze upon him, his eyes sharp and piercing, akin to that of a hawk stalking its prey. Chen Yang swallowed hard and stammered. Can you please put the gun down first? I am scared, I can't speak with it aimed at me. Bang! Responding to him, once again a gunshot echoed. Subsequently, the muzzle was pressed against Chen Yang's head. My patience is finite, this is your last opportunity. You may choose to remain silent and demonstrate your loyalty to Chen Wenxiong. Chu Pengqing said, slowly rising to his full height, exuding an intense aura of menace. I don't know what to say, he is my uncle. Chen Wenxiong captured him, I merely relayed information to him, I genuinely do not know where he was taken. Consider this, he cannot disclose that to me. Chen Yang's tears streamed down his face, yet he made no effort to wipe them away. He clutched his legs tightly, his body trembling slightly, his complexion paling. Chu Pengqing remained motionless, seemingly deep in thought. I speak the truth, you may investigate. Should you find that I have lied, you are free to return and end my life. I swear, I pledge before heaven and invoke the light, if I utter a falsehood, may I be struck down by thunder. Chen Yang hastily interjected. Boom! Outside, a clap of thunder resonated. Qin Yang's pallor intensified, leaving one to wonder whether it was due to excessive blood loss or sheer terror. Qin Mu remarked from the side, after all, he is the brother of my sister-in-law. Should he be killed, it would be difficult to explain to her. Furthermore, he is Chen's only son, a continuation of the family line. He has been entrusted to me. Since he is involved, I will detain him first. I shall employ certain interrogation methods to make him suffer. For now, seeking my sister-in-law is of utmost importance. Qin Yang nodded repeatedly, yes, 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 Chu Pengcheng, no, brother-in-law, I was wrong, I realize my mistake, I beg you, please take me to the hospital. Wrong? Chu Pengcheng scoffed. Would he recognize his error if I hadn't shot him in both legs? Would he acknowledge his fault if he hadn't lost too much blood? Would he possess any sense of remorse if it weren't for Qin Mu's intercession? It's not that he understands his mistake, rather, he is gripped by fear. Yet, I must concede that Qin Mu is partially correct. I cannot take Qin Yang's life, for he is my younger brother. And Chen Xuening would be devastated by the loss. For her sake, I shall spare you this time. You may escape the death penalty. But the punishment for your transgressions remains inevitable. Qin Mu, arrange for someone to take him to the hospital, after a brief treatment. He shall be in your custody by tonight. Chu Pengcheng spoke softly. Qin Mu nodded, leave it to me, rest assured. However, as Qin Yang gazed into Qin Mu's eyes, an inexplicable sense of dread washed over him, an unsettling premonition of impending misfortune. He looked toward Chu Pengcheng's back, his mouth opened as if to warn him. Yet upon glancing at his injured legs, he ultimately chose silence. Did he truly believe that the Chen family was so easily trifled with? Had he not chanced upon overhearing things he should not have while visiting his uncle's home, he might still perceive the Chen family as merely a typical elite clan. If he had maintained such a delusion, he would surely face grave consequences. Chu Pengcheng. You shot me in both legs, I wish you the fortitude to survive. A flicker of resentment flashed in Qin Yang's eyes, but he lowered his head to conceal it, ensuring that no one noticed. Qin Mu waved his hand. And the two men from the heavenly machine camp promptly assisted him into the vehicle, transporting him to the hospital. What shall we do now? Should we head to the Chen family to retrieve someone? Or? Qin Mu glanced at his watch. The fourth camp was still en route and would not arrive until tomorrow. Just as Chu Pengcheng was about to speak, his phone rang. Chapter 54, The Wind Grows Tense. Chu Pengcheng, your commotion in Tiannan City has been quite significant. Publicly discharging a firearm was beyond my expectations. This indicates the importance of that girl, Xuening, to you. Chen Wenxiang's voice resonated through the phone. What do you wish to convey? Chu Pengcheng's tone turned icy. I offer you an opportunity, come to my residence alone. Remember. You must come alone. If I discover you bringing anyone else, I cannot guarantee Xuening's safety. After stating this, Chen Wenxiang abruptly ended the call. Qin Mu, having overheard the conversation, quickly interjected, you cannot go, should danger arise, it would be a significant loss for Daxia. Allow me to lead a team. I assure you we will safely rescue her. Chu Pengcheng shook his head, responding, that is too risky. Not only would you face peril, but Xuening would also be in jeopardy. I will go, you all wait for me at a distance. If you do not return within an hour, I will lead a rescue, Qin Mu insisted. No need, a mere Chen family does not intimidate me, Chu Pengcheng scoffed, striding confidently out the door. Qin Mu's gaze was solemn as he proclaimed, Tianji camp, heed my command, should the dragon god find himself in peril, let there be no mercy for the Chen family. Yes. The response from Tianji camp was unified and resolute. Chu Pengcheng drove alone to the entrance of the Chen Wenxiang estate. The front gate stood desolate, starkly contrasting with the usual bustling atmosphere. Standing at the threshold, he listened intently, but the courtyard was enveloped in an eerie silence, as if it were an abandoned manor. He pushed open the door and stepped into the yard. The area was impeccably clean, yet devoid of any servants or caretakers. As he reached the center of the courtyard, Chu Pengcheng's ears perked up, a gentle breeze brushed past him, stirring a sense of unease. Slowly, the sound of footsteps approached from 8 distinct directions. Subsequently, 8 middle-aged individuals emerged into his line of sight. Each person moved with a measured gait, yet their appearances varied greatly, some were farmers, others students. And among them was a rugged brute. With a mere glance, Chu Pengcheng discerned that these 8 individuals were formidable experts. Chu Pengcheng? He appears rather young. What is the meaning of this, old Master Chen? Are we to deal with mere ordinary folk? One remarked. Indeed, it seems we are being underutilized. I recall 11 years ago when we eliminated a couple and staged an accident. Now, it appears we are tasked with intimidating a youth. Enough, enough. Let us cease our grievances. Master Chen has proclaimed that this shall be our final endeavor, after which we can embrace the simplicity of ordinary life. My wife has prepared dumplings today, and our child is celebrating a birthday, eagerly awaiting my return for dinner. As I listened to the discourse of these individuals, my countenance darkened progressively. It appeared that I gleaned from their conversation that the demise of my parents years ago bore significant ties to the Chen family. Perhaps even orchestrated by these very men. Did not Chen Wenxiang assert that it was the Jing family from Guangzhou who were responsible? What precisely transpired regarding the accident from 11 years prior? Pray, elucidate this matter for me, I inquired. The burly man, scratching his ear with his pinky, retorted impatiently. These are but ancient tales, what purpose does it serve to recount them to you? If your curiosity is insatiable, venture to hell and inquire of the king of hell himself. A peasant, wielding a hoe, interjected, who among you shall strike first? Let us conclude this swiftly. For I have agricultural tasks that await my attention. I shall. The burly man lunged forward, propelling himself like a cannonball with a fierce kick. His massive fist aimed squarely at my visage. Hailing from the southern Shaolin, his prowess in the formidable iron fist technique was unparalleled. He could shatter stones effortlessly and, upon contact with flesh, could obliterate bones in an instant. I deftly shifted my stance, my body angling slightly to evade the blow. His fist grazed my attire, crashing into a pine tree with a resounding thud. The trunk of the tree splintered under the impact, revealing 2 deep fissures, yet the robust man emerged unscathed. Fortune has favored you, allowing you to evade my grasp. The burly man grinned widely, raising his fist to launch another assault. As he swung his fist towards him, Chu Pengcheng stood motionless, unwavering in his stance. A smile spread across the giant's face. He was certain that with this blow, the young man before him would either meet his demise or suffer grievously. With merely a meter separating them, Chu Pengcheng finally moved, lifting his right hand to deliver a counterpunch. A resounding thud echoed through the air. Chu Pengcheng remained steadfast, unyielding as a mountain. In stark contrast, the burly man's dark complexion shifted to a deep crimson, and he staggered back several steps, eventually colliding with a pine tree, from which he expelled a mouthful of blood. The tree swayed violently in response to the impact. The giant knelt upon the ground, his left hand bracing himself while his right trembled slightly. He lifted his gaze, and his eyes met Chu Pengcheng's, filled with sheer horror. The opponent was formidable beyond belief. How could such rudimentary skills be worthy of my engagement? Useless. Chu Pengcheng did not disguise his scorn. The burly man, infuriated, coughed up another mouthful of blood. His formidable Vajra fist had been honed over decades, with only a handful in the entire realm of Great Xia capable of surpassing his strength. Yet here he was, belittled by this young man. Useless. The injury was minor, yet the humiliation was profound. Have you squandered your strength on women during your years of inaction? Alas! It seems I must take matters into my own hands. The peasant-clad figure sighed. Chu Pengcheng shook his head and replied, You all should act together, lest we waste time. What do you mean? The farmer furrowed his brow and inquired, What do you mean? In my eyes, you are all worthless, and it would be better to confront this together. Chu Pengcheng replied nonchalantly, A young man should not be too impetuous. If one is not impetuous, can they truly be called young? He retorted. Since you are unwilling to engage simultaneously, I shall take the initiative to challenge you all at once. With that, Chu Pengcheng stomped his foot, causing the bluestone slabs beneath him to crack, and like a tempest, he charged towards the farmer. The individual dressed like a student, witnessing the fractured stones, immediately paled. waved his hand, and shouted, "The winds are fierce, we must retreat." Before he could finish his words, he hastily fled towards the wall. "Since you have come, none shall escape," Chu Pengcheng smirked, feeling a surge of adrenaline coursing through his veins. An intense exhilaration bubbled within his mind, and his eyes gradually turned crimson, resembling a messenger from the depths of hell. Chapter 55. What a Chen family, what a Chen Wenxiang. In the midst of his agile maneuvers, Chu Pengcheng unleashed 7 punches, each one resonating with power. 8 individuals, either seated, reclining, or kneeling on the ground, gazed at Chu Pengcheng with expressions of sheer astonishment. In the realm of martial arts, hierarchies exist. At the base are the warriors, above them the masters, each level comprising 9 tiers. They had all attained between the 7th and 8th levels of martial prowess, which in the eyes of an ordinary person would be deemed formidable. Yet, before Chu Pengcheng, they could not withstand even a single blow. A master. He is undoubtedly a master, the burly man exclaimed. At the very least, he is a master. The farmer wielding a hoe finally spoke. Chu Pengcheng stood in the center, casting a glance at the others, and inquired, "Answer me, what truly transpired during that car accident 11 years ago?" A burly man, clearing his throat, stammered, I will tell you." The farmer's eyes widened as he rebuked, "We are all loyal to Lord Chen. If you speak voluntarily, do you intend to betray us?" The burly man grimaced, replying, "I am not the same person I was 11 years ago. I now have my own family waiting for my return. What will happen to them if I perish here?" The others around fell silent. Indeed, they were all assassins trained by the Chen family, once devoid of any qualms about taking lives, indifferent to their own mortality. However, the circumstances had shifted. Each of them had established families over the past decade, now burdened with concerns and attachments. They could no longer kill as they once did. People inevitably change. Silence. Chu Pengcheng kicked a stone, piercing the farmer's chest. As he gazed upon the lifeless body sprawled on the ground, the burly man trembled slightly, then recounted, 11 years ago. We were given orders by Lord Chen to eliminate a couple, the husband surnamed Chu and the wife surnamed Qing, and we were informed of their itinerary that day. We were also instructed to stage the scene as a car accident. We devised a meticulous plan, yet on that day, something went awry. The crowd at the scene was overwhelming, preventing us from executing our assassination plan. Instead, we arranged for an individual to drive a large vehicle directly into the opposing car. Following the collision, the 8 of us ventured into the throng to assess the situation, only to discover the couple lying within the vehicle, their status uncertain, whether unconscious or lifeless. It was only later, through the news, that I learned both had perished, prompting us to report to Lord Chen. A lethal glint flickered in Chu Pengcheng's eyes. The Chen family. Chen Wenxiang. He bellowed, delivering a fierce punch against a pine tree. Crack. Boom. The tree splintered and fell. The burly man, witnessing this, grew increasingly fearful and stammered, "I speak the truth. This is all Lord Chen's doing, we merely obeyed his orders. If you seek someone, let it be Lord Chen. My wife awaits me at home, and my newborn son is also anticipating my return. I implore you, spare me. I promise to lead a mundane life henceforth." The other 6 nodded in agreement. Suddenly, the door to the Chen residence was kicked open, and Qin Mu, accompanied by the members of the Tianji camp, rushed in. Having heard the commotion from outside, he felt compelled to intervene, prioritizing the safety of his elder brother. Chu Pengcheng closed his eyes. What a Chen family. What a Chen Wenxiang. They committed their misdeeds while disavowing any connection. He had nearly fallen prey to their deceit. Had it not been for the subsequent events involving Chen he might have sought out the Jing family in Guangzhou. The illustrious dragon god of the Great Xian nearly became a pawn in someone else's game. Who dares to claim that Chen Wenxiang is cautious? Who asserts that the Chen family is the weakest? Such notions are mere illusions. Are we ready to depart? The burly man inquired softly. I shall escort you, replied Chu Pengcheng, opening his eyes. No need, we can manage on our own, the burly man gestured dismissively. Ignoring him, Chu Pengcheng raised his right hand and beckoned with a finger. Qin Mu understood immediately and promptly passed over the submachine gun. The sound of gunfire echoed through the courtyard. The remaining 7 lay lifeless in a pool of blood. As one of the conspirators behind the murder of his parents, did they still hope to return home? Did they think their family mattered more than his? The memories of his parents' demise, the takeover of their company, and the ridicule from classmates flooded back. In those dark moments, he could only weep in solitude, yearning to use the submachine gun to exact vengeance upon these foes. I promised them I would return them home. Arrange for their bodies to be delivered to their families, commanded Chu Pengcheng, tossing the submachine gun to Qin Mu with a nonchalant tone. Brother. What of that old scoundrel Chen Wenxiang? Is he inside? I will lead a team to capture him, Qin Mu responded, taking hold of the weapon. No need. I have questions for him. You wait for me at the entrance, ordered Chu Pengcheng. The 4th Battalion has arrived. I have already dispatched them to apprehend the Chen family. Qin Mu suddenly recalled. Chu Pengcheng nodded and waved his hand, stepping alone into the inner courtyard. Qin Mu and his men retreated from the premises. The Chen family's courtyard is divided into an outer courtyard and an inner courtyard. The outer courtyard primarily houses servants, bodyguards, and nannies, while the inner courtyard is where the direct descendants of the Chen family, such as Chen Wenxiang and Chen He, reside. When he married Chen Xuanning, he had visited the inner courtyard and was aware of the room occupied by Chen Wenxiang. Thus, he pushed open the door and stepped inside. The main room was empty, with the 8 immortals' table and chairs neatly arranged and devoid of dust. It seemed that he heard the sound of a door opening outside. And an elderly voice emerged from within. Have you resolved it? In that instant, Chu Pengcheng recognized the voice of Chen Wenxiang. The people you arranged have been dealt with. Chu Pengcheng replied coolly. Silence fell within the room. Chen Wenxiang, do you wish for me to enter, or will you come out? Chu Pengcheng inquired softly. Oh. Now you no longer even refer to me as uncle? That makes sense. Your entire family has been removed from the family tree. Strictly speaking, we have severed ties. So it is normal for you not to call me uncle, Chen Wenxiang remarked as he emerged from the room. Upon seeing him, Chu Pengcheng felt a wave of calm wash over him. As long as he could locate the rightful person, he need not worry about Chen Xuanning's safety. He longed to ask Chen Wenxiang why he had murdered his parents 11 years ago and why he had deceived him. When he married Chen Xuanning, Chen Wenxiang was aware that he was the child left behind by that couple. Logically, he should have been the one to be killed. In summary, Chu Pengcheng's heart was filled with an abundance of questions he yearned to pose. Chapter 56, Who could be the force behind the Chen family? Chen Wenxiang moved at a measured pace, retrieving an iron box from the cabinet. He took a small amount of tea leaves and placed them into the teapot, pouring in hot water. After waiting for a moment, he poured 2 cups of tea, offering one to Chu Pengcheng while taking the other for himself. Sitting down across from him, he stirred the tea lightly, savoring a sip before placing the cup down, his gaze directed towards Chu Pengcheng. At the same time, Chu Pengcheng met his gaze. Their eyes locked. As the years swiftly passed, a decade had elapsed. I know you have many questions for me. And I am aware of what you wish to inquire. You may ask, and I shall share all that I know. Chen Wenxiang spoke softly, though he appeared significantly older than just a few days prior. Why did you kill my parents? Why did you deceive me? After you discovered I was the child of that couple, why did you not arrange for my demise? Had you acted 11 years ago? Right after Xuanning and I were wed, I would have been no match for you, Chu Pengcheng pressed on with his inquiries. Chen Wenxiang nodded in acknowledgement, responding. You are correct. Had I desired to act 11 years ago, you would certainly have perished. When I realized you were the son of that couple, I indeed contemplated taking action. However, at that time, you were married to Xuanning, and as a member of the Chen family, I could not bring myself to harm you. Moreover, you posed no threat to me then. I found no merit in your demise. I have aged and grown weary. In my youth, I harbored dreams of revitalizing the Chen family, but in recent years, my sole desire has been for the Chen family to live in peace and safety. I have deceived you, yet I have not truly done so. There are certain matters that I cannot reveal the truth about. It is not only detrimental to you but also to my family, the Chens. Some individuals are not ones you can afford to offend. With that, he lifted his teacup. Sipping once more, and took a piece of paper to dab at the tea stains at the corner of his mouth. Chu Pengcheng spoke in a low voice. And what about the reason for the murder of my parents? Is the Qin family merely a pawn of the Wang and Song families? Or does the Qin family serve the Song family? A chuckle escaped Chen Wenxiang, who replied, the Song family? The Wang family? Do they dare to command the Qin family? You are correct, they are but subservient to us. I simply prefer to keep the Qin family under the radar, allowing everyone to believe we have fallen behind. Inferior even to the Song and Wang families. Pausing briefly, he continued, as for your inquiry about the murder of your parents, I must confess, I do not know. Chu Pengcheng's eyes widened with fury. You do not know? The Qin family, as a covert force, orchestrates assassinations, framing the Song and Wang families. And has even considered eliminating its own. And now you claim ignorance regarding the murder of my parents? That explanation is utterly absurd. With a sigh, Chen Wenxiang remarked. In this world, while it appears peaceful, it remains a realm governed by the law of the jungle. The Qin family may seem exalted in the eyes of outsiders. Yet before certain powers, we are merely pawns. There are matters beyond our control, it is not merely a question of desire. But rather of whether we are permitted to act. To kill your parents is an order I must obey, to refuse would spell the annihilation of the Qin family. Complying, however, might afford us a glimmer of hope. As for the reasons behind this, I am oblivious, ultimately, I am but a mere puppet. Chu Pengcheng's hand rested upon the teacup, and with a sudden force, it cracked with a sharp sound, fine fissures appearing upon its surface. Is there a formidable force lurking behind the Qin family, one that instills fear? Who could it possibly be? He remained silent, listening intently. As for the identity of this entity, I cannot reveal it. Should I utter it, the Qin family would surely face obliteration. Do you recall the Wang family? Who perished within the Tianji camp? That was the doing of this very force. I have no doubt that the Song family would meet a similar fate, and perhaps the Qin family as well. After Chen Wenxiang spoke, he was seized by a violent cough, blood staining his hands as he lowered them. You. Chu Pengcheng rose abruptly. Chen Wenxiang waved a hand dismissively, saying, this tea is poisoned, I shall not survive, so I might as well preserve my body in its entirety. Chu Pengcheng replied gravely, tell me who this force is, and I will ensure the Qin family's survival. You will protect my family? Who are you? A glimmer of recognition sparked in Chen Wenxiang's eyes. The dragon god of the great Xia. With his hands clasped behind his back, Chu Pengcheng emanated an air of unparalleled authority. Upon hearing this revelation, Chen Wenxiang's expression revealed little surprise. Instead, he whispered, I suspected as much. How fortuitous that the dragon god of the great Xia appears in Tiannan City and has aided you on several occasions. I have already deduced your identity. So, may I inquire if you are now prepared to divulge the truth? Still, I cannot speak. If I remain silent, it may safeguard the Qin family from annihilation. However, should I divulge the truth, even the great dragon god of the Xia dynasty would be powerless to protect us. That force is far beyond your comprehension. As Chen Wenxiang spoke, Qin Mu suddenly entered the room. He cast a glance at Chen Wenxiang before addressing Chu Pengcheng. All direct descendants of the Qin family have been apprehended. Chu Pengcheng nodded, turning his gaze toward Chen Wenxiang. His patience was waning. If there was no further disclosure, he could not guarantee the safety of the remaining members of the Qin family. Chen Wenxiang coughed up blood once more, slumping into his chair, and with a faint smile. He implored, as I approach death, I beseech you to spare Chen He and Chen Wei. They shall never be your adversaries. Consider this a favor for the sake of my uncle. The magnitude of that force is immense. Truly immense. Heed my warning, do not pursue this matter any further. For it will yield you no benefit, only harm. The light in his eyes gradually dimmed until it extinguished completely. Chu Pengcheng swiftly approached, placing his hand beneath Chen Wenxiang's nose, then slowly lowered it. Chen Wenxiang had passed away. Even in death, he had not uttered a single word regarding that force, revealing the depth of his terror. Qin Mu spoke softly. Our intelligence division has just uncovered that the demise of the Qin family is connected to the deaths of your parents. orchestrated by hidden hands. It appears that there are other forces involved behind the Chen family. Our team is investigating diligently, and I believe results will emerge shortly. Chu Pengcheng closed his eyes. His hands clenched into fists, feeling a fierce flame burning within his chest. They were merely an ordinary family. Why would such a powerful force go to such lengths to murder his parents? Qin Mu's phone rang, and upon answering, his expression shifted dramatically. He hung up and coldly declared, "Something has happened." Chapter 57, a pause receiving news from the personnel stationed at the Heavenly Mechanism camp. It was confirmed that all members of the Song family who had been captured were dead. Qin Mu continued, a glint of cold light flashing in Chu Pengcheng's eyes. The opposing force truly possessed immense power. They had first annihilated the Wang family within the Heavenly Mechanism camp, and now they had decimated the Song family. All while remaining undetected. Furthermore, I have received intelligence that the Dark Paradise has learned of the fourth camp's withdrawal from the border and is preparing to launch an attack. Qin Mu stated gravely. The fate of one family, the Songs, is of little consequence. However, the impending assault from Dark Paradise poses a significant threat to the territory of the Great Xia. We cannot afford any losses, or we shall be deemed traitors to the realm. Command the fourth camp to return to the border with utmost haste. I will return immediately to stabilize the situation. Chu Pengcheng commanded. I will return at once. I refuse to believe we cannot uncover the identities of these scoundrels. Qin Mu seethed in frustration. Chu Pengcheng shook his head, saying, there is no need for haste. You will accompany the fourth camp back to the border. Ensuring stability is of utmost importance. Under no circumstances can we allow any issues to arise at the border. At this moment, with Dark Paradise poised for aggression, I even suspect this may be a maneuver orchestrated by them or by certain individuals. As for the assets of the Chen family, leave that matter to me. Qin Mu nodded and swiftly departed with his men. In a secluded chamber of the Chen residence, Chu Pengcheng discovered the unconscious Chen Xuanning. He gently lifted her and placed her in the car, returning to the villa. As he sat in the vehicle, his thoughts were in disarray. This incident had unveiled Chen Wenxiang as the mastermind behind the scenes, yet it also revealed a more formidable force lurking in the shadows of the Chen family. Even in death, Chen Wenxiang had divulged no information. In Tiannan City, the threats against Chen Xuanning had been entirely eliminated, and he had secured the entirety of the Chen family's assets. He could finally breathe easy. Henceforth, either Chen Wenkong or Chen Xuanning would assume the role of the head of the Chen family. Having been away for some time, he felt compelled to return to the border to stabilize the situation, otherwise, the 1st Division could be airlifted into Tiannan City. The high-ranking officials in the Great Xia who had sought to impeach him would also demand an explanation. Instead of returning home, he took Chen Xuanning to the hospital for a comprehensive examination. Standing in the corridor, he faintly heard Chen Yang's voice. Mom and Dad, look. This is what Chu Pengcheng did. I was almost left disabled. The doctor said that even if I recover, there will be lasting effects. Chu Pengcheng stood at the doorway, listening to Chen Yang's words. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. Chen Wenkong and Wang Lijuan were standing at the bedside, their backs to the entrance, obscuring Chen Yang's view, thus no one noticed Chu Pengcheng's arrival. What exactly is going on? You claim that Pengcheng struck you? I find that hard to believe, please elaborate. Chen Wenkong said, furrowing his brow in anger. I speak the truth, at that time, you were all out, and I was alone at home. Chu Pengcheng returned with his men, brandishing a gun at me and threatening me. Chen Yang recounted, his hands gesturing animatedly, vividly recalling the events. Suddenly, he noticed Chu Pengcheng's figure behind Chen Wenkong, and he froze, his hands stiffening. What happened next? Please continue, Chen Wenkong pressed. Yes, what happened next? Dad is asking you. Chu Pengcheng chimed in. A smile more grotesque than tears appeared on Chen Yang's face as he shook his head, saying, Mom and Dad. What I just said was all fabricated, I was deceiving you. My brother-in-law treats me so well, how could he possibly shoot me? It was all a fabrication. Brother-in-law. When did you come in? Why didn't you say a word? Chu Pengcheng approached the bedside and addressed Chen Wenkong, stating, Dad, he speaks the truth. I am the one who harmed his leg. Jin Yang shook his head frantically, insisting, no, no. It was the assailants who attacked me, yes, it was the assailants. I saw it clearly. How could my brother-in-law, who loves me so dearly, be the one? No, it cannot be. At that moment, in his eyes, Chu Pengcheng epitomized a harbinger of doom. He dared not utter another word. The scene of Chu Pengcheng pressing a desert eagle against his forehead was still vividly etched in his memory. What about Xuanning? Have you found her? Chen Wenkong quickly inquired. She has been located, she is not severely harmed and is currently undergoing a full-body examination. She remains unconscious. But the doctor assured me that she was merely frightened and will awaken soon, Chu Pengcheng replied. Chen Wenkong felt a considerable sense of relief. Not long after, the ward door swung open, and two nurses wheeled in Chen Xuanning on her hospital bed. At that moment, Chen Xuanning had regained consciousness. Upon seeing Chu Pengcheng, she remarked, I owe you my gratitude, had it not been for you, my uncle might have truly taken my life. Chu Pengcheng gently tucked her in, reassuring her, as I promised, as long as I am here, I will not allow any harm to befall you. Chen Xuanning grasped his arm tightly, her eyes glistening with tears, and implored, at the moment of my abduction, I genuinely feared I would never see you again. Promise me, you will never leave my side. Chu Pengcheng patted the back of her hand and nodded. Life is neither excessively long nor short. He is the dragon god of the great Xia, as well as the warrior of Chen Xuanning. What has become of Chen Wenxiang? Chen Wenkong inquired. He took his own life. The Chen family now belongs to us. From this day forth, father, you shall be the head of the Chen family. Chu Pengcheng replied with a smile. Chen Wenkong waved his hand dismissively, let it be, let it be. I am of advanced years. Allow Xuanning to take the mantle. She is young, and I have faith in her. Chen Yang opened his mouth, intending to speak, but upon seeing Chu Pengcheng, he immediately fell silent. Chu Pengcheng was content with Chen Xuanning assuming the role of head of the family. With him as her support, she could boldly navigate the challenges ahead. Now that Chen He and other members of the Chen family had been apprehended, they posed no further trouble for Chen Xuanning. It seemed that a chapter had come to a close. Chen Yang, what has happened to your leg? Chen Xuanning tilted her head, inquiring curiously. It's nothing, sister. I nearly became disabled, but rest assured, it's of no consequence. It has nothing to do with brother-in-law. Chen Yang hurriedly explained. And only then did Chen Xuanning nod in understanding. Chu Pengcheng gently stroked her hair and softly said, take a day to rest. Your health is not in jeopardy, and I am still anticipating the day when you will personally cook for me. He leaned closer, speaking in a tone meant only for her ears, and inquired, this time I have once again resolved a significant predicament for you and even saved you. How do you intend to express your gratitude? Chen Xuanning's face flushed, and she shot him a glare as she whispered, stop saying such things, our parents are present. It's utterly embarrassing. Once we return home, you can have your way, all right? Chu Pengcheng chuckled, already indulging in daydreams. At this pace, his precious son would inevitably make an appearance, he merely wondered when he would become a proud father. Meanwhile, the headlines of Tiannan City erupted with news. Chapter 58, Research in Human Skin and Embryonic Derivation. The news of Chen Wenxiang's death swiftly spread throughout the streets and alleys of Tiannan City. The local forums and message boards exploded with activity, and numerous short videos dominated the headlines. What? Chen Wenxiang is dead? The official announcement stated it was a suicide. Is there any connection to Chu Pengcheng? If I say there is no connection, would you believe me? My second uncle works in the government, and the latest insider information reveals that Chen Wenxiang was with Chu Pengcheng at the time of his death. Incredible. First, the Wang family, then the Song family, and now the Chen family. Who exactly is Chu Pengcheng? There is even more explosive news, this time. Not only the Heavenly Secrets camp has mobilized, but the fourth camp has also been deployed, resulting in instability along the frontier. With the Dark Paradise poised to launch an attack at any moment. Observers are in for a spectacle. Should Dark Paradise strike, the Great Xia will lose ground. And I am eager to see how Chu Pengcheng will account for it. Are you foolish? What could Chu Pengcheng possibly explain? The fourth camp can only be commanded by the dragon god. This matter is evidently linked to him. It is not merely Chu Pengcheng's prowess that is at play, but rather the merit of the dragon god. Unbeknownst to him, Chu Pengcheng was unaware of these discussions. That very night, he permitted Qin Shihuiqing to leave the hospital. As he watched her departing figure, a flicker of resentment crossed Qin Yang's eyes. With Chen Wenxiang deceased and Chen he apprehended, the position of family head should rightfully belong to him. Why should it be Qin Shihuiqing's? His own sister? Bah! The Qin family will ultimately fall into my hands. Observing his parents bustling about him, a subtle smile crept upon his lips. Upon returning home, Qin Shihuiqing prepared a sumptuous feast. As she placed the final dish, braised pork intestines, onto the table, she supported her chin with both hands, her face alight with anticipation. Do try my cooking, she urged. At that moment, Chu Pengcheng's stomach let out a growl. From the morning until night, he had been preoccupied with caring for Qin Shihuiqing and had neglected to eat, not realizing he was hungry. Now that he finally had a moment's respite, his stomach began to protest. He picked up a piece of the pork intestine and placed it in his mouth, the sound of crunching echoing through the air as his brows furrowed tightly. Qin Shihuiqing immediately grew anxious and asked, "What's wrong? Is it not to your liking?" With a sudden smile, Chu Pengcheng playfully remarked, "How could my wife's cooking possibly be unpalatable?" "Just teasing you." Qin Shihuiqing shot him an exasperated glance before helping herself to a piece of pork intestine, savoring its delightful flavor. After their meal, Chu Pengcheng settled onto the sofa, steeping a piece of 15-year-old tangerine peel, and poured a cup for Qin Shihuiqing. Standing behind the sofa, she gently kneaded his shoulders while watching Dragon Ball on television, embodying a scene of domestic harmony. Dragon Ball was one of Chu Pengcheng's favorite animated series, featuring the character Sun Wukong, who evolved from an innocent little monkey into a formidable warrior, ultimately defeating the demon King Piccolo and transforming into a Super Saiyan. However, Chu Pengcheng found it perplexing that Sun Wukong's grandfather was named Sun Wufan. Yet his son bore the same name. Thus, he resolved to watch it several more times. Qin Shihuiqing entered the kitchen, sliced a platter of watermelon and oranges, skewered them with toothpicks, and placed them on the coffee table. Holding a piece of watermelon to Chu Pengcheng's lips, she presented a charming sight that made him reflect deeply. Why guard the borders? Why protect the Great Xia? Primarily, it was to safeguard those close to him, ensuring that the people of Great Xia could relish these tender moments. Contemplating this, his gaze turned resolute. Ultimately, some individuals sought to disrupt this hard-won tranquility for their own gain. What he could do was to eradicate such threats. As the clock's hands pointed to 10, Chu Pengcheng chuckled, wrapping his arms around her waist and saying, "It's getting late, shouldn't we be heading to bed?" Qin Shuining twisted her waist twice but could not break free, pouting, "I am indeed tired, but tonight, you sleep your way, and I shall sleep mine." Chu Pengcheng expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, "You promised me during the day that you would repay me well tonight. Are you having second thoughts now?" "Huh. Do you not know that women are capricious?" she retorted. "Besides, when did I ever agree to that? Do you have any evidence? A recording? A video? Without proof, nothing counts. If that is your stance, then I am thrilled. Do you not realize that men are drawn to your kind? The more you struggle, the more excited I become. Tonight, you shall not escape from my grasp." With that, Chu Pengcheng effortlessly hoisted her over his shoulder and made his way to the bedroom. Passing by the water dispenser, he took a moment to grab a cup of water. After any exertion, one must replenish their fluids. 2 hours later, Qin Shuining lay nestled in his embrace, her fingers tracing circles on his chest. Chu Pengcheng picked up the cup from the nightstand and drank it in one go, smacking his lips, still feeling somewhat parched. 2 hours of relentless pursuit could wear down even a dragon god. He truly resonated with the saying, "Only the ox that is overworked dies, not the field that is tilled." After a considerable pause, Qin Shuining gently inquired, "You will not leave me, will you?" Curious, Chu Pengcheng asked, "Why do you say that? I have been searching for you for 10 years. A decade ago, I received a letter of confinement and then spent 10 years seeking you. Yet there has been no trace of you. Many have said you were dead. Chen Xuanning continued, yet, I find it hard to believe. Although a sense of unease envelopes my heart. The moment you appeared, I questioned whether I was ensnared in a dream. For I have encountered this very scene more than once in my slumber. When I realized it was not a dream, elation surged through me. In this lifetime, I seek not opulence, but merely the simplicity of being with you. She gazed into Chu Pengcheng's eyes and confessed, to be honest, I fear that one day you might suddenly vanish. I truly dread the thought of being unable to find you. Chu Pengcheng remained silent. He was a husband, yet also the dragon god of the great Xia, burdened with the solemn duty of safeguarding his realm. Thus, he could not promise Chen Xuanning anything, except for the day he could eradicate the dark paradise and restore peace to the borders, allowing him to remain by her side forever. Realizing his silence, Chen Xuanning seemed to comprehend and smiled, saying, I know you love rice rolls. Tomorrow morning, I shall prepare some for you, along with century egg and lean meat congee. Chu Pengcheng nodded, gently lifting her chin, and remarked, there is still ample time until dawn, my dear. Shall we delve into some scholarly discussions? Chen Xuanning was taken aback, puzzled, what kind of studies? With a mischievous grin, Chu Pengcheng replied, why? The study of human skin and embryonic development, of course. I must admit, I am not well versed in these subjects and require thorough exploration. Without allowing her a moment to respond, he mounted his steed, ready for action. Chapter 59, Chen Xuanning is kidnapped. Chaos unfolds in Tiannan City in the early hours of the following day. Before dawn had graced the sky, Chu Pengcheng's phone rang. The dragon god, moments ago, under the cover of night, launched a surprise attack on my camp, but fortunately, the sentinels detected the intrusion in time and raised the alarm, successfully repelling them. According to intelligence reports, the forces of the Dark Paradise are gathering, with a significant offensive likely imminent. I have arranged for the airport in Tiannan City to be sealed off, and a special aircraft is en route. Qin Mu spoke gravely. Chu Pengcheng abruptly sat up. His voice low and resolute, very well, I shall return at once. After hanging up the phone, he stealthily dressed, glancing at Chen Xueqing, who was still in slumber. Feeling a pang of reluctance, he retrieved paper and pen, inscribing, the situation at the front is urgent, summon me to service. I shall return immediately upon the conclusion of hostilities. After a moment's contemplation, he opened the safe tucked in the corner, extracting a jewelry box. Within the box lay a golden bracelet. In his childhood, he frequently observed his mother adorning it and had inquired about it. She had explained that it was meant for his future daughter-in-law, a treasure to be passed down through generations. However, since his marriage, he had enlisted and never found the opportunity to present it to Chen Xueqing. He placed the bracelet delicately on the table and quietly exited the room. As the sun streamed into the room, Chen Xueqing awoke to find the golden bracelet and the letter on her nightstand. Tears welled up as she read its contents. Taking a seat in the living room, memories of her time spent with Chu Pengcheng flashed through her mind. Just then, Chen Wenkong returned and inquired, where is Pengcheng? Chen Xueqing hastily wiped her tears away, forcing a smile as she replied, he had to return to his unit due to some matters. Chen Wenkong retrieved a lunchbox, filling it while stating, he is a good child, our family's rise is entirely due to his efforts. To be honest, I have lived my life without ever imagining that our branch would one day occupy a prominent position and possess immense wealth. Now, our Qin family has no threats in Tiannan City. As long as we develop properly, we might even surpass your uncle. Chen Xuanning nodded, silently vowing to elevate the Qin family to greater heights. Tiannan City felt too small for her ambitions. Her aspirations extended beyond its confines to the entirety of the Great Xia. Every family yearns to attain a status akin to that of the Qin family. Standing atop the pinnacle and surveying all others, 3 extended Lincolns halted at the entrance, from which 7 or 8 individuals emerged, pushing open the door and entering the living room. Chen Xuanning immediately rose, her demeanor alert as she inquired, who are you? What do you want? The leading middle-aged man removed his sunglasses and smiled, Miss Chen, our master requests your presence, we kindly ask you to accompany us. Chen Wenkong's eyes widened in disbelief as he admonished, this is my home, you are not welcome here. I warn you to leave at once. Or do not blame me for being impolite. Chen Xuanning added, I will not go with you. The middle-aged man merely smiled slightly and replied, that is not for you to decide. He then gestured, and one of his companions stepped forward, striking her neck with a precise blow before hoisting her over his shoulder and exiting. Stop right there. Chen Wenkong dashed out of the kitchen. A kitchen knife clutched in his hand, raised aloft, his arm trembling slightly. The middle-aged man halted his steps, the smile fading from his face, and coldly warned, if you obstruct us again, you shall perish. With that, he swiftly departed with his companions, driving off into the distance. The knife slipped from Chen Wenkong's grip, clattering to the ground. As he sank to the floor, his gaze fixed vacantly on the retreating vehicles. Just moments earlier, he had glimpsed a dark object at the man's waist. If he were not mistaken, it was a firearm. Age had dulled his concern for his own life. Yet the thought of Xuanning remaining in their clutches sent a chill of fear through him. Turning his head, he noticed Chen Xuanning's phone still resting on the coffee table, and he rushed over to dial Chu Pengcheng's number, only to be met with a message indicating the line was unavailable. He then attempted to reach Qin Mu, who was second on his contact list, but again, no connection could be made. Ultimately, he resorted to calling the local authorities. Upon learning of Chen Xuanning's abduction, chaos erupted at the entrance of the Tiannan municipal office. Many recognized Chu Pengcheng, known as the dragon god of the Great Xia. And the news of the dragon god's wife being kidnapped within their jurisdiction sent waves of panic through the ranks. If they failed to resolve this situation, each one of them could face unemployment. Consequently, checkpoints were established at major thoroughfares throughout Tiannan, with every vehicle subjected to inspection. However, as the day wore on, not a single lead emerged. The 3 vehicles seemed to have vanished without a trace. Before the sun rises tomorrow morning, it is imperative that you locate the individual for me. This is the timeline imposed upon me from above, and it is, concurrently, the deadline I set for you. Should you fail to find them, I shall submit my resignation. However, prior to that, I demand your resignation letters be presented to me first. Wu Xia, the newly appointed head of the Tiannan city government, slammed his hands upon the table, bellowing at the subordinates before him. We have exerted every effort in our search, yet we have unearthed no leads. Based on our estimations, the 3 vehicles likely took a shortcut and have exited Tiannan city. I propose we escalate this matter to the governor and enlist the assistance of various departments across the Great Xia for the investigation, a captain analyzed. Wu Xia leaned in closer, fixing his gaze upon the captain, rapping his knuckles on the table as he spoke. Do you presume you are the only clever one here? I shall issue you a warning once more. If we do not locate the individual, not only will I be dismissed, but so shall you, along with the governor. News has just reached us that conflict has erupted at the frontiers. We are at a critical juncture. Should the dragon god become aware of this disappearance, it could precipitate chaos along the front lines. At that point, we may find ourselves branded as traitors to the Great Xia. Therefore, by all means, we must locate the individual. If we fail, you will all be dismissed and resign. He turned away, inhaled deeply, waved his hand, and then closed his eyes. The individuals beneath exchanged glances before departing one by one. Wu Xia opened his eyes, gazing at the clues pinned on the wall, lost in contemplation. The current state of Tiannan city has devolved into a nightmare at the government's doorstep, deterring anyone from approaching. Yet, he discerned that this represented an opportunity. If one could locate the individual, once the dragon god returns, rewards would surely be bestowed accordingly. Perhaps fortune could arise from misfortune, leading to an elevation in status. Should the dragon god become a formidable ally, the future holds boundless possibilities. He clenched his fist and struck the table with determination, gritting his teeth and declaring, no matter what, I must find that person. This is my opportunity for ascension. Meanwhile, Tiannan city had descended into chaos. A day swiftly passed, yet no clues emerged. On the following morning, a group of officials stood at the entrance, holding resignation letters in their hands. Chapter 60, only 3 days remaining after a day, the Dark Paradise retreated. In this battle, Chu Pengcheng commanded with order and finesse, resulting in the slaying of 20,000. As soon as the border conflict concluded, he hurried back to Tiannan city, a smile gracing his lips on the journey home. His sudden departure must have left Chen Xuanning feeling quite despondent. Yet, upon his unexpected return, she would surely be overjoyed, wouldn't she? During his time at the border, he had taken the opportunity to visit the military cafeteria, learning to prepare two signature dishes from the chef, sweet and sour pork, and spicy soup. Though he hadn't had much chance to taste them himself, he was certain that Chen Xuanning would adore them. Imagining her praise brought a smile to his face. Perhaps he could treat her as a reward. This return was meant to be a surprise for her. As a token of compensation, he had purchased a plush toy on his way home. Every night, Chen Xuanning would cuddle his arm while sleeping, if he were not there. She could still embrace the toy in his absence. The Qixi festival is approaching, and it can be regarded as an early gift for her. Meanwhile, he noticed an increase in official vehicles on the streets. "Master, why are there officials patrolling the streets? Are they checking vehicles? What is happening?" Chu Pengcheng inquired with curiosity. "You just returned, haven't you? Let me tell you, there was a kidnapping incident yesterday, an in-house abduction. I heard that early this morning." All the officials were prepared with their resignation letters, the driver replied earnestly. Chu Pengcheng chuckled softly. "Kidnapping? If the person being abducted were Chen Xuanning, how would I react?" He shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. "What am I thinking? I've only been gone for a day, how could Xuanning possibly be kidnapped?" Upon returning home, he found only Chen Wenkong sitting on the sofa, staring blankly at the floor. "Dad, I'm back. Where is Xuanning?" Chu Pengcheng scanned the room, puzzled by the absence of Chen Xuanning. She should be home at this hour since the company no longer requires her presence. He held a plush toy, hoping to surprise her. Chen Wenkong's eyes were red as he pointed at him, saying, "Xuanning has been taken. Why weren't you here? If you had been, she might not have been abducted." Chu Pengcheng stood frozen, his mind struggling to comprehend the situation. He had only been away for a day. How could she have been taken? Chen Wenkong wiped the corners of his eyes and continued, "I have already reported to the police, and they are investigating, but so far, there has been no news." With a sudden release of tension, Chu Pengcheng dropped the plush toy to the ground. He abruptly turned and walked outside. "What are you doing?" Chen Wenkong inquired loudly as he stood up. "Looking for someone." Chu Pengcheng replied succinctly, his heart ablaze with an unquenchable fury that demanded release. His primary target was the officials at the Yamen. Were they merely idling? In Tiannan City, could they not keep track of a single individual? A band of incompetents. Perhaps it was time for him to take matters into his own hands. The previous dismissal seemed to have had little effect. Just as he stepped outside, his phone rang. It was a call from number 1. "You must remain calm. I understand your wife has been abducted. Until we ascertain the facts, it is imperative that you do not act recklessly. I have dispatched a special task force. You absolutely must not do anything foolish," the serious voice admonished. He had been conducting a diplomatic meeting when his secretary entered to report Chen Xuanning's disappearance, prompting him to abruptly cancel the meeting and make the call. This impetuous fool could very well summon everyone back from the border. "I know how to handle my own affairs," Chu Pengcheng retorted before abruptly disconnecting the call. Standing on the street of his residential community, he surveyed his surroundings, feeling suddenly lost. With no leads in sight, how was he to proceed? "Ah!" Chu Pengcheng roared in frustration, kicking a roadside advertisement board in half. He had envisioned a delightful return, intending to surprise Chen Xuanning with his culinary prowess. Yet now, she had vanished, and the irony was that he had no inkling of her captor. Ding! His phone buzzed, and upon opening it, he discovered a video message. In the video, Chen Xuanning is enveloped in unconsciousness within what appears to be a dimly lit small room, reminiscent of a basement. Subsequently, a man donning a Sun Wukong mask emerges. "Mr. Chu, the downfall of the Wang, Song, and Chen families has left me quite dissatisfied. Your wife is in my possession. And there is no need for you to search for her, for you will find her nowhere. I understand that you must be filled with questions, curious about what I desire in exchange for your wife's release. However, I regret to inform you that I seek nothing at all. My actions stem from a desire for vengeance. The Chen, Song, and Wang families have been mere hounds to my clan. But one must still heed the master when striking a dog. You have harmed those close to me, it stands to reason I would retaliate against those dear to you. As for when I shall release her, that depends solely on my whims. By the way, allow me to remark that your wife is exceptionally beautiful, surpassing any woman I have ever encountered. I propose a game. If within 3 days you manage to locate me or find your wife, you may take her home. Should you fail, I fear you may one day catch a glimpse of her in some hair salon. The video abruptly concludes. Chu Pengqing closes his eyes, his fingers gripping the phone with such intensity that the device emits a strange sound, the specially crafted metallic phone revealing cracks. 3 days. He has but 3 days. Within this limited time, he must locate Chen Xuanning and exact his revenge. Yet, the vastness of the Great Xia renders this task daunting. Not even 3 years or 30 may suffice to uncover her whereabouts. Lord Dragon God. A voice resounded beside him. Chu Pengqing opened his eyes to find a middle-aged man standing nearby. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wu Xia, the newly appointed head of the Tiannan Municipal Office. I have come to inform you that your wife has been located, he stated solemnly. Chu Pengqing abruptly grasped his collar, demanding, where is she? Speak. First, please release your grip, and I will divulge the details at a measured pace. Alternatively, we can proceed to the office, where I will provide a thorough account of the situation, Wu Xia replied with confidence. Moments ago, the office had discovered the whereabouts of Chen Xuanning. He had rushed over immediately, only to encounter Chu Pengqing at the entrance. I have no interest in the details. I simply want to know who has taken Xuanning. Chu Pengqing bellowed, loosening his hold. Chapter 61, The Dragon God Commands. The war zone mobilizes. Wu Xia straightened his attire before continuing, according to our investigation. 3 extended Lincolns abducted Miss Chen yesterday morning and then departed Tiannan City via a back road, heading towards Guangzhou City. We have traced these vehicles and discovered they belong to the Jing family. Moreover, we found that Jing Xiaoqiu, the eldest son of the Jing family, was among the passengers. Chu Pengqing's hands clenched into fists. The Jing family. No wonder Chen Wenxiang mentioned that the information he provided contained both truths and falsehoods. It turns out that the Jing family is the hidden power behind the Chen family. Wu Xia continued, I understand your desire for vengeance, however, according to our intelligence, the Jing family, as a second-tier clan in the Great Summer, ranks just below the esteemed Qin family. In Guangzhou, nearly all martial arts schools are affiliated with the Jing family. Since its inception, the exact location of the Jing family's stronghold remains a mystery, with rumors suggesting it lies within one of their martial arts academies. Furthermore, the head of the Jing family has but one son, Jing Xiaoqiu, who has been sent to the Eastern Land, becoming a disciple of the renowned Master Miyamoto Han of the Sakura Nation's one-sword style. I recommend applying pressure through official channels to compel the Jing family to surrender Miss Chen. I have already arranged for this. Chu Pengqing replied coolly, my wife. I shall rescue myself. The authorities have failed to protect her, and I harbor no expectations that they will succeed in her rescue. As for the Jing family or the Eastern Land's one-sword style, I regard them with disdain. Having provoked me, they must bear the consequences. If the Eastern Land remains uninvolved, it will be well, however, should they choose to intervene, I would not hesitate to eradicate them or find a pretext to obliterate that insignificant territory. To trample the cherry blossoms and kick down their sanctuaries has always been the aspiration of every citizen of the Great Summer, and it is my longing as well. As a key figure at the frontier, I have long desired to mobilize forces and venture into the Eastern Land, yet I have awaited a suitable justification. What would you have me do? I shall act at once. From this moment forth, I am at your service. In Tiannan City, I shall ensure the safety of your family, Wu Xia stated earnestly. You have already performed admirably, the rest shall be entrusted to me. Chu Pengqing's tone grew cold. Wu Xia nodded, turned, and departed. He understood that the matter in Tiannan City had reached a conclusion, and in Guangzhou, a storm of blood and chaos was about to erupt. The Jing family was the paramount clan of Guangzhou, unmatched in its dominance over various industries for many years. He was a native of Guangzhou, hailing from the Wu family, a mere minor clan. To rise to prominence, they would need to topple the Jing family. Zhu Pengcheng's intervention presented the Wu family with a golden opportunity for ascendancy. He retrieved his mobile phone, dialing Qin Mu's number, and stated, "Have you completed your tasks? If so, return immediately and head to Guangzhou to search for the whereabouts of Jing Xiaoqiu. I grant you 1 day for this mission, I must see him." Qin Mu chuckled and replied, "What's going on? Have you clashed with the Jing family? I've encountered Jing Xiaoqiu, he is merely a spoiled heir. Last year, the Jing family sent him to the east to learn some swordsmanship. It's absurd for a dignified citizen of the Great Xia to pursue such foreign nonsense. Would you like me to teach him a lesson?" Zhu Pengcheng retorted sharply, "He has taken your sister-in-law and is holding her in some unknown location. First, you must capture him for me. I will conduct the interrogation personally. Remember, you have only 1 day. I do not care what methods you employ or what means you resort to, even if the heavens should fall, I will bear the weight. However, if I do not see him, you know the consequences." 1 day was the final limit of his patience. After that, if Qin Xuening remained unfound, he could not predict what actions he might take. To protect the Great Xia, what was it all for? It is not merely for the sake of my own kin. That they may not be bullied. He is the dragon god of the Great Xia, and with his wife captured, it is evident just how rampant the Jing family has become in Guangzhou. The common folk of Guangzhou have endured unspeakable oppression. Qin Mu paused momentarily and stated, "To be frank, I cannot locate the Jing family's stronghold, nor can I find Jing Xiaoqiu, but I shall endeavor to search. Our conflict with the Dark Paradise has just concluded. Although we emerged victorious, I have discerned the shadow of the Eastern Islands lurking behind Dark Paradise, with even the One Sword School involved. Furthermore, in recent years, the Jing family has forged closer ties with several top families of the Great Xia. Even our Qin family maintains a cordial relationship with them. My father once remarked that 1 day, the Jing family would ascend to become one of the foremost families in the Great Xia." Zhu Pengcheng narrowed his eyes and inquired, "So what does that imply? Are you afraid?" Qin Mu chuckled and replied, "Afraid? I fear nothing. I merely believe that provoking the Jing family may bring you unnecessary troubles. I think this matter could be resolved amicably. I can have my Qin family approach the Jing family to request an explanation and demand the return of our people." Zhu Pengcheng resolutely replied, "I do not require any explanations. I grasp but one truth. The justification is not bestowed upon me, but rather seized by my own hand. Your current status is that of one of my subordinates in battle. If you are capable, then act. If you are preoccupied with familial concerns, then be gone. You must understand that I have other warriors under my command. I could easily assign this task to Yi Junlin, who would execute it with even greater efficacy than you." Upon hearing this, Qin Mu was momentarily taken aback. He had followed Zhu Pengcheng for several years, and this was the most severe reprimand he had ever received. Beneath the dragon god lay 4 great generals, of which he was merely one. Among these generals, the competition was most fierce between him and Yi Junlin. If it were Yi Junlin undertaking this mission, he would undoubtedly uncover every hidden detail in Guangzhou. It was precisely this consideration that led Zhu Pengcheng to entrust the task to Qin Mu. "I will do my utmost," Qin Mu assured. Subsequently, a command was dispatched to the southeast war zone, mobilizing all forces to occupy Guangzhou and search for the whereabouts of Jing Xiaoqiu. Simultaneously, the Qin family exerted pressure on the Jing family to surrender Jing Xiaoqiu. The Jing family soon provided a clear response, stating that they had no one and that no one knew where Jing Xiaoqiu had fled. If they wished to find him, they could do so themselves. In an instant, Guangzhou was placed under military control, collaborating with the local authorities to commence the search. Zhu Pengcheng also boarded a plane to Guangzhou, where he met Qin Mu. The Jing family is unwilling to grant the Qin family any respect and refused to hand over the individual. However, I have arranged to meet with the head of the Jing family, Jing Chenglong, today. We can inquire directly with him." Qin Mu replied with a bitter smile. "Not even your Qin family's face is acknowledged?" Curiosity piqued within Zhu Pengcheng. Qin Mu nodded, expressing his resignation. "I have heard that the Jing family has recently established connections with a senior official from the Great Xia. And now they look down upon my Qin family. Chapter 62, Courtesy before conflict. Qin Mu drove his second-hand Santana to a tea house, leading Chu Pengcheng into a private room. A man in his 60s sat on a cushion, brewing tea. Upon their arrival, he offered a subtle smile, produced 2 teacups, poured tea into them, and placed them on the table before them, saying, "The dragon god of Great Xia has come to visit me. I should have gone out to greet you, but my advanced age renders me less mobile. I hope the dragon god does not take offense." Chu Pengcheng sat cross-legged on the cushion, observing the man intently. He remarked, "The Jing family is soon to rank among the top families of Great Xia, so it is only natural for them to be somewhat haughty. 3 years ago, at the banquet of the Qin family, we crossed paths, and I recall that the head of the Jing family did not exhibit such an attitude towards me. Has the rise of the Jing family led you to believe that you can now stand on equal footing with me?" 3 years ago, at the Qin family's banquet, Jing Chenglong had taken the initiative to greet him, displaying considerable humility. Upon leaving, he had even sought Qin Mu's contact information, which was declined. Since then, they had not met again. Ha! What words does the dragon god speak? In Great Xia, all are equal. One cannot elevate oneself merely by virtue of the title dragon god. We merely differ in status, yet our dignity remains equal, Jing Chenglong replied with a slight smile. Chu Pengcheng nodded in agreement, stating, "You make a valid point. However, it seems inconsistent with your notion of equality that your son has kidnapped my wife." Jing Chenglong lifted the teacup to his lips and took a sip before speaking. "Are you alleging that my son has kidnapped your wife? May I inquire about your evidence? You are, after all, the dragon god of Daxia, and certain statements should not be made lightly. If this were to spread, what would become of the Jing family? If you can provide proof, I shall immediately dispatch someone to locate that ungrateful child, and you may deal with him as you see fit. However, if there is no evidence..." He abruptly set the teacup down on the table with a thud. His tone grave. "The Jing family is not one to be trifled with. Even if you are the dragon god, we shall not cower before you. I wish to clarify one thing, you are indeed a member of the upper echelons of Daxia, but let me remind you, the Jing family also possesses connections within those ranks. It is not the case that just anyone can trample over the Jing family. Your title as dragon god does not instill fear in us." Chu Pengcheng nodded, raised his teacup, and poured its contents onto the floor. Wu Xia remarked that Jing Xiaoqiu was seen sitting in a car, yet he did not alight from it. Even if someone had seen him, it hardly constituted evidence. Furthermore, even if there were evidence, it would hold little weight against the Jing family. Each region has its own laws. And the laws of Tiannan City do not apply in Guangzhou, and even less so before the Jing family. When dealing with scoundrels, one must sometimes resort to their own tactics. Jing Chenglong's expression shifted slightly. Pouring the tea on the ground was a sign of disdain, a clear indication that he held the Jing family in contempt. "Release my wife, and I shall refrain from causing you any trouble. Should you persist in your refusal, I will make the Jing family regret it." Chu Pengcheng spoke calmly. Jing Chenglong chuckled and replied, "Regardless of whether Xiaoqiu is responsible or not, I currently cannot locate him. If the dragon god possesses the capability, he may seek him out himself. As long as Xiaoqiu admits to it, you may dispose of him as you wish. However, as for asking me to find him, I must apologize, my abilities are limited, and I truly cannot find him. Furthermore, regarding your claim that I should make the Jing family regret, I must express my apologies once more. The Jing family has been established in Guangzhou for several decades and has never experienced regret, nor has anyone ever compelled us to feel such. I understand that you are the dragon god of the Great Xia, wielding the power to command troops. However, do not forget that many above do not hold you in high regard. Entering Tiannan City may afford you some protection, yet Guangzhou is not Tiannan City, and its economic standing is incomparable to that of Tiannan. The Jing family possesses absolute economic resources in Guangzhou. Moreover, what does it signify when you spill my tea?" Chu Pengcheng lifted the teacup, raised it high, and let it slip from his grasp, shattering on the ground. He stated, "The meaning is quite simple, to me. Your Jing family is but a trivial entity. I have heard that your family originated from a martial arts school, and in Guangzhou, All martial arts schools belong to the Jing family, which has established a rule. Is it true that if someone successfully challenges your school, it shall be closed forever? He extended a finger and continued, within a day, I shall ensure that all martial arts schools belonging to the Jing family in Guangzhou are shut down. Jing Changlong's expression was slightly displeased, yet he managed to respond, you are correct. Do you intend to send your subordinates to confront my Jing family? Zhu Pingcheng shook his head and replied, you have misunderstood. I do not intend to send my subordinates, rather, I shall confront you myself. Rising from his seat, he reiterated. Remember your words, should I capture your son, I shall deal with him as I see fit. As long as he remains in the Great Xia, I refuse to believe he cannot be found. Even if it requires mobilizing forces to thoroughly investigate all of Zheng's enterprises, I will do so. My presence here today is a courtesy extended to the Jing family, and more significantly, to number 1. First courtesy, then confrontation. Guangzhou is a city of economic significance within the Great Xia, thus, I must consider the repercussions, especially since I fear for Qin Shuiqing's safety. Time is of the essence. I have merely 3 days left. Qin Mu smiled, lifted his teacup, and took a delicate sip. Then, he spat into the tea, splattering it onto Jing Changlong's face. Rising to his feet, he pointed at him, exclaiming, do you not recognize the respect I have afforded you? You disregard the honor of my Qin family. But what of my elder brothers? Has my family not shown you sufficient respect over the years? You old turtle, can you still discern east from west? Let me make myself clear, when I extend you respect by addressing you as Uncle Jing, it is a courtesy, should I choose to withdraw that respect. I will have my men apprehend every member of the Jing family without hesitation. What a threat indeed. And with that, he spat once more, landing it on Jing Changlong's clothing. Jing Changlong cast a glance at the saliva on his attire, a faint smile gracing his lips as he spoke, young Master Qin. I would appreciate it if you could convey a message to your father. From this moment forth, the collaboration between the Jing family and the Qin family is entirely annulled. Gentlemen, I am of advancing years, and shall not see you off any longer. Please, make your exit. He refilled his teacup and sipped slowly. Yet the coldness in his eyes intensified. The gaze masked by the teacup went unnoticed. Still drinking? May the drink choke you, old fool. The Jing family shall inevitably crumble under your stewardship, just wait and see. Qin Mu, in a fit of rage, kicked the tea table over. Let us go. Zhu Pingcheng strode toward the door. Chapter 63, Ma Baobao's lightning 5 whips in Guangzhou. There are a dozen martial arts schools, all operating under the auspices of the Jing family. Each establishment is presided over by a master, whose prowess spans at least the 8th to 9th level of martial arts. Over a decade ago, someone dared to challenge the Jing family's martial arts school, only to be rendered incapacitated and discarded onto the street, ultimately succumbing to starvation. Since then, no one has dared to confront the Jing family's establishments. Any challenger must sign a life and death contract. Should a confrontation ensue, it is a matter of life or death, determined by fate, with no recourse to the authorities. Should a challenge succeed, the martial arts school must take down its sign, acknowledging its inferiority, and may only continue operations with the challenger's consent. However, the Jing family enforces a strict rule: any school that succumbs to a challenge shall cease operations indefinitely. With all masters and students dismissed, I propose that I take the lead and summon that brute, Yi Junlin, to join us. With the two of us, a single day would suffice to challenge all the martial arts academies. Qin Mu expressed his eagerness. However, Zhu Pingcheng shook his head in refusal, stating, no need. Today, you shall be my driver, and I will take charge. In the meantime, Qin Mu had already driven to the first martial arts academy of the Jing family, Wuyun Hall. Standing at the entrance, they observed numerous individuals enrolling their children. Zhu Pingcheng promptly entered the academy. A sales representative approached, smiling and inquiring, hello. Are you here to enroll as well? Wuyun Hall is affiliated with the Jing family, and we have 3 esteemed instructors, each a paragon in the field. The foremost among them is the renowned Master Ma Baobao from the Great Xia, who wields the lightning 5 whips, a technique rarely matched. As you can see, many have come to enroll. Learning Master Ma's lightning 5 whips will leave your opponents unable to discern your moves. The essence of martial arts lies in swiftness, which encapsulates this principle. Furthermore, we are currently offering a 30% discount on enrollment. However, you seem quite dashing. I could extend a 40% discount to you, provided you enroll today. This offer is valid for today only, as the price will revert to its original amount tomorrow. Qin Mu scratched his ear, pondering why every sales pitch sounded so similar. Is it a case of hunger marketing? Chu Pingcheng shook his head, whispering, I have come to challenge your master. Bring him forth. The word challenge drew the attention of everyone in the hall. The sales representative, taken aback, quickly regained composure and remarked, Surely, you jest? Our Master Ma, the one who fears no challengers, remarked, You seem youthful, perhaps it is best to reconsider. The others nodded in agreement. An elderly lady approached, advising, It is evident you are young and eager for attention, yet Master Ma possesses genuine skill, you are not his equal. Indeed. A single execution of the lightning 5 whips could leave you incapacitated. Oh, what a striking figure he is, daring to challenge. Does he not regard Master Ma with due respect? Is he not provoking the Jing family? I have witnessed Master Ma's lightning 5 whips, it left me utterly dazzled, and before I could even react, my head was spinning. What does that amount to? Though I too was momentarily disoriented, I later learned that even Master Ma's hands grow weary. Listening to the surrounding chatter, Chu Pingcheng remained unfazed. He had heard of this Master Ma Bao, yet had never personally encountered his prowess. The legend of the lightning 5 whips resonated throughout the Great Xia, particularly the intricate techniques that embody the essence of its martial arts. Someone had already rushed in to report. Who seeks to challenge? Master Ma, clad in a pristine training outfit, inquired as he opened the door, flanked by a dozen disciples. It is he. The finger of accusation pointed towards Chu Pingcheng. Master Ma's gaze settled upon him, and he nodded, saying, Young man, are you aware of the rules of challenge? A life and death contract must be established, on the arena. Should I strike you down, no one would intervene. You hardly appear to be a martial artist, I suggest you depart, or perhaps consider enrolling in lessons. Once you have mastered the art, feel free to return and challenge me. Chu Pingcheng spoke lightly, Where is the death contract? I shall sign it. Let us not squander any more time. Master Ma's expression darkened as he extended his right hand, his fingers gesturing subtly. Instantly, someone dashed inside and soon re-emerged, clutching 2 copies of the death contract, already inscribed with Master Ma's name. The staff member presented the contract before Chu Pingcheng, who unhesitatingly affixed his signature. You, young man, may be naive, and I have no desire to take advantage of you. In my martial arts school, there are 3 masters. I shall grant you an opportunity, defeat the 2 of them, and then you may challenge me, Master Ma proclaimed, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of mastery. Ah! Truly worthy of being a master. Just look at that demeanor, a true grandmaster. My son studies at this martial arts school and is a direct disciple of Master Ma. He has already mastered the lightning 5 whips and is progressing well with the transform, conjure, and release techniques. Is that so? Your son will undoubtedly become a formidable expert in the future. I envy you. I must send my own son here to learn as well. As he overheard the surrounding conversations, Master Ma slightly elevated his neck, his expression swelling with pride once more. Let them both engage in battle, he declared. Chu Pingcheng stepped into the inner hall and ascended the martial arts platform. He was curious to gauge the skill level of the Jing family's masters. Qin Mu leaned against the wall, stifling a yawn. The other 2 masters took their positions on the platform, adopting their stances. One of the Tai Chi masters spoke. If I strike first, others may accuse us of bullying you. Therefore, I shall allow you the first move, but I assure you, there will be no second opportunity. Chu Pingcheng nodded, his feet firmly planted as he surged forward, launching both fists with great force. Bang! Bang! With a sudden thud, the 2 masters collapsed to the ground, devoid of any movement. Chu Pingcheng gazed down at the fallen figures and remarked, You were correct, I truly had no opportunity for a second strike. The surrounding crowd was left in a state of shock. Was this individual truly that formidable? Had he triumphed with but a single blow? Perhaps the masters had grown complacent? At this moment, many still harbored doubts regarding Chu Pengcheng's prowess. Qin Mu shook his head, muttering to himself, these two are woefully inadequate. If this is the caliber of the Jing family, then their legacy will not endure. Master Ma's expression stiffened, he shifted uncomfortably in his chair, his countenance gradually darkening. To speak candidly, he would not have swiftly defeated those two in a head-on confrontation, unless he unleashed his full power with the lightning 5 whips, which might have resolved the conflict expeditiously. Several students ascended the stage to carry the masters away. Chu Pengcheng's gaze turned towards Master Ma, and the attention of others followed suit. With 2 of the Wu Yun Tang masters already vanquished, only Master Ma remained. Please, Master, take action. Employ the lightning 5 whips. Many students implored, kneeling in fervent anticipation. Master Ma slowly rose and approached the arena. Chapter 64, The Art of Reception and Transformation. The students stood in formation, flanking the sides with solemn expressions tinged with fervor. Master Ma positioned himself opposite Chu Pengcheng, hands clasped behind his back, and calmly declared, observe attentively. For I shall unveil the essence of the lightning 5 whips. Many nodded in agreement. The lightning 5 whips, this was indeed Master Ma's signature technique. In ordinary circumstances, one must pay to gain the opportunity to learn and observe, however, today they were fortunate enough to witness it firsthand. Many of the new students appeared flushed, unable to conceal their inner excitement. In the realm of martial arts, speed is paramount. Chu Pengcheng wore a solemn expression, deep in thought. Could the lightning 5 whips truly be formidable? Young man, I shall allow you to strike first, lest others accuse me of taking advantage of you, Master Ma declared, extending his right hand in a gesture of invitation. Without hesitation, Chu Pengcheng advanced and threw a punch. Bang! The blow landed squarely on Master Ma's left eye, instantly producing a dark bruise. Ouch! This young man lacks martial ethics, Master Ma exclaimed, clutching his eye and retreating several steps before collapsing onto the ground. Chu Pengcheng was taken aback. He had assumed that Master Ma was quite powerful. His punch was merely a test, devoid of any real force, yet it had unexpectedly connected. 2 students rushed forward to assist Master Ma to his feet. I allowed you to strike first, but I was not prepared, young man, that was an ambush. Master Ma protested, still indignant. The onlookers chimed in, surely, Master Ma was too careless. I have witnessed Master Ma's lightning 5 whips, he must have been unprepared, allowing the opponent to succeed in an ambush. Indeed, that individual possesses little strength. I suspect it was merely a lucky strike. Or perhaps Master Ma intended to show leniency but miscalculated. Hearing these remarks, Master Ma nodded. Ah, kindred spirits. There are still many who understand me. Young man, from this moment forth, I shall no longer indulge you. Prepare to witness my lightning 5-strike whip. Master Ma's expression grew considerably somber. Chu Pengcheng also adopted a serious demeanor. Master Ma executed a complete set of the lightning 5-strike whip in place. Chu Pengcheng observed intently for a long while but could not discern the nature of the technique. Could it be a long-lost secret skill? Young man, pay close attention, and everyone around you should too. The pinnacle of martial arts transcends merely the lightning 5-strike whip and the transformation techniques, it lies in the synthesis of both. With that, Master Ma stepped forward and unleashed the lightning 5-strike whip. Transmute. Unfamiliar with the technique, Chu Pengcheng dared not underestimate it and decided to test the waters by launching a punch. Bang! The blow struck Master Ma squarely on the right eye, instantly causing it to swell. He clutched his eye with both hands and staggered backward, eventually collapsing onto the ground. Chu Pengcheng was left speechless. Is this it? Master Ma? The lightning 5-strike whip? The pinnacle of martial arts? When did the highest realm of martial arts become so lackluster? He could discern that Master Ma indeed possessed some level of skill, but this technique was utterly underwhelming. Oh dear. Quickly, take me to the hospital. I can't see. Master Ma was assisted to his feet by 2 students, pointing at Chu Pengcheng as he said, young man, you lack martial ethics, I advise you to reconsider your actions. With the student's support, he hastily exited the dojo. Silence enveloped the surroundings, eyes widened in disbelief. Some individuals raised their phones, live streaming the event. Everyone was astonished to witness Master Ma's defeat. Oh my heavens, how could this happen? What on earth transpired? This world is utterly insane. Is it a distortion of human nature or a degeneration of morality? The individual broadcasting exclaimed, damn it. Is this truly the prowess of Master Ma? This is utterly pathetic. I was considering having my son learn from him, but thankfully, I haven't paid yet. Isn't this absurd? You are fortunate, my son has already taken him as his master and has become his direct disciple. I've even gifted him a substantial amount of money, all of which is now wasted. Ha ha ha, my friend, your words bring me solace. Just in time. My son has yet to take on a master. I wonder if this young man accepts disciples. Upon hearing his words, many around him brightened with interest. Indeed. This individual surpasses Master Ma, he must possess genuine skills. If my son were to study under him, he might learn something truly valuable. What of the lightning 5 whips? What of the transformational techniques? What of the martial arts under heaven, where speed reigns supreme? I adhere to the principle that simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. With a single punch, I can shatter myriad techniques. Chu Pengcheng navigated through the crowd and approached the entrance. Seizing a stick, he struck the sign of the Wuyun Hall with a resounding bang, shattering it into fragments. From that moment forth, Wuyun Hall would no longer exist in Guangzhou. I shall systematically dismantle the Jing family's martial arts schools one by one. Chu Pengcheng declared publicly, what the hell? Is he really planning to challenge all of the Jing family's martial arts schools? This is an open declaration against the Jing family. But does he possess the strength to do so? I am well aware that each martial arts school has its masters, not all are like Master Ma, who is merely a charlatan. I harbor doubts, yet for Guangzhou, this is a significant event. How many years has it been since anyone dared to challenge all of the Jing family's martial arts schools? The previous one was reduced to a cripple, by now. His corpse must be decomposing. The crowd erupted in chaos, still harboring skepticism towards Chu Pengcheng's words. Chu Pengcheng stepped upon the shattered plaque, traversing over it before entering the Santana. Qin Mu only then realized and hurriedly got into the car, mentally giving Chu Pengcheng a thumbs up. The audacity displayed was indeed worthy of admiration. By the way, do you take apprentices? My son has yet to find a master. He possesses an extraordinary talent for martial arts, a rare gem among thousands. A bystander inquired, but was quickly pulled aside by another who remarked, are you foolish? Did you not hear him? He intends to challenge all of the Jing family's martial arts schools. Offending the Jing family, whether he survives is uncertain. And you wish to associate with him? Do you not fear retribution from the Jing family? The man shrank back, hastening to depart. Qin Mu pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle gradually distanced itself. Shall we go and take a look? Someone suggested. Absolutely, with such commotion, I must witness it. Many echoed in agreement, quickly following suit. Wait, let Master Ma refund my money. I no longer wish for my son to train. Hurry with the refund. Yes, refund. Since the martial arts school is closing. Return my money immediately. The cashier grimaced and said, everyone, please, do not cause a ruckus. I only handle the collection of funds, not refunds. The refund window is overseas. Who do you think you're fooling? Overseas, indeed. I see you simply do not wish to refund. If you refuse, I shall take whatever your martial arts school possesses. A throng of people surged into the establishment, commencing a rampant pillaging, leaving it utterly bare. The staff gazed at the desolate martial arts hall, on the verge of tears. You may steal whatever you wish, but how is it that my bra has gone missing? Chapter 65, Master by Xiaohang. Subsequently, Chu Pengcheng, within the span of 10 hours, challenged dozens of martial arts halls, with a long line of spectators trailing behind him. As the primary source of income for the Jing family, the closure of all martial arts halls would equate to severing their economic lifeline. 15 halls. Goodness! Is he truly attempting to challenge every martial arts hall of the Jing family in a single day? Only the last establishment, the Wuhuan Pavilion, remains, which is the very foundation of the Jing family. The Jing family began its journey in the martial arts world from the Wuhuan Pavilion. I have heard that the Wuhuan Pavilion boasts nearly 1,000 disciples, with thousands of masters having emerged from its ranks. Moreover, I have heard whispers of a legendary master residing within the Wuhuan Pavilion. He never instructs students nor engages in combat himself, yet even Jing Chenglong must show him respect. He is the very embodiment of the Jing family's fortune. I know even more than you. This master was gravely injured and received treatment from the Jing family, which is why he agreed to remain with them. No matter how formidable this young man may be, he cannot possibly rival a master. It would be wise for him to withdraw and leave Guangzhou while there is still time. After exiting the 15th Martial Arts Hall, Zhu Pengcheng entered a Santana. Qin Mu drove straight to the Wuhuan Pavilion. They are indeed heading to the Wuhuan Pavilion. Quickly, let us follow and see. A voice exclaimed. A long line of cars and people closely trailed behind, with Qin Mu's Santana appearing as the head of this procession. News of the challenged halls incessantly reached Jing Chenglong's ears. How dare they? Do they truly believe the Jing family is without defenders? Summon Master Bai at once. And inform him that the Jing family is at a critical juncture, requiring his intervention, Jing Chenglong commanded, his demeanor dark and resolute. A servant promptly departed to execute the order. Father, is that individual truly the dragon god of Daxia? Do we stand a chance against him? Jing Xiaoqiu inquired. A note of concern evident in his voice. Jing Chenglong replied with a cold chuckle, had this been a month ago, we would indeed have been no match for the dragon god, and I would not have been foolish enough to oppose him. However, our family has secured allies within the upper echelons of Daxia. This land does not belong to the dragon god, nor can he dictate its fate. Recently, numerous officials have begun to challenge his authority. Once he is stripped of his position, he will amount to nothing. Even though he currently holds the title of dragon god. We are in Guangzhou, one of the economic lifelines of Daxia, not a mere small town like Tiannan City. Despite his status, he cannot act recklessly here. Jing Xiaoqiu nodded, feeling a sense of reassurance, and then smirked. The dragon goddess wife is truly stunning. Were it not for my lack of interest in married women, I might have made advances long ago. Jing Chenglong snorted derisively, inwardly reflecting on his son's naivete. What do you know? The allure lies in the complexity of a married woman. Alas, you cannot comprehend the joys of fatherhood. Before long, a middle-aged man clad in a white training outfit, standing 6 feet tall with pronounced brows and eyes, entered the room. Without preamble, he seated himself and arrogantly declared, Jing Patriarch. Is it true that the Jing family stands on the brink of annihilation? Do you require my assistance? In Jing Chenglong's eyes, a flicker of discontent passed. Yet he still managed to smile as he spoke. Indeed, that Daxia dragon god, Zhu Pengcheng, has already targeted my Jing family's 15 martial arts schools and is now heading straight for the Martial Soul Pavilion. If we fail to curb his advance, not only will my Jing family suffer a significant loss of financial resources, but we will also lose face. I implore Master Bai to intervene and teach him a lesson. Master Bai is known as Bai Xiaoheng. A decade ago, Bai Xiaoheng was ambushed in Guangzhou, left on the verge of death on the street, until Jing Chenglong discovered him and brought him back to the Jing family for treatment. For the past 10 years, he has resided in the Martial Soul Pavilion, supported by the Jing family. Bai Xiaoheng lifted his teacup, taking a sip before responding, 10 years ago, the head of the Jing family saved my life. In gratitude, I have remained with the Jing family for a decade. This time, I shall agree to the head's request for action, but thereafter, I must take my leave. I have repaid my debt of gratitude to the Jing family. I hail from the reclusive Bai clan, and a decade away is too long. Furthermore, I have recently received word that my father is aging and wishes for me to return and pay a visit. Jing Chenglong nodded in agreement, assuring him, once we have dealt with Zhu Pengcheng, I will arrange for transportation to return Master Bai home. However, he hesitated briefly before continuing. It has been 10 years since Master Bai last took action. I wonder, how is your current strength? He quickly clarified, Master Bai, please do not misunderstand. I merely considered that since Zhu Pengcheng has attained the title of Daxia Dragon God, his strength must be formidable. I suspect he has reached the level of a grandmaster. Bai Xiaoheng let out a cold snort, picked up the porcelain lid of his teacup, and suddenly hurled it away. With a swift sound, the porcelain lid embedded itself into the Tai Mountain stone. The Bai family is a reclusive lineage, steeped in martial traditions for generations. Once we emerge from the shadows, our prowess rivals that of the Qin family. As the heir of the Bai clan, had it not been for my injury a decade ago, I would now be the head of the family. A mere divine dragon of the great Xia, in terms of superficial power, pales in comparison to me. Bai Xiaoheng declared with pride, lifting his teacup for another sip. Xing Chenglong nodded in satisfaction. Though the master Bai exuded arrogance, he undeniably possessed strength. With him by our side, concerns regarding Chu Pengcheng were alleviated. Perhaps his might may not match yours, yet he is, after all, a figure of the upper echelons of the great Xia, bearing the identity of the divine dragon. When Master Bai takes action, he must exercise restraint. It is imperative that he spares the man's life. Xing Chenglong cautioned. Should Chu Pengcheng perish at the hands of the Jing family, it would be a slap in the face to the upper echelons of the great Xia, and when that occurs, no one could shield the Jing family from repercussions. Furthermore, the citizens of the great Xia would never acquiesce. In the hearts of many, Chu Pengcheng is a war god, an idol. Rest assured, I can discern the gravity of the situation. I will not take his life, but I will render him incapacitated. Should you fear complications, the Bai family will mediate. And the upper echelons of the great Xia will still afford us respect, Bai Xiaoheng replied softly. Xing Chenglong exhaled, finally at ease. Xing Xiaoqiu glanced at his watch and remarked, judging by the time, Chu Pengcheng should be arriving shortly. Shall we proceed? Bai Xiaoheng stood up first and said. Over the past decade, I have seen numerous reports about this divine dragon of the great Xia on television, including footage of his exploits. To be candid, he possesses undeniable talent, however, when compared to me, the disparity is vast. In the Bai family, I am hailed as a once-in-a-century prodigy. This time, I shall inform him that this so-called dragon god may be revered among ordinary folk, but in my eyes, he is nothing of consequence. With that, I strode out ahead. Xing Chenglong and Xing Xiaoqiu exchanged glances, both revealing expressions of disdain, and then they rose in unison, hastily departing. 3 Rolls-Royces made their way to the Martial Soul Pavilion. Chapter 66. Success is the only option outside and inside the Martial Soul Pavilion. A throng of people had already gathered, with numerous citizens spontaneously arriving, alongside local journalists armed with cameras, awaiting interviews. It is a common trait of the people of Daxia to indulge in spectacle. Hello. I am a reporter from the Guangzhou Daily. What are your thoughts on this challenge? One journalist nearly thrust a microphone into the face of a citizen. I believe this young man is overestimating his abilities. The Jing family has long established its roots in Guangzhou. Over the years, countless students have emerged from the Jing family. And there have been challengers before, yet none have succeeded. I suspect this time will be no different, the citizen proclaimed loudly. However, this instance seems unlike the others. This young man has already challenged 15 martial arts schools, with dozens of masters sent to the hospital. Now, the Jing family is left with only the Martial Soul Pavilion. The reporter pressed on. You are correct, indeed, I was astonished when I first heard the news. Yet, let us not forget that the Martial Soul Pavilion is where the Jing family originated, and it is overseen by a grandmaster. Do you understand what a grandmaster is? They are the kind capable of establishing their own sect. A citizen gestured with his hand. So, you still have faith in the Jing family? Indeed. I am a disciple who emerged from the spirit hall, as was my father, thus, I firmly believe that the Jing family will surely prevail this time. Subsequently, reporters interviewed several citizens, and the responses were nearly identical. At that moment, a Santana vehicle approached and pulled over. Chu Pengcheng and Qin Mu stepped out of the car, only to be immediately surrounded. The first question came from a reporter. Hello, may I ask why you chose to challenge the Jing family? Additionally, do you have any explanations for the Jing family regarding this challenge? He felt a vague familiarity with Chu Pengcheng, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Yet he could not recall where. Many in the crowd shared this sense of recognition, but no one connected it to the identity of the great Xia dragon god. Chu Pengcheng calmly replied, "Why should I explain myself to the Jing family? Do they deserve my explanation?" With that, he and Qin Mu entered the martial arts hall. The crowd erupted in excitement. A headline soon made its way into the news: "The Jing family is unworthy." The gist of the article conveyed that the young challenger had dismissed the Jing family, stating they were unworthy, and after challenging the spirit hall, he intended to make Xing Chenglong lie on the ground like a dog. The first to see the headline was Qin Mu, who couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, when it comes to embellishment, the people of Great Xia take the cake. Xing Chenglong also caught sight of the news and snorted coldly, saying, "Master Bai, Chu Pengcheng has arrived, the next move is yours." Inside the car were only the driver, Xing Chenglong, and Bai Xiaohang, as Xing Xiaoqiu had exited midway. Bai Xiaohang closed his eyes and nodded slightly. Before the three Rolls-Royces could come to a complete halt, they were already surrounded by a throng of onlookers. "Greetings, Mr. Zheng. What are your thoughts on this challenge?" A reporter from Guangzhou Daily inquired eagerly. Xing Chenglong cleared his throat and replied, "The youth, in their arrogance, are oblivious to the vastness of the world. Allow me to enlighten him about the existence of those beyond him and realms beyond this one." He then introduced, "The gentleman beside me is none other than Master Bai from the Martial Soul Pavilion. Among those present, some are former students of the Jing family and are well aware of Master Bai's prowess. That lad stands no chance against him." The reporter pressed on. "I have heard that in previous challenges, participants were left severely injured, even resulting in fatalities. Will this instance follow suit?" Xing Chenglong pondered for a moment before responding. "In the realm of combat, one cannot predict the outcome. However, injuries are surely to be expected. Nevertheless, prior to the duel, both parties will sign a death pact. Regardless of the circumstances, even in the event of death, the opposing party shall not be held accountable." The reporter nodded in understanding. A death pact serves as a contract. An agreement, although the Xia dynasty does not officially recognize it, among the major families, it is often overlooked. Provided that it does not escalate to the attention of the Xia authorities. Everyone present seemed to share this understanding. And many spectators were particularly drawn to the thrill of potential violence. "Master Zheng, as a former disciple of the Martial Soul Pavilion, I stand in support of both the pavilion and the Jing family. I firmly believe that this time, the Jing family will emerge victorious. The Jing family's heritage is profoundly deep, and with Master Bai, a true master of his craft, it seems that there are no rivals left in the entirety of Guangzhou. Personally, I hold great confidence in both the Jing family and the Martial Spirit Pavilion. Should that young man emerge victorious, I shall publicly consume excrement." Xing Chenglong clasped his hands in a gesture of gratitude, chuckling softly as he addressed the crowd. "Thank you all for your unwavering support of the Jing family. It is now evening, and I suspect many of you have yet to dine. Once the Jing family triumphs, I kindly ask that you remain. We shall set up a few tables within the Martial Spirit Pavilion to treat everyone to a meal. Furthermore, I urge you to promote our esteemed Martial Spirit Pavilion, as I aspire for more individuals to come and train at the martial arts schools under the Jing family's banner. Rest assured, upon our victory, I shall promptly provide the funds for my son to begin his martial training." There were immediate affirmations from the crowd. Xing Chenglong nodded in satisfaction. This was precisely the reaction he desired. Moreover, this competition must end in success, for the Jing family's reputation hinges upon it. A throng gathered around Xing Chenglong as they made their way into the Martial Spirit Pavilion. At that moment, Chu Pengcheng stood atop the martial arts platform, his attention drawn to the commotion at the entrance. His gaze fell upon Bai Xiaohang. As a fellow adept, he discerned immediately that this individual was distinct from the previous masters he had encountered. The aura was different, the spirit and demeanor were unparalleled. If those earlier challengers resembled wolves, this man could only be likened to a tiger. Qin Mu whispered from the sidelines, "That man is Master Bai, the esteemed guardian of the Martial Spirit Pavilion. It is said that he possesses formidable strength, though I have yet to witness it myself. I have only heard that no one in Guangzhou can rival him." Chu Pengcheng nodded, acutely aware of the palpable danger emanating from his opponent. Bai Xiaohang turned his gaze towards Chu Pengcheng, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "The great Xia dragon god?" It appeared to be nothing extraordinary. Today, not only shall he repay the Jing family's kindness, but he also intends to elevate the Bai family's reputation as a long-hidden family and its heir. The notion of bringing his lineage into the limelight had begun to take root. At that moment, the great Xia would gain yet another esteemed family. But first, he would take aim at this so-called dragon god. Jing Changlong and Bai Xiaoheng ascended the arena, confronting Chu Pengcheng. A staff member from the Martial Soul Pavilion hurriedly approached, presenting 2 copies of a life and death contract. A reporter, camera in hand, snapped several photographs of the contract. The audience below held their breath, eyes wide, fixated on the stage. The expansive hall of over 1,000 square meters fell into a profound silence. In Chapter 67, the Dragon Slayer, Jing Changlong accepted the life and death contract, a faint smile adorning his face. Among those present, only Master Bai and I are aware of your true identity. I advise you, your status is hard-earned. Should you sustain injury, you may find yourself cast into the mortal realm, reduced to a mere insect. I can offer you a chance, leave now. And I shall consider this matter as if it never occurred. In the future, you and my Jing family may still be friends. Chu Pengcheng responded coolly. Be friends with me? Your Jing family dares to claim such a privilege? His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of every attendee. Jing Changlong's expression shifted, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he retorted, very well, after you fall to Master Bai, let us see if you can maintain your arrogance. Upon concluding his words, he passed the life and death contract into Bai Xiaoheng's hands. Without hesitation, Bai Xiaoheng inscribed his name upon it and tossed it forward. The once flimsy paper now seemed to transform into a keen blade, swiftly arriving before Chu Pengcheng. With his index and middle fingers joined, he formed a gesture akin to a sword, capturing the document and signing his own name upon it. Jing Changlong descended the martial arts platform, instructing, arrange for 10 tables of wine and dishes to be delivered here. After the contest concludes, I wish to treat Master Bai and all present to a meal in celebration of Master Bai. The staff nodded in acknowledgement and hurried off. Jing Changlong stood at the foot of the stage, declaring, Master Bai, we may commence. Bai Xiaoheng nodded, turning to Chu Pengcheng, and inquired, have you ever heard of the Bai family? Chu Pengcheng slightly shook his head, responding, what a worthless family. I have never heard of it. Instantly, Bai Xiaoheng's expression darkened. Although the Bai family was a hidden lineage, it maintained connections with numerous top-tier families, and the elites of the Great Xia were generally aware of the Bai family's existence, fostering amicable relations. For Chu Pengcheng to claim ignorance was a blatant affront, belittling the Bai family as inconsequential. Then today, I shall make you aware that there exists a family in Great Xia, bearing the surname Bai. Bai Xiaoheng proclaimed, and with that, he surged forth. His left hand moved behind him while his right arm thrust forward with the swiftness of a steel claw, the dragon-slaying hand. A signature technique of the Bai family, once ensnared, one would find their bones locked, and with a mere exertion of force, they would suffer immense agony. Chu Pengcheng merely cast a glance before extending his own right hand, forming a fist and retaliating with a strike. Upon witnessing this, a surge of joy illuminated Bai Xiaoheng's face as he hastened his grip around his opponent's fist. From the sidelines, Chu Zhengchenglong observed the scene with satisfaction, nodding in approval. He proclaimed, allow me to introduce to you all, this is Master Bai's unparalleled technique. Once ensnared, there is utterly no possibility of escape, victory has already been secured for Master Bai. Bai Xiaoheng smiled softly and added, you are defeated. The dragon-slaying hand is an exclusive skill of the Bai family, forbidden to those who are not heirs. Since mastering this technique, I have yet to falter. I now offer you a singular opportunity, will you choose to render your hand useless, or will you kneel and admit defeat? Chu Pengcheng's expression remained impervious, as he retorted, what exactly do you imply? Bai Xiaoheng, mistaking his demeanor for capitulation, responded, what I mean is, I will incapacitate your hand, and then you shall kneel on the ground. The great Xia dragon god kneeling, what a delightful sensation that would be. Chu Pengcheng nodded, acknowledging, you present a valid point. Bai Xiaoheng was taken aback. What was this unexpected turn of events? He had anticipated a rebuttal, or at the very least, some harsh words, yet, he found his sentiments validated instead. Suddenly, Chu Pengcheng's fist trembled, breaking free from Bai Xiaohong's grasp, and transforming into a claw, he swiftly seized Bai Xiaohong's wrist. As Bai Xiaohong attempted to extricate himself, a sharp pain surged through him the instant he exerted force, causing his strength to dissipate. A wave of terror washed over him, the dragon-slaying hand. This was the renowned technique of the Bai family. How could his opponent possibly wield it? Could it be that he was an illegitimate son of his father? The audience below was left in a state of bewilderment. Someone inquired, "Master Zheng, did you not assert that once captured, you would not escape? Yet here you are. Not only having extricated yourself but also being countered by the opponent using the very same technique. Is this truly a remarkable skill? What is happening? Could it be that this so-called skill is common knowledge?" Jing Changlong was equally perplexed. How could the Bai family's secret technique be wielded by Chu Pengcheng? Bai Xiaohong further pressed, "How do you possess knowledge of my family's secret technique?" Chu Pengcheng chuckled softly and replied, "By family's secret technique? It merely varies in execution. I discerned it at a glance. If this truly is your family's unique skill, reserved solely for heirs, it would only reflect poorly on your lineage." He continued, "When I mentioned that your reasoning was sound, I meant that I am quite satisfied with the notion of rendering one of your hands incapacitated, compelling you to kneel." Before he could finish, he suddenly exerted force, and the sound of a crack echoed as Bai Xiaohong's right hand fell limply to his side. Bai Xiaohong stifled a groan, gritting his teeth as beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. His right hand was rendered useless, and it had been done with the family's ancestral technique. The depth of Chu Pengcheng's comprehension was indeed terrifying. "Will you kneel of your own volition, or shall I assist you?" Chu Pengcheng inquired softly. "My Bai family, as a reclusive lineage, possesses its own dignity. To expect me to kneel before you is a mere fantasy. If you have the fortitude, then kill me. Let us see if my family will spare you in the face of retribution from a hidden clan. After all, my family maintains favorable relations with many in the upper echelons of the Great Xia. Even you would not emerge unscathed, would you?" Bai Xiaohong grasped his right wrist with his left hand and spoke in a low voice, firmly convinced that Chu Pengcheng would not dare to kill him. Not every family possesses the qualifications to be deemed a hidden aristocracy. Each hidden family boasts a legacy spanning centuries, having evolved from the most prestigious lineages. No individual wishes to incur the wrath of a hidden family. Master Bai was right, standing behind him was the Bai clan, rendering your identity insignificant in their presence. Would you dare to strike him down? Jing Changlong added fuel to the fire, his mind incessantly urging, "Kill him, kill him. Once Bai Xiaohong is dead, you, Chu Pengcheng, will become the sworn enemy of the Bai family, and the Bai clan will become my support. At that point, you will face the relentless pursuit of the Bai family, allowing my Jing clan to extricate ourselves." Chu Pengcheng smiled faintly and responded, "It seems you have no intention of kneeling yourself. In that case, allow me to assist you." With a swift motion, he leaped forward, delivering a brutal kick that shattered Bai Xiaohong's legs. The audience below heard two sharp cracks, and Bai Xiaohong fell to his knees. He glanced at Jing Changlong, grasping the unspoken implications of the old man's words. Did he think to use mere provocation to turn him into a pawn? Such a dream. As the sound of breaking bones echoed, Jing Changlong's eyelids twitched involuntarily. Bai Xiaohong knelt on the ground, propping himself up with one hand, sweat trickling down his forehead and dripping onto his clothes. "Your techniques are designed to render others crippled. Your identity as an ordinary person suits you far better." Chu Pengcheng extended his foot once more, striking Bai Xiaohong in the abdomen, precisely at the dantian. Bai Xiaohong immediately spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His body flying 2 meters away, his complexion as pale as a blank sheet of paper. In his eyes, there was a void, devoid of any spark or vitality. The cultivation of a warrior is akin to their very life. Once the dantian is damaged, the path of cultivation is forever closed. Though he is the heir of the Bai family, should he become an ordinary person, a cripple, even with his father as the head of the family, he would spend the rest of his days under the cold gaze of his kin. Hatred. All directed at Chu Pengcheng. It is he who has rendered me a cripple. Jing Changlong clenched his right hand into a fist behind his back, feeling the dampness in his palm, his heart racing in his throat. The crowd below held their breath in anticipation. After a moment, someone whispered, "Is this still a human?" It's as if he is a calamity for the Jing family. Another voice chimed in, "I have witnessed Master Bai's strength. He could shatter a steel plate with a single punch, yet here, he was defeated in one move. The most bewildering part is that it seems his opponent exerted little to no effort. Terrifying indeed. Truly terrifying." On the martial arts platform, Bai Xiaoheng gritted his teeth. Using his left hand to prop himself up from the ground, sitting up slowly, and uttering through clenched teeth, "Chu Pengcheng, if you have the capability, kill me. As long as I am alive, as long as I return to the Bai family, I swear your family, your friends, including yourself, will live in perpetual fear. I will unleash the full might of my clan to obliterate everything around you, I promise." A glint of murderous intent flashed in Chu Pengcheng's eyes as he approached, uttering, "Since you desire death, I shall grant it. As for the Bai family, I await their arrival. Should they dare to provoke me, I shall not hesitate to annihilate them." With that, he reached his side, lifted his right foot, and pressed it upon the chest of his adversary. Bai Xiaoheng coughed up another mouthful of blood, his eyes wide with disbelief, lying motionless on the dueling platform, devoid of life. Chu Pengcheng turned to gaze at Jing Chenglong below. Jing Chenglong, fixated on Bai Xiaoheng's lifeless form, seemed to sense Chu's scrutiny, trembling slightly as their eyes met. Such remarkable skill. The Jing family acknowledges defeat and will adhere to our agreement. Henceforth, we shall close all martial arts schools in Guangzhou and pledge never to reopen them, Jing Chenglong proclaimed loudly. This declaration sent ripples through the crowd. The Jing family's enterprises predominantly revolved around their martial arts schools. With their closure, their strength would undoubtedly diminish by more than half. Yet, even a famished camel is larger than a horse. The Jing family remains the local sovereign in Guangzhou, capable of excelling in other industries as well. How mistaken I was to consider him inferior. I even contemplated sending my son to learn from the Jing family. How foolish. It's not that the Jing family is lacking, but rather that the opponent is exceedingly formidable. By the way, earlier outside, someone mentioned that the Jing family lost and must livestream an act of humiliation. Is that person still present? When shall the livestream commence? I wish to witness it. Make way, make way. This is a banquet ordered by the Jing family. Do not obstruct the path, shouted the staff at the entrance. The crowd parted automatically as exquisite dishes were served. The attendees exchanged glances, pondering whether to indulge in the feast. Jing Chenglong forced a smile and declared, "Since the banquet has already been arranged, let us not stand on ceremony. You are all guests of the Jing family, and this meal shall commemorate the conclusion of our martial arts academy." He then instructed, "Prepare a separate table for the victor. The remaining 9 tables are for everyone else." The head of the Jing family, with great magnanimity, asserted, "We shall not hold back then. The Jing family remains steadfast, and Guangzhou shall forever belong to us." As praises echoed around him, Jing Chenglong gestured for everyone to find their seats. Meanwhile, the body of Bai Xiaoheng was discreetly removed from the stage. Chu Pengcheng slowly descended from the competition platform, and Qin Mu promptly approached him, chest held high, as if he were the victor. "Head of the Jing family, all your martial arts academies have closed. Should you not return my wife?" Chu Pengcheng inquired coldly. Jing Chenglong replied softly, "I am unaware of what you speak. I have never encountered your wife. Today, you have struck a blow to the Jing family's reputation. Yet we remain defiant. Might I ask for another day, to contest once more? If you triumph, I promise to assist you in locating your wife. Should you falter, you shall restore the honor of the Jing family." Chu Pengcheng shook his head and stated, "Your wager is insufficient. If your family loses tomorrow, not only must you return my wife, but you must also relinquish all assets of the Jing family." Jing Chenglong nodded and replied, "Certainly, tomorrow at noon, right here. I will invite many people." Chu Pengcheng nodded in agreement. Since the Jing family promised to return Xuanning if they won tomorrow, he could wait another day. This was also in consideration of their shared connections, allowing for some leeway. Should the Jing family renege on their word, he would not hesitate to employ unorthodox means. Now that our discussions are concluded, let us sit down and enjoy a meal. After a long day, you must be famished, Jing Chenglong invited. As he gazed at the exquisite dishes laid out before them, Zhu Pingcheng exchanged a knowing glance with Qin Mu. In an instant, Qin Mu understood and suddenly overturned the table, pointing at Jing Changlong as he exclaimed, "Dining with my elder brother? Does your Jing family even deserve that?" Leaning forward, he slapped Jing Changlong's face and continued, "Old man, you used to have a good relationship with the Qin family, and out of respect, I called you Uncle Jing. However, given the current state of affairs, you are nothing but an old fool in my eyes. Prepare yourself for tomorrow at noon, no matter who your Jing family invites. You shall be vanquished." With that, he shoved his hands into his pockets and followed Zhu Pingcheng out. The crowd stood in stunned silence. Had he really just overturned the table? This was not merely a challenge, it was a resounding slap to the face of the Jing family. Moreover, it seemed that the young man had indeed struck Jing Changlong. "Excuse me, my son wishes to learn martial arts. Might you consider taking him as your disciple? I am willing to pay any amount. Additionally, my daughter is currently a student of the Jing family, but I have observed that they are lacking. Learning from them would be a disservice to her. If you would accept her, I would be more than willing to discuss compensation. My son possesses a foundation in martial arts, exhibiting exceptional talent, a rare gem among practitioners. I implore you to consider him favorably." Zhu Pingcheng cast a glance at them, remaining silent before exiting the martial spirit pavilion. Chapter 69, Pride and Shamelessness, Shame and Dignity. A decade ago, he was ensnared by the Wang family, imprisoned, and encountered an elderly man who imparted to him the secrets of inner strength. Before parting, the elder remarked that until their next meeting, he was not qualified to take on disciples, the reasons for which he did not elaborate. Since then, for 10 long years, he has been tirelessly investigating and searching for the elder's whereabouts, yet to no avail. Suddenly, Qin Mu's phone rang. Upon answering, he responded with a few affirmations, nodded, then set the phone down and remarked, "Our associates have discovered a gold bracelet at an auction house in Guangzhou. Strikingly similar to the one worn by your sister when she was abducted." He then passed the phone over. Zhu Pingcheng glanced at the image and instantly recognized it as the ancestral bracelet left by his mother. "What auction house is this?" he inquired. "Upon investigation, we found that the proprietor of this auction house is an entrepreneur. However, we discovered that the premises are divided into 2 floors, with an underground space dedicated to auctioning illicit treasures, allegedly controlled by the Jing family," Qin Mu replied candidly. "The Jing family? Let us go and investigate," Zhu Pingcheng declared resolutely. The belongings left by his mother were of utmost importance, he was determined to retrieve them personally. Qin Mu nodded, and they drove towards the auction house. Meanwhile, Jing Xiaoqiu also entered the martial spirit pavilion through a back entrance, seeking out Jing Changlong. "Father, must I immediately journey to the land of the rising sun? With my master's protection, even if he is the dragon god of the great Xia, he cannot harm me. The official powers of the East will not permit the great Xia authorities to intervene. Should he venture alone, I assure you he shall return empty-handed." Jing Xiaoqiu surveyed the chaos strewn about him, his expression darkening instantly, followed by a cold smirk. Jing Changlong shook his head and replied, "You may leave. But the Jing family remains. She has now set her sights on us and will not rest until she finds his wife. Our family's assets are all within Great Xia. Transferring them is not a task that can be accomplished swiftly. The only viable solution is to eradicate the threat posed by Zhu Pingcheng entirely. I have heard that your elder brother, Gngbnk Suk, has also attained the mastery of a Grand Master. Could we invite him to assist us?" Jing Xiaoqiu nodded and said, "My elder brother is the son of my master, Ngbnh. His one-sword style has reached its zenith. 5 years ago, he engaged in combat against 2 Grand Masters simultaneously, managing to slay both without sustaining any injuries. 3 years prior, he faced an 8-tier Grand Master and, after 100 exchanges, defeated his opponent, achieving a divine status in battle in the East. My master has mentioned that his talent may surpass his own. Now, 3 years have passed, and although I have yet to witness my elder brother in action, I estimate that he has at least reached the 9th tier of Grand Master. In the East, he is acclaimed as the foremost among the younger generation." Jing Changlong chuckled, "Excellent. Is it possible to invite him here? To this end, my esteemed Jing family is willing to make certain sacrifices. Over the years, we have amassed a considerable collection of ancient artifacts from the Great Xia dynasty. I have heard that the people of the Eastern Isles have a particular fondness for these treasures, should they express admiration. I would gladly offer them the entirety of our collection, and even invest in acquiring additional pieces for them. Jing Xiaoqiu's eyes gleamed with excitement as he exclaimed. Not only is my senior brother fond of them, but my master also shares this enthusiasm. However, his expression soon shifted to one of concern as he continued, yet. They have always been enamored with the exhibits housed in the Great Xia Museum, which are rare and priceless treasures. Securing access to those would undoubtedly prove challenging. Jing Chenglong chuckled softly and replied, while it may pose difficulties for others, it is a trivial matter for my Jing family. We reign as the local sovereigns of Guangzhou. With but a word from me, the museum will willingly deliver the artifacts to us. In recent years, our family has also engaged in underground auctions, acquiring numerous items that have recently emerged from the earth but remain obscured from public view, including several significant court relics. Obtaining the original pieces is remarkably simple. As for the risk of exposure? That is inconceivable. When the time comes, arrangements will be made to substitute a replica in their stead. Cordoned off by security tape to prevent outsiders from approaching, allowing only distant observation, rendering it impossible to discern authenticity. Moreover, the museum houses an overwhelming number of artifacts, with countless items suffering damage each year due to improper storage. This does not account for the numerous donations received from across the nation annually. Some valuable items, once donated, are swiftly whisked away as gifts, never to be displayed on exhibition. Such acts of substitution have been executed by the Jing family on more than one occasion. Jing Xiaoqiu gave a thumbs up, expressing his admiration. Now I can rest assured. I shall call the Grand Master brother. It is a pity, however, that my master's favorite remains the imperial seal of the state, which is unfortunately lost. While speaking, he searched for the phone number. Turning back, I noted that once I received any news regarding the imperial seal, I would find a way to acquire it and present it to your master. This would enable you to learn more and further the legacy of the Jing family. Jing Chenglong smiled and remarked. Simultaneously, Jing Xiaoqiu connected the call. Moshi Moshi? Jing Xiaoqiu activated the speakerphone, and a Japanese voice resonated from within. Grand Master brother, it's Xiaoqiu. I have a favor to ask. The dragon god of Daxia has provoked my Jing family, but we are no match for them. Could you possibly take a flight over tonight? My father has collected some antiques over the years, which he wishes to present to you and the master. Jing Xiaoqiu stood, bowing slightly in respect. Jing Chenglong nodded in agreement, observing his son's demeanor, recognizing his understanding of social nuances. He bore a resemblance to his own younger self. Ah. My younger brother is thoughtful. My father and I indeed cherish antiques from Daxia, as they belong to our eastern lands. I now suspect that the people of Daxia have originated from our east. Nonetheless, even without these gifts, I must visit to experience the martial prowess of your Daxia dragon god. Therefore, I will book a flight for tonight, arriving by tomorrow morning. Exclaimed Gongben Kaisuk with delight. Their museum houses a wealth of treasures plundered from Daxia, including ancient texts such as the Mao Mountain Chronicles. Outwardly, they have audaciously claimed the antiques of the Great Xia as their own, a disgraceful act they take pride in, while considering dignity a source of shame. Indeed. It was confirmed, bright and early tomorrow, I shall meet you at Guangzhou Airport, Jing Xiaoqiu respectfully declared with a bow. Ah. I have heard that the women of the Great Xia are quite remarkable. The arrangements are in your capable hands, Jing-san. Miyamoto Kusuk concluded the call with satisfaction. Setting down the phone, Jing Xiaoqiu exclaimed with excitement, the senior brother has consented. With his presence, dealing with Chu Pengcheng shall pose no challenge. Jing Chenglong nodded in agreement, clearly pleased. At that moment, a staff member approached, stating, Master, young master, we received a call from the Gu Yuntang underground auction house. The two individuals who previously disrupted the martial arts hall have inquired how we wish to proceed. Chapter 70, The Pauper. Without a doubt a pauper. Jing Chenglong stood up, exchanging a glance with Jing Xiaoqiu, both recognizing the shared delight in each other's eyes. Excellent. Chu Pengcheng has come to procure items on his own territory? He must not be allowed to succeed effortlessly. We must ensure to impose a significant cost upon him. That woman possesses a golden bracelet that I have consigned to the auction house. Undoubtedly, he has seen it and it must hold great significance for him. Xing Xiaoqiu remarked with profound implication. Xing Chenglong scoffed, declaring, regardless of its importance to him, I am only aware that today. Any losses incurred by my Xing family may very well be recuperated. Come, arrange for the car, we shall head there immediately. The father and son hurriedly exited the Wuhan pavilion, boarding a Rolls-Royce, en route to Guyuntang. At this moment, Chu Pengcheng and Qin Mu had arrived at the Guyun Hall, guided by the staff to the second basement level, where they took their seats in the front row. Holding a promotional brochure, Chu Pengcheng curiously flipped through it and discovered an array of antiques, including several substantial bronze artifacts. Although he lacked expertise in antiques, he could immediately discern that they were still coated in considerable soil, indicative of having been unearthed recently. Esteemed gentlemen, I have received notification from my superiors that this is your first visit to our underground auction, and thus you may be unfamiliar with our proceedings. All our auction items are guaranteed authentic, and should any fakes be discovered, we will compensate you at 10 times the purchase price, the staff member, clad in black stockings, said with a slight smile as she spoke. Impatiently, Qin Mu waved his hand and replied, understood. You may attend to your duties. I will call for you if any issues arise. The staff member nodded, smiling, and said, certainly, sir. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to call. We provide all manner of services. With a playful wink at Qin Mu, she turned and departed. Nearby, several individuals clutched staff members, their hands roaming freely about. Chu Pengcheng surveyed his surroundings, questioning whether he had mistakenly entered the wrong venue. This did not seem like an auction, it felt more akin to a den of iniquity. Nevertheless, he mused, men do have their peculiar tastes. I recall you were reassigned to the Southeast Theater in Guangzhou, correct? Chu Pengcheng suddenly inquired. Qin Mu nodded, responding quietly. Yes, I am stationed in the suburbs, not far from here, it takes about half an hour by car. Chu Pengcheng commanded. Issue an order to relocate the breaking army camp here and seal off this area. Confiscate all items. Qin Mu's eyes flickered mischievously as he chuckled. How about we wait until after this auction? I would also like to request a staff member. Having been watched over by my family since childhood and now by you, I have yet to experience the touch of a delicate hand or even have a girlfriend. May I have the chance to try? With a sharp slap to the back of his head, Chu Pengcheng expressed his frustration. How can you, one of my trusted generals, utter such shameful words? Do you not realize this is the Jing family's territory? There are cameras everywhere, if you are caught on film and it ends up online. Even the Qin family won't be able to save you. Rubbing the back of his head in discontent, Qin Mu retorted. That's merely their envy for not being able to enjoy the feast, claiming the meat is unpalatable. Nevertheless, he retrieved his phone and dialed the Southeast War Zone to summon reinforcements. As time passed, the number of attendees increased, most of whom were clad in tailored suits, embodying the image of successful individuals. At the stroke of midnight, a middle-aged man entered the venue, casting a glance towards Chu Pengcheng, who reciprocated the gaze. It was Xing Chenglong, only he had arrived. Xing waved his hand with a smile and took a seat in the front row. Master Xing. This underground auction house is entirely your family's domain. Is there truly a need for you to come in person to claim what you desire? It could easily be arranged with just a word, someone inquired. Although this is the property of the Xing family, it does not exclusively belong to me, Xing Chenglong. If one desires something, one must pay for it. To be honest, I have set my sights on a golden bracelet that I intend to purchase. Xing Chenglong chuckled, casting a glance at Chu Pengcheng as he spoke. However, Chu Pengcheng merely stared ahead, seemingly oblivious to his words, offering no other reaction, which left him somewhat disheartened. A golden bracelet? Indeed, it is featured in the promotional materials. Since the head of the Xing family has taken a liking to it, we shall not impose our preferences upon him. The individual promptly offered a way out, extending goodwill towards the Xing family. Thank you very much. Xing Chenglong responded with his hands clasped in gratitude. A beautiful woman, clad in high heels, black stockings, and a very short skirt, ascended the appraisal stage, smiling gently, and introduced herself. "Hello everyone, I am today's auctioneer, Xiao Yu. The rules of the auction are quite simple. There is no reserve price and no increment requirements. The highest bidder wins. Once the auction concludes, the successful bidder will only need to pay a 1% handling fee. Now, allow me to present the first item for bidding, a Warring States period bronze sword, intact and undamaged. After our assessment, it appears to have been forged in the state of Qi during that era, with wavy patterns adorning its surface. Bidders may now submit their offers." Upon hearing this, Qin Mu leaned forward, his eyes gleaming at the sight of the bronze sword. He nudged Zhu Pengcheng's arm excitedly, exclaiming, "If I win this bid, can it serve to ward off evil spirits in my home?" Zhu Pengcheng retorted, "Whether it can protect your home, I cannot say. But I do know it can certainly dispel malevolence." Qin Mu curiously turned around and inquired, "Why?" "Because within your own household, you resemble a lunatic. With your father's temperament, he might very well cleave you with that sword," Zhu Pengcheng replied, rolling his eyes. "Which family would forsake a perfectly fine heir of a prestigious lineage to enlist in the military?" As a result, the head of the Qin family spent 3 days in the hospital, nearly succumbing to a heart condition. Qin Mu offered an awkward smile, "But I genuinely enjoy it." 1 million. 1,500,000. How petty, 2 million. Bidding had already commenced. 100 million. Qin Mu felt a surge of excitement, unable to contain himself, and called out his bid. All eyes turned toward him. They had been calling in the hundreds of thousands, yet he had boldly declared 100 million. Such audacity was unheard of. Xiao Yu was taken aback, and after a considerable pause, she confirmed, "Do you mean to say you wish to bid 100 million? Qin Mu nodded earnestly, "Indeed, what of it? Is 100 million excessive? I believe this bronze sword is worth at least 200 million. If that is insufficient, I can certainly increase my offer." He scratched his head. Although he was ignorant of antiques, he knew that the porcelain, jade, and bronze artifacts collected by his father and grandfather were each valued in the hundreds of millions to billions. If he could acquire this bronze sword for 100 million, he would be making a fortune. Yet the glances of those around him felt strangely unsettling. Paupers. They must be paupers. Chapter 71. A Pyrrhic victory for Yu Jingchenglong had originally intended to raise the bid to outsmart Zhu Pengcheng. But Qin Mu's audacious leap to 100 million left him utterly flummoxed. The highest value of this bronze sword was merely 10 million. Yet it had now escalated to 100 million. Should he raise the bid further, there was a possibility that Qin Mu might withdraw, leaving him with the burden. Zhu Pengcheng wore a smile. After all, 100 million was inconsequential for him, as it wasn't his money. For the Qin family, such an amount was trivial. 100 million, going once. 100 million, going twice. 100 million, going thrice. Xiao Yu paused momentarily, causing Qin Mu to become increasingly anxious. He glanced around and inquired, "You all won't raise the bid, will you?" "Not at all. A gentleman does not covet another's desires. Since you are fond of it, we shall concede," one individual awkwardly chuckled, wiping the sweat from his brow. What a farce. Allowing them to purchase an obscure bronze sword for 100 million was akin to using that very sword to strike them down. Meanwhile, in the back row, an elderly man gazed intently at the bronze sword, his eyes flickering with unspoken thoughts. Deal. With the gavel's fall, it signified that the bronze sword had indeed been secured by Qin Mu. Ah, the young master of the Qin family truly is affluent and youthful. An unknown bronze sword, valued at merely 10 million, has fetched 100 million. Our gratitude to young Master Qin for supporting the Jing family, Jing Chenglong remarked with a grin, his voice resonating throughout the hall. Qin Mu's face flushed crimson, yet he retorted defiantly, "I am pleased to pay, if it costs more, what of it? Are you dissatisfied?" Humph. Jing Chenglong fell silent. A staff member approached, holding a card reader, and inquired, "Will you be paying by card or check?" Qin Mu produced a bank card and completed the transaction. Subsequently, several items were presented. among which was a bronze ding that was acquired by an entrepreneur for the staggering sum of 300 million. This individual, Chu Pengcheng, had been seen earlier flattering Jing Chenglong. The next item was not an antique, but rather a gold bracelet weighing 108 grams, adorned with intricate patterns. According to our examination, the craftsmanship was exquisite and likely the work of a master. "Let the bidding commence," exclaimed Xiao Yu. 10 million. Chu Pengcheng was the first to place a bid. 20 million. Jing Chenglong also entered the fray. "Is the head of the Jing family genuinely intent on provoking me?" Chu Pengcheng inquired coldly. "Haha, what are you saying? When I arrived, I made it clear that I came specifically for the gold bracelet. As everyone present knows, the highest bidder prevails. If you desire it, then bid." Jing Chenglong replied with a smile. It was immensely satisfying to see the dragon god humbled. After all, this was the Jing family's property, no matter the price, it belonged to them. "Want the gold bracelet? I simply won't allow it." Qin Mu opened his mouth to place a bid but was halted by Chu Pengcheng. 30 million. Chu Pengcheng raised the stakes once more. 100 million. Jing Chenglong responded nonchalantly. The onlookers could see clearly that Jing Chenglong was being deliberately provocative. "I advise you to refrain from bidding further, regardless of your offer. My bid will surpass it. This gold bracelet will not be yours today. Once I acquire it, I shall melt it down to create an anklet for my son, Xiaoqiu," Jing Chenglong stated with an air of indifference. "Do you believe that the gold bracelet will certainly be in my possession today, without me spending a single penny?" Chu Pengcheng inquired softly. "I have lived long enough to witness many things, yet your words elude my belief. In Guangzhou, there is nothing that the Jing family is unwilling to relinquish, which anyone can take away. Do you believe that?" Jing Chenglong retorted directly. "One can certainly attempt." "Very well. Let all present serve as witnesses." The two engaged in a fierce standoff. Qin Mu, understanding the situation, chuckled, "You old coot. Competing with my elder brother for something will surely leave you bereft of both fortune and men. Do you believe that?" Jing Chenglong merely snorted in response, disregarding him. "You little rascal, relying solely on the Qin family. 50 million for the first time. 50 million for the second time. 50 million for the third time. Congratulations to the head of the Jing family for acquiring the gold bracelet." With the gavel's fall, the transaction was finalized. A staff member promptly delivered the gold bracelet. Jing Chenglong grasped the bracelet in his hand and remarked, "It feels rather weighty. After crafting an anklet for Xiaoqiu, there will still be plenty left. If anyone here is interested, I could create a few more to share with you all. What do you think?" Instantly, voices clamored in eagerness. "I have long been a friend of the Jing family, do not forget me, head of the Jing family. My son has just been born and is in need of an anklet. My wife's birthday is approaching, and I am at a loss for a gift. Head of the Jing family, you have come to my aid." Jing Chenglong chuckled, "But let it be known in advance, I shall only make anklets for you to tread upon, ha ha ha." Chu Pengcheng's expression darkened, and he chose to remain silent. Glancing at the time, he noted that it was almost upon them. The crowd laughed for a moment before settling down as the auction resumed. Afterward, Chu Pengcheng refrained from bidding on anything further. The auction continued for half an hour. "Well, today's auction has come to a successful conclusion. Everyone present may accompany our staff to rest, provided there is ample remuneration, which includes myself." Xiao Yu cast a flirtatious glance at Qin Mu. Qin Mu clutched his chest, leaning back in his chair with closed eyes. He gasped, "I can't take it anymore. It's too electrifying, my younger brother cannot withstand it." With a swift slap to his head, Chu Pengcheng admonished, "Get up quickly, half an hour has passed. Where are your people?" Qin Mu glanced at his phone and replied, "They are already at the entrance." As they conversed, Jing Chenglong approached with a beaming smile, saying, "Chu Pengcheng, the auction has concluded, and I shall take this gold bracelet. If you are interested, I can also offer you an anklet, what do you say?" Chu Pengcheng narrowed his eyes and replied sternly, "I have stated before that you cannot take the gold bracelet." Jing Chenglong chuckled, responding, "I have also asserted that as long as we are in Guangzhou, there is nothing my Jing family cannot take. This gold bracelet will be mine today. Others remained, drawn in by the unfolding spectacle. Qin Mu checked the time again, calculating that they should have arrived by now. The hour is late, everyone should return home to rest. Tomorrow morning, the crafted anklets will be delivered to each of your residences, which serves as a token of appreciation for your support today, Zheng Chenglong stated, clasping his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Master Zheng. The crowd chorused in thanks. When offered something for free, who would decline? Just then, the door of the auction house was suddenly kicked open, and a group of heavily armed soldiers stormed in. Several beams of ultraviolet light were aimed at the foreheads of numerous individuals. Chapter 72, Qin Mu's way of alleviating embarrassment. Zheng Chenglong was taken aback, casting a glance at Chu Pengcheng, and instantly comprehended the gravity of the situation. An undercover operation? A battalion of soldiers advanced, seizing the auction items and piling them on the appraisal table. Among them, a golden bracelet was claimed by Qin Mu, who then handed it to Chu Pengcheng. With a slight smile, Chu Pengcheng remarked, I told you, I would acquire this golden bracelet without spending a single coin. Do you believe me now? Moreover, trafficking in national treasures is a grave offense in the Great Xia. As an elder, you might truly find yourself behind bars, spending the remaining years of your life in confinement. Zheng Chenglong chuckled, I concede, this time I have been outmaneuvered. However, do not rejoice too soon. The people of Guangzhou are well aware that this underground auction house is a property of the Zheng family, albeit not directly owned by us. Thus, I am merely a customer and will face no more than a monetary fine. As for this golden bracelet, it was originally yours. I simply never anticipated that the illustrious dragon god of the Great Xia would resort to such unscrupulous tactics. Chu Pengcheng retorted, have you not played the game as well? Zheng Chenglong let out a cold snort and fell silent. Just moments ago, he had brazenly called out a price, relying on the status of the Zheng family. A rather unscrupulous tactic. Now, he found himself hoisted by his own petard. All the antiques present were confiscated, along with the funds, deemed ill-gotten gains. Standing on the appraisal platform, Qin Mu held a bronze sword and addressed the crowd before him, Zheng family head, might you utter a word? A man, who had previously flattered Zheng Chenglong, spoke with a pained expression. Zheng Chenglong's face darkened considerably. Though he considered himself the local sovereign of Guangzhou, he realized he could not contend with the Southeast Theater. With a dozen firearms aimed at him, these individuals cared not for his identity. They obeyed only the orders from their superiors. They were truly willing to fire. Young man, might I have a look at the bronze sword in your hand? An elderly man from the back row approached, accompanied by a young girl. Who are you? Qin Mu blinked, his gaze swiftly drawn to the girl beside the old man. Long legs, an A4 waist, and sparkling big eyes, she was truly innocent. I am a history professor at Guangzhou University, my surname is Sun, and this is my granddaughter. May I see the bronze sword you hold? Professor Sun requested. Of course. Qin Mu felt a flush rise to his cheeks and quickly handed over the bronze sword. Professor Sun grasped the hilt of the sword, scrutinizing it intently. After a moment, he suddenly remarked, this bronze sword reveals only faint patterns. I suspect it is not an ordinary weapon from the Warring States period. Common bronze swords do not endure for over a millennium. I have reason to believe it belonged to a certain ruler of that era. If that is indeed the case, its worth is at least in the billions. And its historical significance is beyond measure. His eyes sparkled as he turned to Qin Mu and inquired, may I take this sword with me? Upon returning to the laboratory, I shall employ a liquid agent to remove the verdigris and restore its original appearance. Qin Mu reluctantly nodded, responding, when I come to retrieve it, you must return it to me. Professor Sun smiled and affirmed, of course. Zheng Chenglong's expression turned pale. 10 billion? A ruler's sword? I have incurred a great loss. It was indeed a case of losing both the wife and the troops. The Zheng family had already suffered economic losses amounting to hundreds of billions today. Qin Mu stepped forward and extended his hand, saying, greetings, my name is Qin Mu. What is yours? The girl graciously reached out and replied, I am Sun Rue, a student at Guangzhou University. It is a pleasure to meet you. As their hands clasped, they felt a silky warmth, causing Qin Mu's face to redden further. his words stumbling as his mind faltered. Why is your face so flushed? Sun Rui inquired, blinking her large eyes in curiosity. Ah, perhaps it is the heat. Or maybe I feel a bit awkward. How about a kiss to alleviate the awkwardness? Qin Mu scratched the back of his head, flustered. Ah? Sun Rui's mind seemed to have short-circuited. A kiss to alleviate the awkwardness? How amusing. She chuckled. This person is truly delightful, isn't he? Chu Pengcheng interjected from the side. That's enough, holding a girl's hand for too long is rather impolite. Qin Mu promptly released his grip, his face flushed with embarrassment as he said, when time permits. May I invite you to dinner? Sun Rui nodded in agreement, of course. Qin Mu's smile stretched wide, practically reaching his ears, as he eagerly retrieved his phone. And they exchanged contact information. If there's nothing else, we shall take our leave, Professor Sun announced. All right, you all, see Professor Sun off. The rest will accompany me to the Guangzhou Yamen, Qin Mu commanded with a wave of his hand. As they watched Professor Sun and Sun Rui depart, the surrounding entrepreneurs revealed expressions of envy. Why was there no such beautiful granddaughter beside them? Qin Mu turned his head and chuckled, brother. I have discovered the essence of love, I am resolute, she is the one. Our future daughter-in-law of the Qin family will surely be a delight to my parents. Ahem. Chu Pengcheng cleared his throat, offering a dose of reality. You may be set on this, but she hasn't agreed yet. Qin Mu replied earnestly, I do not care. It is the first time in many years that I have felt such a stirring in my heart. By whatever means necessary, I will win her over and make her the matriarch of the Qin family. Chu Pengcheng cast him a sidelong glance, thinking to himself that yet another promising young man had leaped into the fiery pit of love. Chu Pengcheng, remember this, tomorrow at noon. I will be waiting for you at the Martial Soul Pavilion, Jing Chenglong stated before departing. Understood, Chu Pengcheng replied calmly. Once everyone had been taken away, the breaking army camp also departed, and all the antiques were sent to the capital. Upon arriving at the hotel and just lying down, Chu Pengcheng received a video message on his phone. In the video, apart from the still unconscious Qin Shiuqing, a person wearing a Sun Wukong mask also appeared. You have 2 days left. Although you have guessed my identity, you cannot find me. Should you fail in the battle at the Martial Soul Pavilion tomorrow, your wife will become my senior brother's. He has always been quite interested in women from the Great Xia. I wish you good luck. The masked figure waved his hand, and the video concluded. Noticing that Qin Shiuqing was dressed properly, just like in the previous video, he let out a sigh of relief. Senior brother? It seems he is from the East Japan. Over the years, I have slain many from East Japan on the battlefield. Yet I have never encountered anyone from the One Sword School. To slay more from East Japan has always been my aspiration. All must perish. Chapter 73, East Japan One Sword School, Miyamoto Keisuke. Early the next morning, a private jet from East Japan landed at Guangzhou Airport. Jing Chenglong and Jing Xiaoqiu had been waiting for some time. As the door opened, a man in his 30s, sporting a small mustache beneath his nose, dressed in samurai attire and carrying a katana, descended the steps with measured grace. Senior brother. Jing Xiaoqiu gestured. Miyamoto Keisuke approached and nodded, Jing-san. As the hour approaches noon, it seems prudent to take a brief respite. Jing Chenglong has also begun to speak. Uncle Jing, I do not require rest. I have heard tales of the exquisite women of the Great Xia, yet have yet to experience them myself. Furthermore, regarding antiques, my father has specifically instructed me to ensure that we bring back the artifacts that rightfully belong to our Sakura nation. Miyamoto Keisuke candidly articulated his intent. Rest assured. The antiques are prepared, there are over 1,000 pieces, each one invaluable. As for the women, Jing Chenglong cast a glance at his son. Jing Xiaoqiu retrieved his phone, locating a picture of Qin Shiuqing. This woman is Qin Shiuqing, the wife of the dragon god of Great Xia. She is currently in my possession, but for now, she cannot be touched. If you can incapacitate the dragon god, then he will be yours. Miyamoto Keisuke nodded, stating, Indeed. She appears even more beautiful than the women of my Sakura nation. I shall take her back, make her my plaything. And then create an animated film to showcase to the world that the dragon god's woman is merely a toy in the face of my Eastern Sakura nation. The group then boarded their vehicle and arrived at the Jing family's martial soul pavilion. By noon, news of the impending battle between the Jing family and Chu Pengcheng had spread, and virtually everyone in Guangzhou was aware. Early in the morning, a throng had gathered at the entrance of the martial soul pavilion, forcing Jing Changlong's vehicle to enter through the rear. Once seated before the arena, Jing Changlong, still feeling apprehensive, inquired, "Mr. Miyamoto, could you perhaps demonstrate your prowess?" "Certainly." Keisuke Miyamoto glanced around, his gaze settling on a nearby artificial hill. He approached it with measured steps, suddenly drawing a blade. A glint of cold light flashed as the long sword was sheathed once more. The artificial hill appeared unscathed at first, however, after a brief span of approximately 3 seconds, it unexpectedly split in two, crashing to the ground. Jing Changlong could not help but swallow hard. If such a strike were to land upon him, would he even feel the pain before succumbing to death? Moreover, this artificial hill was sculpted from marble, possessing hardness comparable to that of Tai Mountain stone. To sever it with a single stroke? It was utterly absurd. Jing Xiaoqiu elucidated. This is the essence of the one-blade style, all power converges into this singular strike, delivered with astounding speed and force, striking down the enemy before they can react. Even if they do respond, it is futile, they cannot match the swiftness of the one-blade technique. Jing Changlong nodded in understanding. Keisuke Miyamoto added, "In our land of cherry blossoms, there is no one within the master realm who can rival me." Jing Xiaoqiu's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he inquired, "What level has the senior brother attained?" "Mastery of the 9th tier." Keisuke Miyamoto declared with pride. Above the master level lies the transformation realm. Achieving the 9th tier of mastery by the age of 30 signifies an inevitable ascent to the transformation realm. His father, Keisuke K-Dai, is indeed a master of that realm, esteemed by the royal family and even serving as the emperor's tutor. With this revelation, Jing Changlong felt reassured, smiling in response. As time flowed onward, it soon reached 11:30 in the morning, and the entrance to the martial soul pavilion was already teeming with an overwhelming crowd. As Qin Mu arrived in his second-hand Santana, he was immediately surrounded. "Hello, I heard that the Jing family has invited a master of the Eastern one-sword style. Do you believe you stand a chance?" A reporter shouted. Before Chu Pengcheng could respond, Qin Mu interjected, "What nonsense is this one-sword style? In terms of martial arts, we, the people of Daxia, are their ancestors. If I recall correctly, the one-sword style was transmitted from Daxia during the Ming dynasty. It has barely been a few hundred years, and they have already forgotten their roots?" The reporter continued, "This duel seems to be between you and the Jing family, however. Many believe it is a contest between Daxia and the East. If you were to lose, it would be a disgrace for Daxia. Do you feel any pressure?" Chu Pengcheng shook his head and replied, "First and foremost, I will not lose. Secondly, I believe that regardless of the outcome, this matter is solely between me and the Jing family, outsiders should not interfere. I will show mercy to my fellow countrymen. But I will not hold back against the East. Countless martyrs are still watching over us on this land of Daxia." With that, he closed the window. "Excuse me. Do you believe the Jing family has brought in outsiders, or do you think they are not a match for the Easterners?" hence your comments?" The reporter pressed. But Chu Pengcheng ignored him. Some reporters nowadays speak without thinking. The Santana stopped in front of the martial spirit pavilion, and as Chu Pengcheng stepped out, he was instantly surrounded again. I have seen videos of Miyamoto Kusuke online, and in forums, they say that among the younger generation in the land of cherry blossoms, he has no rivals. As a person from Daxia, I advise you, it would be best not to enter. We share a deep-seated enmity with the land of cherry blossoms. They will undoubtedly show you no mercy. You are still youthful, and it may not be wise for you to proceed. Although I hold affection for you, I remain skeptical regarding your abilities, so perhaps it would be best to refrain from going?" A life and death contract signed. And it seems you are left with only the prospect of demise. Despite the multitude of admonitions, Chu Pengcheng remained unmoved. How could he fear the rodents of the cherry blossom nation? Do they even deserve such apprehension? Just as he was about to enter, a young man approached, smiling. and said, I have opened a betting pool, wagering on whether you or the warriors of the Cherry Blossom Nation will emerge victorious. Would you care to place a bet? Intrigued, Chu Pengcheng inquired, what is the highest wager? The Cherry Blossom sighed, the young man replied with a chuckle. Currently, your odds stand at 1 to 10. If I were to bet 100 million on my victory, could you cover that? What kind of question is that? I shall be frank. I have the backing of the Jing family, and I cannot afford such a loss. However, the Jing family would compensate you, should you place a bet of 100 million. They would pay you 1 billion in return. Do you dare? From his pocket, Chu Pengcheng produced a bank card and smiled, saying, there are 200 million within. I shall wager it all. Remember, if I win, you owe me 2 billion. With that, he patted the young man's shoulder and, accompanied by Qin Mu, entered the martial spirit pavilion. The young man quickly tucked the bank card into his pocket, as he was merely following Jing Chenglong's instructions to seize this opportunity to recoup losses. The Jing family was decidedly confident about today's match, holding all the cards. Chapter 74, The One-Sword Style, Drawn Sword / Chu Pengcheng entered the martial arts hall and made his way directly to the competition stage. Standing face to face with Miyamoto Keisuke, the crowd outside had already surged in, held back from the platform by staff using caution tape. Jing Xiaoqiu was nowhere to be found, while Jing Chenglong spoke up, allow me to introduce Miyamoto Keisuke, the elder brother of my son, Xiaoqiu, and the son of the esteemed one-sword style master, Miyamoto Keidai. His mastery of the one-sword style is unparalleled, and among the younger generation in the entirety of the Eastern land, he has no rivals. The other contender, whom you all are familiar with, defeated Master Bai of the Jing family S16 martial arts halls just yesterday, showcasing his superior skills. Today's battle is crucial for the dignity of our Jing family. Should we be defeated, we shall surrender all our assets, yet if victorious, we shall restore our family's honor. Do either of you have any objections? The first to speak was Miyamoto Keisuke. He raised his long sword, licked his lips, and said, I have heard tales of a punishment in your great xia known as Renji, where a person's hands and feet are severed. I am quite intrigued by this form of punishment and intend to conduct an experiment today. My treasured sword, Shashabomura Keikatsu, has not tasted human blood for quite some time. As soon as he finished speaking, a gasp arose from the crowd below the stage, Shashabomura Keikatsu. This is a renowned sword from the land of cherry blossoms, said to have been wielded by the revered Nichiren of the Eastern land, adorned with prayer beads that can dispel malevolence. It is one of the 10 legendary swords of the East, while it ranks only 10th. Its sharpness is such that it can sever a hair with ease. It was over. With formidable weapons in hand, it is evident that Chu Pengcheng is no match for his opponent. Humph. If our great Xiao's Shanyuan sword had not been lost, any mere Suzhuan Hengxi would be deemed worthless. Chu Pengcheng nodded and spoke, since you have shown an interest in the human puppets of great Xia, I can certainly allow you to experience one. Miyamoto Keisuke sneered, for the sake of fairness, I too can provide you with a weapon. Turning to the audience, Chu Pengcheng inquired, does the Martial Soul Pavilion have a kitchen knife? I would like to borrow one. Jing Chenglong nodded, and soon someone retrieved a kitchen knife, tossing it to Chu Pengcheng. What is the meaning of this? Miyamoto Keisuke furrowed his brow. Weapons are meant for killing. Yet a kitchen knife is merely for slaughtering pigs. This knife, having dispatched its fair share of swine, is perfectly suited for your demise. Chu Pengcheng replied coolly. You seek death, you Chinese pig. Miyamoto Keisuke suddenly stepped forward, his right hand resting on the hilt of his blade. Chu Pengcheng let out a cold laugh, remaining silent. A staff member ascended the stage, presenting the life and death contract. Without hesitation, Miyamoto Keisuke inscribed his name upon it, followed by Chu Pengcheng. Mr. Miyamoto, do not kill him immediately, first, incapacitate him. I wish for him to kneel and acknowledge his mistakes, so that the people of Guangzhou may witness that the Jing family remains powerful and untouchable. I intend to reclaim my family's honor with his blood, Jing Chenglong stated gravely. Rest assured, Uncle Jing, I will torment him bit by bit, allowing him to perish in agony, Chu Pengcheng assured. Miyamoto Keisuke licked his lips and grinned. Enough of the chatter, let us commence. With a knife firmly grasped in his right hand, Chu Pengcheng spoke softly, "The duel may commence." Jing Chenglong also joined the conversation. Meanwhile, Jing Xiaoqiu concealed himself in the shadows, his fists clenched and a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. If Chu Pengcheng were to be rendered incapacitated, the Jing family would no longer face any threat. He planned to act first against Qin Shuiqing, subsequently sending her to the east as a mere plaything. The mere thought thrilled him. After all, she was the wife of the dragon god. Miyamoto Kasuk gripped the hilt of his sword, darting forward with swift steps before drawing his blade in a flash of silver light. Chu Pengcheng stood motionless, making no move. Kasuk chuckled, confident that his technique, which harmonized speed and strength, would prove effective. If he drew his sword before the enemy reacted, the inevitable outcome was death. As the sword of Sujibaru Keikatsu neared Chu Pengcheng, the atmosphere suddenly froze. Unbeknownst to all, Chu Pengcheng had raised his left hand and seized Miyamoto Kasuk's wrist. The dragon-slaying hand, an ultimate skill of the Bai family. It seemed to naturally counter the one-sword style. What? This is impossible. Kasuk's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom how Chu Pengcheng could strike first. "You are but a pig, unable to comprehend so much," Chu Pengcheng declared, delivering a powerful kick to Kasuk's chest. The latter was sent flying, crashing heavily against the edge of the dueling platform, coughing twice with a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. "Mr. Miyamoto, are you all right?" Jing Chenglong inquired nervously, a flicker of concern in his heart. Kasuk Miyamoto waved his hand, rising from the ground, wiping away the blood at the corner of his mouth, and shaking his head as he said, "Uncle Jing, do not worry, I was merely careless, and I am fine." Only then did Jing Chenglong breathe a sigh of relief. Kasuk Miyamoto regarded Chu Pengcheng with a newfound seriousness, retracting the blade of his rosary sword. "I admit, I underestimated you just now and did not exert my full strength. However, I am earnest now. You shall face my most ferocious assault." Kasuk Miyamoto gritted his teeth. "Do you know a saying from our great Xia?" Chu Pengcheng inquired. "What saying?" "Villains perish from excessive chatter. Stop your prattling and make your move." Qin Mu interjected from the audience. Chu Pengcheng nodded in agreement with this sentiment. "Baka! You shall all perish," Kasuk Miyamoto declared, once again placing his hand upon the hilt of his sword. One sword style, draw and slash. In the shadows, Jing Xiaoqiu's eyes widened with sudden brilliance. This was the secret of the one-sword style, the ultimate technique that only a master could wield. Once unleashed, it could manifest a speed thrice that of the ordinary and double the power. Moreover, as the long blade swept through the air, a blade aura would emerge, akin to a hidden force, capable of injuring foes from a distance. However, this technique bore a significant drawback. It could inflict 1,000 points of damage upon the enemy while costing oneself 800. A master could only execute it once within a day, after which they would be rendered powerless, reduced to an ordinary person. And it was not to be employed lightly except in dire situations. Jing Chenglong, standing closest, felt the momentum of this strike most acutely. Dimly, it seemed as though a sharp blade aura was approaching, eliciting a faint sting upon his face. Chu Pengcheng stood still, his expression considerably grave. The one-sword style. He had heard of it but had never witnessed it until now. Its power was indeed formidable. Yet it still paled in comparison to the ancient martial arts of the great Xia. Meanwhile, Qin Mu straightened his posture, his gaze tense, his right hand instinctively clenching into a fist. The blade was drawn in a mere second, the onlookers scarcely caught a glimpse of the silvery glimmer. Chapter 75, The excessive demands of the Jing family. Chu Pengcheng made his move, flipping his right hand as he raised the kitchen knife. With a resounding clang, Kasuk Miyamoto's treasured weapon, the Sujibaru Keitsu, was sent flying, embedding itself into the wall. Below the arena, many spectators covered their ears, their faces contorted in pain. Upon inspecting the kitchen knife in Chu Pengcheng's grasp, one could see a significant notch had formed. "This is impossible. It cannot be. How could a single strike from the one-sword style, combined with the sharpness of the Sujibaru Keitsu, be thwarted by a mere kitchen knife? Surely, this knife must be an artifact of the great Xia, am I right?" Kasuk Miyamoto staggered back 2 steps. His father was right. The Great Xia is indeed a mysterious nation, where even a seemingly ordinary kitchen knife is a formidable artifact. It can withstand the Sujibaru Kaitsu, one of the 10 legendary weapons of our Eastern Isles. There must be many similar artifacts in the Great Xia. If I could bring one back to Sakura country, I would undoubtedly be hailed as a hero. Chu Pengcheng turned to Jing Chenglong beside him and inquired. Is this kitchen knife you provided me an artifact of the Great Xia? Jing Chenglong replied candidly, it is merely an ordinary kitchen knife. You heard him. It is simply an ordinary kitchen knife. Chu Pengcheng declared, you, the cherry blossoms of the eastern land, dare to provoke my Great Xia from your minuscule territory? Any who challenge my Great Xia within our borders shall inevitably pay a price, and your price shall be your limbs. As his words fell, all present witnessed but the swift movement of his arm, followed by 4 glimmers of cold light, and then a piercing scream echoed through the air. Miyamoto Keisuke found both his arms and legs severed, blood gushing forth upon the martial platform. Cheers erupted from the crowd, clapping resonating throughout the gathering. Jing Chenglong's countenance shifted, soon replaced by a smile. The son of the renowned master of the one-sword style, Miyamoto K-Dai, had perished at the hands of Chu Pengcheng, and there was no doubt that Miyamoto K-Dai would seek retribution. He was a formidable figure of the transformation realm, far beyond what Chu Pengcheng could contend with. Kill me. Chu Pengcheng, from this moment forth, a vendetta is established between us. Upon my return to the land of cherry blossoms, I shall persuade the emperor to wage war against your Great Xia, and the instigator of this conflict shall be you. Bloodshot eyes filled with fury, Miyamoto K succeeded. Then I shall await your declaration of war from the land of cherry blossoms. Should you dare to act, I shall not hesitate to tread upon your sacred soil and bring utter ruin to your cherry blossoms, Chu Pengcheng replied nonchalantly. Suddenly, Miyamoto Keisuke erupted into laughter, his eyes wide with disbelief. Do you presume that the one-sword style's connections are limited to the imperial court? You are gravely mistaken. Our influence extends across the globe, and we have forged alliances with various nations. With but a modicum of time and incentives, they will mobilize against your Great Xia. I acknowledge your prowess. Yet I question whether you can withstand assaults from multiple fronts simultaneously. When the time comes, I shall compel your Great Xia to surrender you. And I will ensure that your fate is even more tragic than mine. Chu Pengcheng gazed down at him and slowly remarked. I have always adhered to a principle: if one merely cuts the grass without uprooting it, it shall regrow with the wind. Since you wish to take my life, you too have forfeited your right to survive. Kill me? Come then. My father is the master of the one-sword style, Miyamoto Keida, he will certainly avenge me. Before Miyamoto Keisuke could finish his statement, Chu Pengcheng's kitchen knife swiftly traversed across his neck, a crimson line appearing as blood poured forth, extinguishing his breath. Impressive. Slaying a man from the east and showcasing the might of our Great Xia, he shall be hailed as a hero, a being akin to the dragon god. Previously, I had but one idol, the dragon god. Now, I have gained another, he, Chu Pengcheng. I once harbored doubts regarding his strength. Yet now I am utterly convinced of his formidable prowess. Perhaps the so-called one-sword style is simply inferior, indeed. What is the one-sword style when faced with the might of our Great Xia? Do not rejoice too soon. Let us not forget that Miyamoto Keisuke is the elder brother of the one-sword style and the beloved son of the sex master, Miyamoto Keida. His demise within our Great Xia will not go unavenged. And so what? Our Great Xia is a land teeming with exceptional talent, shall we fear him? Preposterous. Listening to the discourse of those below, Chu Pengcheng slowly turned to face Jing Chenglong and said, You have lost. According to our agreement, shall you not release my wife? Jing Chenglong spoke softly, What do you mean by that? How could I possibly know where your wife is? Yesterday, I merely agreed to your terms. I conceded defeat and offered all the assets of the Jing family, and in addition, I promised to assist you in locating your wife. However, I cannot guarantee success. Chu Pengcheng crouched down, narrowing his eyes as he inquired, So, are you saying, Master Jing, that you will not keep your word? Jing Chenglong shrugged and replied, I have stated that I will arrange for someone to search. As for whether they will succeed, that is beyond my control. It is possible that she may never be found, or that when she is discovered, it may only be her lifeless body. Nonetheless, I do have a method that might lead us to your wife, though I fear you may not be willing to accept it. What method? Chu Pengcheng asked. Jing Chenglong stepped closer, leaning in to whisper, from this moment forth, you, the illustrious dragon god of the great Xia, will become a puppet of the Jing family, obeying all our commands. Are you capable of doing that? Slap. Chu Pengcheng struck him across the face. Jing Chenglong covered his cheek and chuckled, you cannot do it, therefore. I cannot find your wife. If memory serves, counting today, you have 2 days left. I hope you can locate your wife within that time. I wish you good fortune. With that, he began to walk away slowly, supported by the staff. Do you think that by not handing her over, you have left me powerless? Chu Pengcheng rose and shouted. Jing Chenglong halted, turning back with curiosity, oh? What other methods do you possess? I can confidently assert that the Jing family reigns supreme in Guangzhou. If my family cannot locate someone, rest assured that no one else can either, not you. Nor even the most esteemed individuals would succeed. If you harbor doubts, feel free to test this assertion, and allow me to witness your capabilities. Upon hearing this, Qin Mu advanced and delivered a swift kick, exclaiming, Old Dang, do not overstep your bounds, if provoked, I can turn Guangzhou upside down. Jing Chenglong, clutching his abdomen, coughed lightly and nodded, I believe you possess such audacity, yet I doubt your ability to find this person within 2 days. If you wish for your wife to return, you must acquiesce to my terms, everything else is non-negotiable. With that, he departed from the martial spirit pavilion. Chapter 76. No one retains their dignity. A person who had previously set the betting odds approached, handing over a bank card, stating, this card contains 20 billion, all yours. Following Jing Chenglong's directives, he had initiated the betting, with the majority placing their wagers on Gongben Kongjia, expecting substantial profits. However, it has turned out that all earnings were lost to Chu Pengcheng. Chu Pengcheng accepted the bank card and glanced at Qin Mu. Just as Qin Mu concluded a phone call, he smiled, all assets belonging to the Jing family have been entirely frozen, including 16 martial arts schools, hundreds of billions in capital, an underground auction house, 2 shopping centers, 10 luxurious villas, 60 commercial residential units, 3 real estate projects, 10 ongoing contracts, and a plot of land spanning 10,000 square meters. Additionally, there are offshore assets that I am currently investigating. In short, we are now the wealthiest in Guangzhou. This sum of money, even if placed in the hands of the Qin family, would undoubtedly cause significant upheaval. The assets of the Jing family, under our control, could lead to their complete disappearance amidst the unwavering economic climate of Guangzhou. However, there is another matter that requires my attention. Seal off the Martial Soul Pavilion and find me someone. Chu Pengcheng declared sharply. He had arranged a duel with Miyamoto Keisuk, and given the magnitude of the situation, he could hardly believe that Jing Xiaoqiu would remain oblivious. Moreover, Miyamoto Keisuk was his elder brother. If Jing Xiaoqiu were to arrive today, escape would be impossible. Suddenly, the front door swung open, and a squad of soldiers rushed in, commencing a thorough search. Within a mere 10 minutes, they escorted a person forward. Jing Xiaoqiu. Chu Pengcheng's gaze settled upon him, causing Jing Xiaoqiu to involuntarily shudder. Is there some misunderstanding? Why are you apprehending me? Jing Xiaoqiu feigned innocence. Chu Pengcheng beckoned with a finger, and Qin Mu promptly handed him a pistol. I will grant you one opportunity, reveal the whereabouts of Xuanning, and I shall ensure your body remains intact. Chu Pengcheng stated coolly. I cannot comprehend what you are insinuating. How could my wife possibly be in your possession? My father has also mentioned that he would assist in the search, Jing Xiaoqiu replied, raising his hands in surrender. Bang! Chu Pengcheng fired a shot into his right leg. Cold sweat instantly beaded on Jing Xiaoqiu's forehead. An intact body was no longer a possibility, yet I can alleviate some of your suffering. Will you speak? Chu Pengcheng continued, his tone now measured and unhurried. Chu Pengcheng, I hope you realize the gravity of your actions. I am the heir of the Jing family, Guangzhou remains under their dominion. Your actions will undoubtedly lead to complications for you. Jing Xiaoqiu thundered, I fear nothing more than trouble, For I possess the ability to resolve every predicament, including those related to your Jing family. Do you not agree? Chu Pengcheng inquired. I have already stated that I am unaware of what you are referring to. I do not know the whereabouts of your wife. Jing Xiaoqiu remained obstinate. With a resounding bang, Chu Pengcheng fired another shot, striking his left leg, causing Jing Xiaoqiu to collapse onto the ground. Chu Pengcheng advanced, pressing the barrel of his gun against Jing's forehead, his voice cold and menacing. My patience is finite. Should you choose to remain silent, the next bullet shall claim your life. Jing Xiaoqiu's body trembled slightly as he stammered, I am not privy to your inquiries. You are the dragon god of the Great Xia, and it is your duty to ensure my safety. Your actions will incite panic among the citizens of Great Xia, and I shall bring charges against you. Is it apparent that you still refuse to divulge anything? Chu Pengcheng's finger rested ominously on the trigger. Stop. A frail voice rang out. Xing Chenglong appeared at the doorway, his eyes reddened, hastening into the room. Chu Pengcheng turned his gaze towards him. What evidence do you possess to implicate Xiaoqiu? Provided you present proof, you may deal with him as you see fit. However, in the absence of evidence, you shall not lay a finger on my son. While our Jing family may not rival your dragon god, we are not a family to be trifled with. We too have our protectors. Xing Chenglong's complexion flushed with anger. He had been waiting outside for Jing Xiaoqiu to emerge. After 10 minutes of waiting without sight of him, and upon noticing personnel from the Southeast War Zone entering the Martial Spirit Pavilion, he sensed something amiss. He rushed in, only to witness the injured state of Jing Xiaoqiu. I require no justification. If I believe he is responsible, then he is indeed responsible. And did you not say that once we locate him, I may handle the matter as I see fit? Are you now having second thoughts? Chu Pengcheng inquired softly. Could I possibly make a phone call? Xing Chenglong asked. Chu Pengcheng remained silent. Xing Chenglong produced his mobile device and dialed a number. My son is in Chu Pengcheng's hands, and his legs have been severely injured. He might show you some leniency. Could you please speak on my behalf? He then nodded and handed the phone to Chu Pengcheng. Hello? Chu Pengcheng answered the call. Lord Longshan, this is Old Yen. I am aware of the situation. It is not entirely his fault. You initiated contact with the Jing family, and young Xiaoqiu, unable to contain his anger, took your wife. The boy is young, please do not hold it against him. I ask you for a favor, release her. And I shall ensure they free your wife as well. What do you say? The voice of Old Yen resonated through the receiver. As a member of the upper echelon of the Great Xia, he trusted that Chu Pengcheng would grant him this favor. Though they did not belong to the same faction, he possessed the authority to impeach. Should Chu Pengcheng acquiesce, he would refrain from pursuing the matter further. It is worth noting that Chu Pengcheng had previously dispatched personnel to Tianshan City and had Qin Mu mobilize the southeastern war zone to search in Guangzhou, which had significant repercussions. If he sought to impeach, it would not be a simple task. A mutual concession was essential. This was a transaction of interests. Elder Yen. I am the dragon god of the Great Xia, but before I assumed this divine title, I was first and foremost a husband. While I fought valiantly at the borders, the Jing family abducted my wife. If I choose to overlook this atrocity, does it not imply that any individual could similarly seize my beloved? How then could I possibly muster the resolve to defend our frontiers? If I am unable to protect my own wife, what right do my subordinates have to follow me? What merit do I possess to be their dragon god? Chu Pengcheng declared resolutely, thus, do not speak of your face, even if the highest authority were to arrive. I would not yield. If you wish to impeach me, so be it. If I were to cower, I would no longer be Chu Pengcheng. With that, he abruptly ended the call. Impeachment? Should anyone dare obstruct his quest to find his wife and seek vengeance, he would not hesitate to resign on the spot. While he is the dragon god in defense of the Great Xia, in the pursuit of his wife, he becomes a warrior. Not merely Elder Yen, but even the upper echelons of the Great Xia, including the highest authority, would not deter him. What has he gained for safeguarding the Great Xia? His wife was kidnapped? Advising him to let it go? To hell with that. He hurled his phone to the ground, crushing it beneath his foot. Then, The muzzle of the desert eagle was once again pressed against Jing Xiaoqiu's forehead. Tell me, where is Xuening? Chapter 77. The answer approaches. Jing Xiaoqiu's lips trembled before he slowly uttered, in the basement of the Martial Soul Pavilion. Qin Mu immediately responded. I will lead my men to search. Several soldiers accompanied him as they proceeded together. Jing Chenglong inquired, Chupancheng. My son has already informed you that all of the Jing family's assets have been entrusted to you. Shouldn't you release my son now? Chupancheng remained unmoved. After a brief moment, Qin Mu returned, carrying Chen Xuening on his back, and gently set her down on the ground. Chen Xuening's complexion was flushed, and she intermittently emitted soft sounds. Chupancheng's finger, poised on the trigger, involuntarily trembled. My sister-in-law's face is extremely warm, as if she has consumed some form of drug. She was quite restless while I carried her back. Qin Mu knelt down, attempting to conceal his own awkwardness. As a man of youthful vigor, he felt even more flustered, particularly given that his sister-in-law was an exquisite beauty. He recalled tales from animated features about the relationships between brothers-in-law and their sisters-in-law. How absurd. What thoughts am I entertaining? Am I succumbing to a moment of folly? Shaking his head, Qin Mu dismissed the impure notions. Chupancheng cast his gaze downward towards Jing Xiaoqiu, who sat on the ground. Without needing to be prompted, Jing Xiaoqiu hurriedly declared, it was my master brother, no, that scoundrel Miyamoto Keisuke, who has taken a fancy to your wife and desires to duel you for her possession. He forced me to administer an aphrodisiac to her. And if she does not engage within an hour, the potency of the drug will burn her alive. Half an hour has already elapsed. The scoundrel. Chupancheng's eyes widened, his right hand gripping the gun handle with fierce intensity. Had he discovered Chen Xuening even half an hour later, the consequences? He could not bear to contemplate further. It is of no concern to me, it was all orchestrated by Miyamoto Kosuke. I admit, I did seize your wife. But do not blame me, it was you who provoked the Jing family. The Chen family is one of ours, and when you harmed them, it was only natural for me to retaliate. Jing Xiaoqiu continued to plead, stating, as the dragon god of the great Xia, you ought to act impartially. The teachings of Buddhism also affirm that every cause has its corresponding effect. This is a matter of karmic consequence. Now that your wife has been located and our Jing family has paid a price, should you not release me? If you were to kill me, it would tarnish the reputation of the dragon god, would it not? Jing Chenglong added, while you may disregard the face of the Jing family, you ought to show some respect to Elder Yin. If you release my son, I would consider transferring all of our Jing family's assets abroad to you. He gritted his teeth and implored, alternatively, I could kneel before you, begging for the release of my son. He is my only child, nothing must happen to him. I beseech you. With that, Jing Chenglong slowly knelt upon the ground. Although he was the head of the Jing family, his son was his everything. He had sacrificed so much for Jing Xiaoqiu, from the expenses of his upbringing to sending him to the land of cherry blossoms to study the art of the sword. In essence, Jing Xiaoqiu was his entire world. Chu Pengcheng inquired calmly, I have a question for you. 11 years ago, did you orchestrate the assassination of my parents through the Chen family, under the directive of the Jing family? 11 years ago, Jing Chenglong muttered, his pupils suddenly constricting as he lifted his gaze to Chu Pengcheng, asking, are you the child of that couple? He shook his head again, murmuring, no, no. The Chen family clearly informed me that the couple had perished, leaving no children alive. Suddenly, he realized that the Chen family had concealed the truth. Having lived in Tiannan City with my parents since childhood, I had never set foot in Guangzhou, and I shared no grievances with your Jing family. Thus, I am profoundly curious as to why your Jing family would orchestrate the murder of my parents, Chu Pengcheng inquired coldly. Jing Chenglong let out a bitter laugh and replied, your parents' demise is indeed connected to me, yet I cannot divulge the reasons. I can only say that it was not my intention to kill, rather, someone compelled me to do so. As for the identity of that individual, I am unable and dare not disclose it. Although my Jing family appears to thrive in Guangzhou and even throughout the Daxia, resembling local sovereigns, we are nothing in the presence of such powerful forces. Initially, that person warned me against revealing any information, otherwise, my Jing family would vanish from this world. Moreover, I can inform you that your parents were not ordinary people, they harbored a significant secret within them. What that secret entails remains unclear to me. I have merely speculated based on scant clues. I have shared all I can. I beg you, spare my son. Zhu Pengcheng shook his head and replied, your response fails to satisfy me. If you reveal the underlying forces at play, I may consider preserving your Jing family's lineage. He sensed that the answer was tantalizingly close, merely a thin veil away. If Xing Changlong were to utter the name of that power, vengeance would finally be within his grasp. 11 years. Apart from missing Chen Xuanning, his deepest longing was for his parents. He recalled his mother's final words, promising to prepare a delightful meal upon his return that evening. However, she never returned. A surge of sorrow and anger welled up within him. He was determined to uncover the forces behind the scenes. If you insist on questioning me, then you might as well kill Xiao Qiu. I shall not divulge any information regarding that force. It is impossible to extract answers from my lips. You may resort to unconventional methods or employ a grand memory restoration technique, or even resort to biting your tongue. Xing Changlong closed his eyes. Father. Xing Xiaoqiu's eyes glistened with tears. This concerns your son's very life. Perhaps you should reconsider revealing what you know? Xing Changlong's eyelids fluttered briefly before he opened his eyes and said, do not pressure me. I implore you, release my son. From this moment onward, we shall depart from Guangzhou, leave the great Xia, and vanish from your sight forever. Zhu Pengcheng shook his head, his demeanor grave. Your son must die today. Be it for the sake of old Yan's face or your pleas, it matters not, nothing will deter me. This is the price he must pay for abducting my wife. Bang! A gunshot echoed, and a wound appeared on Jing Xiaoqiu's forehead, blood trickling from the injury. Jing Xiaoqiu's eyes widened, mouth agape as if to speak. Yet before any sound could emerge, Zhu Pengcheng had already fired. Thud. Xing Xiaoqiu's lifeless body crumpled to the ground, facing Xing Changlong. The light in his eyes swiftly extinguished until they became ashen gray. His eyes remained open in death. No. Xing Changlong extended his hands, letting out a heart-wrenching cry as his body swayed and collapsed to the ground. In that fleeting moment, tears and mucus streamed down his face as he stared blankly ahead at the lifeless body of Xing Xiaoqiu. Chapter 78, It's over. It's surely ruined, a white-haired man bidding farewell to a black-haired one. Memories of over 20 years spent with his son flooded his mind. Father. When I grow up and become the head of the Jing family, I will ensure that our clan becomes the foremost family in the Great Xia. When I mature, I shall provide for you in your old age, taking you to explore the verdant landscapes of Great Xia, and seek a daughter-in-law to bear you a grandson. Father. Tell me, if one day I were to depart this world before you, would you miss me? My mother passed away during childbirth, and every time I gaze at her photographs, I long for her presence. Father. I wish to travel to the land of cherry blossoms to master the art of the sword. With absolute martial prowess, our Jing family can ascend to greatness. I possess the talent for martial arts, grant me a few years, and I shall surely achieve it. For the advancement of our family and your happiness, I would even be willing to betray my country. To become a significant figure, one must resort to any means necessary. This is a lesson you imparted to me in my youth. As Xing Changlong wept, an unexpected smile broke through his sorrow. He pushed himself off the ground, slowly rising to his feet and approaching Xing Xiaoqiu's body. Gently lifting it, he whispered, Son, I will take you home. When you reunite with your mother below, do not forget to send my regards. After all these years, I too have missed her dearly. Once I have concluded my affairs, I shall come find both of you. At this moment, he was no longer the head of the Jing family, nor the sovereign of Guangzhou. He was merely an ordinary father. Zhu Pengcheng gazed at him calmly as he stepped out of the spirit hall, one deliberate step at a time. The anguish of losing a loved one was a pain he had also endured. Thus, he understood, though he could not empathize, for their positions diverged vastly. The Jing family was no more. Devoid of financial support, it had ceased to exist as the Jing family. Perhaps out of compassion, Zhu Pengcheng chose not to eliminate Xing Changlong but instead allowed him to depart. Brother, our men have uncovered a considerable number of antiques within the Jing residence. Among them, there are 30 pieces of bronze artifacts from before the Warring States period, and over 100 exquisite items from the Tang and Song dynasties. There are 3 pieces of Yuan blue and white porcelain, and countless antiques from the Ming and Qing dynasties, Qin Mu remarked, his lips pursed. The mere presence of Yuan blue and white porcelain, such as the Dotsai chicken cup and Xuanda furnace, would already amount to billions, not to mention the invaluable bronze artifacts. I suspect the Jing family intended to consign these treasures to the East Japan One Sword School. Fortunately, we discovered this in advance. Should they have been dispatched beyond the Great Xia, it would have resulted in an irreparable loss for us. Given the shameless nature of those from the East Japan, they would surely claim these treasures as their own. Qin Mu scoffed dismissively. Gather all the antiques, they may prove useful in the future, Zhu Pengcheng murmured softly. Qin Mu nodded in agreement. Just as the words left his lips, Zhu Pengcheng felt a hand reach from behind his neck to the front, accompanied by soft, breathy whispers near his ear. Turning around, he found Qin Shuiqing had nestled herself against his back, her hands exploring him with a curious touch. Quickly find the nearest hotel, commanded Zhu Pengcheng. Qin Mu chuckled and replied, understood. He then led the group out of the Seoul Hall, placing Qin Shuiqing into the vehicle as they hurried towards the closest hotel. Upon their arrival, Zhu Pengcheng gently laid Qin Shuiqing on the bed. Waving his hand as he instructed, you all step outside. No matter what happens, do not knock on the door, even if the sky falls. Qin Mu, with an understanding expression, assured, brother, rest easy. I will personally guard the door. No one shall disturb you. No one can disturb you. With an exasperated swat to the back of his head, Zhu Pengcheng admonished, get out. Do not see what you shouldn't, and do not hear what you shouldn't. Indeed. Do not see what you shouldn't, and do not hear what you shouldn't. Qin Mu feigned seriousness in a salute before grinning and rushing out, closing the door behind him. At that moment, Qin Shuiqing's arms reached out, encircling Zhu Pengcheng's neck as her face drew closer. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Pengcheng thought to himself. This is all your initiative, if you can't get out of bed later, it is not my concern. He then leaned fully onto Qin Shuiqing. As night fell, Qin Shuiqing awoke to find herself completely unclothed. Startled, she sat up abruptly and screamed, help. Zhu Pengcheng quickly covered her mouth and urged softly, keep your voice down. You've been shouting for 3 hours, how do you still have such a strong voice? Upon seeing him, Jin Xuanning's face flushed crimson as she inquired. I recall being taken away, how did I end up here? Zhu Pengcheng hastily concocted a flimsy excuse to brush it off. Humph. You claimed you would never leave me, yet you vanished at dawn. This is all your fault. Qin Xuanning pouted, turning her body, only to feel a sharp pain emanating from below. She lifted the covers and glanced down. Oh no. This is surely a disaster. It hurts terribly. From behind, Zhu Pengcheng wrapped his arms around her and gently said, tomorrow morning, I must make a trip to Kyoto and will likely return in the afternoon. You should head home first, your parents are quite worried. Having clashed with the top brass not once but twice, and showing no deference to Elder Yin, he knew that those high-ranking officials from the Great Xia would undoubtedly seek to reprimand him. The pressure on the top brass was certainly mounting, and he felt compelled to provide an explanation. Recalling the disdainful expressions of those old-timers, Zhu Pengcheng's mood soured. A group of antiquated individuals, neglecting their duties, incessantly convening and voting, seemingly with nothing better to do than plot and scheme against others. Upon returning, he resolved to put them in their place. I'm feeling a bit hungry, shall we go out for a meal? Chen Xuanning rubbed her stomach. Oh? Are you hungry up top or down below? I can certainly cater to your needs, Zhu Pengcheng chuckled. You rascal, of course, it's my stomach that's growling. Stop your wandering hands and get up quickly. Qin Xuanning hurriedly climbed out of bed and donned her clothes. As they reached the door and opened it, a figure stumbled back, nearly colliding with Zhu Pengcheng. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Qin Mu. You, lurking by the door all this time? Zhu Pengcheng widened his eyes. Ahaha. Qin Mu scratched the back of his head, chuckling, and said, I just arrived and wanted to ask if you're hungry. I know of a restaurant where the char siu and chung fun are simply delectable. I plan to treat you both to a taste. Upon hearing this, Zhu Pengcheng immediately understood. Clearly, he had overheard their conversation in the room. Chen Xuanning blinked her large eyes, still unaware of what had transpired. This is a one-time exception. You, young man, first go and book our plane tickets to Kyoto for tomorrow morning. Chu Pengcheng turned him around and gave him a kick on the backside. Chapter 79, Journey to Kyoto, meeting number 1 early the next morning. Chu Pengcheng stood at Guangzhou Airport, awaiting the private flight to Kyoto. Brother, upon your return to Kyoto, if number 1 sees you, won't he give you a severe scolding? I heard from Dad that the upper echelons of the Great Xia, led by Elder Yen, visited number 1's office yesterday and clearly stated their intention to impeach you. Qin Mu continued, my father asked me to inquire if you need our family's assistance. The Qin family has long been displeased with that bunch of old geezers. Chu Pengcheng shook his head, replying, there's no need for your Qin family's help. But you. It's been years since you last went home. This time, your father won't give you a hard time? Qin Mu's expression turned somber. Several years ago, he had forsaken his role as the heir of the Qin family to enlist secretly, and upon discovering this, his father had been so furious that he was hospitalized for several days, which had left Qin Mu too apprehensive to return home since then. I shall assist you in dealing with those troublesome individuals, while you, in turn, manage my father. I am aware of the cordial relationship you share with him. And your words carry weight. If I were to return home alone, I would undoubtedly face dire consequences. A glimmer of inspiration flickered in Qin Mu's eyes as he pondered the situation. Chu Pengcheng smiled faintly and suggested, I have a plan. Take Sun Ruwei back with you and present her as your girlfriend. Your father will surely be pleased and refrain from reprimanding you. Qin Mu's eyes sparkled momentarily, only to be followed by a shake of his head. He had only met Sun Ruwei once, and their relationship had yet to blossom. Though he wished to bring her along, he doubted she would consent. At that moment, Chu Pengcheng's phone rang, displaying the number 1. Hello. Why are you just saying hello? You need to return to Kyoto immediately, without delay. If you fail to show up, I will send my secretary to fetch you. Do you understand? Because of your actions in Guangzhou, not only have the elders led by Yen sought you out, but the Bai family is also involved. You must come back today and provide us with an explanation. I'm currently at Guangzhou Airport and expect to arrive by noon, Chu Pengcheng replied calmly. Very well. I shall arrange for my secretary to meet you at the Kyoto airport. Once you disembark, come directly to me, and witness how I handle this situation. With that, the call was abruptly terminated. A wry smile crossed Chu Pengcheng's face. Despite having known one for a decade, it was the first time he had heard him speak with such a commanding tone. It seemed he was genuinely incensed. Yet, what does anger matter? I am in the right. Those troublesome individuals dare to create discord, but I shall not indulge them. Have you prepared everything for transport to Kyoto? Chu Pengcheng turned his head and inquired. Qin Mu nodded and replied, rest assured, we are already en route. I have specifically arranged for personnel from the government and the Southeast War Zone to escort the delivery. It is estimated that we shall arrive in the capital by noon today. Chu Pengcheng nodded, feeling considerably reassured. A special aircraft landed at Guangzhou Airport, prompting the airport authorities to issue an urgent notification. All flights would be delayed until the special aircraft had taken off, after which regular departures would resume in sequence. Who could this be? Such a grand reception, perhaps an overseas dignitary? He mused. Bah. I heard from the airport staff that this aircraft is here to pick up a high-ranking official from the Great Xia. I suspect it might very well be the Dragon God or General Qin, especially since the Southeast War Zone is currently stationed in Guangzhou. Both the Dragon God and General Qin are my idols. If this is indeed their special aircraft, I wouldn't mind a delay, even if it meant the cancellation of my flight. Chu Pengcheng boarded the special aircraft, heading towards the capital. At 12:30 in the afternoon, Chu Pengcheng and Qin Mu disembarked at Kyoto Airport. As they arrived at the exit, a middle-aged man approached them. The Dragon God. I was sent by number 1 to pick you up. Please, follow me, the man said softly. Chu Pengcheng recognized him as Zhang Haoran, the secretary of number 1. He nodded and, along with Qin Mu, entered the red flag sedan. The white plate red flag car departed from the airport, heading towards the direction of the East China Sea. In the vehicle, Zhang Haoren, driving at the front, cheerfully remarked, "You too should be cautious when encountering number one. Over the past few days, number one has been in a foul mood. Yan Lao and the Bai family have approached him 3 times a day, insisting that you relinquish your position as Dragon God. Your mistake is too grave, leaving number one with no choice." Chu Pengcheng furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, "Since when did the Bai family wield such influence? Even number one must give them face?" Zhang Haoren replied with a wry smile. "Initially, the Bai family was relatively unassuming, maintaining decent relations with certain high-ranking officials in the Great Xia. However, after you killed the Bai family's sole heir, they became desperate and threatened number one. They declared that if you were not dealt with, they would unleash all their resources against the Great Xia. You know that these hidden aristocratic families have connections worldwide, and many matters in Great Xia require dealings with such families. The Bai family has its roots in martial arts, and should they join the dark underworld, it would pose a threat to everyone. Number one hopes that you can handle this matter prudently." Chu Pengcheng nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. Qin Mu scoffed. "These old bastards, just wait and see how I deal with them. I haven't returned to Kyoto for years, and they dare to oppose me?" As the car approached Zhongmohai, Chu Pengcheng disembarked, donned the Dragon God battle attire, and, accompanied by Qin Mu, proceeded to number one's office. Upon reaching the door, Chu Pengcheng knocked. "Come in." A voice, authoritative yet heavy, resonated from within. Chu Pengcheng pushed the door open, forcefully shoving Qin Mu ahead. "Hey! You old rascal. Where's your sense of martial ethics?" Qin Mu turned around and found no trace of Chu Pengcheng, finally realizing that he had been deceived. Number one lifted his head, closed the folder, and snorted coldly, "You brat, who are you calling old dang?" Qin Mu forced a sheepish smile, quickly clarifying, "Of course I am not referring to you, esteemed sir. I was speaking of a certain shameless fellow outside who, too cowardly to enter, pushed me in instead. Since you have chosen to act ungraciously, do not blame me for withholding my respect." Number one's gaze shifted towards the entrance, reprimanding, "Are you waiting for me to step out and invite you in?" Chu Pengcheng chuckled awkwardly, appearing at the doorway. The sight of this troublemaker filled number one with ire. He seized a pen holder from the corner of the desk and hurled it toward him, cursing, "You little rascal." Chu Pengcheng swiftly caught the pen holder, hurried to the desk, and placed it down, chuckling, "This is public property, your actions are tantamount to vandalism, which is also a mistake. You." Number one found himself both amused and enraged by the retort. He huffed and sank into his office chair. Chu Pengcheng stepped back a couple of paces, maintaining a safe distance to guard against any sudden attacks, then adopted a meditative posture, eyes on his nose and nose on his heart. In that spacious office, silence enveloped the atmosphere like still water. Chapter 81, Number one was right, there was a lack of upbringing, a complete absence of manners. A creature born but not nurtured. In that moment, countless profanities flooded into Old Yan's mind. Qin Mu glared fiercely at his counterpart, seething with anger. "Damn it. Knowing full well that the Southeast War Zone belongs to me, yet still demanding it be handed over. Is this not a direct affront? Having reached a considerable age, why venture out instead of returning home to enjoy one's twilight years?" Chu Pengcheng tugged at Qin Mu's sleeve, signaling him to take a seat, and whispered, "Why are you angry with him? What is he, after all?" Qin Mu nodded in agreement and settled back down. "Chu Pengcheng, do you still possess any beliefs? Are you aware that many of your actions have caused adverse effects? How can you remain unrepentant?" Elder Yan stated solemnly. "Are you suggesting that the interests of the Great Xia must supersede familial ties?" Chu Pengcheng inquired. "Of course, a nation comes before a family. The Great Xia is paramount. Should it require my sacrifice or that of my kin, I firmly believe we would willingly lay down our lives for the Great Xia. Is that answer to your satisfaction?" Elder Yan replied with a cold smile. Chu Pengcheng nodded and turned to issue orders, arrange for the apprehension of Elder Yan's family members and send them to the frontier. "We suffered considerable losses in our last encounter with the Dark Paradise, and now is the time to replenish our ranks. Let Elder Yan's entire family be dispatched as bait. Cannon fodder in the next battle against the Dark Paradise, thereby drawing enemy fire and contributing to the Great Xia. Qin Mu was taken aback, asking, "Is that really acceptable? What could possibly be wrong with it?" "Hurry, do not let Elder Yan's loyalty be questioned. If we are short on numbers, I am certain Elder Yan would also volunteer." "Wouldn't you, Elder Yan?" Chu Pengcheng's gaze fell upon Elder Yan. Elder Yan's face flushed, and he turned away, falling silent. As the first one opened his eyes, a fleeting smile graced his lips before he adopted a serious demeanor, rapping his knuckles on the table. "All right, allow me to say a few words." He first turned his gaze towards Chu Pengcheng and remarked, "You, my boy, have indeed stirred up considerable trouble lately. While you possess certain privileges, they must not be wielded recklessly. Bringing individuals into the city without due caution can incite panic. In this regard, Elder Yan's admonition is justified. After careful consideration, given that this is your first offense and acknowledging our own shortcomings, we shall issue you a verbal warning, but let it be understood that this is a one-time reprieve." Elder Yan blinked in surprise. "A verbal warning? What difference does that make? It hardly seems like a warning at all. I say, number one, your favoritism is rather conspicuous. Don't you think? Have you considered the sentiments of us elders? I disagree. I believe he should relinquish a portion of his authority. Among the 5 major war zones of our Great Xia, 4 are under the control of the Dragon God, which leaves us at a disadvantage. At the very least, 1 war zone should be ceded, as it has always been our policy." A voice from below chimed in, "I concede that the Dragon God is undoubtedly capable. Yet we must also nurture ordinary individuals. Relying solely on one person's prowess will not suffice, only then can our Great Xia thrive. Thus, I too believe the Dragon God should surrender 1 war zone." Elder Yan added, "The punishment for the Dragon God is still too lenient. It would be more prudent to dismiss him from his position for the time being. After all, it appears that the Dark Paradise has no immediate plans for an offensive. This period should serve as a time for him to reflect deeply at home, enabling him to learn from his mistakes." Chu Pengcheng stifled a yawn and fell silent, quietly observing the performances of several individuals. The first speaker also refrained from uttering a word. Once again, the conference room succumbed to an oppressive silence. The 2 individuals who had previously spoken bowed their heads in contemplation. After a moment, the first speaker finally broke the stillness, saying, "I can understand your perspectives, however. It is not yet time for him to relinquish power. We shall discuss this matter at a later date. I find myself somewhat fatigued and intend to retire for a while. Let this matter rest. I declare that it should not be broached again in the future." With that, he slowly rose to his feet, aided by Zhang Haoran. "I disagree." Elder Yan's voice rose by a few decibels. "If we do not impose consequences for Chu Pengcheng's erroneous actions in Tiannan City and Guangzhou, compliance will be difficult. It is true that Chu Pengcheng possesses certain privileges, yet his actions have utterly disregarded the laws of the Great Xia. This realm does not belong to him. He cannot dictate its fate. If we merely seek a hasty resolution, I propose a vote." The first speaker cast a glance at him and retook his seat. "I concur with Elder Yan's sentiments. Currently, the only threat at the border lies with the Dark Paradise. Chu Pengcheng commands 3 war zones, which is sufficient. 1 must be surrendered." Some rallied to Elder Yan's side. "What is the gravest taboo on the battlefield? Changing commanders at the last moment. Our major war zones must endure the trials of conflict. Apart from 1 zone dedicated to safeguarding the capital, the others should rotate. If you demand he relinquish a war zone now, how can we facilitate that rotation?" Others, however, stood in solidarity with Chu Pengcheng. Number 1 nodded and remarked, "Since neither side can persuade the other, it would be best to resolve this through voting. However, before we proceed with the vote, I have a few words to share. Firstly, in the current war at the frontier, only Chu Pengcheng possesses the capability to maintain control. By demanding he relinquish a portion of his authority, how can he continue to lead his men effectively? Your actions may very well disrupt his strategic plans." Chu Pengcheng promptly nodded in agreement, affirming, "What number 1 says is correct." Number 1 shot him a glare and continued, "Secondly, Elder Yan just asked about faith. Allow me to clarify, on the battlefield, relying solely on faith will not secure victory. If any of you believe that you or your subordinates are fit to assume the position of Dragon God, I will immediately remove them from their post. Tell me, among you, who possesses the capability to take on the role of the Dragon God? Chu Pengcheng nodded again, replying, what number 1 says is indeed correct. The others fell silent. They were merely scholars, not warriors. While they could propose policies and express opinions, facing the battlefield was truly beyond their capacity. The absence of dissent indicated Chu Pengcheng's competence, thus justifying his privileges. What is there to contest? This is a critical moment for the Great Xia, where every inch of territory must be fiercely defended. Do you not comprehend this? I warn you, until the conflict at the frontier concludes. Should anyone dare to suggest he relinquish a war zone, I will send you to the frontier to experience life there. Number 1 suddenly raised his voice, causing many present to shudder involuntarily. What number 1 says is indeed correct. Chu Pengcheng echoed once more. Agreed. Qin Mu also chimed in. Both of you, be silent. The gaze of number 1 turned towards the two of them. Chapter 82, A Pig's Nose Amidst Scallions, What Pretense Are You Upholding? Qin Mu, upon meeting number 1's stare, offered an awkward smile and hastily lowered his head, feeling a sense of guilt. Chu Pengcheng raised his head, directing his attention to the ceiling. And you too. Resolve the issues at the border promptly. The prolonged stalemate has detrimental effects on the economy of Xia. For a great nation like ours to be held in limbo by a shadowy paradise for a decade is a source of mockery. Number 1 spoke with irritation. Indeed. Number 1 is correct. Chu Pengcheng nodded in agreement. Number 1 grasped the ashtray firmly, and although Chu Pengcheng instinctively felt the urge to stand, he suppressed it, feigning interest in the ceiling while keeping a watchful eye on number 1's hand. Let us commence the voting. Those opposed to allowing Chu Pengcheng to relinquish authority, please raise your hands. Number 1 released the ashtray and raised his hand. Everyone present, including Elder Yen, followed suit. Very well, it is unanimously approved. The 4 major military districts of Xia shall remain under Chu Pengcheng's jurisdiction. Is there any dissent? Number 1's gaze swept across each face in attendance. Elder Yen sighed. Is there any objection? Would we dare to voice one? You are number 1 of Xia, we are but insignificant figures. Since you have raised your hand, how could we not do the same? Even if we opposed, you hold the veto power. Since there are no objections, the meeting is adjourned. A faint smile appeared on number 1's face. Just then, a knock echoed through the room. Come in. The door to the conference room swung open, revealing an elderly man with white hair, clad in a traditional Tang suit. He spoke with conviction. The Bai family has grievances. The expression of the man known as number 1 darkened as he replied, sit down and speak. The elder found a seat and settled in. Chu Pengcheng cast a glance at him, not recognizing the man. However, the individual following closely behind the elder was familiar to him, the head of the Jing family, Jing Chenglong. I have come 3 times from yesterday to today, solely seeking an explanation for my son. His body still lies in the mortuary, and I, Bai Yensong, may be an old man in your eyes, inconsequential. Yet, the Bai family has made considerable contributions to the Xia. Decades ago, during the war, my family sacrificed many for the sake of Xia. Bai Yensong gestured towards Jing Chenglong behind him and continued. This gentleman is the head of the Jing family from Guangzhou. The Jing family has also made significant contributions. A substantial portion of Guangzhou's annual GDP is attributed to their efforts. But what has been the outcome? Our families have been shattered. Today, as fortune would have it, everyone is present, including the illustrious Dragon God. Shouldn't the Bai family receive an explanation? Chu Pengcheng inquired, what kind of explanation do you seek? Bai Yensong replied. It is simple. All I ask is for you, Dragon God, to bow 3 times before my son's body at the mortuary, and that shall suffice. Chu Pengcheng scoffed. At the Martial Soul Pavilion, I signed a life and death contract with your son. The Bai family, being martial artists, should understand the implications of a life and death contract. Once one party perishes, there is no recourse. Is the Bai family now disregarding the principles of martial ethics? Anyone versed in martial arts understands the significance of a life and death contract. Although the Daxia government may not acknowledge its existence, it is widely recognized within the martial arts community. The Bai family, being a prestigious martial arts lineage, is truly shameless for seeking retribution. Regardless of the life and death contract, you, as a high-ranking official of Daxia, represent the state. I, too, demand an explanation from Daxia. Unless you can provide a compelling reason for why you, in your capacity, were compelled to take my son's life. The Bai family shall not relent. Bai Yensong declared coldly. Come now, enlighten us on how you intend to pursue this matter. Qin Mu interjected, pointing at Bai Yensong. Let us see whose strength prevails, the Bai family or the Qin family. You're merely a pig with a green onion in its snout. Pretending to be something you are not. Impudent. In terms of seniority, I am of the same generation as your grandfather. Your father would address me as uncle upon meeting me. What do you amount to? Bai Yensong retorted sharply. Just you? Of the same generation as my grandfather? He is not present today, but had he been, he would have already dealt with you, Qin Mu scoffed. Chu Pengcheng placed his fist to his mouth and coughed lightly. One could not dismiss the possibility that, had Qin Mu's grandfather been here, he might very well have struck Bai Yensong. In his youth, that old man was nicknamed Shen Dongyang, having dispatched countless foes from the east with his formidable skills. Even in his old age, his temper remains as fiery as ever, ready to engage at the slightest provocation. Bai Yensong chose to ignore him and turned his gaze to the first, inquiring, Can you provide the Bai family with an explanation? The first looked towards Chu Pengcheng, who then asked Qin Mu, Have the items I requested you to deliver to Kyoto arrived yet? Qin Mu nodded and said, It's here. I've had it placed in the storage room. Now, let me have it brought over. After speaking, he murmured a few words to Zhang Haoren, who acknowledged with a nod and swiftly exited the conference room. The room fell into a temporary silence. After approximately 3 to 5 minutes, a cacophony of footsteps echoed outside, followed by the opening of the door. Zhang Haoren entered first, cradling a bronze ding and placing it on the vacant space at the front of the conference table. A dozen individuals followed closely behind, each depositing various antiques such as bronze vessels, porcelain, and Tang Samkai figurines onto the floor. They moved in and out 3 or 4 times, nearly filling the empty space in the conference room before finally retreating and closing the door. Number 1 cast a puzzled glance at Chu Pengcheng. If these antiques were authentic, each would be considered a national treasure. However, he was curious as to the purpose of bringing them here. Xing Chenglong's expression shifted as he recognized the items. All of the antiques belonged to his Jing family and were remnants from the previous underground auction. Most were freshly excavated, while some were treasured collections from museums. Should these items come to light and be scrutinized, the first to be held accountable would undoubtedly be his family. Such treasures ought to be displayed in a museum. What was the intent of bringing them here? To donate to the Great Xia? Or perhaps to offer them to the Bai family as a means of atonement? Let me make it clear, the Bai family does not desire such offerings, Bai Yensong scoffed disdainfully. Chu Pengcheng did not provide an explanation but addressed number 1, saying, In Guangzhou, I have invited 2 individuals, a history professor from Guangzhou University, who is also an expert in archaeology, and his granddaughter. They are waiting outside the main entrance and have not been permitted to enter. Could you allow them in? Number 1 nodded in acknowledgement. Zhang Haoren stepped outside to bring in Professor Sun and his granddaughter, Sun Rui. The young girl timidly followed behind the professor, her small hands nervously clutching the hem of her clothing, her gaze flitting about uncertainly. Qin Mu's eyes brightened as he winked at her. Speak up. What mischief have you conjured this time? Number 1 asked in a low voice. I would like Professor Sun to elaborate on the provenance of these antiques. Chu Pengcheng remarked with a subtle smile. Chapter 83, The Fragile Vessel of Friendship. Professor Sun rubbed his hands together before approaching a bronze ding, donning a pair of white gloves. He took out a magnifying glass and began to examine it meticulously. Xiao Rui, pass me the tools, he instructed, his eyes fixed on the bronze artifact as he extended his hand. Sun Rui promptly handed him a cloth and a small trowel. The professor scraped a bit of verdigris. which fell onto the cloth, and brought it to his nose for a sniff. He then rose and moved to examine a Tang Samkai maiden, employing the same technique. Placing the cloth beneath her neck to inhale the scent. He wrapped the cloth carefully, stowed it in his pocket, and gradually straightened up. Turning to survey the surroundings before finally directing his gaze towards Chu Pengcheng, nodding thoughtfully. Let Professor Sun speak first, I shall provide additional insights afterward, Chu Pengcheng stated calmly. Professor Sun nodded in agreement. Old Sun, we have been friends for many years. When you were struggling to find a job, it was I who used my connections to help you secure a position at Guangzhou University. I trust you understand the appropriateness of our discourse, Jing Chenglong said softly. Enough of your nonsense, you have no say here. Keep talking, and I'll have you thrown out. Qin Mu suddenly rose, seizing the ashtray and hurling it with force, striking Jing Chenglong squarely in the chest. Jing Chenglong let out a muffled grunt and lowered his head. Bai Yensong's expression darkened, yet he remained silent. The first one scolded. You better behave yourself, or I will have you removed. You are surrounded by your elders, show some respect. Qin Mu rolled his eyes and turned his head aside. A hint of a smile graced Sun Rui's lips as she playfully winked at Qin Mu. His face flushed crimson, and he turned to Chu Pengcheng, exclaiming, Brother. I feel as though I have been electrified. It's the spark of love. Chu Pengcheng retorted impatiently, there are too many people here. Don't push me to the point of slapping you. Qin Mu promptly closed his mouth. Master Zheng. I must concede that my appointment as a history professor at Guangzhou University is indeed a testament to your influence. Without your guidance, the Sun family would not have experienced such a life of comfort and security over the years. You have treated me as a true friend, however. Professor Sun paused momentarily before continuing, this matter pertains to the national treasures of the Great Xia. I have dedicated my life to the study of history and antiquities. And the artifacts left by our ancestors are my very lifeblood. I cannot allow them to be lost to foreign lands. Prior to my arrival here, I resigned from my position at Guangzhou University. I am now merely an ordinary individual. Based on my assessment, all the antiquities present here are authentic. The bronze vessels are mostly newly unearthed, originating from the tombs of emperors or nobles. And the inscriptions inscribed upon them are of paramount significance to the archaeological research of the Great Xia. As for the Tang Sankai porcelain, while they may not have been recently excavated, they are treasured collections of museums, and I have personally witnessed several of them in the storage of the Guangzhou Museum. Upon hearing this, Elder Yan was the first to voice his opinion, inquiring, so what does this imply? Does it suggest that the Bai family is composed of tomb raiders? Or perhaps that they are in collusion with tomb robbers? Neither of these scenarios seems to justify the actions of the dragon god. Bai Yensong nodded in agreement, awaiting an explanation from Chu Pengcheng. The gaze of number one also fell upon Chu Pengcheng. Unperturbed, Chu Pengcheng replied softly, if it were merely a connection to tomb raiders, Bai Xiaoheng would not have met such a fate. However, all these items were plundered from the Jing family, and moreover, they were intended as gifts from the Jing family to the land of the rising sun, the country of cherry blossoms. Bai Xiaoheng is an accomplice, delivering our Great Xia's national treasures, relics left by our ancestors, to the east. Should such a person be executed? Am I in the wrong for slaying them? My esteemed colleagues, if it were you, what course of action would you pursue? Elder Yan, if you were in my position, would you choose to turn a blind eye, allowing the national treasures of Xia to be lost and ultimately become possessions of the East, or would you, like me, eliminate Bai Xiaoheng and eradicate the Jing family, even at the expense of offending the Bai family? Qin Mu, with divine assistance, proclaimed, not only is it not wrong, but it is also a merit. My elder brother is a benefactor of Xia, and I believe he deserves a place among the top 10 most inspiring figures of the new year. Chu Pengcheng shot him a glare, and Qin Mu immediately retracted his neck. Bai Yensong furrowed his brow and glanced back at Jing Chenglong. The others fell silent. The first speaker inquired, Elder Yan, what would you do? I have heard that your relationship with the Jing family is quite amicable. And you even called to plead for Jing Xiaoqiu? Elder Yan chuckled awkwardly and quickly responded, anyone who harms the interests of Great Xia is my enemy. My connection with the Jing family is merely a nodding acquaintance, they reside in Guangzhou, while I am in Kyoto. I do not know them well enough. In the future, I must consider matters more carefully. After speaking, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. And what about you? The first speaker's gaze turned to the others. Our views align with Elder Yan's. Were I in his position, I would not hesitate to eliminate Bai Xiaoheng in order to safeguard the national treasures of the Great Xia. Old Bai, it seems the upbringing of your family has left much to be desired. How could your son engage in such nefarious deeds? The individual accompanying you is from the Jing family, is he not? As friends, I advise you to maintain a prudent distance. Indeed. It is crucial to discern whom to befriend and whom to avoid. Be wary of allowing a momentary lapse in judgment to tarnish a lifetime of wisdom. Listening to the surrounding discourse, Bai Yensong nearly spat blood and fury. My son has perished, yet you dare to question my family's principles? When you solicited assistance from the Bai family, you exalted my son to celestial heights. How has that narrative shifted? The vessel of friendship capsizes at a mere whim? The vows of lifelong brotherhood have evaporated? Yensong, the contributions of the Bai family to the Great Xia shall never be forgotten. Historically, your family has been a pillar of support for our nation. Yet, the tone suddenly shifted, stating, however, this does not absolve the Bai family from jeopardizing the interests of the Great Xia. In light of your family's past merits and in consideration of your son's recent demise, I shall refrain from holding the Bai family accountable. Nevertheless, let us consider this matter settled, shall we? Bai Yensong smiled, rising to confront the speaker. If you have spoken, what more can I say? Yet, this grievance is one my family cannot swallow. Furthermore, all present here are friends of the Bai family. We require no guidance on how to conduct our affairs. Xiaoheng still lies in the funeral home. I must return to attend to the arrangements. There will be ample opportunity for our paths to cross again. Farewell. At the moment he turned, he cast a fleeting glance at Chu Pengcheng. His eyes flashing with a sinister glint, before departing the conference room with Xing Chenglong. Chu Pengcheng noticed the look but dismissed it. After all, it was merely the Bai family, incapable of stirring significant turmoil. There is nothing to worry about, everyone can disperse. Chu Pengcheng, Qin Mu, you two come with me. Spoke number one softly. The two stood up and followed number one out of the conference room. As they passed by Sun Rue, Qin Mu whispered, you and Grandpa wait for me at the entrance. The trio entered number one's office, and Zhang Haoren closed the door, standing at the threshold. Bang! Number one slammed his palm on the desk, pointing at Qin Mu, demanding, what were you thinking? Huh? What were you thinking? That was in the conference room. Surrounded by senior officials of the Daxia, you spat at Elder Yan? I have to afford him some respect, and even your father must address him with deference. Qin Mu shrank back, hardly daring to breathe. In front of me, you threw your ashtray at Jing Chenglong? Do you still regard me? Why not throw it at Bai Yensong instead? Number one raised his voice. Qin Mu timidly defended himself. I intended to throw it at Bai Yensong, but it missed. Oh. So you dare to retort, do you? Haoren, go find someone and have this brat confined for 10 days, commanded number one. Chu Pengcheng quickly stepped forward, smiling. Leader, please do not be angry, anger is detrimental to health. He is merely a little rascal, why waste your temper on him? After a while, I shall triumph once more, bringing you some joy. Qin Mu cast him a sidelong glance. I am but a little rascal, you are not much greater than I. Are you? Aren't you also a little rascal? No, no. You are my elder brother, which makes you the elder rascal. And what of my father and grandfather? He scratched his head, feeling somewhat disoriented. Scram. You, just like him, only know how to stir up trouble for me, you contribute nothing of value. One seized Chu Pengcheng's hand and lightly tapped the back of it. Remember, stir up a bit more trouble for me in the future, alright? One extended the last word with a playful tone. I dare not. If there is nothing pressing, we shall take our leave now and visit you another time. Chu Pengcheng smiled apologetically, casting a glance at Qin Mu. Qin Mu, with his head bowed, was wholly oblivious. It's not easy for you two to return. I shall personally see you off, one said softly. No, no, we can manage on our own. You are busy, esteemed elder, we'll take our leave ourselves. Chu Pingcheng hastily declined, turning around only to discover that Qin Mu remained rooted in place. He kicked Qin Mu's thigh playfully, scolding, "What are you standing there for? Planning to stay a couple of days?" Only then did Qin Mu snap back to reality and dash out of the office. Watching the two vanish from view, one couldn't help but chuckle. Should we impose an appropriate punishment on Chu Pingcheng and Qin Mu? After all, old Sir Yan is elderly. We ought to show him some respect, Zhang Haoran inquired. Remember, you are mine. Chu Pingcheng and Qin Mu are also under my command, but old Yan is not. Only I have the authority to act upon my people. Do you understand? The first one spoke solemnly. I understand, Zhang Haoran nodded and exited the office. The first one settled onto the sofa, gazing at the ceiling, lost in contemplation. Falsehood may masquerade as truth, and truth may disguise itself as falsehood. Who among them is truly an ally? Only I am fully aware. He realized he had made excessive promises to those two, always shielding Chu Pingcheng, which would inevitably provoke discontent. To pursue his own agenda, he had no choice but to act thus. Chu Pingcheng and Qin Mu emerged from the gates of Zhongmahai, where they were met by Professor Sun and Sun Rui. Professor Sun, I appreciate your efforts, Chu Pingcheng expressed his gratitude. Professor Sun waved his hand dismissively, saying, although I maintain a good relationship with the Jing family, I am still a citizen of Daxia. As an old man, contributing even a little to Daxia is my duty. There is no need for thanks, it is merely a formality. He turned his gaze toward Qin Mu and continued, the last time I borrowed your bronze sword for research. I have now concluded my studies. It indeed belongs to the state of Qi, but it is no ordinary sword, it is the ceremonial blade of the king of Qi. However, I have yet to ascertain the identity of its original owner. Today, I have brought it back to its rightful place. He opened his travel bag and retrieved a rectangular wooden box. As he unveiled it, a meticulously cleaned bronze sword appeared before the astonished eyes of the group. Qin Mu's eyes sparkled, and he could not resist reaching out with his right hand to caress the blade. Even after a millennium has passed, certain areas of the blade remain razor-sharp, and the wavy patterns etched upon it have become even more pronounced than before its restoration. Based on my estimations, the current worth of this sword is no less than 1 billion, however, considering its recent excavation, I believe it would be prudent to present it to the Great Xia. Professor Sun expressed his perspective. Chu Pingcheng, however, held a differing opinion, stating, the official museums of Great Xia are already overwhelmed with countless artifacts, many of which deteriorate before they can even be exhibited. Even if we were to hand it over to the government, it might end up in the hands of certain individuals. I recall that there is a museum in Qin Mu's family. I propose we entrust this sword to the Qin family, ensuring it will have the opportunity to be displayed. Qin Mu nodded in agreement, saying, our family's museum has only been established for a few years and is managed by Uncle Qin. I wonder if my grandfather would be interested in taking on the role of curator. Professor Sun's eyes lit up as he replied, of course, I would be interested. But the Qin family is one of the top families in Great Xia, would they be willing to employ me? Chu Pingcheng interjected, others may not be able to. But with Qin Mu and Sun Rui involved, it should be no problem. Qin Mu's face flushed as he said, our museum is located in Kyoto. You and Sun Rui can stay there. By the way, my family is also in Kyoto. I will take you home to meet my father and grandfather. They will surely take a liking to you. Chu Pingcheng replied softly, while I do not oppose their fondness for you, whether they will take a liking to you, I cannot say. Qin Mu's expression stiffened, and he forced a couple of laughs. Since joining the military, he had not returned home and had never dared to face his father. That old scoundrel. No, my father's temperament is inherited from my grandfather. It is akin to dynamite, just a spark and it explodes. This time, upon returning home, I cannot guarantee what the outcome will be. Back when I enlisted, my father was hospitalized, yet word had spread that should I return home, he would personally ensure I met my end for being an unfilial son. Now, several years have passed, perhaps his anger has subsided. Even a tiger does not consume its cubs. I shall take the gamble. Qin Mu resolved to return home. You take Xiao Rui with you, I still need to return to Guangzhou to gather some belongings before reporting back to the Qin family, Professor Sun remarked with a smile. Sun Rui's little face flushed, she neither agreed nor declined. I will arrange for a car to take you, Qin Mu offered. No need, I will hail a taxi myself. The airport is not far from here, and I am somewhat fatigued, I can catch a bit of rest in the car. Professor Sun kindly waved his hand, hailing a taxi before departing. Chapter 85, Old Dang, are you going all out? Your girlfriend must be brought home for your mother to see if she is beautiful. Fear not, mother simply loves to make friends. And your boyfriend must also be introduced to your father to assess his reliability. With a heart full of trepidation, Qin Mu stood at the entrance of the Qin family's courtyard, humming a tune, cradling a rectangular box containing a bronze sword. Ah. You and Sun Rui are merely friends, not a romantic couple, Chu Pengcheng interjected as a reminder. Humph. What do you know? Some individuals date for 7 or 8 years and still part ways, while others merely exchange a glance and find a lifetime, Qin Mu retorted with an air of wisdom. Who is talking about a lifetime? We are just friends, Sun Rui countered. Ah, indeed, we are merely friends, nothing more. Qin Mu said with a playful wink and a chuckle. Having come home together, how can we still be just ordinary friends? Such reserve. It must be the nature of women. Though he had never been in a romantic relationship, he had watched his fair share of animated stories and read numerous related books, he understood. Sun Rui raised an eyebrow, contemplating, this guy seems a tad untrustworthy. My parents always said that when visiting someone for the first time, one should bring a gift, otherwise, it is improper. Should I perhaps return another time? She suggested, instinctively stepping back. We lack nothing in our household, save for a daughter-in-law. Fear not, I am here, Qin Mu reassured her, patting his chest confidently. Having you here is more concerning, he retorted without hesitation, delivering a swift rebuttal. Qin Mu cast a melancholic glance at his companion. Have you ceased to be my elder brother? Why do you not defend me, instead of undermining my budding romance? He lamented. My parents also mentioned that on a first visit, it is frowned upon for men to bring gifts, as they are often the ill-intentioned ones. Ridiculous. I believe your parents are the truly dubious ones, Qin Mu blurted out, his brain failing to filter his words, immediately realizing his blunder. No, that's not what I meant. Please do not misunderstand, I meant, he stammered, pacing anxiously as he sought a way to clarify his statement. Sun Rui chuckled softly. I was merely teasing you. Only then did Qin Mu exhale in relief. Upon knocking on the gate of the courtyard, the first to emerge was butler Qin. Ah. Young master, you have finally returned. Come in, he exclaimed, stepping aside to allow the trio to enter. Sun Rui gazed in astonishment at the courtyard, which was as vast as a football field. Is this your home? She inquired. Qin Mu extended a finger, shook his head, and replied, incorrect. To be precise, this is our home. With that, he strode ahead. Steward Qin closed the gate and hurried after him. Young master, I advise you to be cautious. When you enlisted without a word, the master declared he would kill you, Steward Qin cautioned. Nonsense, kill me? I am the sole heir of the Qin family. My grandfather could never let that happen. By the way, where is my grandfather? Qin Mu scoffed. The old master has gone out for a stroll. He isn't home and should be back soon, Steward Qin responded. A sense of unease began to stir within Qin Mu. With his grandfather absent, he wondered anxiously if that old rascal might be up to no good. Chu Pengcheng whispered, are you afraid? Qin Mu immediately straightened his posture and declared, afraid? I, young master, have yet to know what fear is. I am going to see him now. The four of them arrived at the back courtyard and paused before the door of a study. Qin Mu could not suppress the urge to swallow hard. Steward Qin stepped forward and gently knocked on the door. Did I not instruct you not to disturb me? Boomed a robust voice from within the study. Master. The young master has returned, and Lord Chu Longshan is also here, Steward Qin responded softly. Silence enveloped the study for a moment. After a brief interval, the door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man, 7 feet tall, adorned with a beard, and dressed in a suit. Qin Mu hurriedly lowered his head and stepped forward. opening the box with both hands and lifting it high as he said, "Father, I have returned. This is a gift for you, a sword from the Warring States period, belonging to the state of Qi. I know you have a fondness for such items, and I went to great lengths, spending a considerable sum and utilizing numerous connections to acquire it." Meanwhile, Chu Pengcheng grasped Sun Rui's wrist and retreated a few steps, while Steward Qin distanced himself several meters away. Sun Rui appeared bewildered. Why were they retreating? It felt perilously dangerous. The head of the Qin family, Qin Demei, widened his eyes in astonishment and swiftly approached, taking the bronze sword from the box, inspecting it thoroughly before nodding. "This is indeed a fine sword." Qin Mu exhaled in relief and smiled, "As long as you like it, next time I will bring even more treasures to ensure your satisfaction." However, Qin Demei did not acknowledge his words. Instead, he struck the stone steps beneath him with the bronze sword, creating 2 deep gashes, after which he nodded in satisfaction. Turning his gaze back to Qin Mu, he glared and growled, "You little rascal, so you finally decided to come back? You've been away for years without even a phone call. I thought you had perished on the battlefield." With the goddess behind him, as a man, Qin Mu felt the pressure to maintain his dignity. He exclaimed, "Qin Demei, my friend is still here, there's no need for insults. If I'm a little rascal, what does that make you? An old rascal? Well, after a few years away, you've grown some audacity, haven't you? Dare to talk back? Let us see if I don't use this sword to chop you down." Qin Demei brandished the bronze sword and swung it down fiercely. Qin Mu leapt back, pointing at him and said, "Are you really going to strike? I am indeed your biological son. If you strike me again, I shall call you Qin Mao. For you lack virtue. To speak candidly, you are not my true father. I salvaged you from a refuse heap years ago. Should you perish, I shall simply retrieve another. Father. I was wrong. I genuinely acknowledge my mistakes. Spare me. Throughout these years, I have brought no disgrace to the Qin family. Do not think that calling you father today will suffice. Even invoking the ancestors will be futile. You impudent wretch, prepare to meet your demise." "What on earth? Old dang. Are you truly intending to go all out?" In the Qin family estate, chaos ensued. Chu Pengcheng, clutching Sun Rui, began his commentary from the sidelines. "Alas! His strikes lack sufficient ferocity, and his speed is wanting. That sword lacks power. Oh dear, why is this sword aimed downward? The last eunuch of the great Xia?" Chu Pengcheng continued his relentless critique, while Sun Rui stared in astonishment. The Qin family, from top to bottom, is indeed a marvel of eccentricity. Meanwhile, Butler Qin leaned against the wall, pulling a handful of peanuts from his pocket, munching leisurely as he watched. "Hand some over to me, please." Chu Pengcheng reached out, and Butler Qin obliged, passing him a few peanuts. "You are inhuman, save me!" Qin Mu cried out. "Poke him." Chu Pengcheng stoked the flames further. "Cease this at once." With a thunderous shout, an elderly gentleman with a head of white hair hurriedly approached from the front courtyard. Chapter 86, Truly Devoted Filial Piety. Qin Demei stopped in his tracks, wiped the sweat from his brow, and turned his gaze toward the newcomer. Qin Mu clasped his posterior, as if he had spotted a beacon of hope, and hurried over, lamenting, "Grandfather, you have returned. If you do not come back soon, the lineage of the Qin family shall perish. My dear grandson, how I have missed you these past years. How fares your behind? Is it well?" The old man's expression shifted dramatically as he addressed Qin Demei. "Our Qin family has but one line of descent. What are your intentions? Let me remind you. You may be his father, but I am your father. Should you dare to raise a hand against him again, I shall flay you alive. I cannot accept such a son." Qin Demei retorted with indignation, "What family has a son who does not return home for years? Who would forsake his rightful place as heir to join the military and face battle? What son dares to call his father by his given name and even change it? Truly, it is a disgrace." "Dad." Qin Mu began. "Do not address me as Dad," Qin Demei interrupted sharply. "Brother." Qin Demei glared fiercely, lifting the bronze sword in his hand once more, prompting Qin Mu to hastily fall silent. "Do you not see that we have guests? What a disgraceful display! Scolded the elder Qi. Stepping forward, Chu Pengcheng called out, "Old master, it has been years, how is your health?" Qi nodded and replied, "You, my boy, have brought honor to our great Xia on the battlefield. Excellent. Excellent. We, the people of Great Xia, should take you as an example. Were I not advanced in years, I too would join the fray." Then, he turned to Sun Rue, inquiring, "And who might this be?" Without hesitation, Jean Mu scampered over to introduce her. "This is my girlfriend, your future granddaughter-in-law." Sun Rue shot him a glance of disapproval but did not refuse. "My daughter-in-law? How delightful. Why was this not mentioned earlier? That rascal is truly fortunate." Qin Demao cast aside his bronze sword and approached with a beaming smile. "Quick, steward Qin, inform the kitchen to prepare the meal," Qini urged, his gaze appraising Sun Rue. A silent nod followed, acknowledging her ample figure as a sign of potential progeny. The Qin family, with its single lineage, should be graced with a great-grandson during my lifetime. That evening, 6 individuals gathered around a table, exchanging cups and engaging in lively conversation. At that moment, a servant entered and announced, "Sir, the head of the Bai family is waiting outside." The Bai family? Qin Demao furrowed his brow. Although there was a familiarity between the Qin and Bai families, their interactions had been scant. What could they possibly want now? A glimmer of concern flickered in Chu Pengcheng's eyes. This likely bodes ill. Qin Mu spat out a chicken bone and waved dismissively, "Tell them to leave." Qin Demao commanded. "A guest is a guest, please invite the head of the Bai family in." Before long, Bai Yensong and Jing Chenglong entered. "What brings you here, Bai family head?" Qin Demao inquired. Bai Yensong's gaze shifted to Chu Pengcheng, his expression impassive. "I have come in search of the dragon god of the Great Xia. May I have a moment to speak with him privately?" Chu Pengcheng replied coolly, "There is nothing of relevance for us to discuss." Bai Yensong smiled faintly, remaining unperturbed. It was Jing Chenglong who suddenly stepped forward, stating, "While the dragon god may disdain us, you cannot neglect your wife, can you? What does this imply?" Chu Pengcheng suddenly raised his head, his eyes gleaming like 2 sharp blades, piercing through Jing Chenglong's chest. Jing Chenglong fell silent. Was there any need to inquire further? It was evident that they had captured his sister-in-law, thus, I shall apprehend them and negotiate her release. Qin Mu declared resolutely. "Ah, your wife is not in our possession. Yet we are aware of her whereabouts. Our purpose here is to propose an exchange. If you are amenable, we can discuss this privately, if not, consider my visit inconsequential." Bai Yensong remarked with a smirk. Qini rose and gestured dismissively. The others followed him out of the room. As they passed by Bai Yensong, they heard him say, "Thank you, old man, for your kind assistance." "Scoundrel." Qini uttered only 4 words before departing without a backward glance. Bai Yensong's expression stiffened, his smile fading. "Speak. What do you wish to exchange with me? I must caution you, should any harm befall my wife, no matter where you flee, I will hunt you down. Along with your families." Chu Pengcheng intoned coldly. Jing Chenglong pondered briefly before responding. Earlier today, the head of the Iai Ryu, Takahiro Jimoto, arrived in Guangzhou and has taken your wife captive. However, I assure you, she is currently unharmed, though her future remains uncertain. To secure your wife's safe return, you must acquiesce to 2 conditions, fulfill them, and I guarantee her safe passage home. The first condition is that you must kneel at the funeral home before Bai Xiaoheng and keep vigil for 3 days, offering a public apology. The second condition requires you to return to Guangzhou and take your own life before my son's corpse, only then will your wife be released. Bai Yensong added. You have another option, return to Guangzhou immediately. At noon tomorrow, Gong Ben Heng will await you at the entrance of the Martial Soul Pavilion. Should you prevail in combat against him, there is a possibility that your wife may also be freed. I can grant you time to contemplate this. I will await you at the funeral home or at the entrance of the Martial Soul Pavilion in Guangzhou. Allow me to remind you that Mr. Gong Ben has reached the realm of transformation, and his mastery of the one-sword style is nothing short of extraordinary. With that, he turned and exited. Before leaving, Jing Chenglong sneered, Chu Pengcheng, I demand that you accompany my son in death. Chu Pingcheng clutched his wine cup, and with a sharp crack, the ceramic shattered in his grip, shards embedding themselves into his palm, blood flowing freely. He seemed impervious to the pain, his eyes alight with a relentless thirst for vengeance. Just one day. He had been out for merely a single day. Chen Xuaning was in trouble once more. He had intended to return the following morning at dawn. Regardless of whether it was the leader of the one-sword style or anyone else, anyone who dared involve themselves in Chen Xuaning's plight must perish. He had to hasten back, he must reach Guangzhou by the following morning or at least by midday. Those beasts from the east could commit any atrocity imaginable. He had considered arranging for someone to discreetly protect Chen Xuaning, yet if she were to discover this, his own identity as the dragon god would likely be exposed. Once the Dark Paradise discovers that Chen Xuaning is his wife, it will only bring her greater peril. Qini entered with a group and stated, "I overheard your recent conversation. The Eastern Blade technique, I am familiar with it and had dealings with it in my youth. Decades ago, I faced their former leader in combat and found myself outmatched. I have heard that the current leader is even stronger than the last." Chapter 87, The Blade Technique? The Transformation? The Eastern Cherry Blossom Blade Technique. This art, which has been passed down for centuries in the land of cherry blossoms, is a form of swordsmanship originating from Ito Itasai's dojo established in Edo. This school practices with bamboo swords, emphasizing the precision of cutting techniques, and is the most orthodox successor of the medieval ITT-ri, truly embodying the essence of the style without any dross. One can glean whether the style leans more towards combat or artistry based on the weapons used in daily practice. Qin Mu interjected, "Elder brother, I understand your strength. Should you go, you would undoubtedly face life-threatening danger. My suggestion is to refrain from going. Our southeastern war zone is in Guangzhou, and I can have that old man captured." Qini nodded, "That is indeed the best course of action. Alternatively, we could exert the power of the Great Xia to pressure the East into handing him over, though this would require time for negotiations." Chu Pingcheng shook his head. "Every moment we delay increases Xuaning's danger. Moreover, number one just spoke with us today, allowing the war zone to enter Guangzhou complicates matters for him. Time is of the essence. Tonight, I shall return and slay the leader of the blade technique." The blade technique? The transformation? Even if the abyss lies ahead, he must leap into its depths, not for any other reason than to honor his promise to Chen Xuaning. He is determined to safeguard her throughout this lifetime. Foolishness. Do you believe this is merely your own affair? Have you not considered that the Easterners, masters of the sword, have captured your wife? Why then do they choose to duel you in Guangzhou? Qin Demao cautioned. Are you suggesting that the Easterners intend to exploit this opportunity to undermine the influence of the Great Xia? Chu Pengqing began to comprehend. Qin Demao nodded and replied, "Indeed. The Bai family has sent you to the funeral home to keep vigil, while Zheng Qinglong wishes for your demise. All to compel your participation in tomorrow's duel. I surmise that a multitude will attend, predominantly journalists, with a smattering of spectators, should you falter. The entire world will be aware, and at that moment, the morale of the frontier troops will waver, providing the perfect moment for the Dark Paradise to strike. If you choose to participate, you must emerge victorious, or if you abstain, as Qin Mu suggested, mobilize forces to capture him. Though this may also yield adverse effects on your standing, it is far preferable to defeat." Chu Pengqing asserted resolutely, "I will not lose, nor can I. The Easterners are but a trifling land, how dare they flaunt their might in our Great Xia? If I can vanquish my opponent in this battle, not only will I rescue Xuaning, but I will also elevate the prestige of our nation. I must go." Qini clapped him on the shoulder, commending him, "Well said. Truly, you are the dragon god of our Great Xia. A paragon for our people. I have great faith in you. I shall promptly arrange for a private jet. Tonight, you and Qin Mu will journey to Guangzhou. Remember, decades ago, I took the lives of many from the land of the rising sun. Tomorrow, the two of you must not tarnish my reputation, nor that of our Great Xia." Chu Pengcheng nodded emphatically. This matter transcended his own concerns, it was of paramount importance to the Great Xia. Victory was imperative, defeat was not an option. Qin Mu declared loudly, "Grandfather, rest assured, There will come a day when I shall set foot upon the cherry blossoms of the East, wage battles at Mount Fuji, and earn glory for our nation in a manner befitting a man. Everything our great Xia has lost, I shall reclaim. Smack. Qin Dima slapped him on the head, admonishing. What nonsense are you spouting? Your girlfriend is still here. I warn you, the lineage of the Qin family must not be given to the cherry blossoms of the East. Smack. Another slap from Qin landed on Qin Dima's head. What do you know? If my grandson possesses such capabilities, the entire East shall bear the name Qin. That is true patriotism. Of course, if he marries, that cannot be the case. Sun Rui reached around him and pinched him sharply at the waist, causing Qin Mu to grimace in pain. At that moment, a call from number 1 came through on Chu Pengcheng's phone. I've heard about the situation in Guangzhou. Remember this, victory is the only acceptable outcome. Elder Yan and the others are awaiting your impeachment. If you fail this time, I cannot protect you. Do you understand? Number 1 spoke sternly. You can rest assured. Chu Pengcheng responded with equal resolve. Good. Just moments ago, the cherry blossoms of the Eastern Land conferred with me. Regarding the upcoming contest, it is to be a personal affair, with neither party's higher-ups partaking in the proceedings. However, it was mentioned that a reporter will be dispatched to cover the event. I have also heard that among these reporters, there are individuals from the United States, indicating that tomorrow's duel will be broadcasted globally. The first speaker continued, if you lose, it would bring great shame to our great Xia. You, as the dragon god of great Xia, safeguard our borders and represent our nation's dignity on the international stage. Should you emerge victorious, I shall grant you one condition. Chu Pengcheng's eyes sparkled with intrigue. A condition to be granted? This was akin to wielding a sword of authority, possessing the power to act with impunity. In the future, this might serve as a safeguard against death, but only for the current speaker. Once he retires, it would lose its potency. Remember, you cannot mobilize the military. You must rely solely on your own strength, the first speaker cautioned. Understood, Chu Pengcheng affirmed. Simultaneously, on the forums of Guangzhou, on social media platforms, a trending topic surged to the forefront. Chu Pengcheng challenges the master of the Eastern blade style, Miyamoto K-Dai. Will this showcase the might of our great Xia? Or will the Eastern land prove superior? The last time, Chu Pengcheng defeated Miyamoto K-Suk of the blade style and subsequently vanquished his master, by Xiaohang. His prowess is unquestionable, and surely Chu Pengcheng will triumph. How dare such a diminutive entity from the Eastern land act with such arrogance in our great Xia? However, I remain skeptical. This master of the blade style possesses strength beyond that of a grandmaster, while the individuals Chu Pengcheng previously defeated were all grandmasters themselves. The two stand on entirely different planes of existence. If we suffer defeat, the dignity of our great Xia will be utterly tarnished. You may witness the fierce battle between Gong Benheng and others online. None can withstand his blade. While he may not be the foremost warrior of the Eastern Isles, he certainly ranks among the top 3. At the airport, I observed numerous foreign reporters arriving in Guangzhou, including Americans with fair skin and blue eyes. Should we falter, it would bring disgrace upon our great Xia before the entire world. Nevertheless, I firmly believe that Chu Pengcheng will emerge victorious. Xing Chenglong chuckled as he perused the stream of comments on his phone. Great Xia Dragon God? Tomorrow shall mark your demise. Do you think that by slaying you, I shall quell the hatred that festers within me? No, no, no. I shall transform you into a human pig, placing you before Shacho's grave, so he may behold your visage and finally find peace. As for your wife, she shall accompany you to the afterlife. In the latter half of the night, the Qin family prepared a private jet bound for Guangzhou. Qin and Qin Dima personally arrived to escort Chu Pengcheng, Qin Mu, and Sun Rui to the aircraft. 3 hours later, the plane touched down at Guangzhou Airport. It was just past 6 in the morning, and the trio found a breakfast stall nearby. Each enjoying a bowl of soy milk, a serving of rice rolls, and a bowl of preserved egg and lean meat porridge. They listened intently to the surrounding chatter about the latest happenings. Since last night until this morning, I've been at the airport, picking up numerous overseas visitors, all of whom came for Chu Pengcheng and Gong Benheng. Do you think Chu Pengcheng can win? I believe he can, the odds are favorable online. And I've wagered $100, with a potential return of 500 if victorious. I find it rather perplexing. Who is Chu Pengcheng? I have never heard of him. However, you may wish to consult Baidu regarding Miyamoto Ko, the master of the one-blade style. In terms of prowess, the two individuals are simply not comparable in status. I sincerely hope he refrains from participating. If he does, it would be an embarrassment. Not merely for himself but also for our great Xia. There will be a live broadcast at noon today, and we can observe the outcome. Should Chu Pengcheng emerge victorious, I expect you all to treat me to drinks this evening. The crowd murmured among themselves. Chu Pengcheng set down the bowl in his hands and inquired softly. Is anyone heading to the spirit hall? I will, exclaimed the taxi driver, who had previously expressed support for Chu Pengcheng, raising his hand. He finished the congee in his bowl and hurried out. The three of them climbed into the taxi, setting off towards the spirit hall. Along the way, the driver chattered incessantly. You all seem to be from out of town, right? I assume you're going to the spirit hall to watch the competition. However, I advise against it. Most of those who can enter today are reporters, and ordinary folks like us can only access a limited area. It would be futile for you to go. You might as well stay at the hotel and watch the live stream on your phones. By the way, are you supporting Chu Pengcheng or that rat from the east? The vehicle halted at the entrance of the spirit hall, and the taxi driver continued, Look. There are throngs of people, they can't get in. There is a hotel nearby, and since you're from out of town, I can take you there for free. Chu Pengcheng replied nonchalantly, They may not enter, but I can. Why is that? The driver asked, intrigued. Because my name is Chu Pengcheng. With that, Chu Pengcheng exited the car. Chu Pengcheng? Goodness! Are you Chu Pengcheng? The driver exclaimed in frustration. As soon as he alighted from the vehicle, Chu Pengcheng was instantly recognized and surrounded. Greetings, I am a reporter from the land of the rising sun. May I inquire if you are prepared to make sacrifices for the great Xia? I am a journalist from America. Do you possess the confidence for this endeavor? Chu Pengcheng cast a glance at him and replied softly, My certainty regarding this battle is akin to the countless lives I have taken on the frontier. By the way, among those I have slain, many were from your America. The other man's expression darkened, and he continued to question, however, in my understanding, the people of Great Xia are often proud and arrogant, claiming capabilities they cannot fulfill. I believe this trait is referred to as being stubborn in your country, correct? Is this not a characteristic shared by every person of Great Xia? Do you, as a Great Xia individual, also possess this trait? Chu Pengcheng seized the microphone from him and stated, Whether we are stubborn or not is uncertain, but I trust that this battle will provide the answer. We shall see if it is we, the Great Xia, who are stubborn, or if it is you, the Americans. Having said that, he returned the microphone and, alongside Qin Mu and Sun Rue, entered the martial spirit pavilion. Inside, the venue was already teeming with people. Bai Yensong and Jing Chenglong stood at the forefront. And upon seeing Chu Pengcheng enter, smiles illuminated their faces. On the martial stage stood a man with graying hair, clad in a black samurai outfit. A blade sheathed at his waist, engrossed in meditation. Chu Pengcheng, you have arrived. Jing Chenglong gritted his teeth. Chu Pengcheng merely cast a disdainful glance in his direction. The duel is set to commence at precisely noon, and there remains but half an hour. Before the contest begins, you still have the opportunity to reconsider your decision. Should you choose to abstain, you might evade the torment of facing such a fate, an ordeal that may prove more harrowing than death itself, as Bai Yensong remarked. I find myself intrigued, Chu Pengcheng interjected. Are you truly still citizens of the Great Xia? Have you conspired with the Eastern Islanders to engage in acts of mutual destruction? Are you unaware that a deep-seated enmity exists between our two nations? Yes, we are aware, came the response. But what of it? How much has my Bai family sacrificed for the Great Xia? My son is gone, and my family line faces extinction. What has the Great Xia done for us? It is not my family that has wronged the Great Xia, rather, it is the Great Xia that has wronged us. A few ancient artifacts gifted to the Eastern Islanders hardly justifies my son's demise, Bai Yensong replied solemnly. You speak the truth, Master Bai. My own son is also lost. And the Jing family has met its demise. You, who occupy the upper echelons of the Great Xia, have driven me to the brink of despair. Go forth. I shall witness the severing of your limbs, Jing Changlong added grimly. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he smacked his forehead. I nearly forgot to mention, should you lose, your wife will share your fate. With fists clenched, producing a cracking sound, Zhu Pengcheng fixed his gaze upon him, declaring, remember, if I emerge victorious, I demand the return of my wife. Jing Changlong smiled faintly. I can only promise that should you win, perhaps I will return your wife. But her fate ultimately hinges upon my whims. As the moment of confrontation approached, he urged, time is fleeting, cease your hesitation and ascend. Bai Yensong began to urge. Zhu Pengcheng ascended to the arena. Suddenly, Miyamoto Ko opened his eyes and gazed at Zhu Pengcheng across from him, declaring, today, I shall prove that your Daxia's inferior race cannot compare to our noble lineage of the East Ying. By slaying you, I will not only avenge my son but also provoke an assault by the Dark Paradise on your Daxia's borders. At that time, both the morale and hearts of your Daxia will waver, and it will be the cherry blossoms of the East Ying that once again tread upon your land. Zhu Pengcheng coldly inquired, I merely wish to know, where is my wife? Defeat me, and perhaps you shall find out, Miyamoto Ko replied. A staff member ascended the stage, presenting a life and death contract for both parties to sign. Regardless of which party perished, the other would not be held accountable by their nation. Without hesitation, Zhu Pengcheng inscribed his name upon it. Brother, eliminate this wretch. Qin Mu shouted loudly. Sun Rui also raised her small fist, her cheeks flushed, gesturing a sign of encouragement. Journalists surrounding the arena retrieved their cameras and began to snap photographs of the two combatants. Many ordinary citizens of Daxia took out their mobile phones, commencing live broadcasts. And suddenly, the viewership surged beyond 100,000, leading many to believe they had discovered the secret to online traffic. Chapter 89, The One Sword Style Iato Cut. Welcome to the live broadcast of the Martial Soul Pavilion. I am Wan Tao. As you can see, two contestants have taken the stage. On the left is Zhu Pengcheng, and on the right is Miyamoto Keita. If you believe the left will win, press 1 on the screen. If you favor the right, press 2. Shortly, we will hold a red envelope lottery, so keep those likes coming. For those just joining us, please follow. Victory for the East. Hey, are you not a citizen of the Great Xia? Supporting the East instead? Traitor. I see you're still in Jinling. How disgraceful. What's wrong? I can support whoever I wish. If you disagree, come and challenge me. Why do you care so much? Why don't you reach for the heavens while you're at it? Furthermore, how can Zhu Pengcheng possibly win? His opponent is the master of the one-sword style. I care not whether he can win, I only know he is a citizen of the Great Xia, and I am too, hence my support for him. Unlike you, who resides in the Great Xia but has your heart in the East. Just wait, when Zhu Pengcheng loses, I will relish the moment of your humiliation. Oh. If the master of the one-sword style were to lose, I will call you father. Very well, I shall await that moment, my good son. On the stage, Miyamoto Keita has placed his right hand upon the hilt of his sword. This blade, known as Raikiri, is one of the 10 renowned swords of the East. To die by its edge is an honor. Miyamoto Keita declared solemnly, make your move. Zhu Pengcheng replied with calm assurance, proceed. Miyamoto Keita slowly drew Raikiri, gripping the hilt with both hands, raising it high, and shouted, seize death with fervor. Suddenly, he dashed forward, and when only 2 meters remained, he leaped high, executing a downward split with fierce momentum. A sharp gust of wind from the blade swept through, causing Zhu Pengcheng's hair to flutter. As he deftly maneuvered his feet, he watched as the right sliced past him, crashing heavily into the ground. The steel-reinforced arena was cleaved into the earth by over an inch. Miyamoto Keita withdrew the right and stepped back a few paces, tauntingly declaring, is dodging all that you people from the Great Xia can do? It seems you are nothing but mice. Zhu Pengcheng remained unfazed and replied coolly, you overestimate your prowess, I merely wished to gauge the strength of your one-sword style. From what I observe, it pales in comparison to our Great Xia's martial arts. Bakana. One sword style, Iajutsu. Miyamoto Keita bellowed, advancing once more. With a swift motion, he unleashed the right, its speed akin to lightning, aimed directly at Chu Pengcheng's chest. In mere seconds, he executed a flurry of 8 strikes. Simultaneously, Chu Pengcheng retreated 8 steps. It appeared that Chu Pengcheng was on the verge of defeat. From the onset, he had remained defensive, granting Miyamoto Keita the upper hand. Oh dear, I've wagered 100 yuan on Chu Pengcheng, equivalent to my daily earnings. What a waste that would be, lamented one spectator. You bet 100? I placed 1,000. What a disaster this is, what on earth is happening? Meanwhile, overseas reporters faced the camera, questioning, is this truly the martial art of Great Xia? Is it merely evasion? It seems I have overestimated Great Xia. Chu Pengcheng had retreated to the edge of the arena, observing Miyamoto Keita. He remarked. Your speed is commendable, yet your strength leaves much to be desired. Do you possess any other techniques? Perhaps the one your son employed last time. The IAI slash of the one sword style? Since acquiring the Dragon Slayer technique from Bai Xiaohang, he realized that he could master nearly any move after observing it just once. Previously, Miyamoto Keita had executed the IAI slash. But Chu perceived certain flaws within it and was curious to witness how Miyamoto Keita would perform it, wondering if there would be any variations. Since you wish to see my IAI slash, I shall oblige you. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Miyamoto Keita's eyes. At that moment, Chu Pengcheng found himself at the very brink of the stage, with no retreat left. Should the strike land, he would have no choice but to endure it with his body. Make your move, Chu Pengcheng urged. One sword style, IAI slash. With a swift motion, Miyamoto Keita stepped forward to close the distance between them, and with a sudden, powerful thrust of his right hand, the blade was drawn in an instant, unleashing a flash of silver light akin to a bolt of lightning, aimed directly at Chu Pengcheng's chest. It was over. Many spectators from the Great Xia stood in stunned silence, instinctively murmuring to themselves. At the critical moment, Chu Pengcheng bent his body sharply, resembling a bridge of iron, narrowly evading the strike, though the blade still severed a few strands of his hair. Phew! Many exhaled in relief. That was perilously close. Did you see? It was merely luck. In truth, Chu Pengcheng is no match for Miyamoto Keita. How can this continue? Someone scoffed. Those who once supported Chu Pengcheng have fallen silent. Observing Chu Pengcheng on the stage, he pressed his right hand against the ground, suddenly exerting force, bringing his legs together and launching a kick towards Miyamoto Keita's legs. In response, Miyamoto Keita had no choice but to retreat, narrowly evading the attack. Chu Pengcheng executed a somersault to regain his footing, brushed off his hands, and said to Qin Mu, bring me the Shizumura Keisuk. Having discerned the techniques of the ITT-ri, particularly the drawing cut, he had committed to memory the intricacies of the strikes and the requisite force. He had, in essence, mastered the ITT-ri. Qin Mu retrieved the Shizumura Keisuk and tossed it into Chu Pengcheng's hands. That is my son Keisuk's weapon, Miyamoto Keita stated coldly. It was a year when Miyamoto Keisuk had just turned 18, having broken through to the level of a master. To reward him, the Shizumura Keisuk had been presented. Scenes from that time flooded his mind, where Miyamoto Keisuk knelt on the ground, hands outstretched to receive the sword. His face radiating joy. Father, I will practice diligently, striving to reach the realm of transformation as soon as possible, and then journey to the Great Xia to accomplish the great deeds left unfinished by our predecessors. One day, our land of the rising sun will no longer be confined to islands but will become the master of the Great Xia. Miyamoto Keita nodded with satisfaction. My child, you are the pride of the Miyamoto family. Entering the Great Xia is the dream of our cherry blossoms, as well as the aspiration of our ancestor, Miyamoto Musashi. Yet now, that honor has been tarnished in the Great Xia. The hopes of the Miyamoto family have vanished. ITT-ri, Ki cut. Miyamoto Keita launched another assault, pouring forth all his strength, his eyes reflecting a world where all else had faded away, leaving only Chu Pengcheng in his sights. In this moment, he seemed to sense a transcendence of his realm, as if a breakthrough was subtly manifesting. The one-sword style, Iaido slash. Chu Pengcheng suddenly drew his sword and launched an attack upon his opponent in the same manner. Clang! Clang! The sound of metal colliding reverberated through the air. Many spectators instinctively covered their ears. Meanwhile, Miyamoto Keita felt a tingling in his hand, nearly losing his grip on Raikiri. As the surge of energy within him left him feeling quite uncomfortable. Chapter 90, the same technique, the same skill. Miyamoto Keita staggered back several steps. His gaze towards Chu Pengcheng filled with astonishment. The Iato slash, a signature technique of the one-sword style, required a mastery of power and application that could not be gleaned without a master's guidance. It could not be comprehended through mere self-study. You people from Great Xia are nothing but thieves, daring to pilfer my one-sword style's ultimate technique, shameless. Miyamoto Keita rebuked furiously. You overestimate yourself. Did I need to steal your one-sword style? I merely watched it twice and mastered it. This technique pales in comparison to our ancient martial arts from Great Xia. Chu Pengcheng mocked. Miyamoto Keita gasped in disbelief. You learned it after just 2 viewings? His comprehension is terrifying. Kill him. Not only to avenge my son but also to eliminate a potential threat to the land of cherry blossoms. Damn. I understand now. It's not that he cannot defeat me, he has been meticulously observing the one-sword style. Every one of Miyamoto Keita's offensive maneuvers has been mentally recorded and mastered by him. What on earth? Is he even human? A monstrous prodigy. He truly is a rare genius in the martial arts realm. The one who just called me father, do not depart, I await your address yet. One-sword style, draw and slash. Chu Pengcheng spoke, taking several steps forward, his right hand wielding the Shuju Wan Hengxi, which he suddenly swung horizontally, unleashing a flash of silver light that surged towards Miyamoto Keita. One-sword style, draw and slash. Miyamoto Keita executed the same technique. A resounding clash echoed. The Shuju Wan Hengxi shattered into 2 segments, and as the blade's edge flew forth, it grazed Miyamoto Keita's chest, instantly staining his garments with crimson. Upon inspecting Raikiri, only a notch marred its surface. Miyamoto Keita gazed at the wound on his chest, disbelief flooding his expression. He had devoted decades to mastering the one-sword style, while Chu Pengcheng had merely observed it twice, yet their powers now seemed evenly matched. And he had sustained injury. However, realization swiftly dawned upon him. His Raikiri merely bore a notch, while Chu Pengcheng's Shuju Wan Hengxi lay in ruin. Chu Pengcheng, you possess no weapons left, what will you wield against me? Miyamoto Keita laughed. With this half-blade, I shall still slay you, Chu Pengcheng replied softly. Slay me? Do you truly believe that our one-sword style, having endured for centuries, culminates solely in the draw and slash? You are mistaken, allow me to unveil the final technique of my one-sword style. Miyamoto Keita inhaled deeply, sheathed Raikiri, and charged towards Chu Pengcheng. One-sword style, draw and slash. Raikiri was drawn, resembling a silver thunder dragon, infused with a palpable killing intent, hurtling toward Chu Pengcheng. In a swift motion, the art of Iato, drawing the sword to strike, was executed by Chu Pengcheng, wielding the half of the treasured sword, Suzumimaru Kunitsugu. A faint smile appeared on Miyamoto Keita's face as he suddenly withdrew his strength and drew forth a short blade from his lower back, thrusting it toward Chu Pengcheng's chest. The technique was akin to a rising tide. In that moment, Miyamoto Keita envisioned his blade piercing Chu Pengcheng's heart. This short sword, known as KK, was among the 10 renowned blades of the Eastern Land, sharp beyond measure, capable of cleaving through bronze and iron with ease. Chu Pengcheng's pupils constricted as he forcefully pressed down with his palm before relinquishing his grip, simultaneously retreating. The blade of Suzumimaru Kunitsugu clashed against the back of Raikiri, while the hilt met the edge of KK, thwarting Miyamoto Keita's assault. For a moment, Miyamoto Keita hesitated, gritting his teeth before lunging forward once more, wielding both long swords in a dual attack. With an explosive shift in his demeanor, Chu Pengcheng transformed into a furious lion, his right hand clenched into a fist, launching forward through the gap between the 2 blades, striking Miyamoto Keita squarely in the chest. The impact was resounding. Miyamoto Keita's eyes widened in shock as he spewed a mouthful of blood, splattering it across Chu Pengcheng's attire. His body was propelled backward, landing several meters away at the edge of the arena, his chest heaving as more blood escaped his lips. Chu Pengcheng approached him, towering above, and inquired. "Where is my wife?" A faint smile graced Miyamoto K-Dai's lips as he uttered his final breath. "I do not know. Your wife is not in my grasp." Chu sang, "You are the mightiest I have ever encountered." His eyes gradually lost their luster until all breath faded away. "By heavens! Victory is ours. Let the glory of our great Xia resonate. Henceforth, you, Chu Pengcheng, shall be my idol, akin to the dragon god of great Xia. I was mistaken to doubt your prowess. You have vanquished me with your strength. I wonder, are you married? I wish to become your bride." Ha ha ha. The 100 I wagered has transformed into 500. Spare me your words, I have suffered a loss of 500. Damn those Eastern barbarians. Brother. Out of your 500, remember I am owed 400, spend wisely. Oh, where is that fellow who just called me father? Step forth and speak, I am prepared. Would you prefer to address me privately, face to face, or perhaps through a live broadcast? And what of those traitorous compatriots who favor the East? Why have they fallen silent? The overseas reporters in the audience have all ceased their chatter. Chu Pengcheng first turned his gaze towards the American journalist, softly inquiring, "Is it my great Xia that is obstinate, or is it your America?" The journalist bit his lip and lowered his head. A headline swiftly ascended to the forefront of Guangzhou news and trended across Great Xia. Chu Pengcheng upholds our prestige, slaying the Eastern wretches. Chu Pengcheng retrieved the Guiguang, Raikiri, and the severed beads of KNCH from the ground. Although one weapon lay damaged, two remained intact, thus deemed his spoils of war. Moreover, he had vanquished 2 Easterners, restoring dignity to himself and to Great Xia. Having slain Bai Xiaohang, he had mastered the art of dragon slaying, both Miyamoto K-Dai and Miyamoto K-Suk. He has grasped the essence of the one-sword style. Moreover, he has fulfilled one condition set forth by number 1. The plan for the Dark Paradise has consequently fallen through. Excellent. I indeed did not misjudge this young man, ha ha ha. Within the Qin family in Kyoto, Qin Yi, watching the live broadcast, clapped his hands and stood up, laughing. It is a pity, however, that it was not Qin Mu who took the stage, lamented Qin Dima. Meanwhile, in central China, a smile graced number 1's face. This lad, he truly did not misjudge him. Perhaps he is the future hope of the Great Xia. Simultaneously, the majority of the Great Xia populace rejoiced in celebration of Chu Pengcheng's victory. On the arena, Chu Pengcheng's gaze shifted to Bai Yensong and Jing Chenglong, inquiring, "Tell me, where is my wife?" Chapter 91, Jing Chenglong's madness. Want to know? Defeat me. Bai Yensong fearlessly met Chu Pengcheng's gaze. "If I defeat you, will you release my wife?" Chu Pengcheng asked. "Not necessarily, but should you conquer me, I might consider freeing your wife. However, if you cannot defeat me, you shall certainly never find her." Bai Yensong replied nonchalantly. Chu Pengcheng fixed his gaze upon him. After several minutes had passed, he finally spoke, "Come up." He then moved to the left side of the arena. Bai Yensong took a step forward, ascended the arena, and positioned himself on the right side. Jing Chenglong's eyes turned red. Bai Yensong had become his sole hope. If Bai Yensong emerged victorious, he could avenge his son. If he lost, perhaps all hope for vengeance would be lost forever. "Master Bai, should you win, I shall become a mere dog to the Bai family henceforth," Jing Chenglong exclaimed in a fit of hysteria. Bai Yensong turned to him and replied, "I am not doing this for you, but for my own sake." The audience fell silent, their gaze fixed upon the 2 men. "Hello everyone, I am Wan Tao. I had intended to end the broadcast, but an unexpected turn of events has occurred. An elderly man has ascended the challenge platform to confront Chu Pengcheng," Wang Tao announced with excitement. "Goodness! That is no ordinary elder, he is the head of the Bai family from Kyoto, a clan established through martial arts. The last time we encountered Bai Xiaohang, he was also from the Bai family." In the comments section, some recognized Bai Yensong's identity. How does he compare to Gong Ben Hongda? That is difficult to ascertain. For decades, no one has witnessed the Bai family taking action. They are a reclusive clan, rarely engaging with the outside world. If it weren't for my uncle being an official in Kyoto, I wouldn't even know of the Bai family's existence. A reclusive clan? Established through martial arts? It goes without saying that the head of the Bai family must possess formidable skills. I read on Baidu that these reclusive families have evolved from top-tier families. On the platform, Bai Yensong began, there is no need for us to sign any death pact. Today, on this challenge stage, only one of us shall survive. If you perish, your wife will surely meet the same fate. Should I die, your wife may yet have a chance to live. It has been decades since I last took action. I fear that the great Xia has forgotten the existence of my Bai family. Chu Pengcheng cast aside the weapons in his possession, handing them to Qin Mu. He declared, in my lifetime, I shall protect but two things, my loved ones by my side and the great Xia. Be it your son or any other, should anyone threaten these two, they become my adversary, the Bai family included. Nonetheless, out of respect for the Bai family's past contributions to great Xia, I shall permit you to act first. Bai Yensong's gaze darkened as he stepped forward, extending his hands towards Chu Pengcheng with the intent to seize him. The dragon-slaying hand. Chu Pengcheng recognized it instantly. And to his surprise, Bai Yensong employed it with both hands simultaneously. Unfazed, Chu Pengcheng mirrored the action, unleashing his own two dragon-slaying hands. A glimmer of derision flashed in Bai Yensong's eyes as he scoffed, you have merely imitated the form without grasping its essence, you are but a hollow reflection. Witness how I shall best you. With that, he accelerated his movements, seizing Chu Pengcheng's wrist with a swift and decisive grip. Well done. Xing Chenglong could not contain his admiration. The dragon-slaying hand emphasizes preemptive strikes, executed with remarkable speed. Once ensnared, escaping is nearly impossible. At the moment of capture, Bai Yensong exerted force, aiming to cripple Chu Pengcheng's wrists. To his astonishment, Chu Pengcheng's hand suddenly recoiled, slipping free from the dragon-slaying hand's grasp like two agile loaches. Bai Yensong was internally shaken. After decades of mastering the dragon-slaying hand, he had never faltered. Once captured, no one had ever eluded his grip. Yet today, his understanding was shattered. Just as he found himself momentarily stunned, Chu Pengcheng countered, seizing Bai Yensong's wrist and declaring, you have lost. Bai Yensong's expression was one of bitter resignation as he relinquished his struggle and closed his eyes. Chu Pengcheng also released his grip. Xing Chenglong exclaimed, Master Bai, you have not yet lost, you still have a chance. Bai Yensong opened his eyes and shook his head, stating, the dragon-slaying palm is the ultimate technique of the Bai family. Should it fail, it signifies my defeat. He then turned to Chu Pengcheng and added, however, I previously declared that on this arena, today, only one of us shall survive.